When Yifan woke up from the Homo AI experience chamber, a medical robot was injecting her with a sedative. The cure for her amnesia brought not joy, but an overwhelming barrage of third-party accusations in a strange hospital room. Even more chilling was that every night, all the medical staff transformed into red-eyed killers. Just as she thought this was a side effect of her memory disorder, one rainy night, she saw two versions of herself in the mirror. One of them was repeatedly mouthing the words, "Run." Away.at that moment, the AI system's electronic voice echoed in her mind. Congratulations on passing the preliminary test. The real survival game now begins. Chapter 1. How could it be 2052? In 2036, a financial storm swept across the globe, leading to the outbreak of the seventh technological revolution. The top global company, knew.She, was the first to complete research on direct information transfer between the human brain and computers, developing a Homo AI system designed to assist human life. From then on, the geopolitical landscape of Earth changed drastically. The 7 continents and 4 oceans were divided into 29 regions, each managed by a commander using the Homo AI system to oversee humanity. The city where Yifan was born is now called Freedom City, the center of the 29 regions, and regarded by outsiders as a holy land for the metaverse game. She had excelled in knew.She's Freedom City Metaverse real-life experience game, becoming one of the first children to use the Homo AI system. However, unlike most humans, her early and frequent use of the system led to the side effect of intermittent amnesia. Now, fewer and fewer people in Freedom City were participating in the metaverse game, and knew.She had not sent her any game experience invitations. It seemed she and the others no longer needed leisure and entertainment. "Hey, what are you dawdling for? Hurry up and go out. Doctor, he is short-staffed. Don't be lazy." The push from behind jolted Yifan awake, and the fragmented memories in her mind suddenly vanished. With a dazed look, she grasped the doorknob and pushed the door open with a click. The scene that suddenly entered her view left her stunned, and she instinctively turned to go back. However, the restroom door that had been behind her was now 6 or 7 meters away. Damn it, she had only taken a step. How did she end up here? A nearby nurse, noticing her daze, shoved a vial into her hands. "Stop daydreaming and take these to the 3rd floor." Yifan glanced at the box of vials, frowned, and returned it to the nurse. Then, without looking at the nurse's expression, she walked straight towards the lobby. Her mind was blank, and she could only recall a fragment of her memories. The Homo AI system also did not respond. She assumed it was out of power. She needed to find a place to recharge and see what memories she had lost this time. As she passed the hospital's employee display area, she saw a photo of herself on the LCD screen. Caregiver Yifan. She was actually a caregiver. In the payment and consultation area, people came and went. Yifan felt the air grow thick. It became somewhat difficult to breathe. Just as she was about to turn towards the exit, a cup of coffee suddenly splashed towards her. Yifan was startled and instinctively dodged out of the way. Then she heard the click-clack of high heels as several men in black rushed over, blocking the crowd in front of her and clearing a path. Yifan frowned, her gaze just focusing when she saw a woman in a tight fishtail dress, with large wavy hair and fiery red lips, glaring at her. The woman was aggressively beckoning her over, holding a coffee cup in her hand. "Miss, was it you who just tried to throw coffee at me?" Yifan asked. The woman looked at her, her eyes filled with a cold hatred, and slammed the coffee cup at her feet, crossing her arms defiantly. With her chin raised, she spoke in a very unfriendly tone. "Yes, I threw it at you, shameless fox who breaks up other people's relationships." Yifan instinctively took a step back to maintain distance, warily watching her. "Miss, you can eat whatever you want, but don't speak recklessly. Please don't slander me." She had been single her whole life, without a boyfriend. How could she possibly be someone else's mistress? "I'm speaking recklessly? I have evidence. I was in a good relationship with knew.She, preparing to get engaged. It was you who interfered. You ruined our chance. Don't believe me? Look." The woman pulled out her phone and opened a video on it.Y. Yifan was taken aback. The woman's phone was completely different from hers, featuring 4 thin screens in a fan shape, and the time displayed was 2052. How could it be 2052? Wasn't it 2047 now? Even if she had amnesia, she shouldn't have lost 5 years of memory, and her system had never indicated anything. "Look for yourself. Is it you kissing my knew.She in this video? Is it you who walked into the hotel room?" The woman gritted her teeth in anger. "You dress so neatly during the day. like a good girl, but at night, you destroy other people's relationships and meet with my knew.She. You're so dirty. Do your family members know? Yifan's face grew paler as she looked increasingly cold, standing in the lobby. The video indeed showed her kissing a man in a bar, but in her system's restriction log, bars were marked in red. She shouldn't have been there before her amnesia. I'm not just here to throw coffee at you. I want everyone to see what a bad woman you are. The woman said with a tone of disgust, turning to the onlookers. Hello, everyone. My name is lurked. I was about to get engaged to my boyfriend. It's this shameless woman who broke up my relationship. Everyone, please help me scold her. Instantly, the lobby was filled with derisive shouts. Wow, what an eye-opener. They're actually such trash. She looks good, but what's wrong with her? Stealing someone else's boyfriend. She's even a hospital employee. Someone like her doesn't deserve to work in a hospital. Faced with the crowd's accusations, Yifan became agitated. She turned to lurked and grabbed her wrist. There must be a misunderstanding. This is definitely a misunderstanding. How could she have become the woman who destroys other people's relationships? Lurked, initially furious, was about to call the bodyguard to teach Yifan a lesson when she noticed the man behind Yifan. Her expression changed instantly, looking somewhat pitiful. Yifan, I beg you, please stop bullying me. Give my boyfriend back to me. Yifan frowned, stunned for a second, and then saw the woman covering her face, looking as if she had just been slapped. Yifan, you are too much. A reprimanding voice suddenly rang out. Yifan turned in surprise to see a middle-aged man in a white coat, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, with a Homo AI system hanging from his ear like everyone else. The man shot Yifan a cold glance and walked over to support lurked. Miss Liu, are you okay? Lurked was almost in tears. Doctor, I didn't mean to cause a scene at the hospital. I really didn't want to disrupt your work. But now, I have nowhere to go. knew.She really doesn't want me anymore, completely doesn't want me. Calm down first. Let's talk in the office, okay? Doctor, patted lurked's shoulder, leading her to the office. I will definitely give you an explanation today. Yifan was completely confused, her emotions complex as she followed them to Dr. Yi's office. Lurked talked for a long time in the office about her relationship with knew.She, their plans for marriage, and how Yifan had interfered. Yifan stood by the office door, leaning against the cold wall, her mind racing. She has amnesia, but the humanoid AI assistant system bound to her has a moral supervision program that absolutely forbids her from doing such things. That's why she is certain that she cannot interfere in lurked's relationship with that knew.She. However, lurked's assertions are so resolute, and there is that irrefutable video, leaving her unable to clarify anything at the moment. Her immediate priority is to restore the humanoid AI system and investigate what she did before her amnesia. Yifan was deep in thought when the office door suddenly opened. As she raised her head, a loud slap echoed, and she felt a stinging pain on her face. Chapter 2. I choose to remain unrepentant, you worthless thing. Did I train you to do this? You are truly embarrassing me. If you don't want to work here, just say so. Causing such chaos and dragging everyone down is simply unacceptable. The newcomer, with white hair, was furiously shouting at Yifan, looking at her with the same disgust one would show toward a fly. Yifan wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, slowly lifted her head, and quietly stared at the angry man before her. She remembered seeing his photo in the lobby just now. He is the director. Behind the director, Dr. He, who had been listening to lurked's complaints, also looked at her with the same disdain. If your personal life damages our reputation, I won't let you off the hook. The two men before her clearly believed everything lurked said and were not willing to give her a chance to explain. Yifan had many questions, but at this moment, she could not calmly communicate with them and could only silently endure their harsh accusations. Apologize to Miss Liu immediately. The director pushed Yifan. As Yifan steadied herself, she suddenly saw lurked smirking provocatively at her. Then, she heard her say, Director Dr. He, I want you to fire her and require her to post an apology statement in the social area for 10 days, and she must never have any entanglement with knew.She. The director nodded repeatedly at this. That's only right. A person of poor character indeed does not deserve to work in our hospital, even if she is just a caregiver. After saying this, he shouted at Yifan, Did you not hear? Quickly issue a statement and go to the finance office to process your resignation. Yifan temporarily suppressed her rising emotions, raised her gaze, and looked directly at these people. I have amnesia. If you want me to apologize, fine. But first, I need to retrieve the data from my humanoid AI system to see if I really did those things and if I did indeed ruin her relationship. Not just an apology, I would be willing to give my life for it. The director angrily pointed at Yi Fan. You know very well that the data in the humanoid AI system cannot be downloaded without the official key. And yet you use this excuse to delay. I see you want us to lock you up. Ha! Do they really think she is stalling for time? What nonsense about the humanoid AI system not being downloadable? In her remaining memories, she had just downloaded data once in a building, and it didn't require a key. Yi Fan, at this moment, was neither servile nor overbearing. I want to see the regional commander of Freedom City. I demand a thorough investigation of the truth. The director slammed his hand on the table. What identity do you have to see the regional commander? Yi Fan, are you going to do what Miss Liu says or not? If you sincerely apologize and voluntarily resign, we won't put you on the industry blacklist. But if you remain unrepentant, sorry, until I uncover the truth, I choose to remain unrepentant. Yi Fan cast a deep glance at Liu Tian, waved her hand directly, and turned to leave without looking back. Doctor, he was in disbelief. The records previously showed Yi Fan was a very obedient girl. I can hardly believe she has turned out like this. The director was also furious. Put her on the blacklist. Immediately put her on the blacklist. Liu Tian gritted her teeth and said, I shouldn't have let her off the hook before. I should have kicked her out of Freedom City as soon as I got the video. Miss Liu, don't be angry. We will handle this kind of person. Your health is unstable. You should return to the rehabilitation center to rest, doctor, he reminded. Liu Tian held her forehead, looking at the two men with worry. Do you think my humanoid AI system can be repaired? Without it, I've become half a useless person. It will be fixed. It will definitely be fixed. When Yi Fan walked out of the hospital gate, it was already dusk. Darkness was spreading on the horizon like thick fog, as if it could swallow the entire world in an instant, stealing away the light. Yi Fan felt very complicated, with Liu Tian accusing her of interfering and her humanoid AI system falling into dormancy. Everything had taken a turn for the worse since she walked out of that restroom. She no longer knew what was happening to her or why she was suddenly facing all of this. Ding suddenly. The phone that had been silent in her pocket for a long time made a sound. She took out her phone, which was different from Liu Tian's model. It was still a foldable screen. She unlocked it with her fingerprint and opened the message she had just received. Must be home before dark. Remember, remember. The sender of the message was, Teacher. The time was April 7th, 2047. Yi Fan's eyes widened in shock, and she quickly clicked on the sender's details. But strangely, under the contact details, she saw the number 10001. What kind of number is this? In her memory, no one had such a phone number. Could it be a system message? Before Yi Fan could think it through, an ancient-style electronic clock on the street rang, playing elegant sounds of flowing water. However, the large screen displayed the time. April 7th, 2052. Now Yi Fan was confused. Why did her phone time differ from the clock and Liu Tian's time? Yi Fan thought, if only her phone's time was wrong, while everything else was in 2052, then she must have set her phone time wrong before her amnesia. But if the clock and Liu Tian were wrong, could it be that Liu Tian made a mistake? Thinking of this, Yi Fan couldn't help but feel excited, casting aside the message in her phone and wanting to find all the clocks. She needed to synchronize the time. She had to find out where the problem lay. She remembered that the city she lived in was called Freedom City, where technology was highly developed. They had moved away from the way of life over 20 years ago, and the humanoid AI system developed by Kagao Company was their second brain. Most people relied on this system for living, learning, and working. The system wouldn't make mistakes and would never betray them. So, as long as she found the time issue. As soon as her humanoid AI system was awakened, she could uncover the truth about Xiao-Qi. Her reputation and innocence would be restored. The more Yi Fan thought about it, the more motivated she became. She crossed one street after another, finding clock after clock. However, as night fell over the city, she sat dejectedly on a bench by the roadside. Because the outcome was not as she had expected, the clocks were not wrong. The problem was with her time. Only her phone was in 2047, while this Freedom City was in 2052. Everything felt both familiar and strange to her. Yi Fan sat there sadly, completely unaware that behind her, a car had stopped at some point. Several shadowy figures stealthily approached her. As she stood up, Preparing to leave, suddenly a pair of hands came from behind, hitting her heavily with something, knocking her unconscious, and then, like dragging a sack, they roughly pulled her into the car. There were still people on the street, and they even witnessed this scene, but no one came to save her, and even their eyes flashed with different glimmers. Chapter 3. Who kidnapped her? By the time Yifan regained some awareness and slowly reacted, she found herself bound hand and foot, lying in the back of a car like a lamb awaiting slaughter. Completely unable to resist, a hint of bitterness rippled across her slightly pale lips. What on earth happened to her today? She had been insulted as a vixen, blacklisted by the dean, and now kidnapped. She had no idea where the car was headed, but she felt they had passed through 3 tunnels along the way. Suddenly, she wondered, who kidnapped her? Was it that woman named Lu Tian? No, she had seen how the dean treated her today. It shouldn't be her. Then who could it be? Wait a minute, that a text message popped into Yifan's mind, the one urging her to come home early. For some reason, she had a strong feeling that the person who sent the message must know something. Could it be that he was aware someone was kidnapping her and sent her a warning? Just as Yifan was deep in thought, the men in the car suddenly spoke up. Rthm, a language she had never heard before? Yifan felt a shiver run down her spine. Why were these people speaking a language she had never encountered? Were they not from Freedom City? Did they not understand the universal language? Or were they a special race with their own means of communication? Yifan thought this possibility was quite high, but she was even more confused. Her system records downloaded today showed no indication of leaving Freedom City. She couldn't possibly have come into contact with other races. Why Yifan wanted to think everything through clearly, but the bumpy ride, combined with the smoke exhaled by the men, made her consciousness increasingly hazy. Soon, she completely fell into darkness. When Yifan woke up again, she found herself in a room, with 2 women beside her, still engaged in a conversation she couldn't understand. They treated her like a doll, dressing her in an alluring rabbit costume and styling her hair into seductive waves. They even applied makeup and sprayed perfume on her. Looking at herself in the mirror, increasingly resembling a nightclub entertainer, Yifan felt that something was terribly wrong, that if someone with a grudge against her had kidnapped her, wouldn't they just kill her directly or torture her? Why go through all this trouble? As Yifan pondered, she was surprised to see that several more women had appeared in the room. But unlike her, those women had different gazes and expressions. They seemed to cooperate even more with being dressed up like dolls, and they even shared experiences in that strange language. They sniffed the scent on each other's necks, but no one approached Yifan because they disliked her gaze. Outside the bar, dazzling lights intertwined, swaying with the strange music, while men and women in the dance floor clinked glasses in wild celebration. They also teased each other, pinching each other's skin, as if inspecting masks, commenting in that peculiar language. In the center of the bar, a huge platform slowly rose, with a circular sofa in the middle rotating to face the crowd. Everyone could see clearly that sitting in the center was a handsome, somewhat eerie-looking M&A this moment. He glanced at the time, snapped his fingers, and had the DJ stop the music. Then he put on a headset and wickedly laughed. Tonight, I am this man, and I will use the language of Freedom City. What about you? As soon as the man finished speaking, cheers erupted throughout the bar. Ha ha, tonight, I am a woman. I also like this language. This NPC is very interesting. Tomorrow night, I want to be a child. Ha ha ha. Our rabbit princess hasn't come out yet. Seeing the enthusiasm below, the charming man rose from the sofa and walked up to the nearest man. That man wore a pair of refined gold-rimmed glasses and a light purple shirt, with the collar loosely unbuttoned. He was handsome, and he exuded a rebellious aura, but his gaze appeared somewhat tired, as if he was weary of it all. Not happy playing knew.She tonight? What do you think? Pick a fun little rabbit later, and you'll be happy. While the two were talking, 6 metal cages had already appeared in the center of the bar. Inside the metal cages, exquisite and graceful bunny girls posed, waiting for someone to buy them. Of course, except for Yifan. She had been blindfolded because those people thought her gaze was undesirable, different from everyone else's. That blindfolded little rabbit is up for the second round of bidding. The charming man placed a hand on knew.She's shoulder, raising an eyebrow. Are you interested? I can have someone untie her ribbon first. knew.She felt inexplicably annoyed at this moment. After mumbling a few words, the charming man ordered someone to untie Yifan's ribbon with an ambiguous expression. Yi Fan couldn't immediately adapt to the bar's lighting. Her hands instinctively covered her eyes as she stumbled around the cage. Someone deliberately provoked her, throwing a beer bottle in her direction. Her knee went numb, and she immediately knelt on the ground. At this moment, everyone's eyes widened. The delicate and beautiful girl knelt on one knee, her fair hands supporting the iron cage, one hand on the ground. When her eyes opened, they revealed an extreme terror that didn't belong to the night. This scene was a shock to knew.She, who had originally looked indifferent. His vision quickly blurred, as if something inside him was tearing apart, wanting to split him into two. He irritably tugged at his collar, then downed the drink on the table in one gulp, slamming the glass down heavily. Perhaps the noise he made was too loud. Yi Fan in the cage was startled, her body instinctively trembling, and she slowly raised her head. The moment her gaze met that familiar face, she froze for a moment. Then her pupils dilated, and her hands trembled. This was knew.She from the videos. The knew.She that lurked mentioned, who was related to her. He was in the bar. Yi Fan didn't know why. At that moment, she couldn't think about why knew.She was in the bar or whether he remembered her. She just wanted this man to help her, because he was the only person she knew who had any connection to her in Freedom City. knew.She, Yi Fan called out with all her strength. The moment the girl's voice fell, knew.She's heart nearly stopped beating. She knows your body. Interesting. Should we buy her back? The charming man patted knew.She's shoulder. Let go. knew.She's gaze suddenly changed, his brow furrowing in annoyance. He rubbed his temples, somewhat confused. How did he end up in this bar? This place was utterly filthy. I said, why are you suddenly harsh with me? Don't like little rabbits? The charming man asked. knew.She didn't know the charming man and was too lazy to engage with him to avoid unnecessary entanglement and wasted time. Simply nodding, no, not interested. Then he turned and prepared to leave. Seeing knew.She about to leave, Yi Fan grew anxious. He was the only person she knew. If he didn't help her, what would she face tonight? She didn't dare to think further. knew.She, help me, okay? Yi Fan shouted with all her might. Chapter 4 11 Days Countdown. Hearing a sound, knew.She paused for a moment, then turned to look in Yi Fan's direction, searching his mind for information about the girl. He had never seen her before. He shook his head and turned to continue walking. After he disappeared from view, a man in a suit beside Yi Fan spoke a few words in a strange language, then turned on the power to her iron cage. The cage was electrified, and the terrifying expressions of the people around made her too scared to do anything. Her eyelashes trembled violently, and she slowly backed away, looking around in despair. What's going on? If this is just a nightmare, she hoped to wake up from it soon. She didn't want to be a plaything for these strange guys. Outside the bar, knew.She lit a cigarette and took out his phone to call a car. However, strangely, all the ride-hailing services were offline at night. He stood lazily under a streetlight, preparing to walk to the hotel, when suddenly a familiar voice rang in his ears. knew.She, save her, go, save her. Her? knew.She's expression changed slightly as he almost immediately remembered Yi Fan in the cage at the bar. He pressed his forehead, and after a few seconds, he tapped the touch button on his AI system, asking, was it you just now prompted me to save that girl? At that moment, his system unexpectedly went out of control. Looks like my system needs to be sent back for repairs, knew.She said with a bitter smile. Just as he was about to turn off the AI system, the voice returned, knew.She, save her, go save her. The tone was strikingly similar to that of his system, making knew.She suspect it was a glitch in the system. Since it was a system prompt, he decided to check it out. At that moment, the first bunny girl in the bar had already been auctioned off. Everyone was watching Yi Fan. Sold? knew.She's voice suddenly rang out, his cool gaze landing on the alluring man. The charming man grinned wickedly and shook his head, saying, 1 million free city currency. Do you think they will buy her? knew.She looked at Yi Fan, who was curling her toes in fear, frowned, and took out his phone to open virtual payment. Scanning the code, 1 million. All right, the little bunny is yours. Wait outside. The alluring man, having received the money, looked quite pleased. He said thoughtfully to someone, I've just made another million in this game. When Yi Fan was packed and taken out, she was terrified. She knew she had been sold, and people around her were mocking and teasing her. Faintly, she heard them say that this metaverse killing game was more fun than the last one. She thought she had misheard and wanted to listen again, but met with a terrifying gaze that made her tremble in fear. It wasn't until she was outside the bar that she dared to lift her head. When she saw that the man waiting for her was Xiao-Qi, tears quickly filled her eyes, turning into large drops that fell endlessly. You. Xiao-Qi was completely flustered by Yi Fan's tears. Why are you crying? Don't you want to be bought? Please don't cry. I'll take you home, okay? He didn't understand why he felt so irritated seeing her cry. Yi Fan's eyes were red, and she couldn't control her tears. Just as she tried to wipe them away, she ended up hiccuping from crying too much. An awkwardness emerged, making her feel even more embarrassed. Don't be afraid. Xiao-Qi immediately approached her, gently patting her back while handing her a tissue. He thought that the girl in front of him was probably like the other poor souls he had seen before, just scared and hiccuping, due to her fear and embarrassment. Yi Fan cried for over 10 minutes before finally calming down. Xiao-Qi remained by her side, stiffly helping her catch her breath. After a while, Yi Fan finally settled down and hoarsely said, Xiao-Qi, thank you for saving me. She accurately called out his name once again. Xiao-Qi frowned. How does this girl know me when we've never met before? Even in her eyes, there was a sense that she only trusted him in this world. Why would she trust him? A coward like him didn't even trust himself. Unaware of Xiao-Qi's thoughts, Yi Fan expressed her gratitude and immediately remembered the video matter. She needed Xiao-Qi's help. So, she began to stutter, Xiao-Qi, I have amnesia. Besides my name and some simple information, I don't remember anything else. So, no matter what our relationship was before, can I ask you to let me go? Can you explain the video matter to Liu Tian? Are you two getting engaged normally? This statement puzzled Xiao-Qi. He stared deeply into her eyes, seemingly probing her. First, I broke up with Liu Tian 5 years ago. I can't possibly be engaged to her. Second, I met you for the first time today. I have no feelings for you. Don't misunderstand, okay? Upon hearing this, Yi Fan frowned. You broke up 5 years ago? Then why did she come to find me today? Who is your fiancé now? The last question seemed to touch Xiao-Qi's nerve. His expression changed immediately, his eyes cold. His voice carried a hint of indifference. Who my fiancé is now has nothing to do with you. After saying that, without waiting for Yi Fan to respond, he turned and walked away with a cold demeanor. Yi Fan stood there, first watching Xiao-Qi's receding figure, then lifting her head to gaze at the bright moon. For some reason, that back view felt familiar. It wasn't until Xiao-Qi's figure completely disappeared that Yi Fan picked up the small bag the people from the bar had given her and left. While she was changing clothes in the public restroom, her phone suddenly rang. The sound was particularly jarring in the empty bathroom. Yi Fan, deep in thought, frowned as she picked up her phone to take a look. However, the next second, after seeing the message, she froze. The sender was still, teacher. The content was, 11 days countdown, prepare to escape. Yi Fan looked again. It was still the same message. Why escape? What did this teacher want to tell her? As she walked, she edited a text message, wanting to see how this contact, named teacher, would respond. However, for some reason, her messages kept showing as failed to send. Yi Fan was not discouraged. She continuously sent several messages, but they still wouldn't go through. Finally, when she gave up, that number sent another message. You can always trust me. I am your teacher. Chapter 5. Where does this voice come from? Yi Fan frowned. Her teacher? In her remaining memories, there were no recollections of family or teachers. So should she trust this person? Before Yi Fan could come to a conclusion, the other party sent another message. Your parents sacrificed themselves during an interstellar expedition. You have no home in Freedom City. You can check your phone calendar, where your parents' death anniversaries are marked. After reading this, Yi Fan immediately opened the calendar, and indeed, there were markings for her parents' death anniversaries. This teacher was not lying to her. So, she really had no home in Freedom City. What should she do next? Just as she was at a loss, a small advertisement on the wall caught her attention. Temporary homeless shelter provides a safe resting space for those without a home. Gao Company charity project. You deserve it. Go to the homeless shelter. Gao Company is trustworthy. Upon seeing this message, Yi Fan's back stiffened. She turned to look around. How did this person know she was looking at Gao Ge's advertisement? Was he monitoring her? However, she checked every corner and found no cameras. Ding! Her phone rang again. It was still a message from her teacher. Child, be obedient, go to the homeless shelter, or the incident at the bar will happen again. I won't harm you. After this message, Yi Fan did not receive any more messages. She wanted to look for surveillance when a patrolling robot entered the restroom, reminding her that the curfew was starting and she needed to rest immediately, or else she would be forcibly put to sleep. With no other choice, she had to follow the message's instructions and go to the nearest temporary homeless shelter. The next morning, Yi Fan was awakened by the noise of others at the temporary homeless shelter, perhaps because they were all homeless. The people at the shelter were particularly united and took good care of Yi Fan. After understanding her situation, they took her to the big screen at Eternal Square to get breakfast. Just after receiving her breakfast, a report appeared on the big screen. Yi Fan then learned that the bar she had visited last night had exploded, resulting in the deaths of over 20 people. Not only that bar, but simultaneously, many nightlife venues around the world also experienced explosions. Some maglev trains even derailed, although the authorities provided reasonable explanations. The people at the shelter felt that it was not as simple as it seemed. Girl, this world might disappear any day. We need to cherish the present and help each other, an old homeless man said to Yi Fan thoughtfully. Yi Fan responded with a hum. Suddenly, a voice echoed in her ears. Go back, go back, go back. Yi Fan was taken aback and instinctively touched her ear. Her intelligent AI system had been removed the night before. Where was this voice coming from? At that moment, Yi Fan didn't know that another person also heard a voice saying the same thing. Go back. As Yi Fan became increasingly irritated by the voice, she turned to leave, but was momentarily stunned. In the bustling crowd, she saw someone. It was knew.She, the man who had abandoned her last night. He had left without any gentlemanly conduct, and now seeing him made Yi Fan feel a bit strange. Before Yi Fan could say anything, a loud bang suddenly erupted, startling the people and causing them to scatter like birds and beasts. In the center of the square, only Yi Fan stood alone, without any AI system to help her avoid danger. Yi Fan turned warily, and before she could see what had happened, a hand grasped her neck, nearly choking her. She felt something strapped to the person's body, and her heart sank. That was a plasma bomb. Who was this person? Why was such an incident occurring in Freedom City, known for its high security? Don't come any closer. The woman controlling Yi Fan shouted with a fierce expression, looking mad. I have a plasma bomb. Not just her life. I could take yours immediately, too. The nearby people stared wide-eyed, not daring to approach. They all understood that a woman like this could not be provoked. In the end, Yi Fan was dragged by this insane woman towards the maglev track. Meanwhile, peacekeepers, psychologists, and negotiation experts had arrived after receiving the alarm. When Yi Fan was being controlled, she noticed that knew.She was also among the crowd, his eyes deep as if he was constantly watching her situation. The psychologist was the first to speak. Ma'am, please release the hostage. We can talk properly. Upon hearing this, the woman revealed a sinister expression. What is there to talk about? I want to see the highest commander. I want to leave Freedom City. I want to leave Earth. The psychologist looked helpless. Ma'am, you can leave Freedom City, but how will you survive outside Earth? The woman yelled, why can't I survive? Aren't they just outside Earth? What do you mean by they? The psychologist was confused, and while talking to the woman, he hinted to Yi Fan that she could try to communicate with her. At that moment, Yi Fan pondered the woman's words and calmly said, the people you mentioned are UFOs and ETs, right? Upon hearing Yi Fan's words, the woman blinked, seemingly thinking of something, and suddenly leaned closer to Yi Fan, lowering her voice. I took you because you don't have an AI system. You are not being controlled. I trust you, so do you believe what I say? Do you believe they are here, there, everywhere? Yi Fan furuit herbereis. She believed in the existence of extraterrestrial life, but researchers said those life forms were at least hundreds of light years away from Earth. They wouldn't be able to reach Earth within 100 years. They had no chance of meeting them. Seeing Yi Fan hesitate, the woman suddenly became agitated, as if trying to prove herself. Listen, this world is not what you see. It's very dangerous, extremely dangerous. I am myself during the day, but at night I am not me. Do you understand? Why are you yourself during the day, but not at night? Yi Fan asked in surprise. The woman was about to explain when suddenly there was a loud bang in the air. Immediately after, a black bullet flew from one direction, directly leaving a bloody hole in the woman's forehead. Her body fell downward, and Yi Fan followed her, falling back. Oh no, what about that lady? There are no emergency devices below. the psychologist exclaimed. Hearing this, Xiao-Qi rushed forward without a second thought. At the moment he saw Xiao-Qi, several peacekeepers showed disdain and coldly scolded him. Xiao-Qi, you useless man, why are you causing commotion? The area under the maglev track is filled with giant rocks. Do you want to die alongside that lady? Xiao-Qi ignored their remarks, moving like lightning. Just as Yi Fan was about to fall off the track, he firmly wrapped his arms around her slender waist. Then his hand grasped the rail on one side of the track. When Yi Fan came to her senses, Xiao-Qi's gaze swept around and stopped at a certain spot before saying to her, "Do you see those steps over there? I'll count to 3, and you jump over." Okay. Yi Fan nodded. She didn't know why, but she believed this man, feeling that what he said would definitely work. The wind howled past their ears, but it did not scare the two of them. In a moment, they used all their strength to seize the opportunity and leapt towards the railing. As they landed on the steps, Yi Fan suddenly felt blood oozing from her leg, probably from hitting something just now. Xiao-Qi was about to take out his first aid supplies to help her stop the bleeding when, bang! At that moment, a gunshot rang out from behind Xiao-Qi. The moment she saw the bullet, Yi Fan instinctively pushed the man away. The bullet passed by Yi Fan's ear, and fragments of stone flew up behind her, raising a wisp of gray smoke. Chapter 6, How About Being My Girlfriend? As the dust surged into her nostrils, Yi Fan felt a sudden dizziness in her head, followed by a sensation as if all her strength had been drained. She rolled on the ground for a moment and completely fainted. Xiao-Qi, barely standing, watched this scene with his pupils suddenly constricting, and immediately rushed over to pick Yi Fan up. The girl in his arms had a slightly furrowed brow that seemed familiar. Seeing Xiao-Qi lift Yi Fan, the peacekeepers did not approach. Instead, they wore a mocking expression, as if Xiao-Qi were a joke. Private hospital on the other side of Freedom City. When Yi Fan woke up, it was already afternoon. As she opened her eyes, she saw a man standing beside her bed against the light. His long legs were casually apart, one hand tucked into his pants pocket, wearing a black shirt with the top 2 buttons undone, perfectly revealing his collarbone. Even against the light, Yi Fan could see a black tattoo beneath the collarbone, a string of numbers, 140231. She couldn't guess what these numbers represented. The man seemed to sense her gaze and suddenly leaned forward, placing his hands on either side of her shoulders, his deep-set eyes staring intently at her. The corners of his eyes slightly glinted with a cold complexity. This gaze was probing, as if he wanted to dissect her, to grab her heart and figure out its color, which was somewhat uncomfortable. Yi Fan shifted slightly, her expression a bit unnatural as she said, "Xiao-Qi, hello." She accurately called out his name. Xiao-Qi raised an eyebrow slightly. Then his gaze shifted to her ear, his voice as captivating as his appearance. "What did you say that night?" Yi Fan blinked, and then, under his probing gaze, recalled what happened outside the bar. She replied, "It's just, I'm not the third party in your relationship with Lu Tiantian. Please explain that to her." After saying that, fearing Xiao-Qi would still doubt her as before, she added, "When she came to find me, there was surveillance footage. I didn't lie. I will investigate." Xiao-Qi nodded, but before he could say anything else, the door to the ward was suddenly pushed open from the outside. "Miss Yi Fan, I'm sorry to have startled you." A man in uniform spoke before he appeared. Yi Fan instinctively tightened her grip on the cup, and after seeing the man's face, she froze for a second. She seemed to have seen this face when she was on a maglev train. Where was it? Damn, she couldn't remember for a moment. Seeing Yi Fan frown, the man with the bouquet smiled slightly and introduced himself. "My name is Gu Wei, male, 29 years old, height 188 centimeters. Currently the deputy commander of the 8th team in Freedom City. Xiao-Qi's former superior, still single, no bad habits. Unlike Xiao-Qi's flirtatious nature, I'm more dedicated." Yi Fan. He mentioned his age, height, and lack of bad habits. Why does this feel a bit like a blind date? It is said that deputy commanders in Freedom City all have a cold image. Unexpectedly, this one she was facing was completely different from the one in the interview. More like a playboy. Xiao-Qi scrutinized Yi Fan on the hospital bed, seemingly observing whether her reaction to Gu Wei was normal. After a few seconds, perhaps having formed some guesses, he wrapped an arm around Gu Wei's shoulder. "Are you here to visit or to flirt?" "Both." Gu Wei grinned at Yi Fan. "What is your impression of me?" Impression?" Yifan felt that Gu Wei's sudden friendliness was somewhat unwarranted, and she didn't know how to respond. What I mean is, between me and Xiao-Qi, who do you prefer? Gu Wei had a look that suggested he had to get an answer today. Yifan's mind raced. Looking warily at the two men, I'm not familiar with either of you. Discussing preferences in this situation feels a bit abrupt. Although the matter regarding the video with Xiao-Qi hadn't been resolved, she believed she wouldn't do anything unethical. As for Gu Wei, she suspected that this man was likely testing her for Xiao-Qi. Since she had no feelings for either of them, there was no need to get entangled in such questions and risk misunderstandings. Yifan thought her response was fine, but Gu Wei's smile froze for a moment, which puzzled her. Did she not have any interaction with Gu Wei while she was amnesiac? Why did he react like that? Xiao-Qi, did we scare the little beauty? Gu Wei smiled meaningfully at Xiao-Qi. Then he turned to Yifan and said, he noticed you weren't wearing an AI, worried you might have issues. So he asked me to help investigate. Who knew I would fall for you at first sight? You don't need to feel burdened. My affection is simple. At first sight, Yifan twitched at the corner of her mouth. My AI had some issues and needs to be sent for repairs. As for the accident on the maglev train, I think you guys have already investigated thoroughly. I shouldn't need to give a statement. You do need to. Gu Wei suddenly leaned in, locking his gaze onto Yifan. Did what that woman said affect you? Do you believe this world is dangerous? If you feel it's dangerous, you can throw yourself into my arms. I promise to protect you comprehensively for a lifetime. Why are you saying such things again? Yifan really didn't want to discuss this kind of topic with Gu Wei, and under Xiao-Qi's somewhat strange gaze, she steeled herself and said, this is Freedom City, with you guys protecting me. How could it be dangerous? I trust the commanders and the AI's judgment. All the residents of District 13 trust the commanders and the AI more than their lovers. She thought her answer should be fine. Gu Wei wouldn't ask anything further, right? Just when Yifan thought they should leave after this, Xiao-Qi's expression became even more complicated. Yifan frowned. Why did Xiao-Qi always look at her with that strange expression? Did she seem like a mental patient? Over here, Gu Wei stroked his chin. I think you should try to trust men and fall in love with one. Yifan's inner voice screamed, love my foot. I don't want to hear you talk anymore. Not to mention that she had amnesia. Even if she didn't she wouldn't casually accept Gu Wei's flirtation. Just when the atmosphere became somewhat awkward, Xiao-Qi suddenly spoke. How about being my girlfriend? Yifan was stunned for a second, then began to cough violently, nearly choking on her saliva. Xiao-Qi, what are you saying? After finally calming her cough, she immediately grabbed a nearby pillow and threw it at the two men. Angrily, she said, I don't like either of you, get out. Xiao-Qi accurately caught the pillow she threw, slightly curling his lips, then smiled with a hint of recklessness. Are you sure you don't like me? Chapter 7. Criminal Paradise. Yifan looked at the man in front of her, who had a frivolous face and a teasing tone. With extreme anger, she raised her hand and pointed to the door. Get out. You need to leave right now. Gu Wei on the side looked innocent. Don't be angry. Beautiful. It's Xiao-Qi who suspects you. It has nothing to do with me. At this moment, even though Gu Wei was the deputy commander of the 8th Squad, she didn't want to show them any kindness. Who would be happy to encounter two men who were almost harassing her right after waking up in the hospital? If it were any other time, it would have been fine, as she could rely on her intelligent AI to help analyze the situation and block negative emotions. But now her intelligent AI system was malfunctioning. Unlike Gu Wei and the others, she could only rely on her own brain to think. Therefore, when Xiao-Qi said those words, she couldn't accurately judge his micro-expressions or whether there were other meanings behind them. So, if you don't leave, I will file a complaint. Yifan's expression was cold. Oh no. I really pissed off the little beauty. Gu Wei had a look on his face as if he was doomed by Xiao-Qi. Xiao-Qi still wore that carefree, flamboyant expression, his deep gaze fixed on Yifan's face as if searching for something. After a long while, Gu Wei finally attempted to pull Xiao-Qi away. However, Xiao-Qi directly pushed him out, saying, you wait for me outside. You've already been rejected. What else do you want to do? Xiao-Qi closed the hospital room door and locked it, then turned to walk towards Yifan. Seeing the sudden change in her expression and that strange look in her eyes, Yifan was shocked. One hand grabbed a pillow to shield her body, while the other pressed the call button. Xiao-Qi, according to the female protection regulations of Freedom City, Your current behavior is already illegal. I can report you and have you sent to prison, Yifan calmly reminded him. However, after she finished speaking, the man suddenly leaned closer, but did not touch her. Instead, he gently brushed his finger against her ear. Did you hear that? He asked. Yifan looked perplexed. What did I hear? A few seconds later, under the girl's bewildered gaze, Xiaoqi turned and said, if you hear any strange sounds or see anything unusual, you can contact me. She heard strange sounds and saw strange things. Did text messages count? Did going back to the square count? Before Yifan could think it through, the man had already pulled the door open and disappeared from the room. Looking at the door that had closed again, Yifan felt a throbbing pain in her temples, and her eyelids grew heavier, inexplicably falling into a faint again. In the corridor outside, Gu Wei wrapped his arms around Xiaoqi's shoulders and exaggeratedly said, Qi, can't you change your lifestyle? Don't always linger in romantic entanglements. Isn't love less important than a career? Just come back and be my assistant. Isn't that good? Not good, Xiaoqi rejected with a smirk, but his deep eyes hid a hint of melancholy. Feeling embarrassed? Gu Wei patted his shoulder. That incident happened 5 years ago. Everyone has forgotten. Can't you let yourself go? Be a normal person. Don't always be the pampered waste that everyone despises. Master doesn't want to see us like this, okay? Gu Wei earnestly said a lot, but Xiaoqi didn't listen to a word. Instead, he took out his phone again, right in front of him, and sent a WeChat message to a girl. Gu Wei felt a headache coming on. It seemed that Xiaoqi, who had been stimulated by that incident, was truly beyond saving. Late at night, in the hospital room, Yifan heard a voice whispering, Wake up, Yifan, wake up. She had been sound asleep, and suddenly hearing this voice startled her awake. Then she incredulously touched her ear, that voice. Yes, it was the voice from the square. She originally wanted to find a doctor, but suddenly many notifications popped up on her phone. As she couldn't help but touch it, the network connection automatically turned on. Immediately, a web page appeared on her phone, auto-scrolling and refreshing. Stopping at a forum called The Prophet, she picked up her phone, and the page automatically entered a column. In this column, there was a post initiated by someone signed as teacher. Was it her teacher? Just as Yifan was puzzled, she saw her teacher's reply appear above. Teacher, when you see this post, you are on Earth in the year 2052, a completely different space from before. Here, there are many existences beyond your imagination. Teacher, besides humans, there is another group here creating rules. We think we are the masters, but in reality, we are just their NPCs. Puppets used to experience a lower-level life. What does that mean? Why would humans be NPCs? Yifan expressed that she found the content of this post somewhat confusing. The phone seemed to have a telepathic connection with her. As she was puzzled, some photos appeared on the page. Creatures with sharp teeth, similar to those in Avatar, and some that resembled humans. All kinds of them, just like the content from previous sci-fi blockbusters. As Yifan looked, she felt as if something was blocking her chest, but she couldn't articulate what that feeling was. Then, a new text appeared on the page. Teacher, today's Freedom City is an amusement park, and the alien beings call this their metaverse criminal paradise. They control human bodies on Earth to commit arson, murder, and robbery, doing everything that interstellar treaties prohibit. But humans do not know, nor can they know. We are tools that can die at any moment under their trampling. Metaverse criminal paradise? Suddenly, the scene from that night in the bar appeared in Yifan's mind. She heard those people talking, but they were using a language system she couldn't understand, and their expressions. So, were the humans at that time already under control? That's why they could indulge in the auction so recklessly, without caring about their feelings? The more she thought about it, the more terrifying it became. Yifan felt that what she was seeing had completely overturned her understanding of certain matters. She had to go to the police station and make sure the police investigated this. If there really were alien beings, and if those beings were controlling their bodies and invading their consciousness in some way, that was extremely dangerous. She had the obligation to tell the police what she had seen. Thinking this way, Yifan didn't dare to linger any longer. She immediately got out of bed, gripping her phone. However, when she went to open the hospital room door, she found that it was actually locked. She didn't understand why the doctor would do this. She could only walk over and press the intercom to contact the nurse outside. The other party didn't seem to be doing anything and didn't answer until she pressed it 3 times in a row, and then that side slowly picked up, sounding somewhat different. Hello? Nurse, please come and open the door for me. Yifan said nervously. No, why not? I'm playing a game. You lost. So you must be detained. I lost. Yifan was completely confused. Chapter 8. Damn it. She is human. Losing is losing. Why ask so many questions? The nurse's voice was clearly a bit gloomy. You are not a nurse? Yifan's mind flashed with what she had just seen. Humans were controlled by aliens. So the nurse in front of her was probably also controlled? Yes. I'm not a nurse. I'm an angel. Baby, don't provoke me. Upon hearing this, Yifan took a deep breath, trying to calm her emotions, and slowly said, Angel, can I leave first? At that moment, she could only pretend to be in the same state as them and leave the hospital first. However, the other party chuckled softly. No, tonight you are a prisoner. Someone else will come to release you tomorrow night. Understand? Hey. Then there was a beeping sound, and the other party hung up the call. Yifan slammed her fist on the bed in anger. It seemed that all the nurses were controlled. It would be very difficult for her to get out of the ward. After that call, Yifan paced back and forth in the ward, carefully thinking about her current situation. It was highly likely that the nurses and doctors were all controlled. If they were just treating her like a prisoner here, there was no need to be so tense. She feared that these controlled humans might do other things next. Waiting passively in the ward was tantamount to waiting for death. Just when Yifan was at her wit's end, she noticed that a window in the ward was open. This was the second floor. If she jumped down from the window, she should be fine. With that thought, Yifan wasted no time, immediately went over to push open the window, and then leaned out to observe the surroundings. At night, the hospital surprisingly had no security patrolling, nor any nurses or doctors on duty. Yifan cautiously climbed out of the window, and only after she left the hospital did the tension in her body slightly ease. The remaining records in Yifan's intelligent AI system rated the police very highly. The system told her that, apart from the intelligent AI system, the police were the only ones they could trust in the entire free city. Without knowing how the aliens controlled humans, she felt that finding the police was the most reliable way. Don't look back. Suddenly, that voice appeared in her ear again. Yifan paused, her fists clenched in tension, murmuring, Who are you? What do you mean by telling me this? However, the voice did not answer her question, but continued. Don't look back. Don't trust anyone. Run fast. Yifan, if you don't run, you will die on the street tonight. Run. The voice urged her repeatedly, with an undeniable tone, and Yifan slowly felt something dangerous behind her. It was a language similar to that in bars, accompanied by a terrifying laugh, eerie and horrifying, making her instinctively lift her feet. Yes, run. Just run. After saying that, the voice disappeared. Yifan ran desperately, trying to escape from those unheard languages and that terrifying laughter. She ran to the space between two buildings, where the dim light fell on her face, giving her heart a brief sense of stability. Just as her hand covered her forehead to block her view, preparing to adjust and continue toward the police station, a domineering kiss landed on her lips. She felt like prey being gnawed on by a beast, and it was an ominous feeling. She wanted to open her eyes, but the other party's hand covered her eyes, blocking her view. Who is he? Yifan was horrified in her heart, struggling excitedly, but the other party's strength was too great. No matter how she pushed, she couldn't escape his grip. The man had just taken over this body, feeling a bit excited, so he was looking for his first target in the dark. Coincidentally, Yifan had entered his line of sight. She was one of the few human girls he saw, unadorned, very tempting. So he didn't care whose body Yifan was and directly rushed over, occupying her in the way humans do, as the science popularization suggested. This feeling was really interesting. No wonder they all like to come to Earth to play. Let him go. The words struck the man's mind like a meteor crashing into Earth, momentarily stunning him. Cough, cough. Xiao-Qi. In that instant when the man was distracted, Yifan pushed him away with all her strength, breaking free from his grasp and finally seeing his face clearly. This was Xiao-Qi's face. The one who had just tried to assault her was actually Xiao-Qi. The Xiao-Qi in front of her suddenly stiffened, his expression changing, and the gaze he fixed on Yifan was filled with inquiry. That gaze seemed to want to turn into X-ray vision, directly penetrating her to see her essence. The man's reaction surprised Yifan. She also looked at him calmly, noticing that his gaze was completely different from the previous knew.She, and even his micro-expressions were not as they were in the ward. Yifan almost immediately confirmed that the knew.She in front of her was not knew.She, but rather knew.She's body was occupied by someone else. After her brain quickly processed this, Yifan took a deep breath and broke into a sweet smile, mimicking the girl she had seen in the bar, placing her hand on knew.She's shoulder. "Darling, didn't you say you would take me to this body-esque villa tonight? Why are we here?" At this moment, the surprise in knew.She's eyes had disappeared, replaced by a sense of wildness as he slowly leaned closer to Yifan. His gaze locked onto her without deviation, his fingers gently caressing her chin, and his tone was that of the most reckless playboy. "Darling, I senti it more interesting to mate here." Yifan instinctively turned her head to avoid his touch, maintaining her smile. She had to stabilize this person and find a means of escape. Seeing her not responding, knew.She continued to lean in, wanting to kiss her. However, Yifan pressed her hand against his shoulder, smiling. "This place is interesting, but I don't want to live stream it for others. Do you have a car? I heard that humans like to do in cars. How about we learn that too?" At this moment, knew.She, completely unaware of Yifan's abnormality, licked his lips, staring deeply at her, his tone somewhat lewd. "Haha, you're the kind who knows how to have fun. Are you from the beta system?" "Yifan? Yes, what about you?" knew.She, "I'm from the Delta system." Scorpio. During their conversation, they had already arrived at the parking area. Looking at the silver car in front of her, Yifan extended her hand, smiling brightly. "You probably can't start a human car. I can." The man had no doubts about her, handing over the keys. Then Yifan jumped into the car as fast as she could, raised all the windows, locked the doors, and started the engine. The silver car sped away into the night. In the darkness, knew.She's eyes were fierce, clenching his fists. He suddenly stomped his foot hard and cursed. "Damn it. She is human." Chapter 9. Good morning. knew.She, the car sped along, and Yifan gripped the steering wheel tightly, feeling extremely nervous as her heart raced. Had knew.She caught up with her? Would he notify other aliens to capture her? At that moment, Yifan couldn't help but feel a pang of regret. She should have knocked knew.She out earlier to avoid any danger. After the car drove onto the overpass, it suddenly activated the autopilot system. The system screen prompted that Yifan needed to verify her fingerprint to disable the autopilot. However, how could her fingerprint be verified with knew.She's car? Damn it. Yifan furrowed her brows, anxiously staring at the screen, and tried to wake the system with her voice. "Omega system, please help me recognize and temporarily disable the autopilot function." The response was a cold electronic voice. "Sorry, voice recognition failed. Unable to disable the system." With no other choice, Yifan continued to ask, "How long will the autopilot last?" "The fuel tank can last for 4.5 hours. The autopilot function will stop running within 4.5 hours. What? Yifan felt as if she had been struck by lightning, her face alternating between red and white. 4.5 hours, which meant she couldn't get out of the car for the next 4.5 hours. Moreover, she had to face the uncertainty of where the car would drive. Damn it. Yifan clenched her fists, feeling frustrated as she tapped the system to see what triggered the autopilot function. Minutes later, she finally found a setting in the system log. Autopilot authorized user. knew.She, autopilot activation time, 2:00 a.m. Autopilot frequency, daily. In other words, this autopilot was a timed system set by knew.She, and his car would do this strange thing every day at dawn. Why did knew.She set this? Wait, could it be that this setting wasn't made by knew.She, but by the alien occupying his body? What exactly was knew.She's identity? For the next 4.5 hours, Yifan no longer wallowed in regret. Instead, she became even calmer and began to think about the content that appeared on her phone and the incident with the controlled knew.She. She needed to organize these thoughts clearly so that she could better persuade the police when she got to the station. After the long 4.5 hours passed, the sky gradually lightened and sunlight fell on the silver car. Yifan rubbed her eyes, waking from a brief sleep. As her vision focused, she felt a bit dazed. Why was she here? Whose villa was this? She clearly remembered the car had finally driven to the suburbs, slowing down at the border between Free City and District 12. And then she had slowly fallen asleep. Just as she was confused, the front windshield of the car suddenly made a sound. Yifan jumped in surprise and quickly looked up to see what was going on. Standing in the sunlight was a handsome man who was looking at her and smiling. Yifan frowned slightly and then lowered the side window. "Commander Gu, what are you doing here?" Gu Wei was wearing a dark blue uniform. He had a cleanliness obsession, so every part of his attire was immaculate. The epaulets were polished to a shine, reflecting dazzling light under the sun. Hearing Yifan's question, a fleeting shadow crossed his eyes, but it quickly vanished behind his smile as he asked, "Miss Yifan, that question should be directed at you. Why are you outside Xiaoqi's villa? Please get out of the car first." Outside Xiaoqi's villa? Yifan was taken aback, but upon reflection, it made sense. The car belonged to Xiaoqi, and the system was set by him, so the final destination should indeed be his villa. "If it's inconvenient for you to get out, I don't mind helping you personally." Gu Wei interrupted Yifan's thoughts, smiling charmingly. Yifan shook her head in silence, unbuckled her seatbelt, pushed open the car door, and stepped out. Gu Wei immediately stood in front of her, giving her a smile that felt refreshing as he placed a hand on her shoulder, examining her closely. "Miss Yi, I'm more dedicated than Xiaoqi. I suggest you consider me instead of choosing him." Hearing Gu Wei bring up such a topic again made Yifan feel a bit disgusted. She had just wanted to share her thoughts about the aliens, but the words died in her throat. This deputy commander, whose mind was filled with romantic ideas, probably wouldn't be interested in studying alien issues. "Sorry, I am anti-romantic. I won't like either you or Mr. Xiaoqi." Gu Wei looked at her incredulously. "Miss Yi, I am the deputy commander, and I have keen observational skills. If you don't like Xiaoqi, why are you driving his car? And why were you outside his villa so early in the morning? Do you believe I was sleepwalking?" Yifan said innocently, lying. Gu Wei took a deep breath, trying to maintain his elegance, but his tone was somewhat chilly as he replied, "If you're that sick, why not receive proper treatment in the hospital? Also, Xiaoqi's car cannot be driven just with a key. It recognizes people." Yifan was slightly stunned by his words, but quickly replied with a disbelieving smile, "Deputy Commander Gu, if you have doubts about me, you can use a lie detector. There's no need to test me with such impossible scenarios. How could Xiaoqi's car recognize her? This was a new model that came out 2 months ago, designed by the Imperial Research Institute. Even if she were dating Xiaoqi, according to the Institute's requirements, it wouldn't be possible for the system to recognize her." Gu Wei was indeed testing her. Frustrated, Gu Wei exclaimed, "Yifan, does Xiaoqi really mean that much to you? Can't you consider someone else? Aren't you afraid of getting hurt by liking him?" Yifan sighed helplessly, then looked at Gu Wei seriously, speaking sincerely, "Deputy Commander Gu, I truly do not have the feelings you mentioned for Xiaoqi. If I did, I wouldn't just be sitting in his car. I would have gone straight into the villa and become the mistress there. So please, stop testing me in this way, and don't treat me like a toy to tease. I won't love him, and I won't love you." Hearing this, Gu Wei's emotions were incredibly complicated. He frowned and looked at her with a conflicted expression. "Can you really control your heart? Think about Xiaoqi's conditions." Yifan couldn't take it anymore and rolled her eyes at Gu Wei. "Are you done? I told you I won't like him, and I won't. Why do you have to keep harping on this issue? I'm just being prudent." "Fine. Then I'll use my fist to show you that prudence is unnecessary." Yifan rolled up her sleeves, ready to fight. Gu Wei immediately turned around, exaggerating as he shouted, "Murdering a husband." Yifan gritted her teeth in anger. "If you keep talking nonsense, I'll report you. Calling Xiaoqi won't help." Yifan had no intention of stopping. Just as Yifan was about to grab Gu Wei, his hand suddenly landed on her waist, and he raised an eyebrow, shouting, "Good morning, Xiaoqi." Yifan's back instantly stiffened. Chapter 10 What? Yifan stole something. "Xiaoqi, darling, you usually wake up late? Are you missing me too much today?" Gu Wei asked teasingly. Yifan took a deep breath, trying to maintain a calm expression, mechanically turning her head, and indeed saw Xiaoqi standing there in a bathrobe. At this moment, he had slightly messy hair, and his narrow phoenix eyes carried a hint of laziness, standing on the lawn. Previously, Xiaoqi had that flirtatious and unruly charm, but this lazy and well-behaved image was a stark contrast to his previous demeanor, which had a certain impact. It made her heart race uncontrollably. Yifan was stunned for a moment before coming to her senses. "Mr. Xiaoqi, hello. You should remember what happened last night, right?" Good morning." Xiaoqi nodded, his voice sounding as if it had been ground through sand, carrying a hint of sexiness. Yifan looked at him, and the scene from last night unconsciously appeared in her mind. Although it was an alien using his body to kiss her, the contact was still with him. This feeling was indescribable, strangely wonderful. Gu Wei, aren't you going to work? Xiaoqi's peripheral vision caught Gu Wei's flickering pager. Gu Wei shrugged. Looking helpless, I have to go. After speaking, he gave Yifan a meaningful look, wickedly curling his lips. Little beauty. See you next time. Without Gu Wei, the atmosphere here became a bit strange. At least for Yifan, it was strange. Why did you drive my car? Xiaoqi suddenly asked. The system in this car had been used for 5 years, and apart from him and the user in the system with the codename Secret, no one else could start it. Yifan was a bit puzzled. Just as Yifan was about to speak, her phone suddenly rang. It showed it was the police station. Why would the police contact her? Hello, Miss Yifan? Miss Lu Tian wants to speak with you. After the police finished speaking, the person on the other end changed. Yifan, before 11 a.m., you must come to the knew.She Road police station. I need you to give a statement. Give a statement? Why do I need to give a statement? Yifan was confused. You don't know what terrible things you've done? Lu Tian's tone was filled with anger. Miss Lu, my AI system has a crime mode warning. I can't possibly commit a crime. How? Is that impossible? My treasure went missing yesterday, and it was you who did it. That was a gift from Xiaoqi to me, and I have video evidence. You must bring the stolen goods when you come to the police station. I didn't see you yesterday, and I've never seen your things. How can I return them to you? I won't listen to your excuses. You must come now, or the police will put you on the wanted list. Don't expect it to go well for you. I still have to provide evidence. I'm busy, bye. After Lu Tian finished, she didn't give Yifan a chance to explain and hung up the phone directly. Lu Tian, you're being unreasonable. Yifan angrily raised her phone. However, just as she was about to throw it down, she came face to face with a man. She froze. Xiaoqi was also stunned. Yifan bit her lip, looking at Xiaoqi with some annoyance. It's this man. If it weren't for him, how would she be entangled by Lu Tian? Although she now suspected that the video of them in Lu Tian's possession was controlled by aliens, she was still very angry without evidence. She clearly wasn't that kind of person. Why was she suffering this unwarranted disaster? As her little face flashed through various emotions like a movie, a hint of amusement flickered in Xiaoqi's eyes as he quietly asked, What happened? Yifan looked at the man with a heavy heart. Lu Tian is at the knew.She Road police station. She reported that I stole the gift you gave her. If I don't go to return the gift, I will be wanted by the police. I didn't have the chance to see her yesterday. Besides, I don't have a habit of stealing. If it's not you, why not explain clearly? Did she give me a chance to explain? Yifan was a bit irritated. Xiaoqi looked at her, then took his phone. Wait a moment. After speaking, he turned and went to a nearby gazebo to make a call. A few minutes later, a man in a suit rushed over, panting. Mr. Xiao, all the materials are ready. What should I do next? The man adjusted his glasses. Yifan looked at the newcomer in surprise. He had a name tag on his chest that simply read, Profession, Lawyer. Name, Healy. She seemed to have seen him on some billboard yesterday. He was one of the 3 major lawyers in Freedom City. A very impressive person. Why did you bring him? Yifan looked at Xiaoqi in surprise. Aren't we going to the police station? Xiaoqi asked. Yifan nodded, yes. So you want him to help me communicate with Lu Tian? Yes. He is my family's private lawyer, and his professional ability is beyond doubt. Xiaoqi said. But Lu Tian is your ex. Yifan felt that Xiaoqi should choose the former between his ex and her, who is almost a stranger. Help the law, not the person. Xiaoqi replied. Yifan thought for a moment and nodded, but what? Do you want to be put on the wanted list by Lu Tian's so-called evidence? Or do you want to be innocent? Xiaoqi asked. Yifan really nodded. Innocent. In the end, Xiaoqi changed into a shirt and trousers, looking like an elite, and went to knew.She Road with Yifan and lawyer Healy. Before getting out of the car, Healy couldn't help but say, Mr. Xiao, is this young lady your new girlfriend? Should you sign a pre-relationship agreement with her? Yifan immediately looked at Xiaoqi upon hearing this. A pre-relationship agreement? Has he signed one with every girlfriend? Xiaoqi stopped the car, resting his arm on the car window, glancing at Yifan behind him, and smiled. No need. Yifan was taken aback. Why didn't he deny that she wasn't his girlfriend? Healy looked at Yi Fan with a peculiar expression. This is surprising. The playboy knew.She is actually serious about this young girl? The lady probably knew there would be trouble. When Yi Fan got out of the car, knew.She did not follow her inside. He didn't want to get entangled with lurked at the police station. Yi Fan understood his feelings and didn't say much, directly walking in with the lawyer. In the police station lobby, lurked, her lawyer, and two police officers were all present. lurked had her head down, her face slightly pale, looking weak and in a bad state from distance. But as soon as Yi Fan appeared, she seemed to be energized, quickly standing up, pointing at Yi Fan, and angrily shouting, "Thief! Hurry up and return my treasure, or I won't let you go today." Yi Fan shrugged helplessly. Why was she still so impulsive with the AI system? "Miss Liu, please calm down." The police reminded from the side. Although lurked was unwilling, she didn't dare to act recklessly in front of the police and could only sit down, glaring at Yi Fan in dissatisfaction. "Miss Yi, please take a seat," the young police officer invited Yi Fan. Chapter 11. lurked's mental breakdown. As Yi Fan just took a seat, lurked's lawyer Han Maching spoke up. "Hello, Miss Yi. I'm Lu's lawyer, Han Maching. Lu has already informed you of the situation, so I won't go into details. Here's the thing. Our client, Miss Lu, places great importance on that gift. If you return to her and apply for a 15-day detention, we can drop this matter without further investigation." After saying this, Han Maching paused for a moment and continued. Wei looked into Miss Ye's background. "You have no family or friends, and you've even lost your job. If you don't follow our instructions, you will not be able to survive not just in Freedom City, but in other districts as well. We are asking you to return the item for your own good." Yi Fan calmly looked at the seemingly sincere Han Maching and replied, "Lawyer Han, you haven't provided me with any evidence. You're just accusing me of being a thief. Isn't that against legal procedures? Moreover, I experienced an emergency yesterday morning, and after being injured, I've been in the hospital without any chance to meet Miss Liu. How could I have stolen anything? As a lawyer, I believe you should conduct a rational investigation before discussing this with me, rather than making baseless accusations. Why should she admit to something she didn't do? She's not mentally challenged." Han Maching was momentarily at a loss for words. Meanwhile, Lu Tiantan, who had been quiet, suddenly changed her expression and slammed the table, angrily shouting, "Yi Fan, who are you accusing of framing you? Stop slandering me, apologize to me." Seeing Lu Tiantian lose control, potentially causing trouble at the police station, the officers quickly intervened, saying, "Miss Liu, please calm down. We will take Miss Yi into the interrogation room." "Really?" Lu Tiantian's face lit up with joy. But the next second, she heard the officers say, "Miss Liu, you will also need to be investigated in the interrogation room." Lu Tiantian immediately jumped up. "Why? I'm a victim. Why do I have to be investigated? I don't want to be tested by your machines. I'm completely normal." The officers' expressions turned cold. "This is standard procedure. In order to uncover the truth of the case, both of you must undergo an investigation." "What truth?" "She clearly destroyed my relationship with knew.She. She's the one bullying me. Why don't you just kill her?" Lu Tiantian was furious. "Miss Liu, there is no death penalty currently. Please watch your words and actions." "Why should I watch myself? I'm the victim. knew.She is going to dump me. And it's all because of this woman. Why aren't you handling her? Why don't you destroy her AI system and put her into permanent sleep? We haven't clarified the case yet. The video you provided is from 5 years ago, and we cannot rule out the possibility of tampering. We must investigate and conduct a polygraph test," the officers explained in a serious tone. The video of Lu Tiantian was indeed from 5 years ago, and from the angle, it appeared to show Yi Fan's face, but as police, they had to consider the possibility of AI face swapping, so they needed other methods to assist in the investigation. They absolutely could not make a hasty judgment that could wrong an innocent person. Lu Tiantian, feeling that her video was not problematic, was furious. "You don't want to catch her, do you? Have you taken bribes? You can still be so kind to such a scumbag. It's simply, utterly foolish. You're not fit to be police officers." The officers pinched their temples, finally giving up on communicating with Lu Tiantian. Dealing with someone even an AI system couldn't control was just wasting their time. It was better to look at the evidence from Yi Fan's side. Noticing the officers ignoring her, Lu Tiantian quickly turned to her lawyer, Han Maching, You need to make them believe me. I'm not wrong. She is the thief. As long as they catch this shameless woman, I can get treatment and go to a sanatorium. Hearing this, Hamaching's expression turned complicated, his brows furrowing tightly. Miss Liu, how can you say such things? The fact that she was in poor mental condition must not be revealed, or she would end up in a mental hospital like others. Miss Liu, please calm down. We will handle this matter slowly. There's always a way, Han Maching said. Lu Tiantian had thought her lawyer would help her immediately lock Yifan up, but she didn't expect him to drag his feet. Finally, Lu Tiantian exploded, venting her anger towards Yifan, clawing like an enraged beast. Yifan, you shameless woman. I will not let you go. I want to kill you right now. I want to allow you to take Xiao-Qi from me. Even if I die, I want to let you two be together. This scene of Lu Tiantian causing a disturbance also gave the police a headache. They could only inject her with a sedative and watch as her assistant took her away in a hospital vehicle before returning to face Yifan. Yifan felt no hatred towards Lu Tiantian, only suspicion. If she had surveillance footage, why didn't she report it 5 years ago, but instead waited until now? Also, her current condition didn't seem like a typical emotional breakdown. It more resembled a side effect caused by her AI system. So, was it possible that she was mentally unstable? The police interrupted Yifan's thoughts, their expressions serious. Miss Yi, we will compare that video. However, you still need to explain your emotional entanglement with Miss Liu. Freedom City condemns all actions that harm others' feelings and affect their happiness. We hope you understand. Yifan certainly understood the survival rules of Freedom City. However, she hadn't done any of those things. How could she explain herself? At this time, He Li, who was responsible for helping Yifan, handed the police some documents and said, Officer, this is the agreement signed 5 years ago between Mr. Xiao-Qi and Miss Lu Tiantian. They did date, but it wasn't a genuine relationship. They were pretending to be a couple for an experimental project. Look at this clause. The video mentioned that they would not fall in love with each other, and after the experiment ended, they would not interfere with each other's lives or become entangled again. So, even if Miss Yi dated Mr. Xiao-Qi, it would simply be a normal behavior stemming from feelings and etiquette without any implication of harming someone else's relationship. He Li then produced a report. This is an internal report from Gao Ge Group, indicating that Miss Lu Tiantian's AI system showed signs of malfunction 5 years ago. It hasn't been sent for repairs yet. So I have reason to suspect that Miss Lu's current behavior is a result of her system malfunctioning, which is misleading her. In other words, she is slandering Miss Yi. He Li's evidence was all genuine, and the police could not find any loopholes. Coupled with Lu Tiantian's problematic reaction earlier, they naturally chose to believe Yifan over the agitated Lu Tiantian. Thus, with He Li's assistance, Yifan quickly submitted her proof of innocence and completed her statement recording. However, she did not leave immediately. She needed to speak to another department of police regarding the alien matter. After parting with He Li, Yifan entered the restroom, and a woman followed her inside. Chapter 12. Xiao-Qi's fiancée, Yifan, stood in front of the mirror, fixing her hair. Out of the corner of her eye, she caught sight of a woman with her arms crossed, looking at her with a probing expression. Her instincts told her that this woman had come to find her. Before she could speak, the woman smirked mockingly and said, Yifan, you've got some skills. Managing to deal with Lu Tiantian. It seems your AI system really has activated its shameless mode, just as they say. Yifan narrowed her eyes slightly, letting out a hint of cold light as she scrutinized the woman in front of her. The woman wore a high-fashion dress, her features strikingly aggressive, and her eyes were filled with disdain and mockery, clearly a spoiled rich girl like Lu Tiantian. The fact that she could accurately say her name and mention dealing with Lu Tiantian indicated that she had a connection to Xiao-Qi. Realizing this could be one of Xiao-Qi's ex-girlfriends, Yifan couldn't help but curse Xiao-Qi in her mind. Damn it. Can't his love life be a bit simpler? Hey, are you going to talk? Did you adjust your AI system to shameless mode yourself? The woman pressed aggressively, not offering a single kind word. Yifan wiped her hands dry and carelessly replied, Miss, if you haven't learned how to speak like a human, I can help you enroll in a class to relearn. Please refrain from slandering me with filthy words. You have no right. Oh, I have no right? The woman laughed in anger, almost looking down her nose at Yifan. I am Meng Ziding, do you know that? Yifan shook her head expressionlessly, not interested in knowing. The Gaoge group is my family S. I am the daughter of the group, and your AI system has my credit. As for Xiaoqi, he is my fiancé. Aren't you afraid of becoming a rat in the street, scorned by everyone for shamelessly clinging to another woman's man? Yifan replied with an O, touching her chin as a graceful smile suddenly appeared on her lips. Miss Meng, first of all, I'm not interested in your fiancé. If there is any entanglement, it's probably your fiancé who is entangled with me. You should warn him instead. Secondly, shouldn't you reflect on yourself? Why does Xiaoqi, who clearly has a rich girl like you as a fiancé, still get involved with others? Does he love you? Or is agreeing to marry you merely for family interests? These meanings are different, and I suggest Miss Meng clarify them first. Meng Ziding seemed to hit a sore spot and became furious. How could he not love me? Our families have been family friends for generations. He has been my knight since childhood. As for marriage, that is a benefit I bestowed upon him out of sympathy. I don't need his love. I don't love that kind of useless person at all. Since you don't love him, why not break off the engagement? Why can't it find me? I recorded everything you just said. If I play it for others, maybe it can help you solve your problem with Xiaoqi. At this moment, Meng Ziding's face darkened completely, and she almost screamed. Yifan, are you sick? She loved Xiaoqi, but he currently had a bad reputation. So she intentionally distanced herself from him for the sake of her image, pretending they weren't familiar. This didn't mean she could lose this fiancé. Xiaoqi was someone she had painstakingly obtained. She hadn't even enjoyed the sweetness of love yet. How could she throw him away? Especially not to someone like Lu Tian or Yifan. Yifan couldn't help but sneer at Meng Ziding's furious demeanor, mimicking her with crossed arms. Miss Meng, if you don't want to lose Xiaoqi, keep an eye on him. As her words fell, Yifan paused, her gaze suddenly turning icy. Lowering her voice, she spoke in a tone as cold as a glacial wind, whispering in her ear, I hope you will no longer use such unpleasant words to describe me. Although you are the daughter of the Gaoge group, in the city of equality and freedom, you must still abide by the law. If you insult me and damage my reputation, I can sue you at any time. Lu Tian is in poor mental health, and I can overlook her. But you, Miss Meng, are different. If you don't believe it, you can try. After saying this, Yifan pushed open the restroom door and strode out confidently. Meng Ziding had originally intended to trouble Yifan, warning her not to covet Xiaoqi, but unexpectedly found herself threatened instead. As soon as Yifan left, Meng Ziding's expression twisted into an ugly grimace, losing all the elegance of a socialite. Her fists clenched, her eyes filled with malice. She spoke to her AI system. I must get this woman out of the city of freedom. She must not have a foothold in District 13. Otherwise, she might steal Xiaoqi away, and my proud engagement will truly disappear. I want to allow this to happen. The emotional turmoil triggered a warning from Meng Ziding's system. Miss Meng, OOC warning. You are a lady. You cannot collapse your persona in public. You should remain calm. Meng Ziding gritted her teeth, angrily cursing, You broken system, what do you know about being calm? I want you to activate demon mode. I want to commit a crime. I want to commit a crime. Miss, crime mode only activates at sunset. Please be advised. Please be advised. This reminder from the system caused Meng Ziding's expression to change abruptly. Her previously twisted face immediately regained composure. She's near, right? I'll go back and talk to my father about this mode after sunset. After leaving the restroom, Yifan went directly to find the police officer in charge of the relevant content. The thought of the existence of aliens made her mood considerably darker, as if a thick cloud hung over her head, waiting for her to clear the fog and see the truth. 3rd Division Office Area. Upon seeing Yifan, Officer Aaliyah approached with a smile and asked, Miss, what issue would you like to report? Yifan pulled out her phone, opened the content on it, and said to Aaliyah, Officer, please take a look at this page. It mentions aliens. What? Aliens? Aaliyah laughed, thinking Yifan was just another sci-fi enthusiast creating fictional events. She looked down at Yifan's phone and, after a few seconds, lifted her head with a surprised expression. Your phone doesn't have any page at all? Yifan frowned slightly, looking at Aaliyah in disbelief. It does. This was sent by the teacher. There are aliens on Earth, and they are controlling us. We are their meta-universe crime paradise. Aaliyah pulled over a colleague next to her. You take a look too. Is there really nothing on it? Another officer looked down and said to Yi-Fan, isn't this your phone wallpaper? A fortune-telling picture? Yi-Fan shook her head. No, can't you see this page? This teacher also provided a QR code. What is happening? Just then, the captain of the 3rd Division, Lu Chun, walked over with a grim expression and asked, what's going on? Chapter 13 what? She has been missing for 5 years. Yi-Fan looked at the man and quickly handed over her phone, which displayed content from a browser. The post said that Earth has now become a playground for aliens. She couldn't understand why these people couldn't see the content on her phone. Was it that these police officers were pretending not to see it? Or was there another reason? Lu Chun took the phone and, after a few seconds, his face turned grim with anger. Miss, what are you talking about? There's nothing on this phone, just a wallpaper. We have a lot of official business to handle every day, and we don't have time to look at your phone wallpaper. A police officer approached, panting, this is Miss Yi-Fan, who had a conflict with Lu Tiantian earlier. They just said Miss Lu has mental issues. Miss Yi, do you also? Lu Chun returned the phone to Yi-Fan, pondered for a few seconds, and said solemnly, Miss Yi, if you have mental issues, we suggest you get checked. Don't treat the police station as a place for your antics. Disrupting police work also violates the laws of Free City. They were already overwhelmed with recent incidents of human fatalities and didn't want to waste energy on these dreamers. At this moment, Alia, noticing the sincerity on Yi-Fan's face, spoke up. How about we help her check her phone system and her AI system too? If there is an error with the AI, it could affect what she sees. Yes, that could be an issue. There have been cases where the AI system provided incorrect images, driving the person insane. We should check it to ensure every citizen's rights are protected, another officer added. Hearing this, Yi-Fan's pupils suddenly constricted. Since she appeared at the hospital, she hadn't used the AI system. She wasn't influenced by it. However, all the police present didn't believe her at all. Lu Chun exchanged glances with Alia, then looked at Yi-Fan with a complex expression, suppressing his irritation. Miss Yi, please provide us with your system. We will issue a report with the Gaoge group within 3 days. Outside the police station, officers were bustling in and out. Yi-Fan stood in the parking area, illuminated by sunlight, her mind racing. She had given her AI system to the police, but she still couldn't understand why they couldn't see the images on her phone. Could her phone be malfunctioning? But there was no reason she could see those contents while the police couldn't. However, the police's AI systems were upgraded and checked monthly, so errors were unlikely. So, what was going on? As Yi-Fan was pondering, she suddenly heard hurried footsteps. Just as she raised her head, a bucket of water was splashed on her. You bastard woman. Wasn't it enough that you drove her crazy 5 years ago? Why are you back after 5 years? Why are you still bullying her? The woman, who just wanted to be with Xiao-Qi, screamed at Yi-Fan, her eyes filled with hatred. Yi-Fan wiped the water off her head and slowly lifted her eyelids. Looking intently at the woman in a Chong Sam, adorned with a pearl necklace, exuding an air of nobility. She guessed this was Lu Tiantian's mother. Behind her was a man in his 50s, wearing a black suit, exuding authority, but his gaze was filled with the same disgust as the woman asked. If my daughter is really sent to a mental hospital, the Lu family will not spare you. The 2 people before her, dressed like socialites, should have been well-mannered. But since their arrival, they hadn't let her say a word and immediately began to yell and threaten her. Yi-Fan wanted to retort with harsh words to leave them speechless, but at this moment, she recalled what Lu Tiantian's mother had said about the 5 years. Why had she been missing for 5 years? This was a question she needed an answer to, so she didn't argue back but stared coldly at them, waiting for further explanation. Speak. We wanted to talk now. Lu Wei-sun shouted angrily. He was about to say more when another voice interrupted. Uncle Aunt, it's Meng Ziding. The couple immediately turned away from Yi-Fan and hurried to greet her. Ting Ting, have you explained things to them? Do they believe Tian Tian? Meng Ziding sighed softly, appearing to want to say something but holding back. Lu's mother immediately burst into tears, her voice trembling. Is my dear really not going to escape this? Is she really going to be locked up? Meng Ziding pursed her lips. Auntie, things can still be managed. We could try harder. Lu's mother was already in a state of panic, asking how they could try harder when that Yifan had already ruined everything. She was truly a disaster. Actually, Yifan. Meng Ziding frowned, looking despondent, then took a deep breath. Uncle, Annie, please don't blame Yifan. It's not entirely her fault. She was entangled with Xiaoqi 5 years ago. The 5 years she was missing might not be because Xiaoqi was keeping her, but she might have genuinely encountered trouble. Upon hearing this, Lu Weisun snorted coldly. Ting Ting, you're just like our Tian Tian, a foolish child. How could she not have been hidden away by Xiaoqi? As he spoke, Lu Weisun gritted his teeth and shouted at Yifan, wretch. Did you think you had a chance when you saw Xiaoqi and Ting Ting in a Cold War? And that's why you returned to Free City? I'll tell you now, Xiaoqi can only marry Ting Ting. You, a mistress, have no chance. Apologize to Ting Ting and my daughter right now. Yifan wore an expression as cold as ice. I'm not being kept by Xiaoqi. If you say I'm a mistress, fine, bring Xiaoqi here. If he admits I'm his mistress, and you have evidence that I've destroyed the relationship between two women, then don't even talk about an apology. Let me go to jail. Lu's mother's eyes turned red with anger. You shameless woman, you're truly cunning. Xiaoqi would give up his life for you. Who knows if he might lie in front of us. You're really trying to drive our daughter to her death, aren't you? Haha, in these people's eyes. Am I and Xiaoqi really that despicable? Yifan coldly laughed. If Xiaoqi really loves me as you say, he would never have gotten engaged to Meng Ziding. Lu Weisun glared furiously. You're truly glib and utterly detestable. If you don't apologize now, believe I will strike you immediately. Let me remind everyone, this is the police station. Hitting me is against the law. After saying that, Yifan was too lazy to continue explaining and turned around, walking away without looking back. She was indeed still as detestable as she had been 5 years ago. She was a disaster. Chapter 14. Little Fan's heart stirred. Madame Lu looked at Yifan's back and recalled the experiences her daughter had gone through over the years. Tears streaming down her face. Lu Weisun was so angry that he cursed at the spot, saying that such a woman was truly a disgrace to Freedom City. She shouldn't be alive. It makes me furious, truly furious. Meng Shiting kindly advised, Uncle, Aunt, forget it. It's not worth getting upset over someone like her. 5 years ago, we let her off the hook hoping she would become a better person, but she has only become worse. Not only hurting Tian Tian, but also continuing to ruin your marriage with Xiaoqi. Ting Ting, tell your father to destroy her system and have her removed from Freedom City. Uncle, isn't that against the rules? How could it be against the rules? After the Earth's landscape has changed, your Gao Ge group is like a half-kingdom, and what you say is the rule. She has to listen whether she wants to or not. Yes, Ting Ting, with Gao Ge group backing you and connections with those people, you can do whatever you want. Even if you killed Yifan, the highest commander wouldn't blame you. Meng Shiting frowned slightly, looking troubled. Uncle and Aunt, I know you mean well, but I can't do something hurtful. Seeing Meng Shiting say this, Lu Weisun could only sigh and shake his head, saying, It seems that dealing with Yifan will have to be our responsibility. Ting Ting, from now on, no matter what we do to Yifan, it has nothing to do with you. After Yifan parted ways with Meng Shiting and the others, the sky turned somewhat overcast. What was once clear blue was now covered by thick clouds, as if a large barrier had isolated this place from the outside. Yifan admitted that she had indeed been influenced by Meng Shiting and the others. What if she was truly the person they described? And why didn't Xiaoqi recognize her? At this moment, she even began to deeply doubt herself. Was she really that terrible that she ended up with amnesia? Did they want to prevent her from ruining others' happiness, so they secretly gave her a memory wipe? If that were the case, how terrible had she been in the past? Was there any point in going to the police to prove the existence of aliens? Even if she obtained evidence, would she be trusted because of her past? There probably wasn't anyone in this world who would believe her. She felt all alone, like a leaf on a small boat, or a wandering soul with no harbor to dock. Yifan wandered aimlessly along the street, lost in thought, completely unaware that a runaway electric motorcycle was headed straight for her. Just as she was about to collide with it, Gu Wei rushed over, quickly wrapping his arms around her slender waist and turning them both away from the motorcycle's path. Be careful. Yifan fell into Gu Wei's embrace, and the two stood closely together, delicate Yifan alongside the handsome and dashing Gu Wei, creating a surprisingly harmonious scene. Yi Fan, still shaken, looked up to see the man's teasing peach blossom eyes. It was Gu Wei. "Miss Yi, you just crashed into my arms. Don't even think about leaving," Gu Wei said, one arm around her waist, the other playfully tapping her nose. This scene happened to catch Xiaoqi's eye as he was waiting for Yi Fan. From his perspective, their posture was incredibly ambiguous. His slender eyes narrowed slightly, and a bitter flame rose in his heart, making him uncomfortable. In an instant, Xiaoqi was taken aback by his own feelings. Why was he feeling irritated because of this woman he had just met? He couldn't possibly like her. The term love at first sight had no place in his heart. "Gu Wei, what are you doing here?" Xiaoqi's cold voice interjected between Yi Fan and Gu Wei. Yi Fan's back stiffened as if struck by electricity. She immediately broke free from Gu Wei's embrace, feeling inexplicably flustered and melancholic. Why did she run into Xiaoqi again? "I was just on patrol with a new recruit and happened to see the lovely Miss Yi. So, I saved the damsel in distress," Gu Wei explained with a smile. Though they were supposed to be the best of friends, Yi Fan felt that when their gazes met, sparks flew, charged with a sense of tension. "I brought her to the police station, but she kind of burned bridges and ran off, leaving me alone like a stone lying over there," Xiaoqi said, his gaze sweeping over Yi Fan with a hint of coldness. Yi Fan frowned slightly, feeling guilty. To be honest, she had indeed forgotten to greet Xiaoqi earlier. She thought Healy would explain. Gu Wei's lips curled into a slight smile as he said, "You're not the type to wait for a woman, are you? Have you taken a liking to little Fan Fan?" Xiaoqi raised an eyebrow, looking at Yi Fan. His enchanting features bore a mask-like purity that made it clear he was being insincere. "If you eat too many carrots, you want to try some cabbage. Aren't you the same?" This remark was quite clear. It was as if Yi Fan was being treated as a new flavor to be sampled. Yi Fan's expression remained unchanged, but there was a flicker of anger in her eyes. "Huh, Xiaoqi, who do you think I am? Who needs you to taste me?" She wouldn't be foolish enough to get involved with a playboy. The atmosphere between Xiaoqi and Gu Wei fell off to Yi Fan. Just as she wanted to find an excuse to separate from them, she saw Xiaoqi's lips curve upward slightly as he put his arm around Gu Wei's shoulder. "How about we all go out to eat?" "Sure." After they spoke, both turned to look at Yi Fan, their gazes carrying an oddly pressuring feeling. Yi Fan felt a strange sensation, as if she were slipping away, and turned to run. She didn't want to get involved between the two of them. After parting ways with Xiaoqi, Yi Fan first returned to the homeless shelter where she had rested the night before. Then, she joined the others in line to receive welfare relief items, getting rice and marinated food. Although the police didn't believe her, the people at the shelter gave her warmth, guiding her along the way. The gloom in her heart dissipated significantly. Sometimes, strangers can be more reliable, which is quite ironic. Fortunately, she was naturally optimistic, and her mindset quickly adjusted. "Little Fan, remember, living means cherishing the present and valuing yourself. Never be sad over things that aren't worth it," Grandma Zhu at the shelter said earnestly. Yi Fan nodded and smiled. "Thank you, Grandma Zhu. We've only known each other for a few days, but you've been so kind to me. I'm truly touched." "Silly girl, we aren't strangers." "Look," Grandma Zhu smiled and took out her phone, finding a photo from 5 years ago. She opened it, zoomed in, and handed it to Yi Fan. "Look, you were still wearing a lab coat back then. So youthful and lively. At that time, you were my savior. So, if you ever need help, Grandma Zhu and these friends will always be here for you." Others also chimed in after Grandma Zhu. "Yes, little Fan, don't worry. We will all help you. You are Grandma Zhu's friend, which means you are our friend too. It's not easy for us to meet, so we should look out for each other." Seeing everyone's enthusiasm, Yi Fan felt her eyes warm with emotion. Just about to say something when someone knocked on the shelter's door. "Is it a new friend?" Chapter 15. Xiaoqi, are you okay? Yi Fan looked over suspiciously, and in the next second, she was stunned. Outside the door, Xiaoqi was wearing a dark blue shirt, holding a delicate lunchbox, and behind him were several delivery robots. "What does this mean?" "Xiaoqi, you came here?" Yi Fan had a puzzled expression. "You're not here to find me, right?" She wasn't that narcissistic to think that Xiaoqi truly had feelings for her and had gone through so much trouble to find her at the shelter. Xiaoqi let the delivery robots go in first. A dozen delivery robots entered with various meat dishes, fruits, and seafood, skillfully arranging the food. Xiaoqi also walked in. His thin lips slightly parted as he explained, I'm here to deliver benefits to them. I didn't expect to find you here. Delivering benefits to the homeless shelter? Shouldn't that be something the people from a Gauga group do? Why is it Xiao-Qi? Could it be because of Meng Ziding? Thinking of the fact that Meng Ziding and Xiao-Qi were engaged, she immediately understood. Xiao-Qi, you're really something, bringing us delicious food every time. It's such a mess here. There's no place for you to sit. Grandma Zhu smiled and ushered him inside. Surprised, she instructed the other companions to find a better chair, then cleared a table of rice and dishes, and fetched a bottle of purified water to hand to him. You sit first and have some water. This is the supply we just received today. The water is very fresh. As Grandma Zhu spoke, she tugged at Yifan's arm. It seemed she wasn't surprised at all that they knew each other. Instead, she smiled and said, Xiao Fan, don't just stand there. Hurry and sit down with Xiao-Qi. Yifan could only help Grandma Zhu awkwardly invite Xiao-Qi to sit. Xiao-Qi, with his long limbs, sat on a small square sofa, and the robots, having finished placing the food, turned and left. Unlike other rich second-generation individuals, Xiao-Qi was not arrogant when facing the poor. On the contrary, he was very talkative, quickly engaging in conversation with Grandma Zhu and the others. He not only cared about everyone's health, but also made plans for what to bring next time. Yifan sat opposite them, quietly listening to their conversation, when suddenly her stomach let out a growl. Grandma Zhu glanced at her and then kindly smiled. Xiao Fan is hungry. Let us start eating. After that, she asked Xiao-Qi, have you eaten? You brought so much food. We can't finish it all at once. How about we eat together? Xiao-Qi did not refuse and nodded. Okay. Yifan was full of questions. Xiao-Qi really was going to eat here? Didn't he have a meal appointment with Gu Wei? Was it because he didn't eat enough with Gu Wei, so he specially came to eat with them? Who didn't even have a home? Yifan found it unbelievable. But Xiao-Qi didn't hesitate, and she felt she shouldn't think too much. So, she saw everyone pushing the tables together, and more than 20 people sat at the big table, starting to serve the dishes. She didn't know if it was intentional or accidental, but Yifan was arranged to sit right next to Xiao-Qi. Seeing everyone's cheerful expressions, Yifan could only grit her teeth and serve food to Xiao-Qi. Do you still want this fish? Yifan tentatively asked as she saw the last 3 pieces of salmon sashimi being passed around. Xiao-Qi nodded yes. Yifan divided the last 4 pieces of sashimi into 2 for Xiao-Qi and kept the rest on her plate. Xiao-Qi ate very slowly, always maintaining table manners. Yifan also didn't speak. Seeing they weren't interacting, Grandma Zhu seemed a bit anxious and said, Xiao Fan, you're not young anymore. You can consider finding a partner. Cough, cough. Yifan understood Grandma Zhu's intention and almost choked on her own saliva. After calming down, she said, I'm still young. There's no rush. But Mr. Xiao has a fiancé. I don't know if he will invite us to eat wedding candies in the future. That engagement will be cancelled soon. Xiao-Qi replied. From his tone, it seemed he wasn't satisfied with the engagement at all. Yifan didn't know how to respond and could only lower her head to eat. At that moment, Grandma Zhu suddenly asked, I think Xiao Fan is quite good. You can't leave her out of your wedding. Hearing this, Xiao-Qi's lips curled slightly, revealing a very nice smile. At that moment, when Yifan met his smile, she subtly lost her composure. In the middle of their meal, Xiao-Qi stepped out to take a phone call. Yifan immediately shook her head at Grandma Zhu and said, Don't matchmake us. I'm not suitable for him. The disparity in status is too great. Grandma Zhu, however, did not think so and said, It's already 2052. Who still cares about status differences? As long as the feelings are right, they could be together. Isn't that what the Earth's commander has always advocated? Today's Earth advocates equality, freedom, and fraternity, rejecting vulgarity. According to the commander's thoughts, love should no longer be limited by status and money. However, the reality is that even on such an Earth, humanity still venerates power and wealth as before. Excellent genes and families only choose those who are even better, while people like them can never interact with the powerful. Otherwise, why do the people at the homeless shelter not have homes? Why do they rely on social welfare to survive? Sometimes, Yifan even wondered if technological progress was truly progress for all humanity or just for a few. Does prosperity and equality really belong to all of them? Everyone's fighting spirit was quite good. Not long after Xiao-Qi returned, all the food was cleaned up. The cleaning robots came in and took away the plates. Grandma Zhu saw it was time for work, so she took the others to their hourly jobs, leaving Yifan and Xiaoqi alone in the shelter. My intelligent AI system is still being repaired, so I can't find a job for now, Yifan explained when she saw Xiaoqi looking at her. In Earth's District 29, to work, one must first wear an intelligent AI system. Without the system, she could only be an unemployed drifter. Xiaoqi indicated he understood and then turned to leave. Yifan was about to see him off when she suddenly saw the man's figure sway slightly. Then she noticed him grimacing in pain, holding his AI system on both sides of his head. Yifan hurried over. Xiaoqi, are you okay? Mifine. Is your ear hurting, or is your intelligent AI system malfunctioning? Xiaoqi didn't answer, his hands still exploring the delicate system. Yifan realized she had guessed right. She didn't expect Xiaoqi's system to also have problems. You should temporarily shut it down and send it for inspection at Gaoge Company. Yifan advised. Fortunately, she had seen a similar situation before and knew how those people handled it. Xiaoqi nodded, quickly pressing the shutdown button. Watching his system stop flashing and his face gradually improving, Yifan went to pour a glass of water and handed it to him. Your system is the latest model. It shouldn't have any bugs anymore. Gaoge Group has been continuously upgrading the intelligent AI in recent years. The latest model is supposed to be perfect, without any bugs. So she didn't understand why Xiaoqi's system would have an issue. Chapter 16, Y2 faces You're not amnesiac. How do you know my system is the latest model? Xiaoqi looked up, his gaze probing as he looked at Yifan. Cough, cough. Yifan couldn't help but cough a couple of times, looking at the man with a hint of helplessness. Mr. Xiao, I may have amnesia, but I'm not illiterate. The system logo on your ear is exactly the same as the promotional poster on the wall. I can understand it. Hearing this, Xiaoqi turned to look at the wall of the shelter. Sure enough, it was filled with promotional posters for the Gaoge Group's products. The Gaoge Group had long since strayed from its original purpose, and all its actions seemed like PUA, as if they were trying to control everyone. The two fell silent for a moment, and then Xiaoqi suddenly spoke. Gu Wei wants to investigate you. I suggest you keep your distance from him. Yifan was taken aback. Gu Wei wants to investigate me? What could I possibly have that he would want to investigate? I don't know the specifics, but after knowing him for so many years, I can tell that his abnormal behavior towards you isn't genuine affection, Xiaoqi explained. Yifan nodded. Although she had no memories of romantic relationships, she could sense whether someone was sincere or not. Not just Gu Wei. Everything Xiaoqi said about being his girlfriend these days felt false too. Perhaps because of the meal at the shelter, Xiaoqi seemed to have a more human touch, and Yifan's guard and worries diminished considerably. She asked a question she was particularly concerned about. Have you really never interacted with me? Are you sure you haven't lost your memory? Meng Ziding and Lu Tiantian's reactions made it hard for her not to doubt whether she and Xiaoqi really had a past relationship. I have never lost my memory, and I am sure I haven't interacted with you, Xiaoqi replied, then added, that night at the bar was our first meeting. But Lu Tiantian and Meng Ziding both insist that we did, Yifan frowned. Lu Tiantian has mental issues because of the human AI system, and Meng Ziding. Xiaoqi's brows furrowed as if he thought of something, looking at Yifan and saying, I'll call her now and have her explain. As soon as he finished speaking, he took out his phone, found Meng Ziding's contact, and a holographic projection appeared on his screen. A few seconds later, the picturesque hologram transformed into a human face, Meng Ziding's face. The moment she saw Xiaoqi, a glimmer flashed in the woman's eyes, but it quickly dimmed when she caught sight of Yifan. Her expression, like her tone, was cold and proud. Xiaoqi, what is the matter? This is Miss Yifan, Xiaoqi introduced. Oh, Meng Ziding replied indifferently. Lu Tiantian said she dated me. What do you think? Xiaoqi countered. Meng Ziding crossed her arms and suddenly let out a cold laugh, waving her hand dismissively. What a joke. Your taste can't be so poor as to choose someone like that. You actually believe someone like Lu Tiantian, who has mental issues. You really are useless. Meng Ziding's words shocked Yifan. This woman implied that she and Xiaoqi had never dated, and that Lu Tiantian was lying. But her reaction at the police station, in front of Lu Tiantian's parents, was not like this. Why did she have two faces? Xiaoqi, I'm the daughter of the Gaoge Group. Unlike you, a wasteful playboy, I don't have time to help you deal with your dating issues. I'm hanging up. As soon as she finished speaking, Meng Ziding's holographic projection vanished. She is my fiancée, Yi, and her personality is proud. Xiao-Qi did not hide it. Yifan nodded, but did not ask further. This was Xiao-Qi's emotional issue, and as an outsider, she had no right to pry. Yifan. Xiao-Qi suddenly focused intently on her. The eyes that would shine with a flirtatious glimmer in front of others now carried a cold, detached feeling, completely different from before. Yifan was slightly taken aback. Remember I told you if you hear any strange sounds or see anything unusual, let me know in time, Xiao-Qi said. If Xiao-Qi were a police officer, she would probably have handed her phone to him immediately, telling him about the strange sound she had heard and the alien content she had seen. But Xiao-Qi wasn't. They had just met, and she had been misunderstood because of this man wearing the label of a mistress, until she was sure Xiao-Qi was genuinely trustworthy. She couldn't tell him what she knew. If I encounter anything in the future, I will let you know, Yifan said politely. You used to. Xiao-Qi began, suddenly leaning closer to look at Yifan. His deep-set eyes held an inscrutable depth, making it hard to guess her thoughts. His sudden closeness made the atmosphere a bit strange and ambiguous. Yifan blinked and quickly stepped back a few paces, cautiously saying, I've forgotten everything about my past. I'm an amnesiac. Xiao-Qi did not doubt her amnesia, but for some reason, he felt that there was a special connection between him and the girl in front of him. Thus, he was particularly interested in her. However, the girl's reaction seemed a bit. Xiao-Qi suddenly propped his head on his hand. Do you have resentment towards me? Compared to before, the current Xiao-Qi appeared more composed and sharp, giving off a somewhat dangerous vibe. Yifan immediately shook her head and then nodded. If I were in your shoes, constantly being called a mistress because of you, I might feel the same way. Xiao-Qi's narrow eyes narrowed slightly. After pondering for a few seconds, he said with a hint of guilt, I'm sorry, I didn't know my private life would cause you so much trouble. If possible, I will compensate you. No need. No need. Yifan waved her hand. She and T gained any benefits from Xiao-Qi and was already being labeled a mistress. Accepting compensation would only create more misunderstandings, and she didn't know how the Lu family would perceive it. Her best course of action now was to draw a clear line with this man. Seeing her reaction, Xiao-Qi raised an eyebrow slightly. So, you're afraid of being implicated by me? You could say that, no. It's not about being implicated. It's just that we are strangers after all, and it wouldn't be appropriate for you to compensate me. It would only lead to more misunderstandings. I just want to quietly find my direction in life and don't want to get caught up in someone else's emotional turmoil. Yifan explained rapidly. Xiao-Qi looked towards the door, his expression appearing somewhat wistful. My emotions are indeed a bit chaotic. It's normal for you to dislike that. That wounded tone made it feel like she had hurt him. Are you bothered by my chaotic personal life? So you don't want to connect with me? Xiao-Qi suddenly asked. Not at all. Yifan waved her hand. It's just that I don't deserve to be friends with someone of your status. Even though their society advocated equality, wealth, intelligence, and technology had already divided people into different classes. Someone like Xiao-Qi, whose family was powerful, wealthy, and well-resourced, was not just a high-status individual in Freedom City, but also among the upper echelons of Earth's 29th district. He was someone she, with nothing to her name, could not easily reach. While they were talking, Xiao-Qi's phone suddenly rang again. He glanced at the number, and the man's expression changed slightly before he stood up and walked out. Chapter 17, You are a very outstanding girl. About 5 minutes later, Xiao-Qi returned, looking rather grim, but his voice had softened compared to before. Miss Yi, I need to leave first. Can I have your contact information? Xiao-Qi said. Yifan hesitated for a moment. Xiao-Qi explained, the matter with Lu Tian hasn't been resolved yet. I'm afraid the Lu family might cause you trouble, so it's better to have your contact information just in case. Yifan thought about it and realized that if it was related to Lu Tian, she indeed should leave her contact information. So she took out her phone and opened the contacts. Seeing Yifan's phone, Xiao-Qi was momentarily taken aback and asked with a complex expression, Miss Yi, your phone model isn't a popular one. This is an old model from 5 years ago, Yifan replied. Xiao-Qi shook his head. Even if it's from 5 years ago, it's still special. The design of this phone resembled a particular model, but he wasn't sure and needed to confirm with someone. However, at that moment, Yi Fan was still in a state of amnesia, and he felt it was inconvenient to explain too much, as it might put pressure on her. Thus, the two exchanged phone numbers, and Xiao-Qi left. Sitting in the car, Xiao-Qi looked at Yi Fan's number, frowning slightly. This number prefix is quite rare across the 29 regions of Earth. What was Yi Fan's identity before? At Gaogu Company, in the president's office, Meng Ziding shed her earlier gentle demeanor and instantly wore a proud expression. Dad, all those inferior human-like AI systems should be completely rewritten. Rewritten? Meng Kaixian frowned upon hearing this. What do you want to rewrite it into? Slave mode. They have no money or power, not even a home. They simply don't qualify to be normal citizens. Besides, didn't TU say that some people besides that commander also have such thoughts, wanting some humans to be slaves? There were some issues Meng Ziding didn't bring up. She knew her father was working on a great plan with some people, and when they didn't want to participate, she couldn't be presumptuous and ask further, otherwise it would cause her father's displeasure. However, from the moment she started interacting with human-like AI systems, she wanted to classify the systems and humans hierarchically. People like her should be queens, worshipped by thousands. Thinking of this, Meng Ziding's expression turned sinister. Those people at the homeless station have received so many benefits from us. They should repay us. Let's use them as test subjects. Meng Kaixian felt a bit troubled, thinking that changing all the homeless station people at once might be a bit problematic. After all, Gaogu Company is a public welfare group working for the benefit of all humanity. If someone finds out we designed the homeless individuals, both your and Dad's reputations would be affected. Meng Ziding suddenly smiled, as if a thought had crossed her mind. She gently rubbed her fingers on the table, raising an eyebrow with a smile. Dad, the company's laboratory can invite the homeless to visit. We can collect their fingerprints and AI system information, and then quietly conduct experiments. Yi Fan and Granny Zhu quickly receive an invitation from Gaogu Company to visit their laboratory. In today's Earth, being selected by Gaogu Company for a laboratory visit is something to be very proud of. Ordinary families would eagerly wait for this opportunity, and those from the homeless station took great pride in it. So, when Gao Ji's people drove to wait for Granny Zhu and the others, more than 20 people living off the homeless station were so excited they could hardly contain themselves. However, this time was different. Gao Ji's people seemed a bit anxious, urging them to leave immediately. Granny Zhu said it was because Gaogu Company was busy, and they shouldn't question it. Thus, Yi Fan and Granny Zhu got into Gaogu Company's car. The car was driverless, spacious, and offered a great experience. While inside, Yi Fan heard Granny Zhu say, "They say Gaogu Company is the technological savior of humanity. Some even say that Gaogu Company's superhost can link to outer space and communicate with beings of a higher level than humans." Link to outer space? Yi Fan listened to Granny Zhu's introduction and felt that Gaogu Company seemed to have some unusual aspects. After getting out of the car, a dozen elegantly dressed women in work attire came to greet them. Granny Zhu and the others were also receiving respect for the first time, making them feel more favorable toward Gao Ji's people. The leading staff member first took them to the identity scanning work area to verify their identities. When it was Yi Fan's turn, Meng Ziding, along with her two friends Qian Shaola and Feng Yaqi, walked over. "No need to verify her identity. She is Yi Fan. I know her," Meng Ziding said with a gentle smile, appearing particularly friendly as she approached. "The incident with Lu Tian is related to you, but I want to dislike you because of that. If you ever need help, be sure to let me know in time." She asked the mistress that Tian mentioned. Qian Shaola exclaimed. Feng Yaqi scoffed disdainfully, sneering. "She still has the face to come to Gaogu Company? Ting, don't be so kind. Women like her have ulterior motives. It's not okay." Her friend's words made Meng Ziding feel a bit smug inside, but when facing Yi Fan, she still maintained a gentle and kind demeanor. She spoke gracefully like in a promotional video. "Yi Fan, I apologize on behalf of my two friends. They don't understand you, so they have misunderstandings. I know you are not that kind of person. I believe in you. You are a very outstanding girl." Whenever Feng Yaqi and Qian Shaola spoke ill of Yi Fan, Meng Ziding would explain on her behalf and even lavish praise on her. Those who didn't know would think Meng Zedong was kind-hearted and helping Yifan. However, Yifan was well aware of how malicious Meng Zedong was at that moment. Meng Zedong was not helping her. She was stepping on her to show how kind she was. Yifan had always believed that with the advancement of technology, women should not have to love each other unconditionally, but at least they shouldn't make things difficult for each other. Yet, what about Meng Zedong and her two friends? It was as if they were looking down at her from a high place, showing her no kindness at all. Completely unlike the demeanor of new women in the technological era. Yifan wouldn't actively seek trouble, but that didn't mean she would passively endure all of Meng Zedong's schemes and provocations. If Meng Zedong wanted to plot against her in Gao Company, then let us wait and see. She absolutely wouldn't just take it passively. With Meng Zedong's involvement, the identity verification was finally completed. Just as Yifan and Granny Zhu were about to follow the staff to the laboratory, Qian Xiaola and Feng Yaqi proposed to join them. Since the company belonged to the Meng family, no one dared to oppose when the two young ladies spoke. Yifan remained highly vigilant, listening to the introductions while being cautious of Meng Zedong and her friends. Gao Company had a total of 4 laboratories, and the one here was an exhibition laboratory. The main research was not conducted here. Of course, the mainframe related to the operation of human-like AI was not here either. The silver laboratory door stood before them, about 5 meters tall, with an electronic sensing device. When it detected the presence of strangers, the previously silent door suddenly changed from silver to blue, and there were red light zones resembling leaf veins on the door panel. Ding! Dong-She! Ding! Dong-She! Chapter 18. A virus appears in the group network at this moment. Everyone stood there in shock, watching the door emit warnings, and several 2-meter-tall robots suddenly descend from the sky, surrounding them completely. The laboratory of the Gauga group was equipped with specialized defense robots, which usually did not act unless there was an external intruder. At this moment, the screens on these robots flickered with red lights, and the electronic guns in their hands were raised high, aimed at everyone. It seemed they had already regarded Yifan and the others as targets to be eliminated. Thinking what's going on, Feng Yaqi nervously asked Meng Zedong, who also looked confused. She immediately took out her phone to call the security department. Hello, what's happening in the laboratory? Why did the defense robots come out? The voice on the other end explained breathlessly, Miss Meng, you need to hold on for another half an hour. A virus has appeared in the group network, and we are all trapped in the work area. The robots must have malfunctioned as well. What did you say? Meng Zedong's face turned red with anger. This was Gauga Company, her father's pride and joy in the technology park, which had never experienced a virus incident since its establishment. What was happening today? Who had invaded their company's network? Would their mainframe be affected? Before Meng Zedong could explain to everyone, the robots had already begun to approach. Meng Zedong, feeling panic, instinctively grabbed Old Lady Zhu's clothes and pushed her towards the robots. Old Lady Zhu. Seeing this, Yifan's expression suddenly changed as he wanted to stop it, but it was already too late. Help me. Old Lady Zhu was pushed onto the robot, and her forehead even bumped against it, forming a large bump. Attaque, danger. The robot emitted an electronic voice, its mechanical arm transforming into a shape resembling sharp eagle claws, grabbing Old Lady Zhu. Old Lady Zhu, she's not an attacker. Let her go. Stop. Stop. Don't hurt Old Lady Zhu. The people from the homeless shelter shouted in panic. Attacker, you are all illegal attackers. You all deserve to die. The robot lifted Old Lady Zhu over its head like a sandbag, about to throw her to the ground. In a split second, Yifan instinctively rushed forward, pressing the touchscreen on the robot's body. Do not harm humans. Intruder? The robot paused, responding to Yifan with a somewhat distorted electronic voice. The robots had no emotions. They stopped moving entirely because Yifan's hand on the touchscreen triggered their system. This is a human, a kind human, not an intruder. Put her down, Yifan said calmly, instinctively knowing she had to save Old Lady Zhu's life this way. On the other side, Feng Yaqi reacted, her face darkening as she shouted at Yifan, don't mess around. You don't understand these robots. Don't put us in danger. Qian Xiaola echoed. The robots of Gauga Group are made from metals and materials from meteorites, and their chips use cosmic elements. You, an ordinary person, cannot control them at all. Don't be foolish. There has to be a sacrifice. This old lady is old, blocking the robot's attack for us. That is her contribution to humanity, Meng Ziding said slowly. Just half an hour. The researchers at Gauga Group will be able to solve the virus issue. This is a life. You can't just give it up with a few casual words. Yifan's expression turned cold. These wealthy young ladies were so indifferent to the lives of others. It was simply cold-blooded. Before Meng Ziding could say anything further, Yifan suddenly moved her fingers, opening the program, setting touchpad on the robot. Yifan, what are you trying to do? Don't mess around. Seeing Yifan's intentions, Meng Ziding's expression changed slightly. In the 29 regions of Earth, no one except the highest-level researchers could open that program setting touchpad, and no one could unlock the programs. Even the top engineers from Gauga Group, did not have that capability. These high-end design programs had long been managed exclusively by the highest-level researchers. This was the rule. Neither she nor her father, nor even the commander of Freedom City, had the ability to stand outside the rules and unlock the program. At that moment, the staff and the homeless people stood together, all watching Yifan. The staff had expressions similar to Meng Ziding's, filled with suspicion and even intense hostility. In the 29 regions of Earth, anyone attempting to unlock the setting touchpad would cause the robots to go berserk, bringing trouble to those nearby. The people from the homeless shelter stared at Yifan with astonished eyes, not expecting her to dare touch the touchpad of the high-end robot. Old Lady Zhu looked at Yifan, wanting to say something, but upon meeting her gaze, she ultimately said nothing. She believed in Yifan, just like 5 years ago. Yifan, don't blame me for not warning you. Don't think that just in Freedom City, but on the entire Earth, ordinary people cannot easily control the robot's programs. Have you thought about the consequences of what you are doing now? Even if you don't care about your own life and want to die under the robot's rampage, you have to consider others too. Don't you want to save old Lady Zhu? Just endure for half an hour. Meng Ziding looked at Yifan, speaking gently, her eyes hiding a hint of calculation. How can I endure for half an hour? Yifan sneered, seeing the conspiracy in Meng Ziding's eyes. Take your hand off the touchpad first. Meng Ziding's expression was one of fear that Yifan would accidentally press the wrong command and make the robots go berserk immediately. She took a step forward, then placed her hand over her chest, looking at Yifan with a particularly sincere expression. I'm doing this for everyone's good. So, I hope you can hold off these robots for half an hour. She understood clearly that after Yifan got close, the robots did not act as violently as before. If Yifan could act as a shield to save her, why not take advantage of it? Yifan, since you have the ability to face these robots, then you should help us. Look, we are all weak and helpless. You can't just watch us die, can you? Qian Shaola also chimed in to support Meng Ziding. Why should I be the only one to battle with the robots when there are so many of you? Yifan's hand remained on the touchpad, her expression extremely cold. Her cold demeanor made Meng Ziding feel inexplicably guilty. We are all old, weak, women, and children. We don't have your skills. If you want to fight the robots, then you all do it. My way is to rewrite the program. Yifan replied coldly. At this moment, she seemed like a completely different person, causing confusion in everyone's eyes. Yifan was too calm and composed, looking as if she were a high-level researcher. Chapter 19. Verification past Yifan. Are you crazy? Everyone in Freedom City knows that these robot programs can't be tampered with. If they go berserk, we're all done for. If you want to die, go ahead, but don't drag us with you. Qian Shaolu shouted angrily. Yifan frowned slightly and coldly stared at Qian Shaolu, saying if you're scared, then cover your head and squat down. Don't disturb me. Upon hearing this, Qian Shaolu looked at Meng Shiting, who was in tears, seemingly accusing Yifan of her poor attitude. Meng Shiting's expression gradually turned cold as she spoke each word clearly. Yifan, don't joke with our lives. Otherwise, I will have my father stop helping the homeless shelter and send your corpse into outer space. You should know that the Gauga Group has that capability. She threatened Yifan with the homeless shelter's people, wanting to see Yifan become isolated and stop out of necessity under the surrounding curses. However, Meng Shiting underestimated the people from the homeless shelter. Yifan, do what you want. Brother Lei supports you. I also support you. Without the Gauga Group's aid, I could just sleep in the park or fast food restaurants. Yeah, they can't just kill us. There's nothing to be afraid of. Do what you want. The voices of the homeless shelter people cheering for Yi Fan rose and fell. Even with Meng Shiting's threat, everyone still chose to believe Yi Fan, because they believed that a girl with such clear and sincere eyes could not be selfish and ruthless like Meng Shiting and the other rich girls. Yi Fan would definitely do her best to help them. Meng Shiting clearly did not expect the homeless shelter people to support Yi Fan. Her face changed slightly in anger as she pushed Qian Xiaolu. Qian Xiaolu then said, "Lowly humans are just lowly humans. Their eyes are blind. Even someone with poor character like Yi Fan, with a dark past, they believe. You can curse me, but don't insult my friends. Besides, I don't think you guys are any higher-level humans." Yi Fan stared blankly at Qian Xiaolu. If she had the assistance of an intelligent AI system, even if they cursed at her, she would maintain her elegance and not retort. But now she was no longer bound by the system and could speak freely, letting these proud girls know that they could not insult others casually, especially these kind-hearted citizens of the homeless shelter. They may be without money and status, but they have heart. They cherish friendship and trust each other. Yi Fan took a deep breath and coldly said, "Do not disturb me while I modify the program." As her words fell, without any hesitation, her fingers clicked on the touchpad. To her surprise, after unlocking the fingerprint on the touchpad, a string of command codes appeared naturally in her mind. She quickly inputted them, while Meng Shiting and the people from the Gaogu group all wore expressions as if they were going to die. Ding, ding, ding. The robots emitted several alarm sounds, but had not yet entered defensive mode. At this moment, outside the laboratory door, it was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Everyone divided into two groups. The homeless shelter people believed in Yi Fan and all stood behind her. Meanwhile, Meng Shiting and those worried about being implicated by Yi Fan moved back one by one, like mice seeking a chance to escape. Wait a moment. After inputting a string of commands, Yi Fan entered another interface of the system. Her gaze calmly focused on the password input area above. This system had been upgrading, but the password for the verification area had never changed. Yi Fan's brow furrowed slightly as she pondered the password. All eyes were on her, and the atmosphere changed somewhat. Meng Shiting's expression darkened as if water could drip from it, and she sneered, "Yi Fan, are you just trying to make a show? These robots have strong combat capabilities. If you die alone, that's fine, but to take us with you. Huh, yes, if you don't want to live, just say so. Why drag us down with you? Our lives are so precious. Dying with you is just too much of a loss." Yi Fan, stop. Don't waste our time. Qian Xiaolu and Feng Yiqi echoed Meng Shiting, not saying a single kind word. Even the employees of the Gaogu group joined in to blame and complain about Yi Fan. Seeing the people around her speak ill of Yi Fan, Meng Shiting's lips curled slightly, a glimmer of triumph flashing in her eyes, but she deliberately shook her head and sighed. "Forget it. Since it's not easy for you, we'll help you." Hearing this, Granny Zhu's eyes lit up. "Miss Meng, are you serious? You'll help Yi Fan? Oh, my hand hurts a bit." Meng Shiting rubbed her wrist, suddenly adopting a delicate demeanor. "Miss Meng, don't come near." Yi Fan's gaze coldly swept over Meng Shiting. This woman was putting on an act, and just looking at her was annoying. Intruder. Suddenly, the robot beside them began to act, all its hands turning into claws, almost immediately lunging towards the crowd. "Yi Fan, you disaster. We're going to die." Qian Xiaolu and Feng Yiqi clung to each other, their legs weak, unable to stand. Seeing the abnormal behavior of the robots, Yi Fan's expression changed drastically. Almost instinctively, she quickly input numbers on the touchpad with one hand. After completing the input, her mind went blank for a moment, and then instinctively, she tiptoed and jumped towards the robots that were about to attack the crowd. Her movements appeared graceful and agile, like a startled swan, landing in front of the group of robots. The next second, Yi Fan instinctively looked up, widened her eyes at the robots, snapped her fingers, and blurted out, "Iris verification." As her words fell, all the robots stood in place. The one she had just unlocked turned its head and slowly walked towards Yi Fan's back. "Ha! What is she doing? Who does she think she is? Iris verification? Even Meng Shiting doesn't have that." Qian Xiaolu laughed loudly, looking at Yi Fan with derision. Even Feng Yiqi pointed at Yi Fan, shaking her head repeatedly, mocking, A homeless person in Freedom City who doesn't even have a home thinks she can pass the robot's iris verification. You really crack us up. Yes. If you really can pass, I'll kneel down and give you 3 kowtows. Qian Xiao Lu said while deliberately flattering Meng Shi Ting. Ting Ting. You're a Harvard top student, a top talent. You don't have it. So how could someone like her possibly have it? Just as these women were continuously mocking Yi Fan, the robots suddenly all returned to a quiet state. Then they stood neatly in front of Yi Fan, like soldiers waiting for inspection. Verification passed. The robots' voices were loud, even echoing. Seeing this scene, Meng Shi Ting and the others all displayed expressions of disbelief. How is this possible? Why did Yi Fan pass the verification? Chapter 20. Why can't my hand obey me? Yi Fan felt a bit confused herself. After she mentioned the iris verification, she actually regretted it. Even though she had amnesia, she had heard from the people at knew.She Group that only senior researchers could control these robots. Therefore, theoretically, only senior researchers could pass the iris verification. How? How did she manage to pass it? A female employee of knew.She Group looked at Yi Fan in disbelief. This is impossible. Could it be? Could she be a senior researcher? At this moment, Meng Ziding, who was beside her, also couldn't help but show a look of astonishment. Senior researchers are scarce talents in the 29th District of Earth today. They have titles, exclusive files, and each researcher's file is distributed to tech companies. Meng Ziding had reviewed all the information on senior researchers, but Yi Fan was not listed. If she wasn't in the exclusive files, how could she possibly pass the iris verification like a senior researcher? Previously, she hadn't found Yi Fan's work record and assumed she was living off Xiaoqi. Now, seeing her pass the iris verification, she couldn't help but feel suspicious. Could this have something to do with Xiaoqi? How could she possibly be a senior researcher? Does she deserve it? At this moment, Qian Xiaola and Feng Yaqi exchanged glances, both with expressions of disgust. If she were really a senior researcher, her salary and social status would be higher than theirs, so why would Yi Fan still be a mistress? Clearly, she was not. She was just a blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse. Meng Ziding stared at Yi Fan, her face full of hatred and jealousy. Why don't you try unlocking someone else's touchpad? One of the knew.She employees looked at Yi Fan, suppressing their shock, wanting her to continue trying. After Granny Zhu was rescued, she walked towards Yi Fan, holding her hand thoughtfully. From the iris verification and how Yi Fan handled the first robot earlier, she seemed to meet the conditions of a senior researcher. Yi Fan. When she first met Yi Fan, she was wearing a researcher's outfit, and just now, when Yi Fan dealt with the robot, it felt like she was taken back 5 years to when she saw Yi Fan leading other robots. This Yi Fan was too dazzling. Yi Fan, you really. Granny Zhu held Yi Fan's hand, her shoulder trembling slightly as she struggled to speak. Is it possible you've remembered something? The complexity in Granny Zhu's eyes was evident. Yi Fan's earlier action of unlocking the robot was purely a subconscious reaction under pressure, and now, as she was asked to continue with the previous operation, she couldn't find that feeling again. Just as she hesitated, she noticed a middle-aged man in a suit not far away staring at her, smiling in a somewhat eerie manner, momentarily causing her to be dazed. Why was that person looking at her like that? What were his intentions? The people from knew.She Group seemed completely different from what she had heard. There were always some strange existences. At this moment, a flash of inspiration struck Yi Fan's mind as a scene suddenly appeared. Outside the gates of knew.She Group, it was raining, and a shadow was holding an umbrella, resembling the person she had just seen. Could it be that person? Yi Fan's eyes widened as she quickly looked towards where the figure had been. But when she looked again, the person had vanished, as if they had disappeared into thin air. Strange, who exactly was that? Why? Why were they staring at her and appearing in her fragmented memories? Yi Fan felt that some of her lost memories might be related to knew.She Group. If she continued to be indifferent about her amnesia, Lu Tian might misunderstand her more and more. Since she had not suffered from amnesia this time, it would be better to take the opportunity to investigate some things. Perhaps she could even find a way to inform everyone about the existence of aliens. Thinking of this, Yi Fan's expression changed. Although she didn't know why these robots allowed her iris to pass the verification according to the new technological regulations on Earth, The programs of these robots were definitely not meant to be touched by anyone with a criminal record. Since she wasn't a criminal, she had the right to investigate some matters. Yifan thought for a moment and then walked towards one of the robots. Just as she was about to say something, her wrist was grabbed by Qinshala. The woman shot her a disdainful glance and said, "You're overweight. You really are out of breath." Upon encountering the girl's disgusted expression, Yifan frowned slightly and coldly replied, "It's the Gaogu employees who asked me to try this. I haven't violated any rules." Qinshala snorted coldly, rolled her eyes, and added, "The one with the decision now is Ting. She says you can touch these only if she allows it." After saying this, Qinshala turned to look at Meng Ziding, a flash of malice in her eyes, and continued, Ting, the things from Gaogu Group can't be touched by outsiders, right?" Meng Ziding immediately understood Qianshala's intention, nodded, and smiled. "Yes. Not everyone has permission to handle Gaogu Group's equipment. Yifan, you should back off." Yifan glanced at Meng Ziding, gauging her emotions, and roughly understood her current thoughts. She might not know the reason she could pass the iris verification, but she definitely didn't want her to outshine the employees of Gaogu. Although they had only met a few times, Yifan could tell that Meng Ziding was narrow-minded and not the gentle and cultured person she presented to the outside world. After Meng Ziding finished speaking, Feng Yaqi clicked her tongue and impatiently said, "All right, you should also leave. It's inconvenient for you to visit the lab today." Meng Ziding agreed with Feng Yaqi's words, but maintained a more official demeanor. "Yes, everyone, I'm really sorry. I didn't expect such an issue today. Gaogu Group will personally invite you back another day. Please go home for now." Hearing Meng Ziding say this, Yifan had an expression of understanding and said nothing. Meanwhile, Qinshala and Feng Yaqi took the opportunity to drive Yifan and the others away. "What are you still doing here?" Ave said, "It's inconvenient today. Do you still want to stay? You have no sense at all. No wonder you can only be a homeless person. Just look at your level of work. TSK. The two women were sharper-tongued than the other, making the nearby Gaogu staff sweat in embarrassment. However, Gaogu belonged to the Meng family, and Meng Ziding tacitly approved of the two women's actions. Even if they felt it was unfair to Yifan and her group, there was nothing they could do. "Yifan, if you're short on money, I can give you some." Meng Ziding kindly pulled out a QR code card that could activate electronic currency from her pocket. But then she tossed the card to the ground. "Oh, sorry, my hand just won't listen," and it fell. "Yifan, could you pick it up?" Chapter 21 Countdown 10 days. Yifan was just about to leave when she saw Meng Ziding doing that, and her face immediately darkened. How could Meng Ziding insult her in such a way? Yifan tried to steady her mind, but Grandma Zhu and the others were very unhappy. "You're going too far. Is there such a way to insult people?" Grandma Zhu stepped forward, blocking Yifan behind her, looking at Meng Ziding with dissatisfaction. They had been causing trouble for Yifan from the very beginning. She could see that clearly. Who is insulting whom? Our Ting is just kindly sending money. Do you understand? Qinshala pushed Grandma Zhu, nearly knocking her over. Yifan stepped forward, a hint of invisible coldness flickering in her eyes as she supported Grandma Zhu and said coldly, "I don't need charity. What's with the act? If you really didn't care about money, you wouldn't shamelessly be a mistress. Shao-Chi has given you quite a bit of money over the years, right? If you have money, why are you still hanging out with these people?" After a moment of thought, Qinshala firmly asserted her guess, adding a touch of sarcasm, and said coldly, "Could it be that Shao-Chi has grown to dislike you? If he really cared about you like 5 years ago, he wouldn't have changed girlfriends every few months." Yifan stared at her, lowering her gaze in silence, her expression somewhat complex. Why do they all say that Shao-Chi was with her 5 years ago? At that moment, people from the homeless shelter stood up for Yifan. Just because you have money and power, does that make you great? I've never seen such bullying. Yes, we may be poor and have no family, but we are not someone you can look down on at will. We are also human, and we have rights. The people from the homeless shelter were agitated. Meng Ziding didn't want to argue with them at that moment, so she slowly said, "Stop arguing. How about this? As long as Yifan apologizes to me, I won't pursue her unreasonable actions from just now. She can stay in the homeless shelter. Otherwise, you all can sleep in the park with her. You are really bullying people too much." One person from the homeless shelter exclaimed, their face full of anger. How could they use this to force her? I've seen despicable people, but I've never seen anyone as despicable as you." Another person from the homeless shelter added. Meng Ziding ignored the two and instead looked at Yi Fan, blinking her eyes and silently mouthing, "You can choose not to apologize, but I have many ways to deal with them." At that moment, Yi Fan's fists were clenched tightly. She really wanted to curse at Meng Ziding, but she remembered that Grandma Zhu and the others still needed high blood pressure medication from the homeless shelter, so she ultimately suppressed her anger. She took a deep breath and said coldly, "I will not apologize and I won't stay in the homeless shelter. If you continue to make things difficult for them, I will report you in Gao Ge for false charity." "You." Meng Ziding's expression changed. "You dare? Do you want to see if I dare?" As she spoke, Yi Fan suddenly leaned close to Meng Ziding's ear and lowered her voice. "Did you not say that I have no bottom line? Then for the sake of my friends, of course, I will do anything. Miss Meng, leaving the homeless shelter is my biggest concession. If you continue to cling to this and bully them, I will truly bring you down with me." "Crazy woman." Meng Ziding stared at Yi Fan in disbelief, her emotions in turmoil. She never expected to be threatened by Yi Fan at Gao Ge Company, in her own territory. A female employee from Gao Ge Company reminded her in a low voice. "Miss Ziding, the image of Gao Ge Company is more important. Please set aside personal grudges for now. Yes, these robot and virus incidents haven't been resolved yet. Can you please set aside personal grudges?" Another employee also advised. At that moment, Meng Ziding stared fiercely at Yi Fan, her eyes flashing with murderous intent. She really wanted to get rid of Yi Fan immediately, but the employees were right. For the sake of the company's image, she had to endure for now. Fine. As long as Yi Fan is still using the intelligent AI system, she would find a way to make trouble for her. In this world, anyone who could be connected to the intelligent AI system could not escape their control. She wasn't in a hurry. She would slowly make Yi Fan's life miserable. In the end, Yi Fan left Gao Ge Company with Grandma Zhu and the others. However, when they returned to the homeless shelter, the entry information about Yi Fan had already been remotely erased by Meng Ziding and her group. Yi Fan no longer had the right to enter. "Yi Fan, how about we accompany you to another homeless shelter?" Grandma Zhu suggested, her face full of concern. It was getting dark, and it wasn't safe for a girl like Yi Fan to sleep in the park. Knowing that Grandma Zhu was concerned about her, Yi Fan felt a warmth in her heart, and the corner of her mouth lifted into a smile that felt like spring sunshine. At that moment, not only Grandma Zhu, but the others from the homeless shelter also felt warmed by the sunlight. Yi Fan gently said, "Grandma Zhu, I can go to a fast food restaurant to rest. You don't have to worry." "How can we not worry?" "Sigh. We wish we could help you." Grandma Zhu sighed, her face full of guilt. Just as she was about to say something, her system began to remind her. It was time for the high blood pressure patients to take their medication. Seeing the change in expression of several people due to the reminder, Yi Fan quickly urged Grandma Zhu, "You all go in and take your medication first. I'll find a fast food restaurant while it's still light out." Grandma Zhu wanted to have a few boys accompany her, but ultimately, she was rejected by Yi Fan. As the sky grew darker, Yi Fan felt a slight nervousness in her heart, gripping her phone with vigilance. According to the posts, night was the time when aliens occupied human bodies. Would she be invaded by aliens again? Would she encounter humans who had already been taken over by aliens? In this tense mood, Yi Fan passed by one fast food restaurant after another. The brightly lit vending fast food restaurant had a sign on the robot's LCD screen indicating that entry was prohibited. It wasn't easy for Yi Fan to find a place to stay. The night was chilly as Yi Fan walked alone along the quiet road. She was still searching for a place to rest when she casually glanced at her phone. However, the next second, after seeing the content, she froze in place. On the phone screen lay a single phrase: "Countdown 10 days, start escaping." What does this mean? Why is there a countdown of 10 days? Yi Fan felt a bad premonition swell in her heart racing as if it were trying to pull her into a vortex. She struggled, trying to grasp the truth, but no matter what she did, she couldn't touch the feeling of the truth. Yi Fan took a few deep breaths, picked up her phone again, and looked again. "Countdown 10 days, start escaping." It was this message. She had not read it wrong. Meanwhile, on the chaotic street in the night, a dozen men were smoking and drinking, sitting by the roadside and whistling. These men, originally dressed in suits and looking like elites, had expressions that were very sinister and lewd. Earth is really fun. Hey, I heard you encountered a human who hasn't been controlled last time? Chapter 22. If not now, when to escape. The man being questioned put down his beer, stroked his chin, and kept recalling the events of that night. You're a Scorpio. There's nothing to be ashamed of. Just tell us about it. Maybe we can help you analyze whether it's your visual system that's malfunctioning, or if the other person really wasn't under control. One bald man's gaze fell on the person he called Scorpio. Scorpio snorted. How could my visual system possibly be malfunctioning? The problem lies with those dogs of the Interstellar Alliance. They clearly said that the night on Earth is our domain. So why is there a human who isn't under control? They took our money and didn't deliver. They should refund us. Sigh, brother. How can we get a refund for the currency given to the Interstellar Alliance? Besides, you know Earth has time zones. If that human entered from the daytime zone of the Western Hemisphere into the Eastern Hemisphere, it's possible they wouldn't be under control. We came to Earth just to experience a crime game. Why get so caught up in it? Upon hearing this, Scorpio frowned. Indeed, they came to Earth for this purpose, but an uncontrolled human was a threat no matter how you looked at it. All right, stop overthinking it. I heard from Swan that the game is about to upgrade. Did you get the upgrade card? The bald man asked. Scorpio wanted to say more, but suddenly a dazzling light burst forth from the front, spreading toward them. Seeing this, a dozen men immediately jumped up with their beers, standing on the curb and raising their hands to look ahead. They saw a stunning girl sprinting down the road, with two convertibles behind her, seemingly playing a game of cat and mouse. TSK, look how well she plays, using a human car to play cat and mouse, the bald man said. That Earth woman's figure is nice. She is probably top tier on Earth, right? I wonder who occupies her body. Can we take advantage of her tonight? Another man stroked his chin, nodding with ill intent. That face, why does it look familiar? The human face I saw that night. Yeah, it seems to be her, Scorpio exclaimed. The bald man glanced at Scorpio, excitement barely contained in his eyes. Are you serious? It's that uncontrolled Earth woman. Yes. Scorpio's face immediately twisted into a sinister expression, his eyes fierce, her gaze, her face. I would recognize them even if they turned to ash. After hearing this, the bald man scrutinized carefully and then sneered. Huh, then she is done for tonight. Meeting us. Unless she has a genetic mutation, there's no way she'll escape unscathed. Look, the car has stopped. That person is going to hit her. While they were speaking, the cars chasing Yifan suddenly swerved sharply, blocking her path. The moment those men jumped out of the car, Yifan felt the imminent threat of death, as if a blink of an eye would mean destruction by these bodies possessed by alien souls. At this moment, Yifan's heart raced, her mind blank. But just then, a voice suddenly appeared in her ear. Don't be afraid. You are the inheritor of Wing Chun. Fight them. She is the inheritor of Wing Chun? Before Yifan could process this, several human figures with claw-like movements charged at her. For some reason, after the voice shouted encouragement, her body instinctively reacted. She clenched her fists, her right leg kicked up sharply, her movements incredibly agile and swift, twisting to a certain angle, then quickly chopping down towards the first person that rushed in front of her. The chubby man who wanted to hit Yifan had just approached her when her downward kick came crashing down. Fierce and powerful, it struck directly on top of his head. Almost at that moment, the intelligent AI system on the chubby man's ear fell off due to the massive jolt. The next second, he seemed to lose consciousness, collapsing to the ground like a sack of potatoes. Connection interrupted. The chubby man's companions looked on in shock. Yifan had knocked down a man weighing over 180 pounds with a single strike and expelled the alien from his body, which was truly impressive. What beautiful skills. Is she from the Ape Star system? The bald man couldn't help but cheer. Are you blind? This is clearly an Earth technique. How could it be from the Ape Star system? She is that human, the one who isn't under control, Scorpio declared with certainty. After being tricked by Yifan, he had always felt something was off, and when he returned to his planet, he was mocked by his kind. Now seeing Yifan, confirming she wasn't under control, he just wanted to kill her immediately for a proper reward. She really is a human. I've never seen a living human. Let's have some fun. The bald man reacted quickly, and before Scorpio could speak, he rushed towards Yifan, seeing someone charging over. The The group surrounding Yi Fan turned their gazes toward the newcomer. This human was discovered by us first. Get out of the way, or we'll run you over with our cars. One person chasing Yi Fan jumped onto a vehicle, gripping the steering wheel and shouting at the bald man. Efesash. The bald man swore in their star system's language and immediately slapped the driver's face. A loud bang echoed. The driver smashed the car window, jumped up, and began fighting the bald man. Although they were aliens, they were controlling human bodies and couldn't use their alien abilities, trying to snatch a person from us. The group originally surrounding Yi Fan all came over, glaring coldly at the bald man and Scorpio. I see. You are the helpers of this human, right? With this voice, Scorpio and the bald man found themselves in a standoff against the group that was originally chasing Yi Fan. Bullshit. We are not helpers of humans. You idiots. The bald man began switching between alien and Earth languages, cursing profusely. In that case, let's have a fight. Fight, fight. Are we afraid of you? Scorpio rolled up his sleeves, looking eager to try. We haven't fought with human bodies yet. After all, it's not us who will feel the pain. Come on, let us fight. Another group of men began laughing loudly. Yi Fan looked at these people standing together, her expression changing slightly. The aliens occupying human bodies showed not a shred of respect for the bodies they occupied. It was truly insane. The two groups of aliens began to bicker and fight, using the most primitive methods to grapple with each other. Watching them fight fiercely, Yi Fan quickly regained her senses, not thinking too much, and sprinted into the depths of the night. If not now, when to escape? That human has run away. Chapter 23 should be my new goal. Hurry up and chase. Don't let that human get away. When the bald man realized what was happening, Yi Fan was already at the end of the road, and with a flash, she disappeared into the darkness where they couldn't see her. The bald man chased after her. The little Scorpio people chased after her. The person who was originally driving also jumped into the car and followed. Suddenly, a group of people began to chase in an orderly direction, and the humans who were originally immersed in their own experiences also joined in. Yi Fan ran wildly, searching for a safe route while listening to the voice in her ear. Don't look back. Head toward the alley. Yi Fan gasped. Who are you? Why do you keep talking in my ear? You don't need to know who I am. Just follow my orders. The alley. There's a brief hiding place there. Guided by this voice, Yi Fan had already run into a dark alley. Her night vision was excellent, and even without light, she could see the path clearly, so she felt less tense here than before. But she was very puzzled. Why was that voice always guiding her? Are you an alien? Yi Fan asked while running, images of highly intelligent aliens popping up in her mind. She thought, if they weren't from Earth, then the one giving her this notification must be an alien. This was something she couldn't understand for now. How could aliens control humans? And how is the person communicating with her? Yi Fan, it doesn't matter who I am. Remember who you are, and understand what you need to do. That's what matters. What does she need to do? All she remembered was that her name was Yi Fan, and she had lost everything else, even a system that could assist her memory. How could she understand what she needed to do? Right, Yi Fan, don't fall in love with anyone on Earth, especially Xiao-Qi. You two are not suitable. The moment Yi Fan heard this, a shadow suddenly descended from above, and immediately, a familiar aura rushed towards her. The next second, her waist tightened, and in a dizzying spin, she was pulled into a room, followed by a loud bang as her back slammed against the door. Before she could cry out in pain, the word that was about to escape her lips was covered by the man's rough hand, bouncing back. In that instant, Yi Fan felt a fine layer of sweat break out on her forehead from extreme tension. Who is it? Is it an alien? Is it an alien that wants to kill her? Let go. Yi Fan tried to resist, but the other party's grip tightened, even pinching her waist and using his body to suppress her struggle. This feeling was very unpleasant, as if she had encountered a tyrant. Yi Fan felt a bit angry and twisted her neck forcefully, finally managing to bite the man's hand in a gap. In the darkness, the man let out a soft hiss. When Yi Fan turned to escape, he grabbed the back of her head. Then a hot and intense kiss came crashing down. Yi Fan realized she didn't actually dislike his touch. In fact, for a moment, she felt that this taste was quite familiar. Who is this person? Bang, bang, bang. While Yi Fan was in a daze, the sound of knocking on the door came from outside, and she instantly became tense, her pupils dilating in shock. frozen and afraid to move. She even forgot to breathe. The man seemed dissatisfied with her reaction, and his hand on her waist tightened even more, causing Yi Fan to let out a soft gasp. At that moment, the man held Yi Fan's face even more frantically than before. Yi Fan felt that in the next second, she would be devoured by this person. It shouldn't be. There's a couple inside. Is this what humans call a wild couple? All right, let's go find that human first. We can check this out later. A group of voices came from outside, followed by footsteps. When those footsteps completely disappeared, showing no signs of returning, Yi Fan quietly wriggled one hand free and felt for a small knife at the man's waist. She quickly pulled it out, aiming it at the man's unguarded neck. I will kill you. The man's movement stopped, and in the darkness, he let out a soft laugh. You. Yi Fan's heart surged with unease. She was afraid of being exposed, afraid that the other party was an alien. In this cramped space, if they really fought, she would definitely not have the advantage. Click. After a sound fell, a sudden light illuminated the dark room, easing the tension and adding a touch of gentleness. Even gentler were the man's eyes. As she saw his face clearly, Yi Fan couldn't believe her eyes. Xiao-Qi, is that you? After speaking, she shook her head first, clenched her fists, and tried to remain calm. You. What star system are you from? Seeing her so guarded, Xiao-Qi's long fingers ran through his hair, a hint of sadness flashing across his delicate features as he let out a self-deprecating laugh. Yi Fan, what do you think I look like from what star system? Hearing him accurately call her name, the girl slowly regained her composure, and after a moment, tentatively asked, You are Xiao-Qi, the one with the ex-girlfriend Lu Tiantian and fiancé, Yimeng Ziding? Xiao-Qi was almost amused to the point of laughter by her words, gently stroking her chin with his fingertip. Yi Fan, is that all we have in common? Those two inconsequential women? What else? Yi Fan retorted honestly. You think I'm a kind of playboy that Gu described? I'll rigged. I really am a playboy. I like to toy with girls' feelings. And you should be my new target. Xiao-Qi deliberately struck a flirtatious pose towards Yi Fan. However, at that moment, Yi Fan did not believe his words. She stared intently at Xiao-Qi. Even though his face was filled with nonchalance, his eyes were filled with sincerity. And there was a kind of regard that she could read immediately. This feeling was strange. Her heart even inexplicably quickened. Yi Fan turned her head away. Xiao-Qi, stop joking around. I'm not joking, try me. Xiao-Qi said, raising his eyebrows slightly, pretending to kiss Yi Fan again. At that moment, a hint of helplessness crossed Yi Fan's brow, and she raised her hand to block his lips. Xiao-Qi, stop it. Why are you here? The key point is, why hasn't Xiao-Qi been controlled like her tonight? Yi Fan, do you remember what I said? Xiao-Qi's hand brushed her ear. His AI system had only been decorative tonight. The system malfunctioned during the day, and he didn't want to send it for repairs. What did you say? Yi Fan was taken aback. Did you hear any strange sounds? Did you see anything strange? Xiao-Qi leaned closer to her. Their noses almost touched, and their breaths intertwined almost instantly. Although they were discussing a serious topic, the atmosphere suddenly became ambiguous. Yi Fan could almost hear her own heartbeat. In the square, before being abducted by the crazy woman, did you hear anything? Xiao-Qi asked again. Chapter 24. What's wrong with your Homo sapiens AI system? Yi Fan was somewhat surprised by the words. What voice are you talking about? When we were in the square, there was a voice saying to go back. Tonight, there was a voice saying you need me. Yi Fan, can you explain to me if this voice has anything to do with you? Xiao-Qi stared seriously at Yi Fan. At that moment, Yi Fan realized that Xiao-Qi had heard the same voice as she did. But if she wasn't mistaken, that voice was different from their prompts. She just didn't understand why that voice said she needed him. Was someone trying to connect them? Turns out, you heard it too. Yi Fan finally nodded. Maybe the people in Lu Tiantian's video were connected, and perhaps that voice was guiding them. Maybe she really needed someone who believed in her to share her emotions. Yi Fan let go of her long-held guard. If I say I also don't know what that voice is about, would you believe me? Xiao-Qi was about to say something when two electronic sounds suddenly echoed in the small room. It was the alert sound from their wristbands. Citizens of Free City wore health wristbands that recorded heart rate and blood pressure. Xiao-Qi's was blue, while Yi Fan's was red. At that moment, both wristbands emitted alert sounds simultaneously. They both looked down to check. Why is it April 7th, 2047? They said in unison, then stared at each other in surprise, slowly raising their wrists to show each other the small display screens of their wristbands. Both of their wristbands showed the same prominent date. Suddenly, both fell silent. After about 3 minutes, Xiao-Qi suddenly spoke. "This date is very special to me." Yifan frowned. "Why?" Xiao-Qi did not hide it. "It's my darkest day." "I'm sorry." She lowered her head. How dark could it be for Xiao-Qi to react this way? This scar buried deep in his heart was something she dared not touch. "Yifan." Xiao-Qi suddenly leaned closer, focusing intently on her. His eyes, which had a flirtatious feeling during the day, were now cold and lonely, giving a very safe feeling. Yifan was momentarily stunned by his gaze. "Do you want to hear my story?" Xiao-Qi asked. The man's magnetic voice now carried a hint of hoarseness. Yifan could tell he needed a listener. "If Mr. Xiao doesn't mind, I could be a quiet listener." Yifan nodded seriously. "You." Xiao-Qi suddenly shifted his gaze towards the door. The dark shadow reflected in his eyes, carrying a sense of loneliness. Initially waiting for him to tell his story, Yifan felt the atmosphere was shifting in an odd direction, seeing him so deep in thought. "That, Mr. Xiao, if it's inconvenient, you don't have to say." Yifan cautiously probed. Xiao-Qi turned back to look into her eyes, a fleeting sadness flashing in his deep gaze. On April 7th, 2047, at 14:02:31, a massive explosion took my superior and teammates. Hearing these numbers, Yifan's gaze subconsciously fell on Xiao-Qi's collar. Hesitating before asking, "Is your tattoo that time?" 140231, the time I saw last time in the hospital. So that's what it meant? Those people must have been very important to him. Xiao-Qi unbuttoned his shirt, revealing the tattoo on his collarbone, raising his gaze to meet Yifan's. "Yes, it was that time. We were on a mission, thinking we could handle the thugs, but in the end, we fell into their trap. They stayed in that time forever to save me." By the end, Xiao-Qi's voice became hoarse and gradually faded. Yifan clearly saw his fair fingers curling tightly, veins faintly showing on the back of his hand, and his wrist slightly trembling. Even though he was brief, she could imagine the brutality of that moment. If it wasn't heart-wrenching, he wouldn't have such a strong reaction. Sometimes, being alive doesn't necessarily mean being lucky. As Yifan was lost in thought, a buzzing sound hit her brain hard, and her head started to ache. Yifan instinctively hugged her head, letting out a soft hiss. Seeing this, Xiao-Qi quickly embraced her, gently asking, "Yifan, are you okay?" However, at that moment, Yifan couldn't hear Xiao-Qi's voice. She felt herself swaying. It was as if she was in a long corridor. A hand waved at her. Then a changing voice spoke slowly. "Yifan, go to the bathroom. A massive explosion is coming. Protect yourself." She felt herself staggering into a bathroom, then sensed a violent shaking, suddenly bursting into another space. "Yifan?" "Yifan?" Xiao-Qi was asking with concern. Yifan took a deep breath and finally emerged from that emotion. The flashing memory reminded her of the day Lu Tian came to find her in the hospital. Her phone also displayed April 7th, 2047. She couldn't understand how this related to Xiao-Qi's explosion 5 years ago. But she believed that since Xiao-Qi could find her because of that voice, they must be connected. Regarding the aliens, she could tell her about it. So, Yifan rubbed her temples, took out her phone, and slowly said, "Mr. Xiao, when I was at the hospital, there was a page on my phone that I saved. Would you like to take a look?" Uncertain if Xiao-Qi could see the content on her phone, she didn't directly mention it was about aliens. Xiao-Qi took the phone, lowered his gaze to the page on it, and gradually, his expression turned cold. The aliens' metaverse space. Xiao-Qi was not shocked, but more angry. Seeing that Xiao-Qi could see the content on her phone, Yifan couldn't help but feel a bit happy and excitedly said, You can see it, right? Why can't I see it?" Xiao-Qi was confused. Yifan pressed her lips together and recounted the incident at the police station to him. "So you mean the people at the police station can't see the content on your phone and instead think there's a problem with your Homo sapiens AI system, suspecting your sanity?" Xiao-Qi asked. Yifan nodded. Xiao-Qi seemed to think of something and suddenly pressed Yifan's shoulders, saying seriously, "Lu Chun is Lu Tiantian's cousin. There's a high probability he's helping Lu Tiantian." Hearing this, Yifan's eyes darkened. He was joking with the lives of all humanity. "We may need to find the commander of Free City about this," Xiao-Qi suddenly said. Can we see the commander? I don't have a pass. Xiao-Qi spoke calmly. The Xiao family has one. I'll take you tomorrow. As he spoke, he looked towards the door, unsure of what he was thinking, and suddenly said, Tonight, I need you to stay here with me. It's not safe outside. Yifan's tense nerves relaxed a bit. Out of the corner of her eye, she suddenly saw the red alarm light flashing on Xiao-Qi's Homo sapiens AI system on his ear. Xiao-Qi, what's wrong with your Homo sapiens AI system? Chapter 25 Come, eat candy upon hearing this. Xiao-Qi took off the AI system from his ear, turned it off, and handed it to Yifan, explaining, it's malfunctioning. Since meeting Yifan at the bar, this AI system had been experiencing issues. At first, he didn't pay much attention. But as the malfunctions became more pronounced and began to affect his daily life, he simply started to ignore the notifications from the system, treating it as a decorative item. At this moment, Yifan examined the small system in her hand, paused for a moment, and asked in confusion, if it's malfunctioning, why don't you send it to Gao Ge Group for repairs? Xiao-Qi smiled self-deprecatingly and replied, I don't vibe well with Gao Ge Group. Yifan naturally shifted the topic, recalling Meng Ziding's appearance. This is the place where you dated your girlfriend before, right? Xiao-Qi was at a loss for words. In your eyes, do I often come to such a small space with girls for excitement? Yifan clenched her fist against her chin and mumbled softly. Didn't Gu Wei say you like to find? Fool, you're the first. Xiao-Qi's hand suddenly landed on Yifan's head, gently tousling her hair. Yifan was taken aback at first, then dissatisfiedly said, You messed up my hair. Then I'll help you fix it tomorrow. No need, Mr. Xiao. Please don't treat me as. Hey, Xiao-Qi. I'm here. Don't mess with my hair. Your hair feels nice to touch. The next morning, when Yifan woke up, she found herself in Xiao-Qi's car, immediately becoming alert and sitting up straight. Xiao-Qi, when did I get in your car? Xiao-Qi glanced at her, smirking. I carried you in when it got light. So we're going to find the commander now? Yifan quickly asked. Xiao-Qi freed one hand, raised a finger, and gently traced it along her nose, chuckling softly. No, first we're going to fix your hair, change clothes, and have breakfast. I promised you. Yifan remembered the scene from last night when they had wrestled with each other. Her face suddenly flushed, and she unconsciously turned her head to the side. The morning breeze carried a faint floral scent, slightly cool and very pleasant against her face, dispelling the tension that had been building in her brow over the past few days. Xiao-Qi glanced at her from the corner of his eye, turned on the radio, and softly asked, Do you want to listen to old songs? Yifan propped her head up. How old? Not older than our 2007, Xiao-Qi explained, playing the album. The LCD screen immediately displayed the song titled The Secret That Cannot Be Told. Soon, a light melody filled the car. Cold coffee left the coaster. The emotions I've held back are far behind, desperately trying to recover the past, still clearly visible on my face. The most beautiful isn't a rainy day, but the eves where we once sheltered from the rain. The memories are swinging on a swing, dreams starting to lose their sweetness. You said letting love go gradually would take us further, but why change the time we've missed? With your fingertips, you stopped me from saying goodbye, imagining you beside me before completely losing you. The melody of this song was refreshing, evoking memories of first love, which brought images to Yifan's mind. It seemed someone had mentioned it to her before. This song has a movie with the same name? Yifan blurted out, surprising herself with the recollection. Yes. The movie is also called The Secret That Cannot Be Told. It uses the male lead's high school life as a backdrop, telling a fantastical love story that unfolds when the piano genius Lin transfers to an art school and meets the mysterious pianist Lu Xiaoyu in an old piano practice room. Xiao-Qi explained that Lu Xiaoyu travels back through a piece of sheet music, right? Yifan pondered it. You have seen it? Xiao-Qi raised his eyebrows slightly. A movie from over 40 years ago, with almost no resources available on current online platforms. Where did this girl see it? Yifan sikit softly, a hint of bitterness at the corners of her lips. I probably watched it before I lost my memory. Seeing the sadness in Yifan's eyes, Xiao-Qi couldn't help but hold her hand, feeling a bit guilty as he said, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have made you unhappy. Yifan shook her head, a bright smile spreading across her face. It's okay. Didn't I also hear you talk about 5 years ago last night? We're even now. Xiao-Qi responded with a soft and his deep eyes unconsciously reflected the girl's smile. That smile, glowing softly at the corners of her lips, was brighter than the sun and warmer than anything else. Yifan quickly washed up at Xiaoqi's place, and he pulled her out for breakfast. To Yifan's surprise, a man like Xiaoqi, who came from a good family and held a high status, would actually eat breakfast from a street vendor. When the shop owner saw Yifan, she smiled warmly and said, "Qi is bringing a girl to eat breakfast here for the first time. You're different." Seeing the misunderstanding from the shop owner, Yifan blushed and quickly tried to explain. However, the shop owner took advantage of Xiaoqi's absence to place an exquisite small bowl in front of her, saying, "This is my sweet pancake, absolutely green and organic. You must try it." Under the shop owner's eager gaze, Yifan felt a bit shy but steeled herself to take a bite. The sweet and rich flavor immediately captivated her. "It's really delicious, right? If you like it, eat more. Annie will get you another bowl. This is on the house," the shop owner said, handing Yifan another bowl. With the shop owner's enthusiasm, Yifan ended up eating 2 bowls of sweet pancakes in one go. While it felt good while eating, after finishing, she started to feel a bit dizzy. "Auntie, why do I? Your face is a bit red." "Don't worry, I'll get Xiaoqi to take a look." The shop owner noticed Yifan seemed a bit tipsy and quickly called for Xiaoqi. Hearing that Yifan had eaten 2 bowls of sweet pancakes and her face was red, Xiaoqi, who came out of the kitchen, realized she hadn't drunk before and hurried over. He then saw the girl cutely cupping her face with her hands and smiling sweetly at him. "Xiaoqi, why are there 2 of you? Did you drink our lab's transformation potion? Let me see. Which one is the real you?" Yifan said, getting up. However, the girl walked unsteadily, like a tiny winding snake. "Wife, you've caused trouble again. Our sweet pancakes have a bit of alcohol in them. If a girl who's never drunk before eats them, she'll get tipsy. How many times have I told you this?" The breakfast stall owner shot a dissatisfied glance at his wife. However, the shop owner just smiled and said softly, "Don't be angry. I think my sweet pancakes helped Qi find a good wife." While the couple was chatting, Yifan had already been swept into Xiaoqi's arms, suddenly falling into such a solid embrace. The girl was momentarily stunned, then reached out to pinch his face, just like one would do to a figurine. But as she pinched, Yifan suddenly started to cry. Like a child, she pounded on Xiaoqi's shoulder while saying, "Bad person, you're a bad person. You said you'd come to pick me up from the lab that day. Why didn't you come? I've waited so long that the flowers have wilted." Knowing the girl was just speaking drunkenly and that her target wasn't him, Xiaoqi still couldn't help but apologize. "I'm sorry. It's my fault. Just saying sorry isn't enough." Yifan rubbed her eyes, suddenly puffing her cheeks out, looking like a little pufferfish. Xiaoqi looked at her gently and asked, "Then what should I do?" The little drunk Yifan raised her hand, extended one finger, one kiss. Then realizing it was wrong, she shook her head, extended 3 fingers. 3 kisses to make it better. Meanwhile, across the street, a woman in a black luxury car watched this scene, her fingers almost digging into her flesh. Chapter 26. She is like light, unfair. It's not fair. Meng Ziding was so angry that tears streamed down her face. She watched helplessly as Xiaoqi catered to Yifan's every need, treating her with utmost gentleness, seeing the happiness radiating from Yifan's face, and looking at them as if they were an engaged couple. It all felt too glaring. Clearly, she was his rightful fiancée, but she could only sit in the car and cry. And Yifan, this experiment, could enjoy his kindness without restraint. Yifan was more detestable than Xiaoqi's other women. 5 years ago, in that building, she should have been more ruthless. She should have killed her with her own hands. Meng Ziding's eyes were filled with hatred. She had meticulously planned to secure her engagement with Xiaoqi, envisioning everything for him, and for 5 years had been trying every means to spur him on, to help him rise from his low point. But what did he repay her with? A series of downfalls, a persistent lack of ambition. Even now, he had found this woman, Yifan. She was unwilling to accept such an outcome. She had to force Xiaoqi back onto the right path and lead him back to the position of commander. Otherwise, her calculations and sacrifices over the past 5 years would become a joke. Moreover, she, Meng Ziding, was a top woman. She must marry the commander, not a playboy. This time, Xiaoqi must follow the path she had set for him, and must work hard for her. Meng Ziding suddenly raised her head, her gaze falling on the cozy couple nearby. Her expression twisted, taking out her phone and looking for a few numbers. "Xiaoqi, wait. I will let Yi Fan see how pathetic you are, and I will make the women around you disappear. You can only rely on me, and you must rely on me." At the breakfast stall, Yi Fan looked up, her large, intoxicated eyes sparkling like stars, radiant enough to draw attention. "I can't cheer you up." Yi Fan pouted. The owner of the stall, seeing this, urged Xiao-Qi with a motherly smile. "Ah, Qi, what are you waiting for? A kiss can solve it. Why use anything else?" Yi Fan nodded in agreement. Yeah. Watching the little girl transform from a little white rabbit to a little fox, so cute it could melt hearts, Xiao-Qi ultimately gave up resisting, cradled her face, and kissed her forehead. The gentle touch on her forehead left Yi Fan stunned. She blinked again, then suddenly thought of something, tiptoed, and before Xiao-Qi could react, she suddenly leaned in and touched his lips. A light taste. Sweet. Yi Fan tasted the sweetness, her eyes sparkling even brighter, cuter than before. Hearing that melodious, drunken talk, Xiao-Qi suddenly stretched out his long arms and held her tightly in his embrace. With his other hand, he lifted her chin, leaned down, and gently kissed her lips. At this moment, his heart told him that this girl was his, and only his. He was willing to give up everything to have her. "Hubby, look, they're so sweet. I knew they were the best pair. Our Qi has found a wife." The owner's eyes were filled with little stars. If conditions allowed, she would have immediately taken a photo from memory. For 5 years, the seemingly playboy, Xiao-Qi finally met a girl he dared to touch. They all felt happy for him. It was unclear how long had passed when Yi Fan suddenly lost her reaction. Xiao-Qi quickly pulled back his lips, only to find that the little girl had fainted from his kiss. His deep eyes suddenly returned to calm, a hint of regret swirling in his heart. He was truly crazy. How could he not control himself? They had only known each other for a few days. Just a few days. Why was he unable to restrain his feelings? He couldn't even describe this feeling. When he saw her, all his rationality and timidity seemed to vanish. She was like light, illuminating his otherwise endless dark life. Xiao-Qi picked up Yi Fan, had the breakfast stall owner pack rice balls and congee, then bought some hangover medicine at a roadside medical station before carrying her into the car, gently feeding her a pill with his mouth. He then lightly tapped her lips with his finger. "Yi Fan, is this what it means to like someone?" An hour and a half later, Yi Fan slowly opened her eyes under the embrace of the sunlight. She rubbed her face and was surprised to see Xiao-Qi in the driver's seat, his gaze fixed on her without blinking. What happened? Trying hard to recall what had happened earlier, she was astonished to find that she had lost her memory again. She only remembered going to the breakfast stall with Xiao-Qi and then had no impression of what happened afterward. Damn, she had been proud of not losing her memory, and indeed had celebrated too early. Gurgle. At this moment, her stomach let out a long growl. Yi Fan awkwardly tried to get out of the car, but due to her excitement, her head hit the car door and she winced in pain. So embarrassing. "Are you hungry?" Xiao-Qi held her wrist, stopping her from getting out of the car, then leaned in to examine her forehead where she had hit it. Gently blowing on it, he said, "It's fine, no scars. The most beautiful is still you." Yi Fan's heart raced faster, and she blankly said, "Thank you. I don't accept verbal thanks." Xiao-Qi raised an eyebrow, teasingly said, I can only say thank you. Besides myself, I'm too poor to have anything." Yi Fan stared blankly at Xiao-Qi. The girl's silly expression made Xiao-Qi feel good, his eyes shimmering with amusement. "Then if you give yourself to me, I wouldn't mind." I mind, okay." Yi Fan immediately puffed up her cheeks. Xiao-Qi rubbed her head, finally letting her go. "All right, just kidding. There's breakfast in the thermos. Eat first. Then we'll go find the commander." "There's breakfast?" Yi Fan immediately broke into a bright smile. "Xiao-Qi, thank you. It turns out that a playboy with many girlfriends knows how to take care of a girl." After finishing breakfast, Xiao-Qi drove her to the commander's residence in Free City. Today was the commander's day off, and he usually worked and received guests at his residence. After the car stopped, right in front was the commander's residence in Free City, the rumored Little Venus. In Earth's District 29, each commander's residence was named after a planet. The design also closely resembled the feeling of those planets. Commander Ling Jiran's Little Venus looked very much like the shape of Venus in outer space. The residence looked particularly grand and atmospheric from a distance, surrounded by some technologically advanced small buildings, resembling little satellites. It was said that this residence also used space metal, capable of protecting the commander and his family's safety. As Shao-Chi brought Yi Fan to the entrance of Little Venus, his phone suddenly rang. Glancing at the caller ID, Shao-Chi's expression immediately turned cold, but only for a second. He quickly retracted that chill, looked at Yi Fan, and said, "Yi Fan, I have a troublesome call. Wait for me here." "Okay, you go ahead." Yi Fan nodded in understanding. Shao-Chi's rich romantic history, calling it a troublesome call, must be from an ex-girlfriend. Watching Shao-Chi get into the car to take the call, Yi Fan stood in place, carefully examining the decorations of Little Venus. At this moment, a few men at the entrance were occasionally glancing over at Yi Fan. Chapter 27. The warrior that the woman Ting Ting was talking about. She looks quite pleasant, not like a vixen at all. Shao-Chi has great taste. The women he finds always have good figures and temperament. One of the men spoke up. In Ting Ting's eyes, anyone close to Shao-Chi is just as useless as he is. Another man stroked his chin and chuckled softly, saying that even Lu Tiantian couldn't handle her, and she's not easy to deal with. They are mutual friends of Meng Zeding and Shao-Chi, coming from prominent families, each managing their own companies. At this moment, they arrived at the commander's residence after receiving Meng Zeding's message to check on Yi Fan. However, seeing Yi Fan's pure and clean appearance without any makeup, they felt a bit reluctant. Moreover, it doesn't seem appropriate to take action against the girl. Let the robot handle it. "We are gentlemen after all," one man said, gazing at Yi Fan's beautiful face that could captivate any man. Another man teased, "What's this? Showing pity for a delicate flower? Are you interested in Shao-Chi?" This is how men usually behave when they gather to discuss women. They exchanged knowing glances and laughed for a while before arranging for the robotic butler to approach. Before long, a flashy red luxury car arrogantly parked nearby. As the scissor doors opened, a woman dressed in a high-end gown, holding a luxury handbag, stepped out of the car. "Welcome, Miss Meng." Two robotic butlers emerged, scanning to confirm Meng Zeding's identity, mechanically performing welcoming gestures. Meng Zeding handed her bag to one of the robotic butlers. "Miss Meng, your appointment is in half an hour. Please proceed to the side hall for some refreshments." One robotic butler responded in an electronic voice. Even during the commander's rest time, clients cannot just be seen casually. Guests like Meng Zeding need to make reservations in advance to confirm the meeting time with the commander. "All right," Meng Zeding nodded gracefully. After that, she caught a glimpse out of the corner of her eye and suddenly noticed a familiar figure over there. Seeing Yi Fan alone, Meng Zeding's eyes turned cold, and she asked one of the robotic butlers, "Did Zheng Zihan and the others not come?" "The gentlemen are over there. We are responsible for handling their tasks," the robotic butler replied. "They are responsible?" Meng Zeding thought for a moment and quickly realized that those men must have looked at Yi Fan's face and felt sympathy. Men are so superficial, only looking at a woman's face. A trace of disgust flashed across Meng Zeding's face as she tidied her exquisite hair and told the robotic butlers, "You can't go over there without my orders." The two robotic butlers immediately stood still, not moving an inch. Meanwhile, Meng Zeding walked toward Zheng Zihan and the others, grabbing Zheng Zihan's sleeve and snorting coldly. Those idiots said they would bully her. The men shrugged, seeing that Meng Zeding was in a bad mood and didn't dare provoke her, so they could only follow her toward Yi Fan. "Yi Fan, is that you?" Seeing Shao-Chi coming toward Yi Fan, Meng Zeding, who had initially wanted to speak harshly, immediately spoke with excitement and anxiety. Hearing Meng Zeding's voice, Yi Fan instinctively looked up. Seeing that it was Meng Zeding and some unfamiliar men, Yi Fan was momentarily stunned, a complex expression flashing in her eyes. She didn't expect to encounter Meng Zeding and them here. "Yi Fan, what are you doing here? Are you trying to get the welfare benefits of Freedom City? If you just told me, I would definitely help you." Before Yi Fan could speak, Meng Zeding took her hand and said kindly, "Ting Ting, what are you helping her with?" At this time, Zhang Zihan sneered and looked at Shao-Chi. "Isn't there Shao, the talented young man? Isn't the Shao family very powerful? Let him help the little beauty." "Shao-Chi, do you know Yi Fan?" Meng Zeding looked at Shao-Chi, pretending to be surprised. Shao-Chi glanced indifferently at these people, standing beside Yi Fan with his hand naturally resting on her shoulder, presenting a protective posture. Meng Zeding secretly noted his actions, her heart boiling with anger. but her tone remained flat, as if she didn't care about them at all. "Oh, that's good. Then please help Yi Fan." "Ting Ting, I was just joking." "You took it seriously." Our Xiao, the talented young man, is known as a coward and a waste in Freedom City. He can't even help himself. How can he help this little beauty? Zhang Zihan looked at Shao-Chi as if he saw something disgusting. However, Meng Ziding smiled apologetically at Yi Fan. "Yi Fan, I'm sorry. They mean no harm." Yi Fan stood there, glancing at Shao-Chi's slightly changed expression, thinking to herself, if they really meant no harm, they wouldn't repeatedly call others waste. She didn't like Meng Ziding or the few men she brought along. Using others' shortcomings as weapons is too despicable. Before Zhang Zihan could say anything further, Meng Ziding, appearing unwilling to see Shao-Chi any longer, said to the men, "All right, don't we have things to do? Let us go in first." After saying that, she seemingly casually reminded, "By the way, Yi Fan, you should have better judgment when looking at men. Shao-Chi is a playboy. He changes girlfriends every 2 months. Don't waste your youth on him." Zhang Zihan immediately echoed, "Not only that, but Shao-Chi is also a deserter, a coward who got his teammates and superiors killed. If it weren't for his cowardice and fear of death 5 years ago, so many heroes wouldn't have sacrificed. You must not be as cowardly as him." "Shut up," Shao-Chi shouted lowly, a turbulent undercurrent swirling in his deep eyes. "You're not worthy to mention what happened back then." "Not worthy? What about me?" Meng Ziding suddenly turned around, her beautiful face showing disappointment and anger. "I'm your fiancé for 5 years. Have you ever given me an explanation? Are you a coward worthy of me? What about the wives and children of those teammates?" Meng Ziding's every word was like a heavy hammer smashing into Shao-Chi's heart, causing his expression to change immediately from anger to dejection. He believed he was worthy of Meng Ziding, but he had always felt guilty toward the widows of his superiors and teammates. If only he had tried a little harder back then. If only he had been stronger at that time, he could have saved them. Feeling the hand on his shoulder, trembling slightly, Yi Fan looked up to meet Shao-Chi's eyes, which were filled with suppressed pain and even guilt, and her heart suddenly ached. She didn't want to see him so low, didn't want these people to deny him. Before Meng Ziding could say anything hurtful again, Yi Fan suddenly took Shao-Chi's hand resting on her shoulder, intertwining their fingers. Then she looked at Meng Ziding, Zhang Zihan, and the others. "What qualifications do you have to criticize Shao-Chi?" Yi Fan spoke, neither humble nor arrogant, each word resonating firmly. He is not a coward. He has not wronged anyone. The explosion 5 years ago was not decided by him. Because he is alive, you call him a coward. Were you then, who are blinded by your own biases? And, do you know what Shao-Chi has done in the past 5 years? Have you seen him silently helping those at the homeless shelter? Have you seen him assisting those widows? You know nothing and only use your vile thoughts to speculate about him and attack him. Do you think that is heroic behavior? Haha, you are the most cowardly joke. Yi Fan, do you know what you're saying? Meng Ziding's face changed dramatically, clearly furious. Yi Fan nodded, each word steady and resolute. No matter who asks me, my answer is the same. In my eyes, Shao-Chi is a hero, a warrior who forges ahead through thorns. Chapter 28. This woman is too scheming. And you're just clowns standing on the shoulders of giants. You have no right to mock him, let alone deserve to mock him, Yi Fan said, tightening her grip on Shao-Chi's hand. The warmth of her small hand dispelled the coldness emanating from his large palm. And the girl's voice rang out once more at a moment when everyone was belittling and mocking Shao-Chi. That night I met you, and there is nothing luckier and more beautiful in this world than that. So, I won't allow anyone to question you, not even you yourself. Shao-Chi, I believe in you. The gloom dissipated, and the frozen earth instantly melted, suddenly becoming lush and fragrant. Shao-Chi couldn't help but hold Yi Fan tightly in his arms, planting a kiss on the top of her head. He wished he could turn her into his goddess. He thought that the incident from 5 years ago had completely destroyed him. He even questioned and looked down on himself, doing everything he hated. But this girl believed in him, even stood up for him. They had only just met, yet it felt like she could see through his heart. How could he not be moved? How could he not be touched? Under the gaze of the crowd, the two embraced tightly. Meng Ziding's expression changed, her fists clenched tightly, and hatred surged in her eyes. She had brought people here to let Yi Fan know about Xiaoqi's cowardice from 5 years ago, to make her look down on him, to sow discord between them. More importantly, she wanted to use this kind of blow and insult to motivate Xiaoqi to become the man she admired again. But the result was that Yi Fan stood up for Xiaoqi here and received a kiss from him. How could Yi Fan do this? What made her even angrier was that when Yi Fan mentioned that night, they actually had secrets she didn't know about. Why was this happening? Why didn't Yi Fan hate Xiaoqi? Why didn't Yi Fan use those things to provoke Xiaoqi into making progress like she did? Yi Fan was a fool. Yi Fan's worldview was completely gone. How frustrating. Meng Ziding couldn't understand why Yi Fan's attitude toward Xiaoqi was so different from hers. Other women she had told about Xiaoqi's past would look down on him, and some would even join her camp to help provoke Xiaoqi into reflecting and improving. But Yi Fan, this woman is too scheming. She is a vixen. Just as Meng Ziding was about to lose control of her emotions, someone came over and gracefully said, "Miss Meng, the commander asked you to come in first." The woman's voice pulled Meng Ziding's thoughts back. She quickly suppressed her anger and looked at the secretary in silver clothing, trying hard to smile elegantly. "Okay, Secretary Wu." Meng Ziding followed Secretary Wu with Zheng Zihan and the others. After walking a short distance, Secretary Wu couldn't help but ask curiously, "Miss Meng, who is the lady that Mr. Xiao brought?" Zheng Zihan immediately replied, "A sharp-tongued vixen." Upon hearing Zheng Zihan's tone, Secretary Wu's eyes flashed. So, this was Mr. Xiao's new girlfriend. Mr. Xiao is becoming more and more outrageous. How could he bring her here? Miss Meng doesn't need to worry about the face of both families. She should propose to break off the engagement. Secretary Wu. Meng Ziding paused. Instead of discussing the engagement issue, she said seriously, "It may not be appropriate to say this, but I'm afraid the commander might be deceived by them, so I must ask you for a favor." Secretary Wu nodded quickly. "Miss Meng, please go on." "That woman is named Yi Fan. She is an uneducated fraud, often shutting down the intelligent AI system, violating civic moral rules, and bullying people at the homeless station. This time, she came to Little Golden Star with Xiaoqi. She probably has some schemes. If possible, could you and the robots drive her away? Don't let her influence the commander." Meng Ziding said slowly. She is such a person." Upon hearing Meng Ziding's words, Secretary Wu's eyes flashed with disgust. "No wonder I saw she doesn't have the intelligent AI system on her ear. She is so outrageous. She should be locked up in the police station for reflection." Zheng Zihan also added. The things Yi Fan said earlier made him very angry. So even if Meng Ziding didn't fabricate lies, he planned to speak ill of Yi Fan to get Secretary Wu to drive her away. She has harmed more than one person. I even suspect some terrifying incidents are related to her. In short, it's better not to let someone like her into a place like Little Golden Star. Zheng Zihan said quietly. Secretary Wu nodded repeatedly. "Don't worry. I already know what to do. You all go in first. I will handle this right away and absolutely won't let such a person influence the commander." Soon, after watching Meng Ziding and the others go in, Secretary Wu walked toward the main entrance. Sure enough, she saw Yi Fan and Xiaoqi communicating with the robots, saying they wanted to see the commander. Secretary Wu's face instantly turned cold as she walked over with her arms crossed. Upon closer observation, Secretary Wu was stunned. Not only did Yi Fan lack the intelligent AI system on her ear, but even Xiaoqi's ear was completely clean. She herself didn't wear it, but dragged Xiaoqi along. No wonder Xiaoqi's behavior was becoming increasingly strange. The intelligent AI system not only assists human life, but also constrains everyone's behavior. Without the system's constraints, wouldn't that mean they could do anything? The criminal incidents in recent years have all been committed by those without the intelligent AI system. What exactly did Yi Fan want? Did she want to completely ruin Xiaoqi? Even if Xiaoqi is a coward whom everyone dislikes, he is still someone the commander has been praising. She absolutely cannot let Yi Fan destroy him. "Mr. Xiao, I'm sorry, but you and this young lady do not have the qualifications to enter." Secretary Wu did not hide her disgust for Yi Fan, her tone extremely cold. "If you are trying to scheme against the commander, then please leave. People like you do not deserve to communicate with the commander." Scheme against the commander? Yi Fan was taken aback, a bit amused. How did she look like someone trying to scheme against the commander? Secretary Wu pressed the buttons on the two robots impatiently and said, "There's no need to argue. I have seen many people like you while patrolling the prison. You and Mr. Xiao should leave quickly. Otherwise, I'll have all the robots come out to drive you away. And it won't be pretty." The commander's residence is guarded by professional robotic bodyguards, which do not belong to any technology company. They belong to the 29th District General Army. They are selected, assigned, and replaced by the command headquarters regularly. The robotic bodyguards here at Little Golden Star were just replaced a week ago, and according to the higher-ups, they have higher intelligence. Although they cannot think independently, their robotic eyes can transmit video data in real time, allowing the commanders far away at the Earth General Army to see immediately, make decisions, and synchronize commands. In a sense, these robotic bodyguards are like extensions controlled remotely by each commander. Therefore, Secretary Wu felt that if Yi Fan had to face those robots, it would mean her misdeeds would be known to the General Army. At that time, she might end up on the General Army's blacklist. The consequences would be unimaginable. Chapter 29. The security of Freedom City will be compromised after Secretary Wu finished speaking. Yi Fan and Xiao Qi remained motionless. With a cold snort and a look of disgust at Yi Fan, she turned and said, "Since you truly have no shame, I can only make you famous." After saying that, Secretary Wu turned around. She still needed to go inside to help the commander arrange the evening banquet and couldn't waste time here. Even with Xiao Qi's protection, once those robots appeared, the two of them would have to leave. After all, humans cannot fight against machines, especially in today's technologically advanced era. Humans have long been unable to withstand the onslaught of high technology. As soon as Secretary Wu left, Yi Fan and Xiao Qi were blocked by two welcoming robots. "Warning, you are not allowed to enter." The arms of the two robots were crossed, emitting a buzzing sound of electricity. Yi Fan and Xiao Qi exchanged glances, took 2 steps back hand in hand, and calmly looked at the robots. "I am Xiao Qi. Please help me contact the commander. We have very important matters to report," Xiao Qi said. However, the robots continued to repeat, "Warning, you're not allowed to enter." The robots lacked autonomous consciousness. Upon receiving orders, they would execute them, even if they were incorrect. Seeing that Yi Fan and Xiao Qi had no intention of leaving, they sent out a signal for the security robots to come. Meanwhile, in the reception room, the atmosphere was just right. Commander Madoff looked at a document and smiled respectfully at the person on the big screen, assuring, "Rest assured, there will be no accidents." As the commander of Freedom City, Madoff held video conferences with the Supreme Commander at his residence every week on his day off. This meeting was not recorded, essentially a very confidential private meeting. However, the topics discussed were not private. Most were about Earth management, energy distribution, and even the space station in the universe. By 2052, aviation technology had advanced unprecedentedly, and many astronauts had left the Milky Way, docking at space stations on other planets and interacting with other life forms. Although most astronauts had not returned, they had obtained a wealth of information about alien civilizations through video connections, including some things that even Madoff was unaware of. Madoff was a good commander and a law-abiding subordinate. He would take only as much information as the Supreme Command gave him and would never pry for more. He also strictly controlled the information of the citizens in his jurisdiction according to the Supreme Command's requirements. Like humans in other regions, the people of Freedom City were unaware that alien civilizations were very close to them. They even remained stuck on the idea that humanity's greatest aviation achievement was landing on the moon, and that the 8 planets of the solar system had yet to be explored. After hanging up the video call, Madoff recalled the Supreme Commander's words, took a deep breath, and carefully examined the document contents. That plan, Madoff's gaze shifted slightly as he pondered. He was so engrossed in thought that he didn't notice Meng Ziding and the others entering until they stood before him. "Commander Montag?" Meng Ziding approached Madoff. Madoff suddenly snapped back to reality and quickly put away the document on the table. However, even with his swift movement, Meng Ziding's peripheral vision caught a glimpse of a portion of the document. Her heart raced. What was that? Why didn't she know about it before? No. She had to go back and ask her father. "Miss Meng, is there something you need today?" Madoff concealed the document and quickly changed his expression to his usual serious demeanor. Meng Ziding, realizing he was unwilling to discuss the document, smiled slightly and said, "Well, I want to." While Meng Ziding and the others chatted with Madaf, Yi Fan and Xiao-Qi were already in big trouble outside. 10 tall robots, lifelike and almost indistinguishable from humans, were expertly wielding electronic guns aimed at Yi Fan and Xiao-Qi. "Do not approach." The leading security robot issued an electronic voice. Seeing this, Xiao-Qi pulled Yi Fan behind him, adopting a protective stance as he communicated with the robots. "Please contact the Supreme Command. I am Xiao-Qi, former squad leader of the 8th Peacekeeping Team in Freedom City. My code is 77277. The robots, upon hearing this, scanned Xiao-Qi's face with their mechanical eyes. However, a minute later, the robot's response remained, "Entry prohibited." Zheng Zihan and the others, who had been sent out early by Meng Ziding, happened to see Xiao-Qi and Yi Fan surrounded by robots at the entrance, with expressions of mockery on their faces. They thought these two were truly foolish. Seeing the security robots and still not knowing to leave was just embarrassing them internationally. Remembering Yi Fan's sharp tongue earlier, Zheng Zihan wanted to see the commotion and pulled his companions over. Seeing the two surrounded by 12 robots, Zheng Zihan wore a condescending expression filled with disdain. "Listen up, robots. They are terrorists who will compromise the security of Freedom City. Arrest them all," he shouted. "Yes, this Xiao-Qi has caused the death of a peacekeeper. And this woman has probably harmed many people too. If you don't arrest them, that would be irresponsible to humanity." Zheng Zihan and the others casually condemned Yi Fan and Xiao-Qi. Some robots had already aimed their electronic guns at Yi Fan. However, just as they were about to attack Yi Fan and Xiao-Qi, Yi Fan's phone suddenly rang. She quickly checked the message. "Teacher, say 9917 to the robots." 9917? Yi Fan didn't understand the meaning of this message, but the robots were ready to pull the trigger, leaving her and Xiao-Qi with no other options. Thus, Yi Fan addressed one of the robots, saying 9917. "Ha ha! What use is it to say numbers to robots? Do you think it's a spell? Fool! You're overthinking it." Zheng Zihan laughed heartily, already regarding Yi Fan as an idiot. The others joined in ridiculing Yi Fan and Xiao-Qi. "I say, Xiao-Qi, your taste is terrible. You've chosen a fool. You might as well go back and kneel to Ting Ting, promising to behave. Sticking with such a fool has no future." However, just as they were enjoying their laughter, one robot suddenly turned around, aiming its electronic gun at Zheng Zihan. Its electronic voice sounded extremely angry. "Shameless. Do not verbally attack Ms. Yi Fan." These robots conveyed the intentions of the Supreme Command personnel, and this statement was communicated remotely by those individuals. Once this was uttered, the atmosphere at the entrance changed drastically, enveloped by an extremely strange pressure over everyone. Realizing that the robots were protecting Yi Fan, Zheng Zihan and the others were completely dumbfounded. They stood there stiffly, faces filled with disbelief, and finally shook their heads simultaneously. What does this mean? No verbal attacks on Yi Fan? Weren't they just about to take action against her? There must be a problem with these robot systems. Chapter 30. I'm sorry. Xiao-Qi, the receptionist robot, did not move at all, its hollow electronic eyes fixed on Yi Fan. The robot that had just spoken turned around and approached the two reception robots, raised its finger, tapped on their system touchpad, and input a command. In a flat tone, it said, "Miss Yi Fan is a distinguished guest and may pass." Distinguished guest? The robots did not react too much. But Zheng Zihan and the others were even more confused. They even began to doubt whether these robots had become human. How could they say such strange things? Yi Fan looked at the robots, equally baffled. Why were they treating her as a distinguished guest? Aren't these robots under the command of the group? Could it be that her information had reached the upper echelons of the group? Or that she had worked there? But why was there no trace of this in her human AI systems memos? Why did the logs only record her as a waitress or comic artist? With no higher-end job information, the robotic bodyguards stood in front of Yi Fan, recording every minute expression of hers. After a while, they spoke. "Miss Yi Fan, you may enter." After saying this, they suddenly turned around and mechanically surrounded Zheng Zihan and the others, repeating, insulting Miss Yi Fan, "Confinement. Confinement." Zheng Zihan never expected that these robots would confine them. Even if they were wrong, A few casual insults did not warrant confinement. Yi Fan was not a commander type who must be respected by all humanity. Why did these robots have to confine them just because they had said a few words about Yi Fan? Zheng Zihan was now angry, crossing his arms and saying unhappily, "We want to see your highest management. We do not accept your punishment." Seeing Zheng Zihan confronting the robots, a man panicked, glancing at the robots and then at Yi Fan and the others, as if he thought of something and turned to run inside. The robotic bodyguards did not chase the man, but instead grabbed Zheng Zihan's shoulder, their electronic voices devoid of warmth, repeating, insulting Miss Yi Fan, "Confinement. Confinement." Feeling the pain in his shoulder, Zheng Zihan turned pale and exclaimed, "Ouch. Let go of me. You are actually attacking humans." According to the laws of District 29 on Earth, robots could not attack humans unless peacekeeping police were present. Otherwise, they would be destroyed. Therefore, Zheng Zihan was not afraid of the robotic bodyguards. Instead, he threatened, "If you don't let go of me, just wait for bad luck. I'll watch you get crushed into pieces at the recycling center." The robotic bodyguards lacked human emotions. They only knew they had to follow orders. So they showed no change in response to the threat. Confinement. 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 The robotic bodyguards had already begun to grab other men. Those wealthy young men had never endured such suffering. They immediately cried and begged Zheng Zihan, "You think of a way, don't provoke them. We can't be confined. Ouch, it hurts. It hurts." Quickly apologize to Yi Fan. Someone suggested apologizing to Yi Fan, and the others immediately reacted. They quickly, as if seizing a lifeline, looked at Yi Fan and spoke in unison. "Yi Fan, we were just joking with you earlier. Don't take it seriously." Yeah. It was just adult humor. You don't need to take it so seriously, right?" Seeing her companions apologizing to Yi Fan out of fear of pain, Zheng Zihan was speechless. He gritted his teeth and almost immediately said, "You fools, what a disgrace. Doesn't nobody like her really deserve to hear your apologies?" At this moment, outside the reception room of Little Jupiter, Meng Ziding had finished communicating with Madaf and was ready to go out and continue mocking Yi Fan and Xiao-Qi. Unexpectedly, a rich second-generation friend rushed over. The man, panting, recounted what had happened outside to Meng Ziding. When he mentioned that the robots had to respect Yi Fan, Meng Ziding had a bad premonition, and the final mention of confinement made her head buzz, leaving her somewhat dazed. Aside from that, there was worry. The scene outside the Haisong Group laboratory was still fresh in her memory when the robots had scanned Yi Fan's iris. Even in the presence of a virus, they had not attacked Yi Fan. Now, thinking of the robotic bodyguards outside Little Jupiter protecting Yi Fan, Meng Ziding clutched her chest, suddenly having a very bad suspicion. Yi Fan probably was not as ordinary as her information suggested. The reason she could become one of the first AI users of Haisong was not simply due to her excellent performance in games. If Yi Fan was not an ordinary person, or even held a particularly high status, then she would be worthy of Xiao-Qi. If Yi Fan was worthy of Xiao-Qi, what happened 5 years ago would repeat itself. Thinking of this, Meng Ziding nearly went mad, standing there in collapse, her nails digging deep into her palm. She had originally thought her noble status could easily crush any heiress and secure her position as Xiao-Qi's wife. But now things had taken an unexpected turn. No, she would not allow Yi Fan the chance to overshadow her. She would absolutely not let Yi Fan meet the commander, nor let her have the opportunity to become someone more noble than herself. Xiao-Qi's love should belong to her. The admiration of others should also belong to her. She was born a noble princess, a goddess bringing light to this world. Seeing Meng Ziding's face change continuously, the rich second generation who had come to report couldn't help but feel worried, quickly asking, "Ting Ting, are you okay? Do you want to go out and apologize to Yi Fan?" Then, upon hearing this, Meng Ziding's expression darkened suddenly. "Why should I apologize to her? Let's go find the commander. What if the robotic bodyguards are there to maintain order? I'll find a reason to make the commander leave and let them end up with nothing." On the other side of the door, several wealthy young men were in tears and ultimately had no choice but to look at Xiao-Qi. "Hey, Xiao-Qi, say something. Let her forgive us. Don't confine us." Yeah. We grew up together. Our friendship is here. You can't let your woman bully us." If you do this, I'll despise you even more in the future. Seeing them disrespecting Xiao-Qi once again, with such an arrogant demeanor, Yi Fan's expression slightly darkened. She held Xiao-Qi's hand and said to Zheng Zihan and the others, word by word, "You should apologize to Xiao-Qi. Isn't it that if we apologize to Xiao-Qi, you'll help us plead for leniency and let the robotic bodyguards release us?" A rich second generation asked with a surprised face. Yi Fan replied slowly, "All right, then you say Xiao-Qi. I'm sorry, you were the bravest 100 times." The wealthy young man. What is this? Is this woman serious? This is too childish. Moreover, thinking of having to say that to Xiao-Qi felt somewhat nauseating. Not saying it, huh? Fine. I'll go in with Xiao-Qi first. You can take your time. Seeing that the wealthy young men were not speaking, Yi Fan pulled Xiao-Qi and turned to leave. Chapter 31. What on earth is your identity? The rich second generation suddenly turned pale. No, don't go. Let's talk now. Xiao-Qi, I'm sorry, you're the bravest. Yi Fan glanced at Zheng Zihan and the others. You all have to say it together. Zheng Zihan didn't want to speak, but the machine bodyguards looked tough to deal with, and being locked up was quite embarrassing. He gritted his teeth and finally joined the others in repeating, Xiao-Qi, I'm sorry, you're the bravest. Xiao-Qi, I'm sorry, you're the bravest. Xiao-Qi, I'm sorry. Xiao-Qi was completely caught off guard by Yi Fan's support, momentarily stunned. Yi Fan could actually be so good to him. He had already been abandoned, thrown into hell, scorched by magma, and his heart, full of wounds, suddenly burst out of hell and returned to the human world because of her support. For the first time in his life, he felt a sense of redemption. She not only believed in him, but was also willing to stand against Zheng Zihan and the others for him. Just this point was enough for Xiao-Qi to fall in love with her. Xiao-Qi couldn't help but hug Yi Fan, gently kissing the top of her head. The two looked incredibly sweet, but Zheng Zihan and the others were about to vomit blood. They had never said such disgusting words, especially directed at Xiao-Qi, and now they felt dirty themselves. After a hard struggle, they finally repeated it 100 times. Zheng Zihan's mouth was dry, but he didn't want to ask Yi Fan to let Xiao-Qi go, so he let his companion speak. Yi Fan, we said it. You can let the machine bodyguards let us go now, right? Yi Fan nodded. I'll give it a try. The rich second generation sneered. Are you kidding me? We VE said it all, and you just want to try? Didn't you promise you could do it? Yi Fan blinked. I never promised that. If you think trying won't work, then fine. I won't try. The rich second generation. This woman has been playing them from the start. Zheng Zihan gritted his teeth in anger. You're just deliberately helping Xiao-Qi take revenge and messing with us, aren't you? Yi Fan slowly spoke, admitting, yes, you have been slandering Xiao-Qi, and I do want to help him clear his name. Now that you've apologized, Xiao-Qi has heard it. If you're angry and don't want me to communicate with the machine bodyguards, then I'll just say, good luck to you all. Cough, cough, cough. Zheng Zihan was so furious he was about to spit blood, grinding his teeth, his eyes rolling around as he deliberately said, you're just afraid, right? You're scared that speaking up will be useless and you'll embarrass yourself in front of us, right? Yi Fan smiled. Mr. Zheng, reverse psychology doesn't work. Xiao-Qi, you despicable person. Just watch how your woman bullies us. You're so trash. Zheng Zihan couldn't win against Yi Fan, so he could only vent his anger on Xiao-Qi. Yi Fan looked at these rich second generations, frowning in thought. They grew up with Xiao-Qi and were all from rich families. Indeed, not easy to provoke. She wasn't afraid of retaliation, but what about Xiao-Qi? She couldn't drag Xiao-Qi down. After thinking it through, Yi Fan pressed her lips together and finally walked towards one of the machine bodyguards, looking up and saying, please report to the highest group commander. There's no need to keep them in confinement. Zheng Zihan rolled his eyes upon hearing this. You're going to report to the highest group commander? Who do you think you are? Just because you think you're noble doesn't mean you're actually important. The highest group commander wouldn't bother with this, let alone listen to you to let us go. However, the next second, the machine bodyguard clearly relayed the order. The highest group commander's decree, lift the confinement punishment for these gentlemen. Zheng Zihan's eyes widened, and he turned around, looking at Yi Fan with a ghostly expression. What on earth is this woman's identity? Why could she really contact the highest group commander? And the response was so quick. It was as if the highest group commander was only watching her, waiting to help her solve troubles. What on earth is going on? Before Jing Zihan and the others could figure it out, Yi Fan and Xiao-Qi had already walked through the door. Secretary Wu was flustered, organizing things in the reception room, feeling somewhat resentful. When she saw Yi Fan and Xiao-Qi approaching, she immediately showed an impatient expression. "How did you get in? Didn't Tiwi say you couldn't come in?" Yi Fan replied, "The machine bodyguards let us in. You can check outside if you don't believe me." Hearing this, Secretary Wu furrowed her brows. Those machine bodyguards were under the highest Group S command and had extraordinary combat power. If they hadn't been allowed in by the higher-ups, even if Yi Fan and Xiao-Qi had mutated genes, they could not have come to her so easily. So, the higher-ups agreed to let a woman like Yi Fan meet the commander? What exceptional qualities did Yi Fan possess that Meng Ziding cared so much about her existence? And why was Xiao-Qi also by her side? "Can we meet the commander?" Yi Fan interrupted Secretary Wu's thoughts, calmly inquiring. Secretary Wu shrugged, apologetically saying, "The commander is at the Gauga company for a meeting and wants to be back today." "What?" Yi Fan frowned. "How could it be so coincidental? They come in, and the commander goes to the Gauga group for a meeting? You want to be able to see the commander for the next 3 days," Secretary Wu added. The Gauga group's meeting was not being held in Freedom City, but at the headquarters of District 9 on Earth. With current technology, it only took 3 hours to get from Freedom City to the District 9 headquarters, which didn't seem to waste much time. However, ordinary people didn't know that the actual meeting place was not District 9, but through the Aerospace Center of District 9 to a space station. Since the launch of the intelligent AI system, all meetings were held at the space station to maintain confidentiality. Getting from the ground to the space station and then landing from the space station was not just a matter of a few hours. That's why Secretary Wu told Yi Fan they wouldn't be able to see the commander for the next 3 days. At this moment, Xiao-Qi's gaze dimmed slightly, not knowing what he was thinking, but he wore an understanding expression and said to Yi Fan, "Since today isn't possible, let us leave first." Yi Fan frowned, looking at her phone. "How about I leave my phone here? Secretary Wu can scan the contents for the commander." She felt that the aliens' metaverse amusement park would soon explode with problems. And if they couldn't communicate with the higher-ups in time to find out the cause and talk to the aliens, humanity would be in danger. But Xiao-Qi said, "Let us leave first. There will always be a way to solve this." In the end, Yi Fan was pulled out of Little Venus by Xiao-Qi. In the car, looking at the complex expression on Xiao-Qi's face, Yi Fan held her phone, thought for a moment, and pondered. "Do you not believe Secretary Wu? Since the post says aliens will control our bodies at night, leaving the phone behind is dangerous. What if they destroy the phone?" Xiao-Qi asked. Yi Fan nodded yes. Xiao-Qi is right. If they discover the phone as abnormality and destroy the last piece of evidence, we won't be able to prove anything. So, what should we do next? "We must find someone we can trust in these 3 days, Yi Fan said. Chapter 32. Yi Fan is injured. Xiao-Qi looked at her with deep concern and glanced at her phone. The police in Free City were not trustworthy at the moment, and the peacekeepers were harboring misunderstandings due to his previous actions. It seemed difficult for them to find someone they could trust in Free City. "Do you think Gu Wei would be okay?" Yi Fan suddenly thought of Gu Wei's position as the deputy commander of the 8th Squad and quickly asked. However, Xiao-Qi shook his head and said, "You probably don't remember the official title system on Earth. Currently, there are 29 districts on Earth, all managed by a 7-star group commander. The leaders of each region are also called commanders, and they are 5-star commanders. Each 5-star commander oversees 9 squads, with the highest manager of each squad being a 4-star commander. Gu Wei is a deputy commander, which only qualifies him as a 3-star. A 3-star commander can manage 2-star and lower-ranked peacekeepers and police, but can only report to a 4-star commander and absolutely cannot interfere with the 5-star commander. The 8th Squad under Gu Wei only has a deputy commander, and the position of 4-star commander has been vacant, not because they couldn't find a suitable successor, but to commemorate the previous commander. Everyone thinks that Earth is currently peaceful, with humans living and working in harmony, and that there won't be any major issues. So, they don't pay much attention to whether the 8th Squad has a 4-star commander or not. However, this has posed a dilemma for Gu Wei. When he discovers a problem and wants to report it, there is no higher commander to report to, So he can only choose to either keep it to himself or hand it over to the deputy commander of another squad to report. He has not been promoted in the past 5 years because he has been stuck in this situation. After listening to Xiao-Qi's explanation, Yi Fan squinted her eyes slightly. Recalling Gu Wei's face, and thoughtfully said, he probably feels quite helpless and doesn't want to be stuck in this position forever, right? Xiao-Qi nodded. Gu Wei is a very ambitious person. He has probably been hindered because of me. Yi Fan looked at Xiao-Qi, grasped his wrist, and shook her head. You haven't burdened anyone. What happened 5 years ago was not your fault. You can't keep punishing yourself for those things. Xiao-Qi's heart stirred, and he turned to look at her. At that moment, sunlight streamed through the car window, illuminating her cheek. Her beautiful eyes sparkled like stars in the sea, making her particularly captivating. Xiao-Qi was about to say something when he noticed his phone ringing. It was a call from Meng Ziding. Xiao-Qi glanced at Yi Fan first and saw that she had no unusual reaction before picking up the phone and swiping to answer. However, his voice was much colder than usual. What is it? Xiao-Qi, don't forget that our families have a dinner appointment tomorrow noon. I don't care how far you've gone with that woman outside. You are not allowed to bring her to embarrass me. I never said I would go. Xiao-Qi replied coldly. What does it matter if you don't come? Do you want everyone to be embarrassed along with you? Xiao-Qi, don't forget that you are a member of a Xiao family and what you have carried in the past. You should work hard for all of us, not waste your life squandering your youth. I won't, Xiao-Qi said, looking at Yi Fan, feeling understood about why he might be ruining himself. Moreover, there were more important matters waiting for him to address in Free City now. You won't. You really shouldn't be with Yi Fan. She has you wrapped around her finger with a few nice words, making you complacent and useless. I really don't understand why you've become like this. Xiao-Qi glanced at the person beside him again and noticed she had lifted her gaze towards him, feeling a sense of disgust towards Meng Ziding. You have no right to question my affairs. Also, I will not allow you to slander the people I care about. Your people? Huh, Xiao-Qi, don't forget. I have not agreed to the marriage annulment application yet. Without my approval, your relationship with her is illegitimate. Everything I do is for your own good. You must remember that you owe me. Boring, I'm hanging up. Xiao-Qi had no interest in listening to Meng Ziding continue, and he directly hung up the phone. He then looked at Yi Fan. Are you okay? Yi Fan shrugged and shook her head with a smile. I'm fine. It's not the first time I've been on the receiving end of their harsh words. Besides, for Yi Fan, there is no need to care about someone who doesn't like her. That would be disrespecting herself. Having thought this, Yi Fan opened her phone screen again, focusing more on how to relay the information. She was very worried about the alien's next actions. Xiao-Qi understood her thoughts and was about to say something when the car happened to reach turn. Before they could pass, a vehicle suddenly rushed over. In an instant, their car flipped over by the roadside, and the sound of electricity crackled from the engine. Surrounding vehicles came to a halt, and mechanical traffic police rushed over to inquire. They helped turn the car upright, and when they opened the door, they saw Yi Fan and Xiao-Qi tightly embraced. The accident happened extremely quickly. Xiao-Qi was somewhat distracted by Meng Ziding's call and didn't respond in time. Yi Fan, however, reacted almost immediately, as if her senses had been amplified many times, using her body to shield him from the impact. Inside the car was a mess, and as the mechanical traffic police rescued Xiao-Qi, his face was grave. His gaze first showed a second of relief, then quickly fell on Yi Fan. Yi Fan nervously held Xiao-Qi's hand. Xiao-Qi, are you okay? She was indeed frightened when the other car crashed into them. However, Xiao-Qi did not answer her. Instead, he quickly raised his hand to wipe her cheek, noticing the blood flowing down from her forehead, his face turning icy. Yi Fan was injured. Blood was flowing from her forehead and her back. It could even be said that she was badly hurt. His brows furrowed deeply, and his expression was somber. Let's go to the hospital. Xiao-Qi's voice trembled slightly, and without waiting for the mechanical traffic police to inquire, he had already picked up Yi Fan. At the moment Xiao-Qi held her, Yi Fan finally felt a bit of pain in her body and then realized there was blood on her forehead. When the ambulance arrived, the driver of the vehicle that caused the accident suddenly rushed over and knelt on the ground with a thud. With a face full of guilt, the man repeatedly shook his head and explained to Yi Fan and Xiao-Qi, I didn't expect it to turn out like this. My intelligent AI system was malfunctioning. I didn't mean to. After the intelligent AI system was introduced, many humans on Earth chose to go into a lazy mode, driving and working without actively thinking, relying entirely on the AI system. The driver's brain was resting at that moment, and it was the AI system controlling his body. So, he only regained consciousness after the accident occurred. Now he was terrified, worried about Yi Fan's condition, and feared he would go to jail for his improper operation. Xiao-Qi and Yi Fan exchanged glances, both looking at the man. Finally, Xiao-Qi said, "If the system has a problem, then let Gaoge Group investigate." Chapter 33, Bone, aged 19 years, hospital. Yi Fan had lost too much blood. Her face was as pale as paper, making people very worried. But strangely, she didn't feel weak at all. In fact, her hearing and vision felt unprecedentedly sharp. Xiao-Qi had been holding her hand, and one could sense the man's tense emotions from his slightly trembling fingertips. Yi Fan was about to say something when she caught sight of the bloodstains on his shirt, and she couldn't help but feel guilty, apologizing for getting his clothes dirty. Xiao-Qi's heart tightened, and his brows furrowed. A look of pity appeared in his cold gaze as it fell gently on Yi Fan's face. He whispered, "I should be the one apologizing." It was he who had been distracted by Meng Ziding's phone call. The car accident was his responsibility. "Xiao-Qi, I don't feel any pain from the wound." Yi Fan said, "You've lost a lot of blood. How could it not hurt? The doctor will come soon to treat your wound. Don't be afraid," Xiao-Qi said, his dark pupils swirling with emotions, his brow tightly knitted. "I'm not afraid. I'm more worried about aliens." Could it be that the driver lost control because of alien influence? Yi Fan asked. She had been pondering this on the way. The Gaoge Group system was already quite mature and wouldn't have bugs and traffic issues. But if it were aliens controlling humans, that could explain it. But don't they only occupy human bodies at night? Xiao-Qi's face darkened. Don't think about those things for now. At that moment, he had no mood to consider the safety of all humanity. He just wanted to ensure her safety first. Yi Fan frowned, but Xiao-Qi looked at her furrowed brow and her lips that were gradually losing color, and his heart tightened. He cupped her face and gently pecked her. "No buts. Your health is more important right now. If you keep thinking about other things, I want to just kiss you." Yi Fan's face immediately flushed, and she covered her mouth, shaking her head repeatedly. Just then, Dr. Qin Yefeng walked over, signaling Xiao-Qi to speak aside. Xiao-Qi glanced at Yi Fan, nodded, and after handing her over to the nurse, he followed Qin Yefeng to the doctor's office. Moments later, Qin Yefeng handed Xiao-Qi a report and raised an eyebrow, saying, "First, tell me what your relationship is with this Yi Fan. Just playing around, or have you developed feelings?" "She's different from those others," Xiao-Qi replied, briefly explaining some of his encounters with Yi Fan. After listening, Qin Yefeng's expression changed several times before he finally smiled and said, "Congratulations. You've met someone who truly appreciates you. But have you thought about Meng Ziding?" "Xiao-Qi, I already sent her a letter of withdrawal from the engagement." Cough, cough, cough. Qin Yefeng looked at Xiao-Qi's delicate face in surprise. "You sent a letter of withdrawal to Meng Ziding? Then why is the Meng family still saying they won't give up on you?" Xiao-Qi's calm expression carried a hint of coldness as he glanced at a group photo on the table and suddenly said, "Qin Yefeng, do you believe this world is controlled by aliens? Are you joking?" Qin Yefeng laughed, shaking his head. "The scenarios in science fiction novels can't happen in reality. Your psychological barriers haven't disappeared. Instead, you seem to have developed a delusion, which is quite troublesome." Xiao-Qi lowered his gaze and thought seriously for a moment before looking at Qin Yefeng. He had expected this outcome, although Qin Yefeng had grown up with him. His thinking was more rigid and difficult to accept theories contrary to the top group. He had just been testing the waters, and since Qin Yefeng couldn't accept it, he couldn't continue to discuss it deeply with him. "I'll increase your medication dosage. But before we deal with your matter, you need to look at this document." Qin Yefeng pointed to the file in Xiao-Qi's hand. Xiao-Qi looked down and saw that it was a bone age assessment report. In the year 2052, with medical advancements, most doctors no longer just referenced height and weight when prescribing medication. They also looked at age and the condition of bone and physical development to ensure more accurate medication use. Years ago, measuring bone age required at least 2 days. But now all hospitals had adopted Gaoge Group's medical equipment, allowing a human's bone age to be measured in just 5 minutes. He brought Yi Fan to this hospital for a bone age test. Now, the bone age assessment report in front of Xiao-Qi prominently displayed a few lines. Name, Yi Fan. Registered age, 24. Actual bone age, 19. Actual bone age, 19 years. Xiao-Qi looked at Qin Yifeng in surprise. A difference of 1 year between bone age and actual age is normal. But now Yi Fan's bone age had a 5-year difference from her actual age. That's not a good sign. Either she was affected by radiation that hindered her physical development, or there are circumstances we don't know about, Qin Yifeng explained. Xiao-Qi was astonished. Can you do a comprehensive check on her? Yi Fan's amnesia was already somewhat strange, and with the bone age issue, he felt it was necessary to conduct a thorough physical examination. Qin Yifeng thought for a moment before saying, if you want to do a comprehensive check, you must go to Zone 9 and use the top group S Medical Center equipment. Because it's not just a bone age issue. I suspect she has micro-robots in her body. Xiao-Qi's expression darkened. If there were really micro-robots, going to Zone 9 would mean she was imprisoned. Humanity had actually made considerable progress in robot research, not only using micro-robots to treat diseases, but also to manage prisoners and test subjects. However, unlike therapeutic robots, those used to manage prisoners and test subjects were like parasitic beasts coexisting with humans. They could internally destroy human brain cells, organs, and so on, when necessary. Most people would not allow such robots in their bodies. But prisoners and test subjects had no choice. Once they were implanted with robots, they had to be kept in a fixed environment, either under strict supervision or confined on an island. No one could escape. If Yi Fan had micro-robots in her body, there were 2 possibilities. She was either a prisoner trying to escape the island or a test subject trying to flee the experiment. In either case, sending her to Zone 9 would result in her being discovered by the security system there and immediately taken into custody. Xiao-Qi believed there was no problem with Yi Fan, so he absolutely would not allow anyone to take her away. Seeing Xiao-Qi's anxious expression, Qin Yifeng quickly said, "This is just my speculation. There is no test result to back it up. You can observe her for a while longer. If this girl named Yi Fan truly has something unusual, she must be sent to Zone 9 promptly." Saying this, Qin Yifeng paused, carefully choosing his words before adding, "If she is a prisoner, you can wait for her sentence to end, but if she is a test subject, I suggest you give up on her. A girl treated as a test subject may no longer be human. She might die young, and as a childhood friend, I wouldn't want to see you like you were 5 years ago, lost and despondent." "I understand. I will confirm her situation." In the hospital room, the nurse was applying medicine to Yi Fan, and after helping her take off her clothes, she looked surprised. "Miss Yi, you have no wounds on your back." How strange. She saw the torn clothes and bloodstains, but why was Yi Fan's back as smooth as a peeled egg? Chapter 34, She is just a clone. The nurse stared at Yi Fan's back, and after a moment of silence, suddenly reached out to touch her skin. The touch didn't feel like a checkup or treatment. Instead, it carried a hint of force, as if she were trying to find something inside Yi Fan's body. Yi Fan slightly furrowed her brows. "Nurse? Miss Yi, your body needs further examination. I will go get the deputy director. Please wait a moment." As she spoke, the nurse turned around. However, in that instant of turning, Yi Fan caught a glimpse of the wary and fearful look in her eyes. It wasn't until the door to the ward closed that Yi Fan's expression changed. Her face slightly tightened as her intuition told her that the nurse wasn't going to get the deputy director. What did she think of her? As something terrifying. Realizing this, Yi Fan suddenly jumped down from the hospital bed. She had to find Xiao-Qi. In the office, Qin Yifeng had said a lot, but Xiao-Qi was slowly losing focus, thinking about Yi Fan in the ward, wondering how the nurse was handling her wounds. Would those wounds leave scars? Seeing that Xiao-Qi couldn't concentrate anymore, Qin Yifeng patted his shoulder and sent him out of the office. Just as they stepped out, someone suddenly ran out from the corridor. Yi Fan was standing there barefoot, still wearing the same outfit she arrived in. Her hair was slightly disheveled, with some strands sticking to her forehead and others to her lips, and tiny beads of sweat adorn her face, paired with her slightly parted, gasping lips, making one feel a bit worried. What had she just gone through? When Yi Fan heard the nurse talking about calling the police, she suspected that the nurse had informed the authorities. She was a bit scared, fearing that both the nurse and the police would see her as a bad person and lock her up. "Xiao-Qi, you." The moment she saw Xiao-Qi, Her heart suddenly calmed down, but at the same time, she noticed Qin Yefeng beside him. She hadn't looked closely at this man in the ward earlier, but now, observing him up close, his face resembled someone from the night she was auctioned. Yes, she remembered, he was the charming man standing next to Xiao-Qi, who had called her Little Rabbit. The way he now seemed to have no impression of her indicated that he had likely been controlled that night. At this moment, Yifan's gaze was fixed on Qin Yefeng. For a moment, the corridor was so quiet one could hear a pin drop. However, because Yifan kept looking at Qin Yefeng, a sour feeling surged in Xiao-Qi's heart. "Miss Yi, what happened?" After a few seconds, Qin Yefeng spoke first. Xiao-Qi had already stepped in front of him, his gaze coldly landing on Yifan's seemingly anxious bare feet. "You ran here without shoes?" Yifan was startled by his serious expression, like a child caught doing something wrong. She tucked her hands behind her back, her toes nervously tapping against each other, before slowly explaining, "I was too anxious, so I forgot to put them on." Anxious about what? Xiao-Qi still wore a stern face, but gently picked Yifan up. She naturally wrapped her arms around his neck and then, feeling slightly embarrassed, glanced at Qin Yefeng, saying weakly, "Can we talk in a safer place?" She wasn't sure if Qin Yefeng was trustworthy. Therefore, she couldn't tell him about the absence of wounds on her back for now. Noticing the complex expression on Yifan's face, Xiao-Qi fell silent for a few seconds before turning to Qin Yefeng. "Can I borrow your break room?" Qin Yefeng smiled and nodded. "Help yourself." Just then, several female doctors passed by, and, seeing Xiao-Qi being so gentle with Yifan, they all laughed and said, "Mr. Xiao doesn't seem to be playing around this time. Is the first waste turning over a new leaf, being serious about a girl? It seems this woman has something special about her. So what if she is special? Encountering a man like Xiao-Qi, who lacks ambition, is bound to lead to no future to look forward to. Dr. Qin, don't you think so?" Qin Yefeng's face darkened, and he didn't respond. Yifan was special. She was braver and more outstanding than any of them. In fact, he knew a lot about Yifan, including that there were micro-robots inside her body, and the pain she had endured in such an environment. Each time he thought about it, he felt distressed and hated his own helplessness. The woman he liked, he couldn't protect, and he had to pretend he saw nothing. How could he endure that? Now he truly regretted allowing them to implant a high-level AI chip in his brain. Because of that chip, all his words and actions were monitored by the headquarters of the group. Even if he knew about Yifan, he couldn't directly tell Xiao-Qi. He could only use micro-robots to remind him through District 9. He hoped Xiao-Qi could understand his meaning, hoped he could help her escape that kind of life. But at the same time, he couldn't figure out why Yifan's bone age was 19. Had the teacher conducted nuclear radiation mutation experiments on Yifan without their knowledge? If that were the case, would Yifan end up like her parents? As Qin Yefeng pondered, he decided to do a little more for Yifan. "Xiao-Qi, Yifan," that was all he could do for now. "Teacher, are you in District 9? I'm at the space station." A man's heavy voice came from the other end of the phone. "You know about Yifan, right? Why is her bone age?" Qin Yefeng asked with difficulty. The other party's tone changed immediately, filled with displeasure. "Qin Yefeng, Yifan has been missing for 5 years. Her return might just be that of clone. I advise you not to do anything that would make us unhappy." Qin Yefeng's face turned slightly pale. 5 years ago, during the explosion, Yifan went missing and the teacher and others suspected she was dead. He had doubted that too, but the current Yifan showed no signs of being a clone. Well, the teacher definitely wouldn't tell him the truth. Meanwhile, in the adjacent break room, Xiao-Qi carefully laid Yifan on the bed and then went to find a new nurse's uniform to change into. Yifan immediately knelt on the bed. Turning her back to the man, "Xiao-Qi, can you check my back? Is there no wound?" Xiao-Qi was momentarily taken aback, then leaned closer as the girl suggested. Underneath the cut clothing was a smooth, fair piece of skin. Not only were there no scars, but even a mole was absent. "Your wounds." Xiao-Qi couldn't believe it. Yifan immediately turned her head to look at him. "Did they suddenly disappear? You're not a clone, nor could you possibly be a mutant." Xiao-Qi fixed his gaze on the small of Yifan's back. At that moment, there was a tiny object, resembling an octopus spider. Ordinary people couldn't see it, but he had undergone surgery, and his vision was several times better than average. making it very easy for him to spot such micro-robots. Qin Yifeng was right. She had micro-robots inside her. Moreover, these were therapeutic robots. The wounds on Yifan's body had been healed by these robots. In his memory, only a certain type of person had therapeutic robots in their bodies. How could Yifan possibly? Xiao-Qi, should I go to District 9? Yifan met the man's gaze and couldn't help but say, I'm worried that before I lost my memory, I did something harmful to society. Chapter 35, because they owe you. After Yifan finished speaking, she sighed lightly. Xiao-Qi, when it comes to aliens, probably no one will believe me. Xiao-Qi suddenly held her face and shook his head. No one is more trustworthy than you. Yifan blinked, confused. Why do you say that? Xiao-Qi replied, because they owe you. If everything is proven, then everyone owes you, including me. Then, Xiao-Qi, what should I do now? Yifan thought about the existence of aliens and felt some worry. Who should we tell about the existence of aliens? Xiao-Qi leisurely helped her tidy her hair, thinking for a moment before saying, go to the Research Institute and find my university teacher, Fang Yuanlan. Fang Yuanlan is a top 10 postdoctoral researcher globally, with significant achievements in astronomy, molecular physics, mechanical electronics, and even medicine. He has an account on top international forums, and any message he posts will definitely attract high-level attention. Therefore, Xiao-Qi wanted to use Fang Yuanlan as endorsement to produce a report on the existence of aliens and also help him check Yifan's health. Yifan glanced at the time. There were still 4.5 hours until sunset. Should we go to the Research Institute immediately? Xiao-Qi nodded and pointed to the nurse's outfit beside her. You should change clothes first. After saying that, the man turned around, but just as he took a step, he thought of something and turned back to ask, do you need my help? Yifan's heart skipped a beat. She picked up the clothes and ran directly to the lounge. I can do it myself, 5 minutes. At most 5 minutes. Moments later, Yifan changed into the nurse's outfit and put on a mask. Seeing Xiao-Qi staring at her in a daze, Yifan paused, looked down at her clothes, and asked curiously, is there something wrong? A hint of tenderness appeared on Xiao-Qi's face. No problem, you look great. Let's take the staff elevator. Xiao-Qi took her hand and naturally walked out. The hospital elevator is made of reinforced glass, allowing a view of the outside scenery. But people outside cannot see what is happening inside. Once in the elevator, Xiao-Qi glanced at the surveillance camera above and naturally held Yifan in his arms. The surveillance area might think you have found a nurse girlfriend. Yifan noticed the camera flashing and teased. Xiao-Qi, do you think I only look for a girlfriend in your eyes? Xiao-Qi's expression changed slightly, grinding his teeth in your eyes. Do I only look for a girlfriend and nothing else? Yifan shrugged. I didn't say that, don't think too much. Little thing, your thoughts are written all over your forehead, Xiao-Qi said, leaning in closer. However, at that moment, the elevator suddenly shook. Xiao-Qi instinctively tightened his hold on Yifan and looked around warily, his sharp gaze landing on the surveillance camera. The camera, which had just flashed a green light, was now completely unresponsive. Someone had turned off the surveillance and even stopped the elevator. Yifan froze for a second before saying, is there something wrong with the elevator? In this technologically advanced era, elevator accidents had dropped below 5%. Yifan had hardly heard anyone mention elevator accidents, but unexpectedly, they encountered one today. As soon as Yifan finished speaking, a buzzing sound came from the top of the elevator, and the suspended electronic screen began to shake violently. With a loud bang, it crashed down in front of Yifan and Xiao-Qi, shattering into pieces. Seeing this scene, Yifan couldn't help but tighten her brows. Xiao-Qi's hands tightened around Yifan as he stepped back a few paces, careful not to let their bodies touch the elevator wall. He remained silent, staring intently at the four corners of the elevator. We should call for help. Yifan took out her phone. However, her phone had no signal. Xiao-Qi, what should we do? Suddenly, there's no signal. Can you make a call? Or should we use the emergency phone? Yifan felt inexplicably anxious. Xiao-Qi held Yifan tightly. Don't worry, I'm here, I'll handle it. The surveillance camera also began to shake and drop, nearly hitting Yifan. Xiao-Qi quickly raised his hand and swatted away the fallen camera. At that moment, the elevator suddenly dropped. The sudden feeling of weightlessness left Yifan's mind blank, and a strange laugh echoed in her ears, startling her to instinctively grab hold of Xiao-Qi's shirt. The laugh was terrifying, as if it would take her life. She felt uneasy and fearful. Almost everything that could fall inside the elevator had already done so, leaving no strange electrical sounds. Yet, a voice echoed in both Yi Fan and Xiao-Qi's ears. Danger. You're in danger. Yi Fan suddenly lifted her head, her heart almost leaping out of her throat. Her watery eyes fixed on Xiao-Qi, her voice slightly weak. Xiao-Qi, do you think this is an accident or something man-made? Whatever it is, I will protect you. Xiao-Qi tightened his grip. The falling debris and the elevator's strange reaction reminded him that this elevator accident was not a coincidence. Someone wanted to kill them. If it was because of him that Yi Fan had to suffer this unwarranted disaster, then he was sorry for her. But if the target was Yi Fan, then she was very likely in a certain identity. Yet even so, he would never give her up. Such a bad person, she chose to trust him. She was brighter than the sun and more beautiful than anything in this world. Such a wonderful Yi Fan. How could she be destroyed? This elevator has a maintenance team. I'll find a way. Xiao-Qi looked towards the help area. He didn't have the AI system, so he couldn't activate the help system through brainwaves. But he could still use the most primitive method to input a communication command. Sure enough, after he entered a series of communication commands, a robotic voice came from outside. It was monotone, but it was clear they were coming to rescue them. 2 humans, vital signs normal. As the robotic voice faded, the glass door in front opened a crack. Humans, come out first. The robot in front extended an arm and explained the elevator program has malfunctioned, and the machine cannot intervene for now. Please come out first. Yi Fan pushed Xiao-Qi, signaling for him to go first. However, Xiao-Qi grabbed Yi Fan's slender waist, lifted her up, smiled gently. You go first, I'll be out soon. Yi Fan felt warmth in her heart, but was still worried. But you, if you hesitate for a second, my danger increases by a second. Hearing this, Yi Fan looked at the man's resolute face and immediately made a decision. She couldn't let his danger increase. So she grabbed the robot's arm and was quickly pulled out. Once she stood firm, she didn't relax, immediately turning to look for Xiao-Qi. But at that moment, the robot's arm unexpectedly missed Xiao-Qi's hand. The elevator doors suddenly shook. In an instant, the elevator plummeted rapidly downward. Before Yi Fan could react, a loud crash echoed from the elevator shaft. Xiao-Qi. Chapter 36. Forbidden Technology. Yi Fan's mind was blank. Her heart felt as if it was being tightly squeezed by a giant hand, causing her to struggle to breathe. She hated the version of herself that had come out first. The robots immediately issued a rescue alert, unable to wait for other rescue robots to arrive. Yi Fan rushed towards the stairwell. Ma'am, you cannot go there. A robot raised its arm to block Yi Fan. Don't stop me. Yi Fan's eyes turned red as she forcefully pushed the robot's arm aside and ran down. At that moment, her heart was in chaos, with only one thought repeatedly flashing her mind. Xiao-Qi, you absolutely cannot die. With you here, my world is like a lush primeval forest, full of vitality. If you're gone, my world will be a desolate desert, and I will become a walking corpse with no expectations from life. Yi Fan didn't even know how she made it down. But when she saw the debris of the elevator on the ground floor and the many robots forming a quarantine circle, methodically sealing off the accident scene, she felt as if her soul had shattered, along with the elevator. Her eyes burned, and the bitter tears were about to overflow. A robot blocked her path again. Human, step back. I want to go. I want to see him. Yi Fan exclaimed, her emotions getting the better of her. The robot, not understanding human emotions, felt that Yi Fan was delaying their investigation, raised a tranquilizer gun, and issued a final warning. Human, step back. If you don't step back, we will fire. Yi Fan gritted her teeth, filled with anger and about to shout that she wasn't afraid when a voice suddenly appeared behind her. Yi Fan's back stiffened instantly, standing there in a daze, taking several seconds to react. This voice is Xiao-Qi's, right? She turned around abruptly and saw a medical robot spraying medicine on Xiao-Qi not far away. The man's hair was disheveled, his shirt had a large tear, and he looked disheveled, yet his face carried a gentle smile. He waved at Yi Fan. At that moment, looking at Xiao-Qi, Yi Fan felt an indescribable joy. Her heart suddenly stirred, and without caring about the environment or whether anyone was watching them, she raised her foot and ran towards Xiao-Qi with all her might. Under the vacant gaze of the robots, Yi Fan jumped up and fell into Xiao-Qi's embrace. The sudden warmth nearly caused Xiao-Qi to stumble. He steadied himself, tightly gripping her waist and gazing into her eyes. This embrace felt so familiar and beautiful. It was as if they had often done this before. The piece of his heart that had been missing suddenly filled up, looking gently at Yi Fan, one hand cradling the back of her head, their foreheads touching, their breaths intertwining. His deep gaze locked on her delicate face, his voice husky as he asked, "You were scared, weren't you?" Yi Fan suppressed her urge to cry and quickly asked, "Are you hurt?" "Don't forget, I used to be a peacekeeper. This level of injury won't affect me." Xiao-Qi replied. Yi Fan nodded, not saying anything more. At this moment, nothing made her happier than seeing that he was unharmed. Meanwhile, at the Gaoge group, Meng Ziding was leisurely looking at the reports, feeling unprecedented joy at her father's promise. A young assistant walked in, looking at her with a complicated expression. "Miss Meng, Mr. Liu and the others." Hearing this, Meng Ziding lazily lifted her head, glancing indifferently at the assistant. "What's wrong? Just say it." "He did something not very good in Engineer Du's office. You might want to take a look," the assistant said, lowering their head. Seeing the assistant's hesitant demeanor, Meng Ziding rolled her eyes, thinking they were being overly dramatic. "Fine, I'll go take a look." As she stepped out of the office, Meng Ziding suddenly thought of something and asked the assistant, "Does Liu Weisin come to the company often?" "Yes." President Meng gave him a pass, allowing him to come and go freely. "Also, he controls the AI system," the assistant said cautiously. Meng Ziding paused, turning back to look at the assistant. "He controls the AI system?" "I can't say for sure. You'll know when you go take a look," the assistant replied. Meng Ziding nodded and walked towards Du Lin's office. At that moment, Liu Weisin was furious, pointing at the large screen in front of him as he questioned Du Lin. "I told you to be harsher. Why didn't you listen?" That little brat escaped again. Just as Du Lin was about to respond, the office door was suddenly pushed open. They both turned to see Meng Ziding standing there. Du Lin immediately froze, the electronic pen in his hand dropping to the floor. "Oh, Tingting, why are you here?" Liu Weisin approached Meng Ziding, feeling guilty. "Tingting, what are you looking at?" Seeing Meng Ziding's gaze on the large screen, Liu Weisin felt even more guilty and instinctively blocked the screen with his body. However, Meng Ziding closed the door and strode over, pushing Liu Weisin aside in anger. "What are you doing? Isn't this a program rewrite? Who are you controlling with the AI?" Liu Weisin's face changed dramatically, his mouth opening, unable to respond. Meng Ziding, having been exposed to cutting-edge AI technology, knew that this system could block human autonomy, treating humans as puppets to control. However, this was forbidden technology, violating human rights and laws. As far as Meng Ziding knew, even the high-level executives at the group headquarters would not allow anyone at Gaoge to use such technology to control humans, causing social chaos. "Liu Weisin, are you trying to destroy Gaoge Group? Do you want my father to go to prison?" The more Meng Ziding thought about it, the angrier she became, her expression darkening to the point of being unrecognizable from that of a noble young lady. Liu Weisin trembled at her words, glancing at the large screen and then at Meng Ziding's gloomy face. He hurried over, grasping her hand and explaining nervously, "Tingting, I'm doing this for Ting Tian's revenge. Plus, your father is using this technology. He said it was suggested by some people." Meng Ziding shook off Liu Weisin's hand. "What nonsense are you talking about? How can my father act recklessly?" Knowing Meng Ziding wouldn't believe him, Liu Weisin took out his phone, opened a message, and handed it to her. "You, take a closer look, isn't this?" Meng Ziding glanced quickly, her expression changing instantly as she asked in disbelief, How is this possible? This technology was planned during its creation. If you don't believe me, you can ask your father. And, Ting, look, I haven't harmed anyone else. I just wanted to teach Yi Fan a lesson." Fearing that Meng Ziding wouldn't believe him, Liu Weisin hurriedly walked over, opened another screen, and selected a video. "Look, I just made this person confused and then caused an accident. But Yi Fan is just too lucky. As for the hospital, I had them handle the elevator. But I didn't expect Xiao-Qi to be there." Meng Ziding paced back and forth, furious. "Don't tell me that. The key point now is, why will my father agree to use this technology?" Chapter 37. Don't hurt innocent people. Liu Weisin sighed. Ting, calm down. Perhaps they are just trying to research better. As long as you and I aren't affected by this technology, it's fine. Meng Ziding replied irritably. This concerns all of humanity. I can't just watch you act recklessly. She didn't possess the great love of a benevolent person. What she truly worried about was whether the commander would hold her accountable if he found out, turning her from a high and mighty young lady into a despised rat. She didn't want to fall from the clouds into hell. She wanted to be admired by everyone, to shine brightly. I think you should communicate with your father. Maybe they have some new plans? Lu Weisin pondered, thinking that even if there were new plans, he wasn't concerned. He only wanted to help his daughter take revenge and ruin Yi Fan and Shao-Chi. At this moment, Meng Ziding realized that Lu Weisin was harming Yi Fan. How many times have you harmed Yi Fan in this way? Lu Weisin honestly raised a finger. This is the first time. Your father didn't give me this permission before. Don't worry, I won't dare to do it again soon. They probably have their guard up. Damn it. Meng Ziding gritted her teeth and whispered, You're really foolish. Even with this technology, you can't kill Yi Fan. No wonder your daughter is mentally ill. It's because her father is useless. Lu Weisin was taken aback, looking at the different Meng Ziding, and asked, Ting Ting, what did you just say? Meng Ziding then realized she had exposed her true nature in front of others. She rolled her eyes a few times and quickly waved her hand, smiling. Did I say anything just now? You must be hallucinating. Ting Ting, I won't come in and misuse these things anymore. Don't tell anyone else. And don't let the police or peacekeepers notice me. Okay? Lu Weisin tentatively asked. Of course. However, a glint of malice flashed in Meng Ziding's eyes, and the corners of her lips slightly curved up. What suggestion? Lu Weisin quickly asked. If the police really investigate this matter, we'll just say, this was done by Yi Fan. With everyone pointing fingers at one person, the police and the higher-ups won't be able to trust Yi Fan anymore. Meng Ziding smiled. In that fleeting moment, she thought of this idea. Since they couldn't directly attack Yi Fan, she would frame her. After all, someone like Yi Fan would eventually be betrayed by everyone. If I help her a bit, she can better recognize reality and won't foolishly compete with me for men. Ting Ting, you're so smart. This idea is great. We won't have to fear that little bitch anymore. Lu Weisin laukit hatidi. Meng Ziding pursed her lips and put on a kind facade. I do all this for Tian Tian. You all must remember my good intentions. We will remember your kindness. In the hospital parking lot, Yi Fan looked worriedly at Shao-Chi. Are you sure you don't need to go back for checkup? Shao-Chi shook his head, thoughtfully saying, the car accident and the elevator incident are no coincidence. If it's an alien operation, it means we are already being targeted. This time, it's not just for all of humanity, but for ourselves as well. We must speed up and let them know of the alien's existence. Yi Fan looked at Shao-Chi with a complex expression for a long time before finally saying, if it's not aliens, it could be targeting me. Shao-Chi, do you want to take me to District 9 for investigation, in case I'm... Ye Fan. Shao-Chi's expression instantly turned cold. That day during the maglev accident, I saw a bullet flying towards me from a corner. And then all the dangers surrounded me. I just feel. Yi Fan carefully considered her words and said seriously, what if I am a dangerous element? She had a teacher's text message, could hear strange voices, and could communicate with robots, verified by iris scans. Everything was reminding her of something. She was afraid she would bring disaster to Shao-Chi. Shao-Chi grasped Yi Fan's shoulders, speaking each word firmly. I believe in you, just as you believe in me. Even if the whole world is against you, I still believe in you. Yi Fan's heart trembled violently. Thank you. I don't accept verbal thanks. Shao-Chi suddenly leaned closer. Cough, cough, cough. Yi Fan's earlier emotional state was instantly replaced by shyness. Her cheeks flushed as she turned her head away. Didn't we say we were going to find Professor Feng Yuanlan? Let's hurry. Seeing her suddenly cute demeanor, Shao-Chi lovingly raised his hand and ruffled her hair, whispering, all right. At the Freedom City Research Institute, when Shao-Chi and Yi Fan arrived, the institute was being cleaned, and Feng Yuanlan's office had temporarily moved to the other side of the road. To enter, they had to register with the peacekeepers. Shao-Chi didn't want Yi Fan to follow him and be mocked, so he left her in the car and walked straight over with his documents. While waiting for Shao-Chi, Yi Fan suddenly saw a little boy fall and cry outside. She opened the car door and kindly went over to help the little boy up, brushing the dust off his leg. Before she could say anything to the little boy, a woman rushed towards her, agitated. What did you do to my son? You're not wearing the AI system. Are you mentally ill? The woman pointed at Yi Fan, questioning her fiercely. Just as Yi Fan was about to respond, several researchers in white uniforms also gathered around, looking at her, and then at Xiao Qi's car by the roadside. Their tone was exceptionally unfriendly. Tisk, it's Xiao Qi's girlfriend. So, she is not being wronged. If you're with Xiao Qi, you're either a waste or mentally ill. Take her to the police station and find out if she attempted to harm a child. The researchers were increasingly sharp-tongued, not only hurling insults, but even pointing at Yi Fan. The hurtful words sliced through her like daggers, as if they were determined to tear her apart. Yi Fan couldn't help but recall an old saying, harsh words wound more than a cold winter. The little boy's mother was even more agitated than the researchers, spitting at Yi Fan's feet in disgust, saying, Xiao Qi's waste made my husband lose the chance to become a peacekeeper. Being with him, you're trash. You're an evil woman. The woman seemed to think that wasn't enough. She grabbed a distillation flask from a nearby reagent cart and threw it directly at Yi Fan. As the distillation flask was about to hit Yi Fan's head, a man's figure swiftly jumped over, blocking it with the back of his hand just 30 centimeters away from Yi Fan. However, in the next second, a bruise appeared on his arm. The mocking researchers were momentarily stunned at the scene, and the woman who threw the flask was also taken aback. Xiao Qi's expression darkened as he coldly scanned the crowd, saying, if you have grievances, come at me. Don't harm innocent people. Chapter 38. Yi Fan is a clone, huh? What are you pretending to be a real man for? That woman sneered. The other researchers joined in the mockery. When your brother teammates were in danger back then, I didn't see you fighting so hard, but for a woman, you dare to. Useless, just a waste who flatters women. The woman in your arms is also a shameless vixen without any backbone. Xiao Qi's gaze became even sharper than before, whether I am useless or not. You have no right to judge. She is innocent. Did you forget the public security regulations of Freedom City when you attacked her in broad daylight? Or do you want Gao Ge Group to add some moral restrictions to your intelligent AI system? Xiao Qi knew that he could no longer endure them like before. They wouldn't rationally consider the problem and would hurt Yi Fan. Who are you threatening? Gao Ge Group wouldn't casually impose restrictions on us researchers. However, our sudden actions just now did not follow the system's recommendations, and the AI database will definitely leave traces. What if Gao Ge Group adds restrictions because of these abnormal data? So what if they do? We haven't done anything wrong. We are honest researchers. Unlike Xiao Qi, who harms others and himself. If it weren't for him, we would have been at the highest research institute in Zone 9 long ago. The researchers continue to complain about Xiao Qi. Yi Fan learned some things from these complaints. It turned out that all these people were affected by the explosion 5 years ago and lost the opportunity for better positions. So they accumulated all their hatred towards Xiao Qi. And Xiao Qi had probably never explained anything to them before, nor did he retaliate, which led these people to mistakenly believe that he was guilty. It is frightening when people only see issues from their own perspective. Originally, the researchers were going to continue arguing with Xiao Qi, but a peacekeeper walked over and warned them, causing them to leave reluctantly. Xiao Qi supported Yi Fan and was about to turn around when he heard a cold voice from a peacekeeper. Xiao Qi, you'd better keep being a playboy and not get involved in other matters. We will bear the destruction of this world. You could just be a useless person. Hearing this, Yi Fan couldn't help but frown and was about to say something, but Xiao Qi wrapped his arm around her waist and walked towards the temporary resting area. First, let's get you a drink. Your mouth is dry. After saying that, he bought a cup of red tea and handed it to Yi Fan. After watching her take a sip, he knelt on one knee, looking guilty. Yi Fan, I'm sorry, I got you into trouble. Seeing Xiao Qi's guilty expression, Yi Fan quickly shook her head. This isn't your fault. I believe in you. Moreover, you weren't in charge of what happened 5 years ago. They can't blame everything on you. That's not fair. Thank you, Yi Fan. The girl in front of him always stood by his side, and he was very grateful. But you can't always passively let them misunderstand you at the right time. You should explain, Yi Fan suggested. Xiao Qi smiled bitterly. They have determined that I am a bad person and are unwilling to admit their own failures. No matter how much I explain, it won't help. Besides, why should I care about their opinions? I live for myself. Hearing him say this made Yi Fan somewhat comforted. Yes, it's good to speak for yourself. While they were talking, a student-like girl suddenly walked over, looking somewhat unhappy. Xiao-Qi, are you okay? I'm Yifine. Xiao-Qi nodded lightly. But the girl suddenly became agitated. I wanted to help you explain, but the professor stopped me and said I would get you into trouble. Xiao-Qi smirked and said with a smile that felt like a spring breeze, Fortunately, the professor stopped you, you little reckless one. The girl immediately looked hurt. Xiao-Qi, you're too much. You call me reckless again. Xiao-Qi sighed. Is the next surgery arranged? Don't come to the research institute tomorrow. Go home and rest well, or I won't see you anymore. The girl puffed up her cheeks, pretending to be scared. You cannot come see me. As she spoke, she timidly pointed at Yifan. Xiao-Qi, who is she? Yifan, a friend. Just a friend? Not a girlfriend? Not. The girl talking to Xiao-Qi was named Zhao Mo Ran, whom he saved during an earthquake years ago. However, this girl was seriously injured in the earthquake, and most of her organs have been replaced with machines. From a scientific perspective, she couldn't be considered a complete human. She was more like a robot. She had a good relationship with Xiao-Qi and always saw herself as his little sister. After chatting for a while, Zhao Mo Ran suggested taking them inside. However, because Xiao-Qi had offended those researchers earlier, they were blocked again at the entrance. Xiao-Qi didn't want Yifan to be mocked by them, so he let Zhao Mo Ran take her to the monitoring room to wait while he handled things. Yifan was sitting in front of the big screen watching Xiao-Qi when she suddenly heard the girl's somewhat cold voice. You like Xiao-Qi, right? Zhao Mo Ran's tone was completely different from before. Yifan slowly turned her head, looking at the girl. What does that have to do with you? Zhao Mo Ran bit her lip, her body slightly trembling, and her expression was awkward as she twisted her clothes. Yifan was immediately puzzled. Did she just provoke her? But before Yifan could explain to the girl, the previously hurt-looking little girl suddenly twisted her face, her eyes reddening. Her gaze was like a venomous snake staring at Yifan. She opened her mouth and laughed, her voice distorted. You think you deserve to like him? Ha ha! You don't even know what you are, do you? Yifan was taken aback, looking at the girl suspiciously. What do you want to say? The girl suddenly unbuttoned her top and pressed a tattoo just below her collarbone. Immediately, the tattoo acted like a switch, activating the mechanical parts in her body. Yifan clearly saw that in the machine storage room near her left atrium, there was a small bottle. It was palm-sized, made of glass, and contained some powdery substance. It was unclear what it was. Zhao Mo Ran held the small bottle in her hand, a smirk on her lips as she presented it to Yifan. Do you know what this is? Yifan narrowed her eyes, not answering. Zhao Mo Ran laughed even more triumphantly, taking advantage of the absence of others, and said with a twisted face, This is your ashes. Oh no, it's the real Yifan's ashes. What did you say? Yifan's expression changed slightly upon hearing this. What real Yifan? You don't know? Ha ha. Of course you, a worthless clone, have no right to know the truth. Zhao Mo Ran shook her head at Yifan disdainfully. Then she suddenly pressed down on her shoulder, her eyes filled with mockery. The real Yifan died in the explosion 5 years ago. I handled the body, and I've kept this bottle of ashes to make a ring out of it. You are just a clone that was never awakened in the lab, a pathetic experimental subject. Chapter 39. So what if she's a clone? The research on clones has always been conducted in secrecy. Apart from those at the headquarters, only people like Zhao Mo Ran, who have participated in the clone project, know about it. Therefore, Yifan believes she understands her situation better than anyone else. As soon as Zhao Mo Ran finished speaking, Yifan's face turned pale. She is an experimental subject? A clone? Then she... This revelation felt like a merciless hand pulling her directly into the abyss of hell. Although she could face everything with strength, the fact that she is not a normal human being, but rather a clone of someone, is something she could never accept. I'm telling you this to give you a chance to stay away from Xiao-Qi. If you don't seize it, don't blame me for being rude. I'll just send you back to the lab, Zhao Mo Ran said. Hey, you like Xiao-Qi, don't you? Yifan snapped back to reality, her gaze scrutinizing the girl before her. Yes, soon I will have a body that resembles a human more closely, free from these mechanical devices. By then, I will become the goddess beside Xiao-Qi. Someone like you, who isn't even considered a normal human, deserves to die. Heh. Yifan couldn't help but chuckle, a hint of sorrow lacing her laughter. Who would have thought that she would end up being a clone experimental subject? No wonder she had amnesia. No wonder she could hear those strange voices. She was merely a test subject for some people. But Yi Fan felt a throbbing pain in her temples. Almost unable to stand, she bit her lip and turned around, not wanting to face Zhao Mo Ran. Just then, she saw Zhao Mo Ran answering Xiaoqi's call. Yes, Xiaoqi, we're in the monitoring room. The professor has finally come out to meet you, Zhao Mo Ran said with a beaming smile, her eyes full of provocation as she looked at Yi Fan. Yi Fan immediately understood the girl's intentions and couldn't help but sneer. A half-machine who had gone through so much could still play the innocent White Lotus. But mere provocation wasn't enough. Zhao Mo Ran deliberately added, so, Xiaoqi, after my surgery, you have to reward me. Remember, you promised to give me a home. Zhao Mo Ran emphasized the last 4 words. Yi Fan used the back of her hand to support her forehead, fully aware of what the girl meant. She was implying that Xiaoqi would take care of her for life, and that she was entitled to the home Xiaoqi would provide. Someone like her, a clone, was not worthy of happiness. Yi Fan's heart was in turmoil, and she could barely distinguish many things at that moment. Suddenly, a voice echoed in her ears. Are you going to give up? Yi Fan, are you worthless? I am not worthless. I am not. Yi Fan shouted, unable to restrain herself as the voice stirred her emotions. On the other end of the line, Xiaoqi immediately heard Yi Fan's voice and quickly told Zhao Mo Ran. Give the phone to Yi Fan. Zhao Mo Ran, of course, looked unwilling, but considering she hadn't exposed herself in front of Xiaoqi yet, she ultimately handed the phone over. She switched to video mode. Yi Fan, are you feeling unwell? Xiaoqi asked with concern. Hearing Xiaoqi's voice made Yi Fan's heart ache. She is a clone. Yi Fan, I will come to find you soon. Don't be afraid. I will. Yi Fan couldn't help but interrupt Xiaoqi. What if I am an experimental subject? Xiaoqi was taken aback, his tone suddenly turning serious. Yi Fan, you said to trust me, so don't imagine me like everyone else. Remember, I believe in you, just as you believe in me. This has nothing to do with your identity. It's simply because the person beside me is you. Whether you are an experimental subject, a robot, or even an alien, it doesn't matter. As long as it's you, that's enough. Hearing this, Yi Fan finally understood Xiaoqi's feelings, her heart tightening, her nose slightly sour. Xiaoqi couldn't hear her voice, so he didn't dare to relax, and continued. Yi Fan, when I was young, I often asked myself, what is the meaning of life? I thought it was the continuation of genes, the passing of time, the vastness of the universe. But after meeting you, I finally realized that the meaning of my existence in this world is that the person I like is alive. So please, don't doubt yourself. Don't fear this world. No matter what happens, I will be by your side, just as you are by mine, being my son, giving me strength. If one day this world, even the entire universe, wants to destroy you, I will fight against everything with you, even if it means being reduced to ashes, never to return. Do you understand? He didn't say I love you, but every word was a confession, striking hard at Yi Fan's heart. Listening to him, Yi Fan smiled bitterly and pressed her lips together. Who said Xiaoqi didn't have genuine feelings? Who said he relied on his status and wealth to gain affection? He had the most sincere and passionate heart, warming her. At this moment, a voice echoed in her mind. Xiaoqi, thank you. I'm also willing to fight against everything with you. But she is a clone. Perhaps she bears many traces of experiments. Perhaps she is not complete. Perhaps she is broken and full of danger. She really fears that he would be affected by her. Xiaoqi treats her too well. He appears when she is in danger, helping her handle everything. Even when the police don't believe her, he trusts her and accompanies her to meet the commander, seeking many people. He deserves a better girl. He should get true love. He should. As she thought of this, many ideas suddenly surged in her mind, even an impulse. Why can't she be his love? So what if she is a clone? After dealing with the alien problem, she can request a true citizenship. She can be herself, not a clone. Then she can accept this love and become everything to him. Yi Fan. Yi Fan? Xiaoqi, not hearing her voice for a long time, asked with concern. His gentle voice jolted Yi Fan out of her swirling thoughts, and a determined light suddenly appeared in her eyes. Yes, Xiaoqi, I understand now. Xiaoqi was taken back. Wait for me. I will come to find you soon. Yi Fan's tone was much more cheerful, completely different from before. Though Xiaoqi didn't know what Yifan had gone through, he was still delighted to hear her voice sounding cheerful. He nodded and smiled. Okay then, I will wait for you. After hanging up the phone, Yifan looked at Zhao Mo Ran. At that moment, Zhao Mo Ran's face was terrifyingly dark. She gritted her teeth and said in the most sinister voice, "Are you preparing to accept Xiaoqi's confession?" Yifan raised her eyebrows slightly. Why not accept it? Zhao Mo Ran immediately raised her hand to strangle Yifan's neck, but Yifan skillfully dodged. With a cold expression, Yifan said in a chilling tone, "This is my freedom. No one has the right to stop me. You are a clone. You might be a defective product. Do you deserve him?" Zhao Mo Ran exclaimed. Agitated, "I think no one, except for me, deserves him." Yifan's eyes sparkled with determination. "Shameless. Yifan, you are truly shameless. You're just a..." Zhao Mo Ran's body shook with anger, and the electronic heart in her chest suddenly began to alarm. Chapter 40. This woman is a femme fatale. Seeing this, Yifan reached out to support her, but was pushed away by the girl. Zhao Mo Ran looked at Yifan with extreme disgust, saying, "At least I am a normally born human, while you are just a product of an assembly line. You are too dirty. I look down on you." Yifan's expression turned cold. "Aren't your organs also made on an assembly line? You have no right to look down on me." Although it is said that women shouldn't make things difficult for other women, the one in front of her clearly didn't understand the meaning of respect. Being kind to her is just being a naive saint. "I didn't report you to the police only because of Xiaoqi. Don't make me angry again." As soon as Zhao Mo Ran finished speaking, the door to the monitoring room was pushed open. A man wearing glasses and a white lab coat, handsome but looking very worried, rushed in and walked towards Zhao Mo Ran step by step. "Brother Xiao Zhou, why are you here? Didn't you say not to come if Xiaoqi is here?" Zhao Mo Ran said, suppressing her discomfort with a hint of grievance. "Your heart just set off an alarm. You must come back to the lab with me for repairs." Xiao Zhou held her hand, looking displeased at the warning light on her body. How could it suddenly show such a big reaction? Zhao Mo Ran looked aggrieved. "Your machine heart is not working well at all. It always has problems." Yifan looked at the man named Xiao Zhou indifferently, feeling a trace of confusion in her heart. This face, why does it seem somewhat familiar, as if she had seen it somewhere before? If she is a clone, she shouldn't have any memory inheritance. She shouldn't have any memories of these people. After complaining, Zhao Mo Ran intentionally linked her arm with Xiao Zhou's and came to Yifan, saying with grievance, "Brother Xiao Zhou, look. It's her. She made me angry. She's a clone. Why don't we send her back to Zone 9? Zhao Mo Ran deliberately emphasized the word clone. Xiao Zhou then noticed that there was another Yifan here. The moment he saw her face, his pupils suddenly constricted. "Yifan, it has been 5 years. After the previous explosion, they couldn't find Yifan's trace. And it was only when Zhao Mo Ran pushed out the already mangled body in a secret meeting that they believed Yifan was dead. They even crossed her name off the list. For 5 years, he had treated her as if she were dead, and now seeing her unexpectedly, he almost didn't recognize her. Back then, Yifan was solely focused on experiments, contributing to human research, brainwashed by her teacher to be like a work-loving machine. Her eyes lacked the liveliness they had now. Seeing Xiao Zhou staring at Yifan in a daze, a glint of malice flashed in Zhao Mo Ran's eyes as she coughed twice. "Brother Xiao Zhou, my heart hurts." Xiao Zhou suddenly woke up and hurriedly said, "Let me help you activate the backup program." What about this clone?" Zhao Mo Ran pressed on, "Brother Xiao Zhou, aren't you going to send a clone to Zone 9? Xiao Zhou stared at Yifan, unsure of what to think, struggling to control his complex emotions. "Are you really a clone? It has nothing to do with you." Yifan didn't want to waste time on these two, turning around and walking straight out. She wasn't sure about Xiao Zhou's identity, but seeing how attentive he was to someone like Zhao Mo Ran, she wouldn't trust him. She had to find Xiaoqi first. Watching Yifan leave quickly, a smirk flashed across Zhao Mo Ran's face, but when she turned to Xiao Zhou, she immediately changed to a very determined expression. "Brother Xiao Zhou, this is not the Yifan from back then. She is a clone. I just verified it with the system. Don't be deceived by her appearance. The real Yifan is dead. All that lives is evil. We must eradicate evil and contribute to that plan. This way, we will obtain everything we pursue." is really a clone? Xiao Zhou still felt a bit dazed. Back then, Yi Fan's clone had certain defects, which is why I didn't awaken her. What if the explosion stimulated her? Or those people awakened her for that plan? We're just pawns, don't think too much. Zhao Mo ran persuaded. Then, are you still going to see Xiao Qi? Xiao Zhou suddenly asked. Zhao Mo ran. The girl shook her head. There will be plenty of time. At Fong Yuanlan's laboratory, when Yi Fan arrived, she saw the so-called genius scientist Fong Yuanlan wearing an exaggerated lab coat, simulating an ion explosion program. The nearly 60-year-old postdoctoral fellow's fingers moved like a deft machine, rapidly completing a program. He then took off the VR headset and locked his sharp gaze onto Yi Fan. Fong Yuanlan had a bad impression of the girls around Xiao Qi. In his mind, the women who had followed Xiao Qi for the past 5 years were either after money or resources, and they were all very scheming. The other researchers in the lab initially wanted to discuss Xiao Qi with Fong Yuanlan, but upon seeing Yi Fan appear, they knew that Fong Yuanlan would not be friendly towards them. They didn't want to provoke him, so they found an excuse and quickly left. Noticing the way everyone looked at her as they left, Yi Fan felt puzzled. She raised her head and saw Fong Yuanlan with a dark expression, walking with authority toward Xiao Qi, then raised his hand and struck Xiao Qi's chest hard. Yi Fan was stunned. What was going on? When she came in, she heard that only Fong Yuanlan believed in Xiao Qi and treated him well. Why would he hit him? Fong Yuanlan's gaze lingered on Xiao Qi's face for a few seconds before suddenly shooting towards Yi Fan. Despite being a researcher, he had a strong aura, especially when angry. His sharp gaze was very intimidating. Fong Yuanlan's face grew increasingly worse as he walked towards Yi Fan, getting closer and closer. The atmosphere became increasingly strange. Just as the tension was about to escalate, Xiao Qi suddenly coughed twice, reminding Professor Fong, "She is not my girlfriend." Upon hearing this, Fong Yuanlan's face showed doubt. As he placed his hand behind his back and carefully scrutinized Yi Fan, clearing his throat, "You really aren't his girlfriend?" I'm not." Yi Fan shook her head. They hadn't officially dated, so she shouldn't be considered his girlfriend. Upon hearing this, Fong Yuanlan directly took her hand to the lie detector, saying, "You young people always think I'm old and confused, always spouting nonsense. I trust my lie detector." Yi Fan, understanding Fong Yuanlan's temperament, Xiao Qi held his forehead with a look of despair. "Professor, TSK, you're being unfair. You still dare to say she's not your girlfriend?" Fong Yuanlan looked disdainful. "Don't think I didn't hear what you said on the phone just now. You've never said such things to me, but you said them to her. This woman is a femme fatale. You will eventually be killed by the knife above the word sex." "Professor, I didn't come to talk about feelings," Xiao Qi said helplessly. Glancing at Yi Fan, "It seems we have encountered extraterrestrials." Chapter 41 Countdown. 9 days after Xiao Qi's words fell, the entire laboratory was so quiet that a pin drop could be heard. Fong Yuanlan's expression changed instantly, and he said sternly, "Do you know what you're talking about?" The small round robot in the lab sensed something and spun around like a ball in front of the three, repeating, "Do you know what you're talking about? Do you know what you're talking about?" The repetitive voice was filled with doubt. Xiao Qi casually turned off the robot and seriously stared at Fong Yuanlan, knowing that Teacher Fong, like the others, didn't truly believe him. But he felt that Teacher Fong had a sense of justice and would definitely give him a chance to explain. "Do you think I'm like them? Not believing you?" Fong Yuanlan clutched his chest and took a few steps back, somewhat agitated. He looked at Xiao Qi, then at Yi Fan, gritted his teeth, and finally said, "Xiao Qi, you are my most outstanding student. Even though there was that mistake 5 years ago, I never thought of you as worthless." They hadn't had the opportunity to discuss this topic for 5 years, and since Xiao Qi brought it up now, he had to clarify these matters. Xiao Qi looked at Fong Yuanlan with a complex expression, remaining silent. Fong Yuanlan didn't care what he thought and continued, "Do you know why I hit you just now? First, it was to punish you for bringing a mysterious girl to see me, and second, I blame you for not coming to me sooner." "Teacher Fong Yuanlan sighed softly, recalling Xiao Qi's expression during those funerals, feeling extremely pained. This child had punished himself for that incident for 5 years. 5 years ago, we were trying to protect you, not because you ran away. I know all of this. You are someone I personally trained. I know your qualities better than anyone else as your teacher. I believe in you and have been waiting for you. You rascal. You've been hiding like a snail for so many years, and now you've finally come to me. The more Fang Yuanlan spoke, the angrier he became. In fact, he had tried to meet with Xiao-Qi to talk about these matters before, but each time he was interrupted by Meng Ziding. Thinking of Meng Ziding, Fang Yuanlan couldn't help but shake his head. That girl wouldn't have gotten the marriage proposal from the Xiao family if she hadn't played tricks. Not to mention Xiao-Qi. Even his worst students wouldn't look at her. Every time he thought of Meng Ziding, Fang Yuanlan couldn't help but glance at Yifan. Today, Yifan was as plain as ever, not wearing any makeup, her clear eyes very beautiful. Fang Yuanlan raised an eyebrow, thinking, this does fit Xiao-Qi's aesthetic. While Fang Yuanlan was speaking with Xiao-Qi, Yifan's phone suddenly rang again. This time it was a text message. It was still from the contact labeled teacher. The content read, countdown, 9 days, prepare to escape. Seeing this, Yifan couldn't help but feel tense and looked at Xiao-Qi. I received that message again. It's 9 days left. Upon hearing this, Xiao-Qi immediately leaned closer, holding Yifan's hand to look at the message together. What countdown in 9 days? At this moment, Fang Yuanlan also felt a bit curious. Yifan looked up at Xiao-Qi, silently asking if she could show the phone to Fang Yuanlan. Xiao-Qi nodded. It's a message on my phone, Yifan cautiously replied, not saying another word as she handed the phone to Fang Yuanlan. You, how do you have this phone? Fang Yuanlan suddenly looked surprised when he saw Yifan's phone. Yifan was taken aback. This is the one I carry with me. I don't remember when I got this phone. This is a test device from the Imperial Research Institute 5 years ago, and there are fewer than 20 in the world. Fang Yuanlan said, his gaze scrutinizing Yifan. Yifan was stunned. I don't remember. Teacher, how do you know about this phone? Xiao-Qi suddenly asked, his tone implying that he thought Fang Yuanlan might be mistaken. Being questioned by his student, Fang Yuanlan puffed out his cheeks, you little rascal. Forgetting your roots after getting a wife. Don't forget that I was a special professor at the Imperial Research Institute during my peak. They once gave me a test device for research. As he spoke, Fang Yuanlan focused on Yifan and slowly said, every test device has a powerful signal reception capability and can even connect directly to satellites. And those who possess a test device are. At this point, Fang Yuanlan's voice abruptly stopped. His expression became increasingly serious as he scrutinized Yifan. Some things, even Xiao-Qi, who had been a peacekeeper, couldn't possibly know. That is, all humans with test devices are experimental subjects of the Imperial Research Institute. What specific experiments they would be used for, Fang Yuanlan didn't know for now. But it can be confirmed that every experimental subject with a test device has been exposed to high-level secrets regarding the cosmic space program. Therefore, Yifan is not an ordinary girl. If that's the case, then the aliens Xiao-Qi mentioned earlier must be related to Yifan. What is your name? Fang Yuanlan suddenly asked. Yifan instinctively glanced at Xiao-Qi before answering. I am Yifan. Can I take a look at your phone for research? Fang Yuanlan asked again. Yifan nodded. They originally wanted Fang Yuanlan to look at the thread about aliens inside, so naturally, she would let him see it. Fingerprint unlock. Fang Yuanlan took the phone and naturally opened the system settings, asking Yifan to do the fingerprint unlock. Yifan nodded, decisively extending her hand to unlock it. In that moment, Fang Yuanlan noticed a red blood spot on her finger. As a medical doctor, when he saw the blood spot, the first thing that came to his mind was that there was a problem inside her body. Yifan, are you feeling unwell? Fang Yuanlan blurted out. But Yifan shook her head, no. Teacher, you first look at the content of the message, and then. There's also a web page here that mentions our current situation. The aliens are controlling humans. Seeing Yifan so anxious, Fang Yuanlan furrowed his brows. Not knowing what came to his mind as he first walked toward the laboratory's food refrigerator, opened the silver metal box inside, and took out a small red medicine bottle. After taking it out, he shook it a few times, opened it again, and handed it to Yifan. First drink the energy supplement. You look malnourished. Yifan didn't think too much and, right under Xiao-Qi's gaze, drank from the small medicine bottle. Almost as soon as she finished the liquid in the bottle, the blood spot on her finger disappeared. Fang Yuanlan quietly noted her reaction and then took the phone to his professional computer, finding the data cable from 5 years ago and plugging it into the computer's port. After authorizing and connecting, he noticed Xiao-Qi asking, Teacher Fang, why aren't you wearing the AI system? Fang Yuanlan turned back, pointed at the ear areas of himself and Yi Fan, and said, "My brain isn't a whale farm. Why would I want someone else to think for me?" In Fang Yuanlan's view, the AI system was just for lazy people. Relying too much on that system would eventually lead to brain degeneration. Chapter 42, I won't disdain you for being a clone. As the posts about aliens appeared on the big screen, Fang Yuanlan's expression became serious. He turned to Yi Fan and Xiao-Qi, signaling them to be quiet. Then he carefully scrutinized the content, even marking many details in the posts, as if he were conducting research. He then focused on using another computer to access the large database for a search. However, to Fang Yuanlan's surprise, the content on Yi Fan's phone had no trace in the existing system database. Fang Yuanlan fell into deep thought. Why was there no trace of the content on Yi Fan's phone in the global database? Was it deliberately erased by someone, or was the post targeting Yi Fan, existing solely on this phone? Considering Yi Fan's identity, Fang Yuanlan felt the latter was more likely. How did an experimental subject like Yi Fan escape the laboratory and carry such information without being captured? Fang Yuanlan stared at Yi Fan for a long time in silence before saying, "Yi Fan, turn right and go to the third laboratory. It's my private lab. There's a gene sequencing machine there. Please go and let the robot help you with the sequencing." Yi Fan was taken aback, then looked at Fang Yuanlan and immediately understood that he was intentionally trying to divert her. She hesitated for a few seconds before finally nodding and saying, "Okay." Seeing this, Xiao-Qi spoke up, "I'll go with you." "Xiao-Qi, you stay." Fang Yuanlan shook his head at Xiao-Qi, giving him a meaningful look. In the end, Yi Fan walked out of Fang Yuanlan's laboratory alone. She reached the door of Fang Yuanlan's private laboratory and was about to push the door open when footsteps sounded behind her. She turned around warily to find the small boat from earlier. The man's expression was complicated as he stared at Yi Fan, his hands raised but then lowered repeatedly. Suddenly, he spoke, "Who are you really?" His tone was not very pleasant. He had clearly begun to believe Zhao Moran's claim that Yi Fan was a clone. Yi Fan crossed her arms, lifted her head, and with a slight smile, replied, "I am Yi Fan." After saying this, she turned around to push the door of Fang Yuanlan's laboratory. However, the man grabbed her shoulder, his voice hoarse and tinged with a hint of anger. "You're not." "I know you're not." Yi Fan turned around and irritably brushed his hand away, saying, "Oh, I don't need you to acknowledge that. You are not her. You can't be her. If you were her, you would not look at me like that. You should admire me, admire all of us." The small boat was somewhat agitated. Once, Yi Fan had been so radiant, so enthusiastic towards them. He was used to being with that version of Yi Fan, and he did not like her now. He didn't like the way her eyes lacked the starlight when she looked at him, nor did he like her cold voice. So, even though he still had some doubts about her being a clone, emotionally, he chose to trust Zhao Moran's words first. Yi Fan rolled her eyes at the small boat. "Why should I admire you? Who are you to me?" She was just amnesiac, not mentally impaired. She felt there was no way she could have any admiration for such a guy. The small boat couldn't help but recall how they had used Yi Fan as an experimental subject and said thoughtfully, "We are your masters. Your support for existing in this world. You can't survive without us." Back in the day, they repeatedly experimented on Yi Fan, controlling her thoughts, making her shout master like a puppet, satisfying most of their nefarious demands. If it weren't for the explosion, he could have made her his bride. After recalling this, the small boat suddenly fixed a burning gaze on Yi Fan. Even if you were a clone, you still carry her qualities, right? Yi Fan extremely disliked his current reaction, pushing him away and coldly saying, "Whether I carry them or not has nothing to do with you, right?" The small boat was not angry. Instead, he smiled. "You are our most perfect creation, so how can it not be related to us? Yi Fan, come back to me. I won't disdain you for being a clone, but I disdain you." Yi Fan felt infuriated by this guy, rolling her eyes at him and continuing to push open the door to Fang Yuanlan's office. However, the small boat did not want to let her go. He directly hugged her from behind, his eyes turning red. "Do you refuse me because of Xiao-Qi? You still like Xiao-Qi, right? 5 years ago, you wanted to betray us because of Xiao-Qi. 5 years later, even as a clone, you still want to distance yourself from him? No way. I won't allow it." Yi Fan forcefully pried his hands apart. "Who I like has nothing to do with you. Please leave my sight." The small boat's gentle face twisted into a distorted smile, his eyes filled with flames. Yi Fan, do you want to know what you were 5 years ago? Do you want Xiao-Qi to see what you were back then? You know, back then, you almost became a tool for all of us to have children. Slap. Yi Fan couldn't hold back and slapped the man, her face filled with anger. Shut up. No matter what you say, I won't believe it. Haha. Don't believe it? I have video evidence. As long as I contact the teacher, what you did back then will be spread like a pornographic video. Do you think Xiao-Qi would still accept that version of you? The small boat threatened. He believed that the Yi Fan from 5 years ago would be afraid, and even the current clone of Yi Fan would be scared. After all, no woman could accept having been controlled like that by others. Moreover, as a man, Xiao-Qi would be even less likely to accept that his woman had almost become a plaything for all of them. Yi Fan clenched her fists. Even though a surge of anger was rising in her heart, she still wore an indestructible smile on her face. If you think these things can destroy me, then you underestimate me too much. The reason people fear being judged by others is that they care too much about public opinion. And she did not care about that. She did not live for the gaze of others. Since she was not living for the views of others, then rumors and malicious slander could not hurt her at all. The small boat could not threaten her either. The small boat gritted his teeth. Zhao Moran was right. A clone like you has no face, just a cheap person. Yi Fan was too lazy to waste her breath on him. She pushed open the laboratory door, and amidst the man's curses, she closed the door to the laboratory. Meanwhile, on Fong Yuanlan's side, Xiao-Qi stood there with a serious expression, his gaze heavily fixed on Fong Yuanlan. He knew that Teacher Fong had sent Yi Fan away to talk to him. So he asked, Teacher Fong, what do you want to say? Fong Yuanlan's mood was still somewhat complicated due to the existence of aliens, and seeing Xiao-Qi's expression had become much more serious. Are you doubting Yi Fan's identity? Xiao-Qi asked again. Fong Yuanlan slightly raised his eyes to glance at him, seeing that Xiao-Qi seemed to have genuine feelings for this girl. He furrowed his brow slightly and immediately adopted a serious expression, asking in a deep voice, Xiao-Qi, this girl is most likely an experimental subject who escaped from the laboratory. She will bring you trouble. Are you sure you want to continue entangling with her and believe in her claims about the existence of aliens? Chapter 43. She's back. Seeing that Fong Yuanlan was testing him, Xiao-Qi said firmly, Teacher Fong, I believe her. Fong Yuanlan frowned, then dramatically spun around in place and pressed his hand on Xiao-Qi's shoulder, shaking his head and saying, she might have defects. The things on her phone might be fake. Is it worth it for you to take risks for her? Xiao-Qi looked seriously at Fong Yuanlan and replied, it is worth it. Besides, I have indeed seen controlled humans. Didn't the teacher also believe in us, which is why she let her do the genetic sequencing? He understood Fong Yuanlan well. If there were doubts about Yi Fan, he would never have given her the opportunity to do genetic sequencing to determine her true identity. Fong Yuanlan stroked his chin and pondered, I do believe in her, but the alien issue cannot be resolved in Freedom City. We need to go to District 9 first. You must understand, if she is an escaped experiment subject, we will be affected and end up in prison with her. Wasn't Teacher Fong also imprisoned for 5 years when he was with the teacher's wife? If you're not afraid, why should I be? Moreover, as Yi Fan said, the issue of humans being controlled by aliens is even more serious now. We should prioritize human safety. Xiao-Qi said. Fong Yuanlan nodded. Xiao-Qi had grown up under his watch, and he knew his temperament too well. Once he had decided on Yi Fan, there was absolutely no chance of changing his mind. The key issue, if the alien problem was not resolved now, what would happen to Earth? Would they die because they had become puppets? Xiao-Qi, may I ask you a question? If Yi Fan, this experimental subject, had an unspeakable past, even being the main subject of their genetic program and having given birth to children, could you bear that? Fong Yuanlan suddenly asked seriously. He was also hesitant. He might not be able to handle such a thing. Would a young man like Xiao-Qi accept it? Xiao-Qi's elegant brows furrowed slightly, and with a solemn expression. He replied, Teacher, would they really treat experimental subjects like that? Perhaps ordinary experimental subjects would not suffer such inhumane treatment, but you've seen Yi Fan's face. Not many men would refuse, right? Fong Yuanlan shook his head with a sneer. It was said that the researchers at the highest research institute were pure-hearted and upright, but he knew that most of them were beasts. They would use the guise of scientific research to turn nearly perfect experimental subjects into their playthings. Yi Fan was the most beautiful experimental subject he knew of. He imagined that most researchers would have wicked thoughts about her. If they used Yi Fan to satisfy their private desires, then this girl. Thinking of this, Fang Yuanlan couldn't help but feel a pang of pity. Teacher, if she has gone through those experiences, shouldn't I treat her sincerely and protect her? Xiaoqi looked steadfastly at Fang Yuanlan, his fists slightly clenched. He was actually angry. Angry that someone would torment Yi Fan, angry that beasts would use her as a tool for genetic continuation. Since you have the confidence to face these, then I can rest assured, Fang Yuanlan said, rubbing his temples. At that moment, his main computer issued a prompt. It turned out that the laboratory next door had already begun sequencing Yi Fan's genes. Fang Yuanlan had a top-notch skill, which was genetic sequencing. This was something that high-level research centers and the group headquarters were unaware of. His computer could determine a human's genetic sequence in just 1 minute. Therefore, while he was chatting with Xiaoqi, Yi Fan's genetic data had already appeared on the computer screen. Upon seeing the computer's evaluation of Yi Fan's genes, Fang Yuanlan immediately jumped up in fury. Bastards! These bastards! How could they make this girl an experimental subject? I knew she looked somewhat familiar. I didn't expect her to come from such a family. Those bastards are simply shameless. Had they forgotten their demands before they died? They had only this one child, and they ruined her. Fang Yuanlan was so angry that his chest hurt. Xiaoqi hurriedly supported him and asked, Teacher, what exactly is Yi Fan's genetic sequence? Fang Yuanlan paced back and forth in front of Xiaoqi, shaking his head. I can't tell you yet. In short, we must protect this girl. Even if it ultimately leads to our deaths, we must protect her. Humanity already owes Yi Fan too much. If we let her come to harm again, that would be too heartless. A dark light flickered in Xiaoqi's eyes. I think I understand what you mean, teacher. During his interactions with Yi Fan, he had already gradually confirmed some things. He just didn't expect. Teacher Fang meant that Yi Fan would be in danger of losing her life afterwards. Seeing Xiaoqi's resolute expression, Fang Yuanlan nodded slightly. The last time he saw such an expression from him was 5 years ago. The current Xiaoqi seemed to have regained the feelings of that year, which was good. At that moment, Xiaoqi's phone buzzed. It was a message from his sister. After reading the message, a flicker of fire flashed in Xiaoqi's eyes. Fang Yuanlan curiously leaned over. What message made you so angry? Xiaoqi stared at the message for a few seconds, then directly made a phone call. Xiao Yinhe, who was video chatting with her parents, quickly ended the video call and answered her brother's call. Hey bro, why did you call me so soon? Mom and Dad are going to scold me. Did the Meng family agree? Xiaoqi asked. Xiao Yinhe glanced at the message from Meng, sitting on her computer, and sighed. This matter was still arranged by the Meng family. I don't understand why Meng Zitting, who doesn't like you, wants to hold a wedding within 6 months? If I have a wedding, the bride won't be her. Xiaoqi replied calmly. On the other end of the line, Xiao Yinhe was stunned. Huh? Who do you want to be your bride? Aren't you afraid Mom and Dad will get mad? My wife is mine, not theirs. The implication being that his parents had no right to intervene. Okay, then I want to return to Freedom City for now. Xiao Yinhe breathed a sigh of relief. Her research project in District 10 was not yet finished, and she didn't want to return just because of Meng Zitting's whim. After hanging up, Xiao Yinhe's computer continued to receive video calls. This time it was Xiao Zhou. She connected the video and tilted her head. Xiao Zhou, what is wrong? Did the project in Freedom City encounter problems? Yinhe, she's back. What did you say? Xiao Yinhe suddenly stood up, looking at the computer screen with a complex expression. Xiao Zhou, are you mistaken? She's dead. Her ashes are with Zhao Moran. Please don't go crazy. Okay, Yinhe, calm down. I know how you feel, but this time, I feel that even if it's a clone, it's still her. Xiao Zhou's expression was complex, so I want you to support me in keeping her message hidden. That way she won't continue to be in contact with those people. Xiao Yinhe gritted her teeth and glared at Xiao Zhou. Support you? She's dead. She's already dead. I want to allow you to mention it again. What will your brother do then? What will he do when he remembers that woman? Chapter 44, Are You Really Not Afraid? As Xiao Yinhe's thoughts drifted away, Xiao Zhou suddenly said, Yinhe, I know you know Deputy Commander Gu. You should ask him for help. Just strip Yi Fan of her citizenship and ensure she has no chance to meet the Supreme Commander. then the things we are worried about won't happen. Xiao Yinha's expression immediately darkened. Xiao Zhou, are you asking me to have Gu Wei abuse his power? I'm doing this for Earth, for all of us. Xiao Zhou's face became serious. Yinha, think about it carefully. What did you bring us 5 years ago? The entire plan was developing perfectly until she overstepped her bounds, causing the higher-ups not to trust us. She is the root cause. Xiao Yinha's resolve wavered, revealing a hint of despair. Sometimes I wonder if it was wrong to let her be a test subject back then. Xiao Zhou immediately shook her head anxiously. The teacher, like the Supreme Commander, hoped for a better future for Earth. We are not wrong. Don't sympathize with Yi Fan. She doesn't deserve it. But she died in the explosion. Even if she comes back now, she is just a clone. Are we really going to eradicate her clone? Xiao Yin has said, holding her head and sighing lightly. I think as long as she doesn't meet the people she shouldn't meet, we can. Xiao Zhou hurriedly interrupted her, pained. She has already met many people. Your brother has fallen in love with her. Don't you think that's terrifying enough? Upon hearing this, Xiao Yinha became tense. You mean my brother? He can't possibly feel anything for any woman again. No one can make him move. They clearly processed his memories with the sapient AI system. He shouldn't be able to take emotions seriously anymore. Xiao Zhou sighed softly. I saw it with my own eyes. It can't be false. Yinha, for Earth and for everyone, go find Gu Wei. Listening to Xiao Zhou's words, Xiao Yinha frowned, ultimately nodding in agreement. She would never allow Earth to fall in a crisis, nor would she let Yi Fan's existence threaten all of humanity. Gu Wei had always wanted a promotion. She could approach him. She believed Gu Wei's abilities were enough to help them deal with the trouble that was Yi Fan. After a moment of thought, Xiao Yinha took out her phone and dialed Gu Wei's number. Hello, brother Gu Wei. Gu Wei, who had been reading documents, suddenly put down what he was holding, his gaze complex as he stared at the girl on the phone screen, his lips curling into a slight smile. Sister Yinha, what's the matter? Brother Gu Wei. It's like this. After Yi Fan came from the nearby laboratory, her face was serious. She didn't know why, but a strange feeling surged in her heart. It seemed something was peeling her like an onion, layer by layer. What are you thinking? When Xiao Qi saw Yi Fan push open the door, his brows furrowed into a shape as he hurried over, holding her hand gently and asking. Yi Fan snapped back to reality and quickly looked at Fan Yuanlan. Teacher Fang, do you believe my identity now? Fan Yuanlan caught a glimpse of her hand holding Xiao Qi's and seemed to understand something, but instead of teasing them, he said, many years ago, we completed communication with extraterrestrial life forms through some means. However, during the 7th technological revolution, all of this was overturned. Ye Fan nodded. There are records of this online, and many scientists have come forward to explain it, so no one believes humans can communicate with aliens anymore. Yi Fan thought that perhaps it was because of these scientists' positions and explanations that humanity had lost interest in extraterrestrial beings. If scientists were under alien control, then it would be very difficult for humanity to communicate with aliens. Fan Yuanlan poured Yi Fan another glass of water and then asked her to sit down with Xiao Qi, saying seriously now, it is not easy to change everyone's perceptions. The only thing we can do is go to the 9th district to find the Supreme Commander. Upon hearing about finding the Supreme Commander, Yi Fan immediately raised her head, but before she could say anything, a sudden and abrupt ringtone echoed in the laboratory. It was Xiao Qi's phone. He glanced at the number and, not avoiding it, swiped to answer. Hello. He didn't turn on the video call mode, not wanting the other party to see Yi Fan. Hey, Xiao Qi. Meng Ziding's voice was filled with anger and was somewhat loud, as if she wanted Xiao Qi to know her emotions. Is there something? Xiao Qi had long been accustomed to Meng Ziding's temper, his tone low. Are you with that Yi Fan? Meng Ziding asked. That's none of your business. I don't care whether it's related or not. Remember what you promised me. Remember your responsibilities. Meng Ziding's emotions were somewhat agitated. Xiao Qi's face darkened, but he didn't hang up. Meng Ziding, if you have psychological issues, you can find Qin Yafeng. Meng Ziding took a deep breath and said slowly, Xiao Qi, are you really not afraid? I could do a lot of things. Xiao Qi's expression darkened for a moment. Meng Ziding, don't forget your identity. The Gaoge group had better not be destroyed in your hands. Meng Ziding was furious. Xiao Qi, you're going too far. I am a young lady of Gaoge. Everything I do is for the good of humanity. I could never destroy Gao Gu or all of humanity. I don't believe what you say. I only see what you've done. After Shao Qi's words fell, there was a deathly silence on the other end. After an unknown amount of time, with tears in her eyes, Meng Zedong finally said to Shao Qi, I will prove it. I will let you see. My excellence. Suit yourself. With that, Shao Qi directly hung up the phone. Watching the phone screen go dark, Meng Zedong clenched her fists and slammed them on the table. Shao Qi underestimated people too much. She was Meng Zedong and would become the light of this world. The more Shao Qi didn't believe her, the more she wanted to prove it to him. With this thought, Meng Zedong walked out of the office. Just as she stepped out, she bumped into Gu Wei, who had come to find her. Seeing the smile on Gu Wei's face, Meng Zedong frowned slightly, momentarily not understanding this man's intentions. In the Gao Gu Group's 6-party conference room, Ting, why do you have time to attend our meeting today? The meeting host, Cheng Jian, walked over with a smile. Looking at Meng Zedong, the Gao Gu Group's 6-party conference room is provided for 6 top company CEOs to hold private meetings. Meng Kai-Xian was the initiator of the meeting, while Cheng Jian from Rongya Company was the host. The remaining 4 were Zheng Kalong from Fintang, Shenning Shuang from Wangchuan, Jin Suri from Lu'er, and Wancheng from Chang'e. Generally, they would discuss things in private meetings that they wouldn't mention to the group headquarters, and there would even be discussions of new plans. Today, Meng Kai-Xian called everyone together because Meng Zedong had mentioned wanting to reclassify humanity. They wanted to draft a plan first and then send it out for the Supreme Commander and others to review. Chapter 45. Do you know what it means? Meng Zedong was unaware of her father's thoughts as she barged in, only to see them close a video. She asked in confusion, Uncles, what are you doing? Oh, just discussing some new projects. Meng Kai-Xian looked at his daughter with a kind smile. What brings you here? Meng Zedong didn't believe her father's words and didn't answer. She walked straight to the multimedia setup and silently began to open the system. Meng Kai-Xian glanced at his daughter before walking over to Gu Wei. Gu, what's wrong with Ting? Cheng Jian and the others also came over to inquire. Yeah, what's wrong with Ting? She doesn't look well. Did something happen? Gu Wei glanced at Meng Zedong and sighed. It's inconvenient for me to say. Upon hearing this, Meng Kai-Xian's expression immediately changed. What do you mean inconvenient? Is my Ting being bullied? Did that scoundrel, Shao Qi, find a girlfriend to upset her? Gu Wei shook his head. It's not convenient for me to talk about this. Gu Wei, you grew up with us. What is so inconvenient to say? Come on, tell us. If it really is Ting suffering, we'll send a team of robots to take care of him. Cheng Jian said indignantly. Mr. Meng, matters of the heart can't be explained in a few words. I'm just an observer, and it's not convenient for me to give any comments. You should just ask Meng Zedong directly, Gu Wei said, glancing at Meng Zedong and adopting a neutral stance with his arms crossed. Meng Kai-Xian and the others exchanged glances and hurried over to surround Meng Zedong. However, since Meng Zedong remained silent, they became even more worried. Meng Kai-Xian's eyes darted around a few times, and he simply took out his phone. I'm calling Shao Qi. You have the best temper. If it weren't for Shao Qi upsetting you, you wouldn't be like this. Dad, don't call. As she spoke, Meng Zedong looked at Gu Wei with a face full of grievance. Gu Wei, it's all your fault. You made my dad and the others misunderstand. A fleeting dark glint passed through Gu Wei's eyes. Then he shook his head helplessly. Meng Zedong, even if I don't say anything, the facts are right in front of you. You can't hide it from them. Ting, what is the use of blaming Gu Wei? Gu Wei didn't say anything. Meng Kai-Xian held his daughter's hand. Seeing her eyes filled with grievance, his heart ached. Tell Dad. What exactly is going on? You're my daughter, the princess of Gao Gu Group, and you can't be wronged. Hearing this, Meng Zedong immediately had tears of grievance on her face. Dad, it's not that I'm being wronged. I think Shao Qi is right. I really am a useless rich girl relying on my family, not comparable to the girl he likes. Yi Fan is capable. She could go to the 9th district, and she might bring something different to Earth. I shouldn't be upset. I should bless them. Cheng Jian frowned. Who is Yi Fan? We've never heard of this name before. Ting, you've suffered too much with Shao Qi over the years. We will help you seek justice. Meng Kai-Xian also looked furious. Shao Qi is really outrageous. He's been indulging himself all these years, and still dares to look down on you, saying you are useless. What Yi Fan? Tomorrow I'll put her on the blacklist for the Ninth District and have the commander strip her of her citizenship. Meng Ziding wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes. Dad, Xiao-Qi said. We can't hurt Yifan, otherwise he will take revenge for Yifan. I actually want to be an outstanding girl, to be the savior in his eyes, but his misunderstanding of me is getting deeper, and Yifan is over there. I really don't know what to do. Cheng Jian sighed. Ting Ting is just too kind, always yielding to others. I think we should do as we did before, promote Ting Ting as the #1 socialite on Earth, give her honor, and let her be admired. Meng Ziding immediately shook her head seriously. I haven't contributed anything to Earth. If everyone really admires me, that wouldn't be possible. But Meng Kaixian sneered. Ting Ting, if you really want to be the savior, Dad can make it happen. Meng Ziding showed a hint of admiration. Dad, do you have a plan? Upon hearing this, Meng Kaixian immediately smiled with a somewhat sinister expression. You'll know soon, but for now, I'll help you arrange that Yifan Zhongfan, daring to let you suffer. I definitely won't let her off easily. Dad, I'm just afraid that people will say we are bullying others with our power. And what if the highest commander misunderstands you too? What should I do then? Meng Ziding said, tears already falling. Meng Kaixian hurriedly patted his daughter's shoulder, repeatedly comforting her. Our Gaoge group's status is unshakable. Even the commander has to look at me. As he said this, he subtly glanced at Gu Wei. You understand what I mean, right? Gu Wei nodded. The Meng family is a top family on Earth. Miss Meng really doesn't need to worry too much. Seeing that Meng Kaixian had already developed things according to his wishes, and even Gu Wei was temporarily helping him due to his power. A barely noticeable smile flashed in Meng Ziding's eyes. She just knew that her tears could move everyone. Moreover, she had seen some useful things on that computer earlier. She felt her opportunity had come. As long as she figured out the true thoughts of the commanders, she could become the greatest woman in the world. At that time, she just needed to say a few words, and not only could she eliminate Yifan, but she could also gain glory. Heh, Xiao-Qi, I'm waiting for you to crawl at my feet, begging me to say I love you. When night fell, Yifan, Xiao-Qi, and Fang Yuanlan finally left the laboratory. Except for Fang Yuanlan's lab, everyone else's areas had people. Fang Yuanlan had indeed seen those controlled humans. He had gone home to rest earlier, just to cuddle with his wife, never casually going out at night. So he had no idea such things were happening outside. He suddenly felt a bit regretful. If he had discovered the anomalies sooner, these matters wouldn't have required the two kids to come find him, right? After Yifan and the others arrived at Xiao-Qi's villa, a notification sound suddenly made her tense up. She recognized that sound. It was from that teacher. She took out her phone and opened the message. Don't go to the 9th District tomorrow. This is an order, not a discussion. Yifan stared blankly at the text, while Qi Qianqian had no reaction. This teacher kept giving her hints. Who exactly was he? Were his hints for her good, or was there some other conspiracy? At this moment, Fang Yuanlan noticed her unusual behavior and quickly leaned over to look at her phone. Whose message is it? Yifan pinched her brow and handed the phone to Fang Yuanlan. Teacher Fang, this is the teacher in my contacts. After Fang Yuanlan read the message, he opened the number. This was not a commonly used phone number. Instead, it was a system message. Girl, do you know what 10,001 means? Chapter 46, Confession. Yifan shook her head. After losing her memory, she had no concept of these things. Forget it, don't think about it, just rest well tonight. Even though Fang Yuanlan said that, when Yifan actually lay in bed, she couldn't sleep and kept looking at the messages on her phone. An order telling her not to go to Zone 9? Why would there be such an order? Could it be that the place she couldn't go to hid a bigger secret, a secret about her? Holding a pillow, Yifan was pondering this question when suddenly there was a knock on the door. She was taken aback, then got up to open the door. It was Xiao-Qi. The man entered holding a cup of milk. Can't sleep? Yifan took the milk, smiled awkwardly. It's a bit chaotic. I don't know what Zone 9 is hiding. Don't worry. I'll take care of you with Teacher Fang. Xiao-Qi's voice was slightly hoarse, particularly pleasant in the quiet night. Yifan bit her lip and then said, Xiao-Qi if. Xiao-Qi raised an eyebrow, leaning in close to Yifan's ear. If what? Yifan originally wanted to talk to him about the topic of clones, but the man's breath by her ear felt like a hand stirring her heartstrings, making her suddenly nervous. Even the milk cup in her hand fell to the ground. The warm milk splashed all over her feet. Go wash it off. Seeing this, Shao-Chi unceremoniously picked Yi-Fan up. By the time Yi-Fan realized what was happening, she was already placed in the bathroom, her feet landing right in the bathtub. The man's bony fingers pressed the water button. Warm water slowly enveloped Yi-Fan's feet. Realizing what he was about to do, Yi-Fan hurriedly spoke, I could do it myself. Really? Really? What really? Shao-Chi had already grabbed her ankle, gently helping her wash her feet. For a moment, Yi-Fan didn't know what to say. She quietly watched Shao-Chi's serious expression, her heart racing. They say that men who take care of women are the most handsome, and it really was like that. For a while, the bathroom was filled only with the sound of fingers stirring the warm water. Yi-Fan quietly watched his movements, and finally couldn't help but speak. Shao-Chi, can I ask you a question? Go ahead. If I were a clone with many defects, would you still believe in me? Why wouldn't I? Yi-Fan gently bit her lip, her cheeks slightly flushed. I might be a monster, who knows? Don't you think that's scary? What if one day I explode and hurt you? I know you won't. Oh, seeing the light in the girl's bright eyes. Not knowing what she was thinking, Shao-Chi's hand suddenly stopped. He suddenly leaned in closer, locking his gaze on Yi-Fan. His low voice like the sound of a cello. Yi-Fan, do you know what your biggest flaw is right now? Yi-Fan blinked, staring blankly at the man. What is it? It's not being my wife. Listening to the man's magnetic voice, Yi-Fan's face instantly turned red. His words, his serious expression, and it was killing her. Really killing her. Do you want to become my wife? Shao-Chi continued to ask, showing no intention of giving Yi-Fan space to think. I. Yi-Fan's mouth opened and closed, and after a while, she uncertainly asked, Are you proposing to me? Of course. Is he really proposing? Yi-Fan blinked, looking at the man in confusion, and after a long while said, We just met a few days ago. Isn't it a bit fast to talk about marriage? It is indeed fast. So Yi-Fan, tell me, what is the normal process? Shao-Chi looked like a clueless child asking questions. This completely flustered Yi-Fan. She gently bit her lip, thought for a few seconds, and finally tentatively spoke, first a confession, then dating to be a couple, and after dating for a while, if it feels right, then you get married. I see. Shao-Chi seemed to be pondering. Then he picked Yi-Fan up again. Her body suddenly lifted off the ground, leaving Yi-Fan somewhat at a loss. Instinctively wrapping her arms around his neck, nervously saying, Shao-Chi, what are you doing now? Shao-Chi didn't speak, but instead carried her step by step to the dining table. He then had the robotic butler bring 2 glasses of red wine and a rose. Holding the rose in both hands, Shao-Chi leaned down and gently kissed the petals before presenting the rose to Yi-Fan. Under Yi-Fan's dazed gaze, Shao-Chi's deep gaze looked at her, softly saying, It's my first time confessing to someone. I have no experience, and I'm a bit nervous. Yi-Fan? Wasn't he in many relationships before? How can this be his first confession? Unable to discern the girl's thoughts, Shao-Chi's dark eyes flickered with unease. His cool voice gently fell into Yi-Fan's ear again. I don't know the normal sequence of dating, but I know that I want you. This might seem unbelievable to you. After all, I've had so many girlfriends before. I'm a well-known playboy. But Yi-Fan, before I met you, all my previous relationships were fake. They had their unavoidable reasons, and I needed to waste my life to destroy myself. So at the wrong time, in the wrong place. I made the wrong choices with the wrong people. I was never someone who easily regretted. But after meeting you, I regret. I regret why I didn't meet you sooner, why I wasted my life on those people. Yi-Fan, I don't know what tomorrow will be like. Nor do I know if the future is an apocalypse, but I know, if I don't tell you my feelings, if I don't have you by my side, then every moment of my future will be torment, and I'll be like a walking corpse, unable to find meaning in living. After hearing the last sentence, Yi-Fan's heart raced uncontrollably. His meaning of living. Is it her? She never thought that one day she would become someone else's reason for living. Yi-Fan didn't know how to respond, feeling a bit flustered, nervously holding the red rose that Shao-Chi had given her. Shao-Chi, actually. Is it a bit inappropriate for us to talk about love right now? After all, the alien issue still exists. Shao-Chi quietly looked at the girl in front of him, leaned in, gently pinching her chin. Just as she was about to say something, he leaned in and steadied her lips. Yi-Fan's voice suddenly stopped. She widened her eyes, staring blankly at the man. Suddenly, a loud crash sounded behind her as a glass cup fell to the ground. Chapter 47, I help you remember. Hearing that voice, Yi Fan's back stiffened, and she instantly froze, staring blankly at the man in front of her. Xiao-Qi was also frozen in place. Behind them, Feng Yuanlan widened her eyes, holding her forehead with a look of shock, unable to bear to watch. Today's young people are really too bold. Ahem. Xiao-Qi regained his senses, holding Yi Fan's head and gently burying her face in his chest, then turned to Feng Yuanlan with a helpless expression. He said, Teacher Feng, this is my villa. Yi Fan and I were just confessing to each other. We didn't do anything inappropriate. You don't need to react so strongly. Feng Yuanlan collected her shock, smiled kindly, and waved her hand, saying, Well, you could go back to the bedroom. It's nothing for me to see, but if the robots see it, it will have a bad influence. A few robots tilted their heads in confusion at Feng Yuanlan's words. Why is it bad for them to see? Hearing this, Xiao-Qi felt even more helpless. He gently patted Yi Fan's back, trying hard not to think about Feng Yuanlan's words, took a deep breath, and said, It's getting late. You should rest early. Feng Yuanlan replied, Of course. But take it easy. You're going to the 9th district tomorrow. She has a weak constitution, so don't overdo it. Upon hearing this, Yi Fan could no longer pretend to be a quail. She immediately stood up, awkwardly bowed to Feng Yuanlan, and said quickly, Teacher Feng, it's getting late, and I'm quite tired, so I'll go up to sleep first. You all should rest early. Good night, good night. Yi Fan practically sprinted away at full speed, disappearing in an instant. She didn't even remember what she had just said. Xiao-Qi stood there, first watching Yi Fan's shy and frantic retreating figure, then turned around to look at Feng Yuanlan with a complicated expression. It wasn't until Yi Fan's bedroom door closed that he spoke. Teacher Feng, don't you support us? Feng Yuanlan shook her head, but then nodded, placing her hand on Xiao-Qi's shoulder, thoughtfully saying, What if your relationship turns into a tragedy? It won't be a tragedy, Xiao-Qi said firmly. Meng Ziding, the highest commander of the group? It might even involve aliens. Aren't you afraid of that? Feng Yuanlan asked. Teacher, were you afraid when you were with Madam? Xiao-Qi countered. Feng Yuanlan immediately struck a super cute pose, blinking her eyes. How could I be afraid? I'm a little flower, so happy I can't close my mouth. I'm just like the teacher. The next morning, Xiao-Qi didn't bring up last night's confession, which made Yi Fan feel much more relaxed. She was really afraid that Feng Yuanlan would tease her about it again. Otherwise, she really wouldn't know how to explain. Nowadays, the means of transportation between regions include maglev trains, airplanes, and cars. However, compared to these, the speed of new energy airplanes is faster, taking less than 2 hours from Free City to the 9th district. So, Yi Fan and the others chose to take a new energy airplane. As the silver plane whizzed through the sky, Yi Fan suddenly heard a snoring sound in her ear. She thought it was her ear that was uncomfortable and rubbed her earlobe, wanting to shake off this uncomfortable feeling. However, in the process, she caught a glimpse of a golden light emerging from the clouds. The golden light surged as if a hand was stirring up the clouds into a jigsaw puzzle. Soon, that puzzle was reassembled into a giant pupil. A white pupil. Just looking at it made her feel as if it had a power that could completely suck a person in. Yi Fan's heart raced, and she quickly turned to grab Xiao-Qi's hand. Xiao-Qi, look. But by the time Xiao-Qi and Feng Yuanlan looked over, the pupil formed by the clouds had disappeared. Only the golden light had yet to completely dissipate. Feng Yuanlan and the others thought this was just a normal natural phenomenon, but Yi Fan always felt something was wrong. The clouds seemed to hint at something, telling her something. Lost in thought, Yi Fan didn't notice that when they arrived at the 9th District Government Building, many people were looking at them with strange expressions. Until Xiao-Qi and Feng Yuanlan went to make an application, she sat alone in the lounge area. And Zhao Mo, Ran, and Meng Shi Ting came to her to make their presence known. Yi Fan, you actually came? You have some guts? You dare to come to the 9th District? Yi Fan was originally thinking about the clouds, reflecting on that feeling of being watched. So even when Zhao Mo, Ran, and Meng Shi Ting blocked her path, she didn't react much, as if she didn't see them at all. Zhao Mo, Ran took out a transparent small tablet, powered it on, and found Yi Fan's basic information inside. She shook it a little and then asked in a seemingly kind tone, Yi Fan, you can't remember what you did before, can you? Let me help you remember. Curious onlookers gathered around. Zhao Mo ran exchanged glances with Meng Shiting, then smirked and began to read aloud. Yi Fan, 24 years old, once worked as a cleaner at the Imperial Academy. During her time, she was unambitious, always trying to seduce researchers, and even destroyed a lot of research data, ultimately being expelled from the academy. Zhao Mo Ran's tone was filled with disgust, and the onlookers were stirred by her emotions, eventually all pointing fingers at Yi Fan. So that's the kind of person she is. How could she still dare to come here? Such a person is lucky just to be expelled. If it were in our company, she would definitely be confined. Who did she come with? Get her out of here. Don't let her affect us. Everyone quiet down. There's something more important I haven't mentioned. Zhao Mo Ran glanced at them, then held Meng Shiting's hand and smiled. Sister Ting, do you want to know what outrageous thing she did at the academy? Meng Shiting raised her eyebrows slightly, looking at Yi Fan with a smirk. What is it? Zhao Mo Ran pulled out a few censored photos, raised her voice, and slowly said to attract everyone's attention, dance pole dance in a laboratory without a stitch on. Here are the photos. The scene instantly erupted into discussion. How shameless. She actually did something like that? It's impressive that the people at the Imperial Academy could tolerate her. I think a person like this shouldn't be here. Everyone, hurry up and drive her away. It's a pollution to our eyes. So scary, really scary. The voices of the crowd grew louder, and Yi Fan, surrounded by them, didn't refute. At this moment, she glanced at the photos above, and suddenly her expression turned extremely cold as she said, "Enough." The voice was different from her appearance, carrying a chilling tone that made people shrink back, as if it had already gripped Zhao Mo Ran's neck, making her unable to utter a single word. Then, Yi Fan took the small computer from Zhao Mo Ran's hand, looking expressionlessly at the photos. Chapter 48, Everything is in your plan. After looking at the photo, Yi Fan turned and walked towards the charging area across the way. In fact, Yi Fan wasn't stimulated by the photo to want to escape. She just needed to find a quiet place to think this matter over carefully. The photo that Zhao Mo Ran took out was indeed unaltered, and it certainly looked like her. However, that small birthmark on the body, to be precise, was not a birthmark but a set of codes, and it didn't belong to her. Her body had no birthmarks, nor any codes left by anyone. So even if the person in the photo had the same face as her, she was sure it wasn't her. Then the question arose. If the person in the photo wasn't her, who could it be? Yi Fan speculated that if she was a clone, then the girl in the photo would be the real Yi Fan. And the Yi Fan in the photo had a vacant expression. From her expression, it didn't seem like she naturally did those things. So she guessed that the Yi Fan in the photo was most likely under hypnosis controlled by someone. Thinking of this, Yi Fan couldn't help but feel a chill in her heart. In a laboratory that Zhao Mo Ran spoke of, who had the ability to control others. Could it be that aliens had already controlled the real Yi Fan at that time? While Yi Fan was puzzled, the voices of Zhao Mo Ran and others discussing grew louder. She was indeed feeling guilty. Zhao Mo Ran disdainfully switched the photo on her small computer and then looked at Meng Shiting. They all thought that Yi Fan had suddenly left in a huff because the photo was too embarrassing. Zhao Mo Ran mockingly said, "She still has a sense of shame. Wasn't she quite proud before? Thinking that with brother Shao-Chi, she had nothing to fear, even daring to come to District 9? Why hasn't anyone complained to have the peacekeepers drive her away? Ladies, I think she must have ill intentions this time. Why don't you think of a way to get rid of her?" Several citizens gathered around, continuously talking to Meng Shiting and Zhao Mo Ran. Hearing their words, a glint of excitement flashed in Zhao Mo Ran's eyes as she stroked her chin and thoughtfully said to the crowd, "Speaking of peacekeepers, I have to tell you a shocking secret." "What secret?" Zhao Mo Ran. "Stop keeping us in suspense." Even Meng Shiting became interested in this. It seemed that no matter how much humanity progressed, it was difficult to shed the habit of gossip, especially for Meng Shiting and her group. In an instant, they had surrounded Zhao Mo Ran. Seeing their eagerness, Zhao Mo Ran's lips curled into a sinister smile, and she glanced at Yi Fan's direction, enunciating each word. The heavily fatal explosion 5 years ago was not an accident caused by Shao-Chi fleeing. It was caused by this woman named Yi Fan. As soon as she finished speaking, nearly everyone wore a shocked expression, because this matter was truly unexpected. After a few seconds of silence, Meng Shiting first grabbed Zhao Mo Ran's hand and urgently asked, Zhao Mo Ran, are you serious? Do you have any evidence? Zhao Mo Ran sighed, heartbroken, and said, of course I have evidence. I used to be an accountant at the Imperial Research Institute, and I know more about what happened there than anyone else. At that time, how Yi Fan escaped, how she contacted terrorists, and how she betrayed the peacekeepers. Everything at the Imperial Research Institute is on video surveillance. How could this be? The crowd found it quite difficult to accept. Zhao Mo Ran sighed and continued, because it's an internal issue of the Imperial Research Institute. It's not easy to make this public. Actually, you can think about it carefully. If Shao Qi was truly the culprit, why was he only suspended and not punished in other ways? All right, the Shao family hasn't been affected at all. My God. So this is the truth from back then. We've been misunderstanding Mr. Shao Qi all along. Just thinking about all the insults directed at Shao Qi over the years makes me a bit regretful. At this moment, Meng Shiting interjected with an odd expression. Then why hasn't Yi Fan been punished? Zhao Mo Ran immediately laughed mockingly. Sister Shiting, can't you see? That's not the real Yi Fan. The Yi Fan who made the mistake has already died in the explosion. What we have in front of us is a clone. Meng Shiting recalled for a moment, and then suddenly realized, no wonder she hasn't appeared in Shao Qi's life for the past 5 years. It turns out this one is a counterfeit. At this moment, Zhao Mo Ran smiled at Meng Shiting. Sister Shiting, you don't need to worry about her existence. This clone doesn't even have citizenship, let alone marry brother Shao Qi in the future. She came to District 9 just to seek her own suffering. Right. Since she's a clone, we can now find the peacekeepers and drive her out directly. That's right, we can't coexist under the same sky as clones. This won't do. Zhao Mo Ran's expression was smug as she winked and pulled Meng Shiting's arm. Sister Shiting, do you still need me to teach you what to do next? Meng Shiting nodded. Indeed, dealing with a clone would be easy. After seeing Meng Shiting leave, a gleam of triumph flashed in Zhao Mo Ran's eyes. And then, taking advantage of the crowd's inattention, she sent a message. Teacher, the operation is complete. Everything is in your plan. Yi Fan's clone isn't obedient enough, so we'll get rid of her. Meanwhile, in the video verification area, Shao Qi and Feng Yuanlan had completed their identity verification, and next, they were to communicate with the Supreme Commander via video. Feng Yuanlan. In the video, the Supreme Commander's expression did not look good. Respected Supreme Commander, hello. Feng Yuanlan respectfully bowed and then raised her head, addressing the camera without being servile or overbearing. I have reviewed your information. However, I'm sorry, I cannot meet with you. The Supreme Commander said coldly. Feng Yuanlan frowned and asked in confusion. Our identities meet the requirements for a meeting. Why are you unwilling to see us? The Supreme Commander took out a document and magnified it on the screen. Mr. Feng Yuanlan, please take a close look at this report. 20 years ago, because of your erroneous analysis, dozens of our aerospace workers perished in space exploration. You are the sinner. You have no qualification to meet with me. Hearing this, Feng Yuanlan couldn't help but become agitated, raising his voice, Commander. I did not make a mistake in that report. Everything I said was true. 20 years ago, he had discovered, through analysis, that there was a wormhole located 15 light-years to the left of Pluto, and that wormhole emitted signals similar to those of living organisms. Therefore, he speculated that the wormhole near Pluto might connect to extraterrestrial life, and humanity could attempt to approach the wormhole for an in-depth exploration. Because of his report, a total of 30 interstellar explorers embarked on the mission to probe the wormhole. However, the final message received by the aerospace system was that all 30 explorers had perished simultaneously. Thus, for a long time, everyone believed that Feng Yuanlan had transmitted erroneous information to them. All of Feng Yuanlan's interstellar aviation projects were halted. The Supreme Commanders were unwilling to believe him anymore. Chapter 49, the fourth type of people, however, Feng Yuanlan never doubted himself. He believed in his analysis, especially after seeing the content on Yi Fan's phone, confirming that aliens had come to Earth. He became even more convinced that his analysis had never been wrong. Even when facing the highest commander, he dared to say, "My papers on cosmic exploration are all based on rigorous analysis, and Earth is not as safe as we perceive it to be." Nonsense. The highest commander became furious. Just as Fong Yuanlan was about to propose the existence of aliens in this situation, the phone beside him rang. Immediately, two figures appeared in the video, a man and a woman. Although their faces were obscured by a screen, their shapes were clearly visible. Xiao-Qi waited for the two figures, frowning slightly. The man resembled Gu Wei, and the woman looked like Meng Ziding. Why had these two suddenly appeared behind the highest commander? Before Xiao-Qi could figure it out, the image on the screen froze. After about 10 minutes, the highest commander reopened the video, put down the documents in his hand, and said solemnly to the figures of Xiao-Qi and Fong Yuanlan in the video, "You actually dared to take a clone out casually. This violates Earth development regulations. Now, I give you two choices: hand over the clone, or you will lose your citizenship and become fourth-type people along with the clone." At the current stage of Earth, there are four types of people. The first type consists of high-level citizens with certain family backgrounds and intelligence, such as commanders, the Shao family, and the Meng family. The second type includes ordinary citizens with average backgrounds who have made certain contributions to Earth, like Fong Yuanlan and Zhao Moran. The third type is the homeless population, existing like Granny Zhu at the homeless station. The fourth type consists of criminals and stateless people. The classification of these four types is not something the commanders would mention in official announcements. It is like an unwritten rule known only to them as managers. Ordinary humans, with the help of AI, firmly believe they're the masters of Earth. They believe that on Earth, everyone is equal, regardless of status or wealth, and that as long as they follow comfortable rules, they can live a happy life. When ordinary people in the video area heard the commander's words, they were all shocked, looking at each other in disbelief. There are four types of people on Earth? Why? Why haven't we heard about this before? Did I hear wrong? That wasn't the highest commander's words. This isn't right. Memory wipe. Seeing the unusual reaction from the humans, the highest commander immediately ordered the staff beside Xiao-Qi to act. Several staff members immediately turned serious and pulled out a silver pen from their pockets. This was a pen that could erase memories. The staff only needed to press the red button on top, and the pen system would connect to the AI system to execute the memory wipe command. The entire process only took 3 seconds. Humans chosen for memory wiping generally lose 10 minutes of their memories. This technology is safe and reliable, so the management is very fond of it. They have used this technology to manage ordinary people more than once. Since Xiao-Qi and Fong Yuanlan did not have the AI system, the memory wiping operation did not manifest on them. The highest commander looked at their faces through the video, showing a thoughtful expression. Think carefully and make the right choice. Do you understand? Commander, our choice is to stand with Yi Fan, Xiao-Qi answered firmly. Beside him, Fong Yuanlan continued, Sir, my analysis back then was not wrong. And what I want to tell you this time is that Earth has been invaded by aliens. Please be sure to meet with us. Invasion? The highest commander frowned upon hearing this and shook his head directly. Fong Yuanlan, I think you're crazy. You keep bringing up things that are impossible. Very well. Since you choose to spread falsehoods, I will revoke your citizenship. Commander, Fong Yuanlan shouted in agitation. However, the response to Fong Yuanlan was a black screen. The commander decisively cut off the video. Currently, Yi Fan was unaware of all this. She was fully focused on contemplating her identity. After thinking for a long time, she finally had some answers, took a deep breath, and prepared to get up to find Xiao-Qi and Fong Yuanlan. Miss, please wear this. Suddenly, 2 men in black uniforms blocked Yi Fan's way, holding a silver electronic wristband in their hands. Yi Fan was stunned for a second and asked, What is this? One of the men explained, Dynamic monitoring device. You have been identified as a clone and must be monitored. You just listened to their discussion and determined I'm a clone? Yi Fan was puzzled, even if she had lost her memory. She knew that the definition of a clone required a complete analysis report and genetic testing. They hadn't tested her and had just assumed she was a clone, then decided to monitor her? Isn't that a bit ridiculous? Already having witnesses is enough. From now on, you no longer have citizenship in Earth District 29 and cannot exercise your civil rights. If there is research that requires your presence, you must appear unconditionally. Your new number is Clone 8929, managed by the Clone Experiment Center. You have no right to associate with normal humans, nor can you live in human homes at will. The The two staff members kept talking, and all the restrictions were directed at Yifan. Although Yifan anticipated that the entire Earth would not be friendly towards clones, she did not expect that in their rules, the treatment of clones was even worse than that of robots. Clones are not products of natural human combination, but clones also have independent thinking and are complete life forms. They should be considered human and deserve respect. Thinking of this made Yifan a bit agitated. Shaking her head, she said, "I do not accept this arrangement. I want to see the highest commander." "Clones do not have the right to see the highest commander," one of the staff members said coldly. Yifan clenched her fists, looking at their indifferent and serious faces. She gently shook her head. "I am a human. Even if I am really a clone, I am still a human. I have emotions, thoughts, and beliefs. Why can't I be treated fairly by you? Why can't I see the highest commander?" Clone 8929, please control your emotions. If you continue to confront us with emotions, what awaits you next is the dark prison. Clone 8929, this is the final warning. Pay attention to emotional management. The two staff members had already raised their tranquilizer guns, the dark barrels aimed at Yifan. The people around were attracted by their commotion, all staring at Yifan, pointing fingers, their faces filled with mockery, ridicule, and disdain. They all looked down on Yifan. Yifan, this is the fate of a clone. Accept your fate." Zhao Moran laughed and waved at Yifan from the side. As it appeared, Yifan was about to be treated as a manic clone. Chapter 50, you said, "I am a hero," in Zhao Moran's mind. As long as the clone Yifan was captured, the obstacles between her and Shao-Chi would be fewer. At that time, she just needed to find a way to deal with Meng Shiting, restore her human status, and she could become Shao-Chi's favorite. Yifan, although cloning technology is an excellent technology developed by science, you are not excellent. You, a clone that came out of an artificial womb, are a failure, the dregs of human civilization, and will bring shame to humanity. Yifan coldly smiled at her righteous demeanor and shook her head. She really couldn't understand why this woman kept targeting her. If she truly liked Shao-Chi, she should impress him with her abilities, rather than pretending to be a white lotus with two faces. Being as petty as she was indeed bizarre. Someone like you, who doesn't even have a human body, is the true dregs of civilization, bringing shame to humanity. Just as the staff was about to take action against Yifan, a cold and piercing voice suddenly intervened. Instantly, the atmosphere around them changed. Shao-Chi walked over, his exquisite face covered with layers of frost, looking as cold as a demon emerging from hell. His icy gaze fell on Zhao Moran, and he mockingly said without a hint of emotion, "What qualifications do you have to attack her? Are you even human?" Before today, he had felt sympathy for Zhao Moran and tried to help her in his own way. But now, witnessing her attitude towards Yifan, he almost immediately confirmed that this woman named Zhao Moran had been acting in front of him for many years. He had completely lost all affection for her. Those he despised would only receive indifference. This was Shao-Chi, who was clear about his feelings and never muddled them. Shao-Chi, brother, Zhao Moran was speechless. She never expected Shao-Chi to witness her harsh words towards Yifan. Of course, she never expected Shao-Chi to say that she wasn't human. Why was this happening to her? Wasn't she also influenced by them? So foolish. Shao-Chi coldly said, "You are the true tragedy. Instead of attacking Yifan here, you might as well return to the lab and build yourself a clean heart." People around couldn't help but whisper among themselves, and many women looked at Zhao Moran with different eyes. Zhao Moran's face instantly turned as red as pig liver. She felt completely humiliated by Shao-Chi's reprimand. The mocking and sarcastic gazes around her fell on her like sharp surgical knives, slicing her apart, making her wish for death. Originally, she wanted to take advantage of the situation to provoke Yifan into anger, to make her lash out at everyone and then face deeper punishment. But unexpectedly, she was scolded by Shao-Chi instead. Now she felt like a joke. She truly hated it. Shao-Chi's indifferent gaze hurt Zhao Moran more than the words of those people. Tears streamed down her face as she raised her hand, wanting to grasp Shao-Chi. However, Shao-Chi didn't even glance at her, suddenly turning away, his deep eyes flashing with concern, holding Yifan's hand, saying, "If you feel unwell, just tell me. I will definitely help you deal with her." Yifan's heart raced like a startled deer, her face flushed. She was truly moved. In a situation where so many people regarded her as a clone, he was willing to help her and protect her. This was her fortune. Shao-Chi brother. She is a clone with genetic defects. She cannot be with you. Zhao Mo Ran came to her senses, looking at Shao-Chi excitedly. What does that have to do with you? Who I choose to be with? What qualifications do you have to interfere? Zhao Mo Ran. Should I doubt your character? Shao-Chi's cold gaze swept over with a hint of anger, his fury directly aimed at Zhao Mo Ran, saying, even with the human AI system, you still cannot possess a kind heart. You really are a failure at being human. Shao-Chi brother, you can't say that about me. Zhao Mo Ran's emotions instantly spiraled out of control. She loved Shao-Chi so much. How could she accept that Shao-Chi would treat her like this? The Supreme Commander has allowed us to leave. Shao-Chi looked at the nearby peacekeepers, his expression serious. The peacekeepers exchanged glances, puzzled. But they understood that Shao-Chi had no reason to lie about this matter. Shao-Chi's deep eyes softened as they fell on Yifan, his large hand enveloping her small hand, saying, Teacher Fong, let's go. After saying that, without waiting for anyone else to respond, he took Yifan's hand and walked out. At this moment, hatred flashed across Zhao Mo Ran's beautiful face. Shao-Chi was a fool 5 years ago, and still a fool 5 years later. How could he repeatedly fall for people who meant nothing to him? With his status, as long as he persevered with them to the end, he could have the best life and choose better women. A failure like Yifan was not worthy of him. Outside, in the car, the only sound was the breathing. Yifan's gaze fell on the faces of Shao-Chi and Fong Yuanlan. Just now, as they exited and passed through some electronic gates, she had heard an unusual sound. The prompt of that sound was telling her that, besides her not having citizenship, the two men in front of her had also been deprived of their citizenship. Why did they not have citizenship? Was it because the Supreme Commander did not believe in the existence of aliens and acted out of anger? Worry, guilt, and a rush of emotions surged to Yifan's mind, causing her face to pale. Shao-Chi suddenly looked up, his deep eyes locking onto Yifan's, holding her hand and asking, What are you feeling guilty about? His words carried a hint of pain. Is it because the information I provided you wasn't convincing enough? Which led the commander not to believe you, right? Yifan asked anxiously. The Supreme Commander did not look at our things. Shao-Chi answered truthfully, cupping her face with both hands, saying, Yifan, the path we want to take probably won't be that easy. Are you afraid? Shao-Chi, to be honest, I don't really know what fear is. What I worry about more is that because of me, you will lose your citizenship, and how you will live in Earth Zone 29 in the future. Yifan said sadly, without citizenship means that you cannot enjoy any social welfare, cannot work, and cannot be respected by others in society. Moreover, you cannot freely withdraw money from the banking system, and even your place of residence may be reclaimed. This is a very cruel punishment. In Yifan's view, she truly brought a lot of trouble to Shao-Chi and Fong Yuanlan. If these were things she did on her own, she would at most be sent back to the lab as a clone. But now Shao-Chi and Fong Yuanlan were suffering because of her. Shao-Chi noticed her mood, thought of something, and said firmly, Yifan, do you remember what you said? Yifan looked up, confused, wondering what he meant. The atmosphere in the car suddenly changed, even with Fong Yuanlan present. Shao-Chi's affectionate gaze was enough to captivate anyone. Yifan could almost hear the sound of her own heartbeat, and she felt very nervous. Shao-Chi's forehead pressed against hers, his voice hoarse as he said, You said, I am a hero. Chapter 51, I Want to Save You. Yifan was stunned, recalling the words of the little golden star when she was the commander in Freedom City. Yes, in her eyes, Shao-Chi was a hero. Shao-Chi's hand gently cradled Yifan's cheek. His warm breath on her face carried a uniquely masculine scent, momentarily captivating her. In fact, I never thought about being a hero. Even 5 years ago, I just wanted to do a job I liked, to adventure, to prove myself. But your appearance changed me. I want to be the hero in your eyes. I don't want to save the world. What I want to save is you. I want you to have a warm home like everyone else, free from the troubles of amnesia. I want you to be yourself, to have the right to choose how to live, to love everything you want to love bravely. Yifan's delicate face blushed slightly as Shao-Chi lifted her chin, his long and distinct fingers gently stroking her tender lips. The action was somewhat ambiguous, making her heart race. If this process requires a price, I hope it is my life, not your tears and worries. I just want you to smile, to be happy. Yi Fan, do you understand? Yi Fan's curled eyelashes trembled slightly, her gaze locking onto the man without a second thought. At this moment, she felt as if time had stopped. Echoing in her ears was his declaration, I don't want to save the world. What I want to save is you. This was the most beautiful love confession she had ever heard. For this sentence, she felt she could face anything, even the fact that she was a clone. Thinking of this, Yi Fan felt that all her worries suddenly became less important. If knew.She could face it, why couldn't she face it together with him? He wanted to save her, so she would be his support, always behind him, becoming his strength, not a burden. After thinking of this, Yi Fan's body reacted uncontrollably. She proactively hugged knew.She's neck and leaned in to kiss his face. The action was quick, like a dragonfly skimming the water. After kissing knew.She, she immediately lowered her head, shyly looking for an excuse. Just now, I did it by accident. Let me check my phone, see if there are any messages. After saying that, she quickly turned her head, feeling guilty and not daring to look at knew.She again. knew.She seemed to still be in a daze, unable to process that she had taken the initiative to kiss him. After a while, he finally reacted. Did Yi Fan just kiss him? knew.She's fingers rested on his lips, gently pressing his lower lip, savoring the sensation of her touch. It was like sunlight breaking through the clouds, shining on his long frozen body, restoring his vitality. TSK, TSK, TSK. Even the old man needs love. The old man's eyes were just fixed, and now they're dazzled again by you. knew.She, why do you always make me see such lethal scenes? Poor old man. Can't go home and hug his wife, only able to eat dog food here. At this moment, the voice of the gloomy complaint sounded beside him. Just now, in that instant, Fang Yuanlan felt he should be under the car, not inside it, witnessing how sweet their dog food was. He held his forehead and blinked at knew.She, signaling him to think of a way to let him go back first. He misses his wife too. Teacher Fang, we don't have a plane to take. You can only ride with us now. It will take at least 9 hours to get back to Freedom City. knew.She smiled slightly at Fang Yuanlan, explaining. Fang Yuanlan was annoyed by his smile, rubbing his arms that, knew.She, you can talk. But don't use such a disgusting smile on me. You were so upright as a child. How did you turn out this way when you grew up? Ding. At that moment, Yi Fan's phone suddenly rang. Countdown 8 days. Prepare to escape. Yi Fan looked at the text message, her brows furrowing slightly. Looking at Fang Yuanlan in confusion, Teacher Fang, the message says there are 8 days left in the countdown, asking me to prepare to escape. What does this mean? Fang Yuanlan took Yi Fan's phone and carefully examined the content, frowning. If you really are a clone, then this is probably a reminder for you to leave a dangerous space. He shook his head again, but that's not right. It just seems to be a reminder. Logically, it doesn't make sense. Fang Yuanlan didn't know how to express it. His intuition told him that the message Yi Fan received was not just about Yi Fan herself. There was a high possibility it was related to aliens. Yi Fan understood Fang Yuanlan's speculation, biting her lip, and quickly asked, Teacher Fang, without citizenship, can you still not enter the research institute? Yes. Fang Yuanlan nodded, but soon smiled lightly. A cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. Do you think I only have that research institute? I have several private laboratories. Fang Yuanlan had been doing some private experiments for a long time, so he took out half of his savings with his wife and bought a house in some so-called no-man's land. After precise renovations, he used it as a lab for his research topics. Although some equipment couldn't compare to that of the Imperial Research Institute, it was sufficient for most experiments. And under the right conditions, his laboratory could even initiate astronomical research. As he spoke, Fang Yuanlan stroked his chin, squinting and nodding. The highest commander is a muddlehead. But we can't be confused. Aliens definitely exist, and we must spread this news early. Let more people know and believe. Otherwise, if one day humanity is completely controlled by aliens, it will be too late to regret. Ye Fan nodded. At this moment, the last rays of the sunset fell. Their car began to speed through the night like lightning. On the other side of the earth, sunlight was still reflecting beautifully on the beach. At the landing point of the aircraft, Meng Ziding, dressed in a white long dress, walked out proudly. At that moment, She stood facing a girl in a light blue research suit, who was looking at her with a calm expression. Sister Ziding, why did you suddenly come? Xiao Yinheng walked over, confused. Meng Ziding slowly approached, letting out a sigh, her face filled with hurt. Yinheng, I have some unfortunate news to tell you. What happened? Xiao Yinheng hurriedly asked. Meng Ziding sighed again, slowly saying, your brother has been deprived of his citizenship. My engagement with your brother is destined to end. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yinheng was shocked, unable to believe. How could my brother be deprived of his citizenship? She didn't care about the marriage between the Xiao and Meng families, but her brother was her idol. How could he lose his normal citizenship? You don't know. Meng Ziding said, tears already falling, this is all that Yi Fan's fault. 5 years ago, she implicated your brother, and 5 years later, still brings trouble to your brother. I really don't know what to do. The pressure is so great. Yinheng, please give me some advice. Chapter 52, What should Xiao-Qi do? Regarding Meng Ziding, Xiao Yinhe originally couldn't say she liked or disliked her. However, now that she was crying and seeking help, it made Xiao Yinhe feel a trace of disgust. Everyone evolved from the bottom of the food chain. What was there to play at being a ghost story? Perhaps others didn't know, but Xiao Yinhe was clear that Meng Ziding was different from ordinary people. If she wanted to help her brother retain his citizenship, a few words would suffice. She didn't do that. Instead, she came to her weekly asking for help, which indicated that she wanted to use her to do something bad. Her brother had his citizenship revoked, and she was shocked, heartbroken, and worried. But it wasn't to the extent that she'd lose her intelligence and casually jump into someone else's pit, becoming a pawn for others. Sorry, I'm just a small researcher now. With no power, Xiao Yinhe said calmly. Meng Ziding gritted her teeth, clenched her fists behind her, and tears fell again. Yinhe, are you sure you won't help your brother? He is your only brother, your blood relative. This made Xiao Yinhe scoff coldly in her heart and step back with her arms crossed, maintaining her distance. Yes, he was her only brother, her blood relative, but that was precisely why she wouldn't let Meng Ziding lead her by the nose without understanding the situation first. Yinhe, do you also look down on your brother? Yes, the things he did 5 years ago were indeed disappointing, but we should give him a chance. And that Yi Fan is a clone. If he really ends up with your brother, and they have children with genetic defects, your Xiao family. Meng Ziding said, then sighed softly, I can overlook these things, but you pursue genetic superiority the most. Can you tolerate your family having mutations and producing waste? Xiao Yinhe narrowed her eyes slightly, a cold glint escaping. What exactly do you want to use me for? Meng Ziding was taken aback and shook her head repeatedly. Yinhe, you misunderstand. I didn't mean to use you. I'm still engaged to your brother. I don't want to see him in trouble. It's that simple. Don't you understand my feelings for your brother? Xiao Yinhe shook her head slightly. I really don't know. Meng Ziding. The current Xiao Yinhe was too difficult to deceive. She had indeed grown up and become more cunning. Therefore, Meng Ziding thought she should use another method to coax Xiao Yinhe. Since Xiao Yinhe wasn't swayed by her White Lotus Act, she would analyze the pros and cons with her. She believed Xiao Yinhe wouldn't disregard Xiao-Qi's future. As long as Xiao Yinhe was worried, she would have a way. After all, there was something in this world called care leads to chaos. In the evening, the setting sun fell on the beach. The golden light seemed like a signal, driving people off the beach, reminding them that night was approaching. The sea breeze gently brushed through her hair as Xiao Yinhe hugged her arms, stepping lightly on the sand. Glancing sideways at the sea's surface tinted with gold, her lips moving slightly. Her mind was filled with Meng Ziding's words before she left. Meng Ziding said that without citizenship, those who had lost loved ones due to the explosion would trouble her brother. Meng Ziding said that the clone Yi Fan would not only cause her brother to lose his citizenship, but would also impact the upper echelon's plans for him in the long run. Just a moment ago, she reminded herself not to become Meng Ziding's pawn, to stay away from someone who knew how to scheme. Yet the next moment, she found herself wavering. She understood how complicated the upper echelon's thoughts were. The effects of the events from 5 years ago had never disappeared for her brother. Not only did he have shadows lingering, but the upper echelons also remained unwilling to believe in him, even excluding her from high-level secrets. She had to admit that she could feel that the high-level secrets concerned all of them. If her brother was completely abandoned, it might fall into the abyss, never to return, just as she feared. Although Meng Ziding's intentions to use her were obvious. Xiao Inha had no choice but to jump into that big net because she had to protect her brother just as her brother had once protected her. When she returned to the apartment, the sunlight was almost reduced to an inch. Xiao Inha keenly sensed that there seemed to be someone in her house. So she closed the door, took off the AI system on her ear, poured a glass of juice, and walked toward the sofa. Sure enough, a man was standing in her living room, dressed in a dark blue uniform with 2 stars on his shoulder. The juice in his cup was already empty. She didn't know how long he had been waiting there. Seeing Xiao Inha sit down, the man raised his head, his voice slightly hoarse. Inha. At this moment, the warm and elegant Dr. Qin Yefeng from the hospital had a slightly pale face, heavy shadows under his eyes, and looked in a bad mood. Regarding Qin Yefeng's sudden appearance, Xiao Inha didn't seem surprised, only expressionless as she asked, "You found out?" Qin Yefeng smiled bitterly, paused for a few seconds, and then spoke. "Is the information you received true? I haven't verified it, but since Meng Ziding and the upper echelons are so certain, it probably isn't wrong," Xiao Inha replied, her brows furrowing. "My brother was stripped of his citizenship. Because of this." Qin Yefeng's expression immediately darkened, his eyes filled with a heavy fog. Xiao Inha's confirmation left him without the last bit of hope. Indeed, if it weren't for such a result, how could Xiao Qi be impulsive enough to give up his citizenship in Freedom City? Moreover, only Yi Fan being a clone could explain why she was here, why she didn't remember anything about Xiao Qi, and why she seemed so naive. Qin Yefeng shook his head in pain and smiled, then went to the wine cabinet to pour himself a glass of red wine. He took a small sip and sighed with a melancholic expression. "So what should we do next? What should Xiao Qi do? What should I, as a clone, do? You changed into your uniform because you want to return to headquarters, right? Since you're going back, then please do more for my brother," Xiao Inha said. Qin Yefeng put down the wine glass and suddenly looked up, scrutinizing Xiao Inha. Inha, are you suggesting that I use my connections at headquarters to deal with the clone Yi Fan? 5 years ago, everyone who knew about Xiao Qi and Yi Fan's relationship opposed their union. 5 years later, with the appearance of a clone, he thought these people would be even less likely to support them. Ordinary humans couldn't be casually killed, but clones were different, especially since Yi Fan's clone was illegal. Resolving it through headquarters orders would be justified. But, Inha, she is human, Qin Yefeng said, sighing. And, I'm saying, what if? What if everyone is mistaken, and she is Yi Fan herself? Would you still want to eliminate her? Don't you care about Xiao Qi's feelings? Aren't you afraid that Xiao Qi would go completely insane because of her departure and give up everything? I don't want to see Xiao Qi in trouble again. I don't want to let him down anymore. Chapter 53. Liking Yi Fan. Qin Yefeng. I've been excluded from the high-level secrets. Can you understand my panic? I can't access the most core secrets, so I don't know their arrangements for my brother. I'm afraid my brother will die. Xiao Inha looked at Qin Yefeng excitedly. I only have this one brother. I can't risk his life anymore. So I'd rather mistakenly kill someone than let a potential threat to him go. Do you understand my feelings? Qin Yefeng was taken aback by her words, fell silent for a few minutes, and finally sighed. Inha, you need to calm down first. Let's cooperate. I can try to access the high-level secrets when I return to headquarters, and you can help me keep an eye on those people at the Research Institute. You want us to share information? Xiao Inha frowned. Yes, share information and investigate why Yi Fan has appeared. I always feel that whether it's the real Yi Fan or her clone, her appearance at this time is problematic. Qin Yefeng said seriously, catching a glimpse of the dark outside the window, a hint of unusual color flashing his eyes. I want Yi Fan by my side. Xiao Inha was stunned, staring at Qin Yefeng's face, dazed for a long time. Is it the kind of desire a man has for a woman? Qin Yefeng nodded, his lips slightly moving. Otherwise, what do you think I want her for? Seeing Qin Yefeng's demeanor becoming domineering and the strong possessiveness in his eyes as he spoke, Xiao Inha's previously dazed expression turned into shock. He likes Yi Fan? 5 years ago, when he faced Yi Fan alongside her brother, he was very indifferent, as if he were dealing with a colleague, and it didn't seem like he had any feelings for her at all. She really couldn't understand when Qin Yefeng started to have feelings for Yi Fan. Back then, apart from her looks being in line with a man's aesthetic, her personality really wasn't appealing to men. It was one thing for her brother to have peculiar tastes, but why did Qin Yefeng also fall for her? But regardless of why Qin Yifeng liked Yi Fan, she had to face the fact that this man wanted to take Yi Fan away in the end. She really couldn't imagine the scene of Qin Yifeng being with Yi Fan. Xiao Yinhe, I give you 24 hours to consider. If you decide by this time tomorrow, then we will start. Otherwise, I will proceed with my plan to push the new scheme at the high level, Qin Yifeng said firmly. Qin Yifeng, I suddenly feel like I've never really known you. Xiao Yinhe looked at Qin Yifeng, her emotions complicated. She used to think that Qin Yifeng was the best friend of their siblings, more trustworthy than many others. But now, seeing how he could hide his feelings for Yi Fan so deeply, she suddenly felt that she had been too naive. This made her inexplicably recall the encounter with Yi Fan 5 years ago. At that time, the sunset was falling on the Great Wall, and Yi Fan pointed at the distant mountains, her smile unusually tragic, telling her, Yinhe, this world is actually hypocritical. Many people wear masks. And I am pitiful because I know this world is terrifying, yet I cannot escape. Back then, she thought Yi Fan was saying this because she was hurt after being opposed by everyone. Now it seemed that Yi Fan was right. This world is very hypocritical, and many people she had never truly understood. Seemingly sensing the girl's thoughts, Qin Yifeng took a few steps closer, his gaze slightly deepening, connecting with hers. Yinhe, you don't need to understand me. You just need to know that if you believe me, you won't get hurt. That's enough. Qin Yifeng, your tone is very Green Arrow. Was a Green Arrow, both green tea and cheap. After saying this, Xiao Yinhe walked to the door, resting her hand on the doorframe, tilting her head slightly. Qin Yifeng, I need some quiet. She needed to think carefully about what they had done over the years. Was what they did to Yi Fan really right? Yi Fan and Xiao Qi's car had just reached the border of Freedom City when they saw that the city's security system was completely shut down. Now aliens should have controlled everyone, which is why the security system was turned off, starting their game. If it weren't for the information seen on that webpage, Fang Yuanlan would have absolutely no idea that the city at night could be such a terrifying place. As the car exited the highway, suddenly a toll collector stepped out. It wasn't a robot, it was a human. This human had blood on his forehead and a twisted face. He raised his hand and shouted, "Lower the car window for inspection." The following words were in some alien language that Yi Fan and the others couldn't understand. Looking at the person blocking their way, Yi Fan's eyes flashed with cold light. What kind of horror game was this control person trying to play? Wanted to wipe out their entire car. Seeing that Yi Fan and the others had not lowered the car window, the bloodied person began to act violently, banging on the hood like a crazed gorilla, roaring and cursing nonstop. Fang Yuanlan frowned. What the hell is he saying? He is cursing us and threatening that the people from the Stand Star system are not to be trifled with. Clearly, he thinks we're players from another star system. Yi Fan a planet kalmli. Yi Fan, you understand alien language? Inside the car, Fang Yuanlan looked at Yi Fan with a strange expression. Upon hearing this, a hint of shock flashed across Yi Fan's face. She hadn't noticed it before, but now that she thought about it, it seemed that she understood some alien languages. Why would she understand alien languages? If she were a clone, she shouldn't have such a skill, right? Could it be that someone had written a corresponding program in her brain to allow her to recognize alien languages? But isn't human civilization still insufficient to master all alien languages? Joe, SHME, the alien outside continued to go wild. Yi Fan, what is he saying now? Fang Yuanlan hurriedly asked. He means he is calling for his companions from the Stand Star system. Tonight, there will be a brawl between players from 2-star systems in Freedom City. Yi Fan said, her brow tightly furrowing as she looked at Xiao Qi. Hurry, drive to your villa. We can't get involved in their fight. Okay. Xiao Qi nodded and started the car. However, after driving for a while, the three inside the car noticed something was wrong. The car had activated the autopilot mode again. Even Xiao Qi himself couldn't modify the system settings. Xiao Qi, you set it up but can't modify it? Fang Yuanlan slapped her forehead, looking disdainful. Your tech skills are really lacking. You're embarrassing me. Before Xiao Qi could respond, suddenly a car came flying toward them from the direction of the overpass. Seeing the situation was bad, Yi Fan immediately slapped the car's LCD screen. 45 degrees, quickly. Earlier, she was able to activate Xiao Qi's car system. And now she was just trying it. Xiao Qi had always thought that all his cars shared one system, and that system was one he had replaced 5 years ago. The core intelligence system absolutely wouldn't allow anyone else to control it. Unexpectedly, at this moment, the car really changed direction under Yi Fan's command. Chapter 54. The Young Taoist Bang. After a loud noise, the vehicle that Yi Fan and the others were in avoided the flying car and drove in another direction. Oof. Do you think that just because of this, the players from Stand Star can do nothing? The slaughter has just begun. The game will not end. A human controlled by Stand Star player stepped out, his smile twisted, nodding at the crowd that was arriving behind him. All players other than those from Stand Star deserve to die. Go ahead and take action. Soon, all the Stand Star players who received the order became excited, either driving cars or wielding weapons, chasing after Yi Fan and the others. At this moment, the night was deep and Freedom City was already rife with aliens committing crimes. Many vehicles had already been involved in accidents on the streets, and the controlled humans were bleeding without crying out in pain, only filled with excitement stained by blood. Several cars recklessly pursued Yi Fan and his group. Dawn broke, and lights slowly rose on the horizon. The warm sun began to climb upward, and a gentle morning breeze blew by. 3 young boys dressed in Taoist robes were slowly walking along the road. The 3 boys looked warm and sunny, wearing gray-blue Taoist robes embroidered with the words Zhengyi, exuding an air of immortality. They had long hair tied up with green jade hairpins. They seemed somewhat out of place in this world, but their righteous aura seemed to inject new strength into it. The Taoist practitioners are the foundation of all things in the world. Those who know do not observe objects, but look within the heart. The Tao is not far. It exists within oneself, and all things are empty, yet not empty. If one's nature is not empty, and the Qi resides, the Qi returns to the primordial sea, and life is eternal. To attain the divine within oneself, do not leave anything in the spiritual platform. When objects reside within, the spirit is unclear, dissipating energy and exhausting the bones. The 3 young Taoists continuously recited what their master had taught them. 5th Senior Brother, you said our master sent us down the mountain to seek the Taoist connection. But the people in this world have completely believed in science. Who would still accept our Taoist views on the Taoist connection? One fair-featured young Taoist asked, glancing at another mixed-race young Taoist. Master said to go with the flow of nature. We descended the mountain to train, not to seek everyone's worship. Besides, I believe in the existence of the Taoist connection. Even in today's technologically advanced society, I believe we can meet that person we're destined to meet, replied the boy referred to as 5th Senior Brother. Sigh. Little 7, as disciples of the Zhengyi sect, you cannot doubt what you have learned. Moreover, we are not remnants of feudal superstition. We can also be considered as philosophy. Another young Taoist responded while glancing at 5th Senior Brother. Arcus, what do you think? Arcus nodded, recalling what their master had said before they left. The corners of his mouth curved slightly. Yes, master said. What we uphold now is the philosophy of thought. The so-called Taoist connection is based on this philosophy, the bond between people. Little 7, I believe we can find that connection that will elevate us. Upon hearing this, knew.She somewhat agreed and nodded. Yes, they came down the mountain to find opportunities for elevation, and no matter what that Taoist connection is, they will cherish it. Not looking back, why forget? If there is no fate, why make oaths? Today's events, like water without trace. Tomorrow or the next day, you are already a stranger. Arcus's companion, a boy named AI Ching, deliberately smiled and winked at knew.She. 3rd Senior Brother, don't say that. We came to find the Taoist connection, not some romantic fate, and we're only just 18. We can't casually get involved in worldly emotions. Otherwise, all the cultivation of the highest good is like water would be completely ruined, knew.She said nervously. Sigh. It's a pity that our master didn't specify. He only gave a few sayings. Now that we have arrived in Freedom City, facing this vast sea of people, if master were here, he would definitely be able to point us in a specific direction. Perhaps we could even find Arcus as parents. 3rd Senior Brother, master said we are only seeking elevation now, not results, and he has given us some guidance. He said our Taoist connection is a girl, and she is still young. It's just a pity that we don't have the intelligent AI systems that others use. We can't find anyone through high-tech means. Arcus said, looking up ahead. 3rd Senior Brother, I'm really curious what kind of girl could appear in Master S divination. guiding us to find her. Master said she belongs here, but does not belong to this time. At first, we cannot see her, but when we discover her, our hearts will surely provide the answer. Anyway, what Master said is becoming more and more fantastical, AI Ching said, full of curiosity, shaking his head. Upon hearing this, knew.She smiled beside him. Third senior brother, I'm more concerned about Arcus's parents. Master said that finding that Taoist connection might lead us to know about Arcus's parents, right? It doesn't matter whose child Arcus is. Even if he is an alien, he is still our senior brother, our family, AI Ching said, looking at knew.She. The three boys were about to say something else when a harsh sound suddenly came from ahead. Hearing the noise, the three boys simultaneously looked forward. They saw a car sliding several times on the wide road, sparks flying from the friction between the tires and the ground, finally skidding to a stop near a circular flower bed. Behind that car, 7 or 8 other vehicles were madly chasing after them. Third senior brother, didn't they say there's a curfew in Freedom City? Generally, in the morning, except for sanitation workers, nothing lively should appear, right? It's just dawn. They shouldn't be out yet, Miss Moo asked in confusion. It seems. Third senior brother, this is an accident. Look at the car in front. The headlights and rear are damaged, and the glass of the cars behind is shattered. It looks like they are enemies trying to crash into the front car. Arcus analyzed. Wow, look, someone is getting out of that car, and it's a girl. From the back, she has a natural aura of righteousness. Could the Taoist connection Master mentioned be like this? knew.She said excitedly. Little 7, calm down. Master said we cannot cause trouble with our own skills, nor can we casually recognize the Taoist connection. We haven't seen her face yet. What if it's just an illusion? Then we would be unwittingly caught up in an ordinary person's conflict. Master said this is also inadvisable. AI Ching shook his head at his junior disciple, urging him not to act impulsively. Third senior brother, Arcus said in astonishment, look at the faces of those people leaning out of those cars. Their expressions are so strange, they don't seem like normal people. It feels very wrong, as if they're being controlled. Chapter 55. You are our destiny, AI. Ching carefully observed the heads protruding from 7 or 8 cars over there, then frowned with a slightly cold voice. They were wearing the intelligent AI systems that the Master had mentioned, yet they couldn't maintain a calm state. This indicated something was very wrong. Moreover, so many cars were focusing on attacking one vehicle. The third senior brother was right, and look, that person who stuck their head out, he actually had a gun. Gun ownership is prohibited in Free City. Where did they get their guns? knew.She's face was full of worry. Citizens of Earth's Zone 29 are not allowed to own firearms, and these people were not wearing any uniforms but had offensive weapons, which indicated they were very problematic. As they spoke, 2 of the cars had already changed direction and were moving extremely fast, almost at full throttle. One heading toward Yifan and the other toward Xiaoqi's vehicle. In an instant, Yifan felt that she was only a step away from death. It was as if with one misstep, she would be thrown by the car and fall into an endless abyss. At this moment, Yifan was not worried about herself. Instead, she was afraid for Xiaoqi and Feng Yuanlan. During the previous rapid chase, the bullets fired from the cars had entered the cabin, and they had already fallen into a coma. The automatic driving system was also not very responsive due to energy issues. What would happen if those cars crashed into Xiaoqi and Feng Yuanlan? The more anxious Yifan became, the more her body's reactions differed from before. Just at the moment of greatest tension, she instinctively kicked her back legs slightly, leaping onto the car, rushing toward her like a cheetah. Then, she stood on the hood of the car, her clenched fists swinging toward the windshield. The massive glass shattered instantly like a spider web upon impact. Bang! She struck again, and the glass immediately broke, causing the driver to slam on the brakes, stopping the car in the middle of the road. Then, Yifan's body jumped up, spinning slightly in midair, gracefully landing on the ground like a light butterfly. This skill was so impressive, even more beautiful than the Master's. knew.She couldn't help but clap in admiration. Xiaoqi, don't you think her skills are learned from the Master? AI Ching looked shocked, completely unable to believe it. He was the best fighter among the 3 youths and had sparred with the Master the most, so he understood his Master's techniques, which were always fundamentally the same. Yifan's current skills especially that light and butterfly-like turn, were exactly what their master had once described as the real-life version of lightness skill, relying on borrowed strength. Moreover, the pose of her hand behind her back was identical to one the master had occasionally used. No way. Could it be? Could this be our destiny? knew.She was also incredulous and, without waiting for the two senior brothers to speak, he excitedly ran toward Yifan. Just now, Yifan's actions had caused one car to stop, and the other vehicles, seeing a youth dressed as a Taoist rushing over, paused momentarily, unsure of what to think. YP. Yinx saw me. One man rolled down his window and began cursing at knew.She. Hey friend, this is a civilized society. Please speak normally. knew.She stood beside Yifan and saluted the speaker. However, the other party was clearly enraged, his eyes turning red, and he couldn't hear anything knew.She said. He pushed the car door open and jumped out, followed by others from the cars. A group of men from the cars brandished their fists, seemingly preparing to attack both knew.She and Yifan. Stop! Alex rushed over, his gentle face showing a hint of coldness as he immediately stood in front of Yifan. Upon seeing Alex, those men were momentarily stunned. Alex raised his hand towards several of them, and in the sunlight, a semblance of an eye appeared in his palm, faintly visible. Seeing this, the fierce-looking man who had been the back suddenly approached. He spoke in an alien language, and when he noticed both Yifan and Alex frown, he switched to the universally spoken language of Earth, Mandarin. From Ursa Major? These individuals were still controlling human bodies and naturally believed that Yifan and the three suddenly appearing Taoist youths were also controlled by beings from other star systems. However, when they spoke earlier, two of the youths had not understood, and they speculated that the alien beings controlling them must be from the distant Ursa Major, with whom they had not yet established contact. Regardless of your identities, Free City prohibits the use of force. Alex's expression turned cold as he addressed the newcomers, the eye in his palm becoming increasingly distinct. That's right, Earth needs peace. You're not allowed to act recklessly. Soon, AI Ching quickly approached, positioning himself to shield Alex, adopting a protective stance. Human lackeys. Foolish do-gooders. This game began as one of sin. If you don't like it, don't come to Earth to play. The fierce-looking man shouted angrily at AI Ching and Alex. The others behind him also reacted, their faces filled with anger. At this moment, Yifan looked at the three youths, noticing their unique righteousness, and was slightly taken aback. She thought she and knew.She were the only ones not controlled, but the three youths before her were also completely free from alien control. Alex showed no sign of backing down, furrowing his brow as he raised his hand toward one of the men. Third senior brother, knew.She, and this sister, close your eyes for now, he said, word by word. AI Ching and knew.She nodded immediately and turned to shut their eyes. Seeing them do so, Yifan slowly turned around. Then, she saw Alex's hand change, his fingers elongating slightly, and the eye blinked at the few individuals. Within 10 seconds, the controlled humans staggered back, clutching their chests, wailing in agony, their faces reflecting terror in stark contrast to their earlier fierceness. Run. Ultimately, the leader was the first to jump into the car, ordering the others behind him, shouting, "Stand, aliens, get in the car. Run, hurry." He was extremely frightened now, for if they ran slowly, their mental powers would be destroyed. Why? Is there such a presence on Earth? Wasn't it said that all extraterrestrials had been cleared before this plan began? What is going on? These individuals dared not think further, and with a turn of the steering wheel, they sped off, one faster than the other. Once those people had left, Alex rubbed his palm and turned back, allowing Yifan and the others to open their eyes. Yifan first went to confirm that knew.She and Feng Yuanlan's car was safe before slowly approaching the three youths who had come to their aid, bowing in gratitude. You are our destiny. At the moment Yifan locked eyes with knew.She, he became excited. Chapter 56, Don't Disbelieve Us. Before Yifan could react, knew.She was already smiling like a sunflower. Dao Yuan sister. Dao Yuan sister. You are our Dao Yuan, right? Dao Yuan sister, it's great that you appeared. Master said that once we find you, we can transcend. I can grow a few more centimeters, and Alex can become even more handsome. Please join us, Dao Yuan's sister. We shouldn't scare Dao Yuan's sister. Master said that practitioners should maintain a calm mind and not forget the state of the highest good is like water. AI Ching reminded helplessly, supporting her forehead. Upon hearing this, the previously excited knew.She suddenly fell silent, as if he had gotten overly excited. But the two senior brothers were both quiet types. Even if they were to speak, they wouldn't be able to say much. It all depended on him. Dao Yuan, sister, you have to take us with you. Master said that following Dao Yuan would allow us to progress, and then we can go back. I usually get punished by Master. If I can learn from you this time and improve. Not to mention if Master punishes me. Even if the Alaskan at the mountain gate comes to trouble me, I wouldn't be afraid. When I go back, I can walk with the wind and break a few of their ribs. Mu-Shao-Chi said while dreaming about it. At this moment, Yi Fan stood in place, looking at them in confusion. What on earth is Dao Yuan? Looking at their attire, they seem to be Taoist practitioners in the deep mountains. Yi Fan thought carefully and suddenly remembered that even in today's advanced technology, there are still several major religions in the world. Western Christianity and Catholicism, Eastern Buddhism and Taoism. Although the number of believers in these major religions has decreased since the emergence of intelligent AI systems, there are still some pure individuals who choose not to wear the intelligent AI systems, opting to remain in quiet mountains and forests to experience unity with nature. Taoism has existed in Freedom City for thousands of years. It has inherited and developed the preaching Taoist thought, taking the Tao as the highest belief, evolving into the highest classics, the most superior techniques, and the highest deities, constructing a vast system of classic Taoist techniques and immortals. Taoism believes that the Tao can be cultivated, with the purpose of cultivation being to achieve immortality and the ultimate goal being to harmonize body and spirit, aligning with the true Tao. Taoism venerates Laozi as the ancestor of the Tao and regards his work, the Tao Te Ching, as the primary classic. Taoism is characterized by the coexistence of the Chuanjin and Zhengyi schools. Looking at the clothing of the three young men in front of her, Yi Fan immediately recognized that they were Taoists from the Zhengyi school. Zhengyi means to rectify the evil and unify the myriad. The Zhengyi school is formed by the major union of talisman schools like Longhu Mountain, Maoshan, and Gazao. The Zhengyi school emphasizes rituals, blessings, exorcisms, and the salvation of souls. However, after the advancement of technology, no one believes in these anymore, so the Zhengyi school has retreated to the mountains, focusing more on cultivation and the pursuit of unity with nature. The last time Yi Fan saw content related to the Zhengyi school was in an advertisement for a product. Now, seeing the young Taoists up close, she was indeed a bit surprised. Of course, what surprised her even more was that these three young Taoists actually said she was their Dao Yuan. What is Dao Yuan? Is she confused? Or are these three boys a bit silly from practicing in the deep mountains? Dao Yuan, sister, that expression of disbelief. Do you think we are joking with you? We really are not lying. Dao Yuan, sister, you must believe us. You have to take us with you today. As he spoke, the Taoist called Mu-Shao-Chi completely disregarded everything and sat down on the ground, hugging Yi Fan's legs tightly and refusing to let go. Dao Yuan, sister, I'm sorry. My junior brother is just too excited and being unreasonable. He doesn't mean any harm. The boy named Alex also spoke up. The boy's gentle brows and eyes gave a feeling like a spring breeze, instantly calming one's mood. However, Yi Fan still didn't understand the situation. Why were they suddenly looking for Dao Yuan? Dao Yuan, sister, I promise I won't eat too much while following you. You can assign me any tasks, just please take us with you. Mu-Shao-Chi continued. At this moment, AI Ching also had a longing light in his eyes, staring intently at Yi Fan. Can you first tell me what Dao Yuan is? And, are you sure you have the right person? Yi Fan looked at the three boys, remaining silent for a while before speaking. Although she roughly guessed that the Dao Yuan the boys referred to was something necessary for learning, she still felt a bit confused and wanted to hear their explanation clearly. If she could help them, she would naturally feel obligated, but if they were just a bit deluded from their cultivation, she would have to refuse and send them to the hospital. After all, she was currently facing aliens with Shao-Chi and didn't have much time to care for three sick boys, especially since they had been chased by those aliens all night last night and seeing their crazed state. Yi Fan increasingly felt that something big was about to happen on Earth. If they couldn't act in time to stop it, humanity would face a catastrophe. Dao Yuan's sister. Dao Yuan is simply Dao Yuan. We can only reach a higher realm by following you. Xiaoqi tightened his grip on Yi Fan's legs, afraid of losing her. I'm not a Taoist. I really don't know what you mean by Dao Yuan. Also, do you have any basis for finding me? Yi Fan looked down at Xiaoqi, her expression quite helpless. Fifth senior brother, look, Dao Yuan's sister doesn't believe us. What should we do? If she doesn't take us with her, we definitely won't be able to grow. If I go back, I'll definitely be laughed at by the Alaskan and Big Yellow. I can't be looked down upon by dogs. Seeing that Yi Fan didn't believe him, Xiaoqi was almost in tears looking at Alex. Dao Yuan's sister, please don't doubt us. We really are not lying, and our spirits are perfectly normal. Alex performed a bow to Yi Fan, explaining in a gentle manner. I need evidence, and you keep mentioning Dao Yuan, but I'm not cultivating at the mountain gate. I really don't understand what you mean. Yi Fan sighed slightly, patiently explaining. I understand. After all, in this technologically advanced modern era, it is a bit forced to make you believe in these Taoist claims, Alex said, his brows slightly furrowing, a hint of gloom flashing in his eyes. Master also said that in today's society, no one believes in so-called Taoist claims. If they wanted Dao Yuan to believe in them, they would need to put in some effort. But no matter what, they had to explain and not miss the opportunity to pursue Dao Yuan. Although we are from the Jingyi school, we're no longer like many years ago, practicing so-called rituals, blessings, exorcisms, and the salvation of souls. We focus more on studying the Tao and its relationship with heaven and earth and the universe. After Master adopted us, he accidentally obtained a stone tablet from a meteorite, which recorded that Earth will face a great disaster. Chapter 57, The Escape Game, begins. Aklis slowly explained, using terms that Yi Fan could accept, the instructions their master had given them. Hearing this, Yi Fan was slightly taken aback. Over the years, Earth had frequently experienced meteorite falls, but scientists rarely sought out these meteorites, and there were no reports about the stones carried by them. The boys said that the meteorite carried celestial scriptures, which sounded like the Taoist explanations about immortals from long ago. It lacked persuasiveness. Sister Dao Yuan, I know it sounds a bit fantastical, but you can see. This is a photo of the celestial scripture left by our master. The text on it is not human. Saying this, Aklis opened a small cloth bag he had, revealing a mobile phone from years ago, which was well preserved with a very clear screen. The phone's album contained several pictures of meteorites. The meteorite, as tall as the two of them, was in the backyard of the Taoist temple, with a few young Taoists taking pictures nearby. Even in the daytime, the stone embedded in the center of the meteorite shone with a blue light, and the alien text was clearly visible, though Yi Fan couldn't understand it. Other humans probably can't understand alien text either, right? Seeing Yi Fan's confusion, Aklis slowly explained, my master was a postdoctoral researcher in astronomy before he entered the Tao. He conducted experiments to communicate with outer space and invented a rare language translator. Coincidentally, his machine can translate the text of this celestial scripture. This explanation only deepened Yi Fan's confusion. There was actually such a translator? Sister Dao Yuan, do you believe in time travel? Aklis pondered for a moment, looked earnestly at Yi Fan, and said, the author of the celestial scripture is a time traveler. He saw the future Earth, and thus provided hints to humanity. But since our master has already left the world, even if he speaks, no one would believe him. So, he needs us to find Dao Yuan. At this moment, Xiaoqi, who had been hugging Yi Fan's leg, let go and stood up in a flash, tilting her head with a very cute expression as she looked at Aklis. Oh, fifth senior brother, you have a little secret with master. Why don't I and third senior brother know about the celestial scripture? Aklis was at a loss for words, not to mention his special identity. But with Xiaoqi's personality, their master really couldn't rest easy. Xiaoqi is angry. 1 candied hawthorn won't do. Senior brother has to buy me 10. Oh no, 20 candied hawthorns, or I won't let this matter about the celestial scripture go. Xiaoqi puffed her cheeks, looking like a super pufferfish in anger. Okay, don't disturb my explanation. Tomorrow I'll buy you a cart of candied hawthorns. Aklis smiled helplessly, then turned to Yi Fan. He continued, Master said that Taoists come to this world with their own opportunities for enlightenment. He entered the Tao due to a research project, and the three of us want to transcend. We need You are the Daoyuan recorded in the celestial scripture. Sister, please believe us. Yes, Sister Daoyuan, please believe us. Even though we might seem unreliable, we absolutely won't deceive you. AI Ching also stepped forward, earnestly expressing his commitment. Looking at the sincere eyes of the boys and recalling the photo on Aklis's phone, a voice in Yi Fan's heart seemed to urge her to believe them. She had to believe them. Ultimately, she nodded. I can be your Daoyuan, but it won't be smooth sailing from here on. Aren't you afraid? She was no longer a citizen of Earth, and she was genuinely worried about how proving the existence of aliens might affect these children. Sister Daoyuan, do you have any candy? knew.She looked at Yi Fan with bright eyes, speaking in a completely childlike tone. Yi Fan checked her pocket, and, coincidentally, she did have a piece of filled candy. So she handed it to knew.She. The boy took the candy, his eyes squinting with satisfaction, and then he smiled. As long as there's candy, I'm not afraid. Sister Daoyuan, through fire and water, I'll follow you from now on. Not just knew.She. Even Aklis and AI Ching looked at Yi Fan with determination, their faces full of resolve, promising that they would always follow her. They were absolutely not afraid of any dangers. Meanwhile, somewhere else, a middle-aged man adjusted his glasses, staring at the large screen in front of him, murmuring, "Time traveler." So that is how it is. Hey, Yi Fan, so that is how it is. Teacher, what time traveler? Qin Yefeng entered the room, asking in confusion. The man, seeing him, quickly pressed the off button, and the image of Yi Fan and the others disappeared from the large screen. He coldly said to Qin Yefeng, "Everything is arranged, right?" Qin Yefeng quickly shifted his gaze from the now black screen back to the man, nodding, "Yes, everything is ready." After Yi Fan agreed to take the boys with her, she returned to Xiaoqi's car. Xiaoqi and Fang Yuanlan were still unconscious. They were no longer citizens, so they couldn't go to a regular hospital for treatment. Yi Fan could only take them back to Xiaoqi's villa for now. Just as she placed the two back in their rooms, Yi Fan's phone rang. It was that number again. This time, the message read, "The escape game begins. Humanity will be extinct in 7 days." After reading the message, Yi Fan's brows furrowed tightly. What did this mean? Humanity would be extinct in 7 days? Why would they perish? Were aliens going to do something to humanity? A sense of unease surged in Yi Fan's heart. If the content of this text message was true, then the time left for them, for humanity, was only 7 days. She wanted to know how humanity would perish. Would it be the aliens, or would humanity bring about its own destruction? At this moment, Yi Fan was very curious about the person sending the message, this contact called Teacher. Who exactly was he? And what was her identity? Why was she a clone? And why did the Taoist boy say she was their Daoyuan? Everything felt like a fog on the sea. As Yi Fan approached, trying to clear it, she found herself standing atop a whirlpool. Moving forward led to a greater fog, while moving back meant falling into an abyss. Now, it seemed they could only wake Fang Yuanlan up first to confirm the content of the text message. Would the escape game really exist? What would humanity's future be like? Only by confirming the authenticity of the message could they find further answers. But the more pressing issue was that no one believed them now. With Xiaoqi and Fang Yuanlan no longer having citizenship, who should they convince next? If humanity were to be wiped out in complacency, what would Earth be like afterward? The more Yi Fan thought about it, the more her head hurt, and she felt a bit lost, unsure of what to do. At that moment, Aklis approached, noticing Yi Fan frowning, and immediately asked, "Sister Xiao Fan, is there something big happening?" Before leaving, the master had told him some things, and now he hesitated about whether he should tell Yi Fan. Would she be scared if it related his background? Chapter 58. Interstellar Hybrid. Well, some things have happened. Yi Fan looked at Alx, hesitating for a moment. Seeing that Yi Fan seemed reluctant to talk, Alx bit his lip and straightforwardly said, "Sister Xiao Fan, can I hold your hand?" Upon hearing this, Yi Fan looked up at Alx, puzzled. "What do you mean? Sister Xiao Fan, can you try to trust me?" Alx looked at Yi Fan earnestly and devoutly. Such a boy is hard for anyone to refuse, Yi Fan thought, slowly extending her hand. Immediately, she saw Alx's palm press against hers, and then his long, beautiful fingers gently grasped her fingers. Then, something astonishing happened. A beam of light flashed between their palms, and a round energy ball appeared between them, warm like spring water. Seeing this energy ball, Yi Fan was shocked, staring at Alex in disbelief. Sister Xiao Fan, isn't it amazing? Alex also found it miraculous. His master had said that only those who resonated with him would produce an energy ball. He wanted to hold Yi Fan's hand just to let her feel that he was different from ordinary humans. Unexpectedly, he discovered that his sister Xiao Fan was actually so extraordinary. So, could Sister Xiao Fan be the one who brings hope to all of them? Alex really hoped that Yi Fan could help them out of their predicament. Because in his eyes, Yi Fan's eyes were as beautiful as the galaxy. And someone with such beautiful eyes must be gentle, like his mother. And she could gently bring hope to the whole world. Sister Xiao Fan, do you believe there are other life forms on Earth? Alex asked nervously. His master had watched him grow up, so he could accept his existence. But what about other humans? He really didn't have that confidence. He was afraid of scaring Yi Fan. Actually, when Yi Fan saw the energy ball, she had already begun to suspect something. Now, hearing him say this, she immediately realized that this boy before her was not an ordinary human. Or rather, he probably wasn't human at all. Alex, you are an alien, right? Yi Fan asked, but she was also puzzled. Alex looked exactly like a human. So does that mean there are alien beings that resemble humans? I am a hybrid. Seeing that Yi Fan didn't show any signs of disgust when mentioning his identity, Alex breathed a sigh of relief. My mother is an alien, my father is a human. So, I count as a hybrid. Yi Fan was momentarily stunned upon hearing this. Alex was a hybrid of humans and aliens? Human and alien species are different, and there should be reproductive isolation. How was he born? And, judging by the boy's appearance, it seemed that humans and aliens could fall in love and bear offspring as far back as 10 to 20 years ago. How exactly do aliens exist on Earth? Yi Fan felt as if there was a thick fog in front of her, just waiting for her to slowly clear it away. But now, the countdown on the message had only 7 days left. If there really is a plan for human extinction, then 7 days is extremely urgent for them. They couldn't immediately clarify many things. Sister Xiao Fan, about my parents. I actually don't know either. My master hopes I can find the Tao fate and see my biological parents through it. He wants me to become an interstellar diplomat who can balance humans and aliens, Alex said with a face full of longing. Upon hearing this, Yi Fan furrowed her brows and said, the message I received indicates that humans might only have 7 days left. Alex, are you willing to face these 7 days with us and help most people? If Alex was a hybrid, then when aliens attacked Earth, his hybrid identity could help him avoid slaughter. If he was willing to help them, she welcomed it. If he didn't want to help, she wouldn't force him. Every life form has the right to choose its own way of living. She wouldn't impose her moral standards on him to do something against his will. Seeing Yi Fan say this, Alex knelt on one knee, holding Yi Fan's hand like a devoted knight, looking up at her. Sister Xiao Fan, I was raised by Earth people, and my father is also an Earth person. So if Earth needs me, I have no choice but to help. Now, please trust me like a friend, and let us do something beneficial for humanity together. Looking at the passionate and spirited boy, Yi Fan was slightly taken aback. Ever since the intelligent AI system became widespread, she hadn't seen such a spirited and vibrant boy. That system was like a tight spell, binding everyone and turning many youths who should be full of life into lifeless beings. Yi Fan suddenly wondered if the existence of the intelligent AI system was really beneficial for humanity. Wasn't it more like a shackle, completely locking everyone's hearts? Sister Xiao Fan, my master and my brothers are not afraid of anything. Please believe in us. Give us the opportunity to contribute to humanity. Alex looked at Yi Fan and continued. However, before Yi Fan could respond, there was a knocking sound at the door, followed by the door being pushed open from the outside. At that moment, Xiao-Qi looked at the two of them, one sitting there and the other kneeling. Holding her hand, he suddenly froze in place. Yi Fan and Alex instinctively looked towards the door and saw a hint of green mist gradually rising on Xiao-Qi's face, forming a mushroom cloud above his head. Yi Fan was speechless. That expression on Xiao-Qi's face made her feel like she had been cheated on. Realizing something, she immediately released Alex's hand and quickly switched from the mode of a second-year high school girl to that of a little Jasmine, bouncing over to Xiao-Qi. Xiao-Qi, do you feel unwell? Anywhere? Xiao-Qi had originally woken up to ask Yi Fan what had happened while he was unconscious, preparing to check if the girl he liked was hurt. Now, it seemed she was fine. Instead, It seemed his head was filled with jealousy. Sister Xiaofan, is this brother your boyfriend? Alex suddenly realized something and quickly got up, beaming a bright and gentle smile. He didn't know that Xiao-Qi had misunderstood. He just thought that someone like Xiao-Qi, who looked righteous, would be a great match for their sister Xiaofan. So, he naturally assumed they were in a romantic relationship. Hearing the boy call Yi Fan's sister, Xiao-Qi discreetly pulled the girl in his arms. Yeah, we are boyfriend and girlfriend. After saying that, he took Yi Fan and headed outside, clearly not wanting to give anyone else a moment's glance. Alex frowned, feeling a sense of unease, as if Sister Xiaofan would be walking into a wolf's den. Chapter 59, Do You Know Their Essay Problem? In the living room on the first floor, Yi Fan glanced over at AI Qing and Mu Xiaoqi. Xiaoqi, where are you taking me? Mu Xiaoqi and the others were still there. Not far to the garden. Oh, in the garden, Xiaoqi stood in front of a cluster of white roses, silent. His thin lips tightly pressed together, clearly unhappy, and his expression seemed to suggest he was still angry. Yifan Rubit had fordahat helplessly. Why was he angry? Had he done anything wrong with Alex? Had she? Xiaoqi, are you angry? Xiaoqi remained silent. Alex, Mu Xiaoqi, and AI Qing are just little Taoists I met today. They said I am their destined connection, and they helped me when I encountered humans controlled by aliens. When you came in, I was just talking to Alex. I meant nothing else. Xiaoqi still said nothing. They're only 18, okay? You wouldn't be jealous just because I'm with them, right? Besides, we're not even a couple yet. You're getting jealous so quickly. Yifan mumlet softly. In the next moment, Xiaoqi suddenly leaned in closer. Yi Fan felt a tightness around her waist, her heels suddenly leaving the ground. Before she could say anything, the man's passionate kiss came forcefully, swallowing all her words. In that dazed moment, the man's hoarse voice carried a hint of threat. You are my girlfriend. After saying that, the kiss became somewhat aggressive, making it hard for her to breathe. Cough, cough, cough. From a window on the second floor, Fong Yuanlan's voice could be heard. Can't bear to watch. Can't bear to watch. The world has gone downhill, and people are no longer pure. Is this dog food never ending? Yi Fan came back to her senses and pushed Xiaoqi, trying to separate from him. Hey, Xiaoqi, there are important matters. I received a text message on my phone. Can we check it first? Xiaoqi showed no signs of stopping. He simply reached in her pants pocket, took out her phone, unlocked it, and glanced at the message. Then, he continued kissing her. Next, he pushed Yi Fan down into the flower bushes. The moment her back touched the flowers, Yi Fan's eyes nearly popped out. What was Xiaoqi trying to do? In broad daylight, there were 4 living people in the villa, not robots. After what felt like an eternity, Yi Fan sat there, puffing her cheeks out, looking as angry as a puffer fish, clearly very unhappy. Xiaoqi gazed deeply at her swollen lips that he had bullied, leaned into her ear, and lowered his voice, saying, Sorry, I couldn't help myself. Yi Fan rolled her eyes at him. She couldn't detect any real apology in his voice. Xiaoqi was too much. Yi Fan, if one day you see me holding hands with another man, being that intimate, what would your reaction be? Xiaoqi pinched Yi Fan's chin. You mean? Yi Fan blinked, her strong imagination immediately conjuring a particularly harmonious picture in her mind. Instantly, she felt her entire being boil over. Of course, I wouldn't react like you. I would applaud and cheer, okay? Understanding her meaning, Xiaoqi's face darkened. Yi Fan, what exactly is in your little head? Seeing his angry expression, Yi Fan brushed the grass off her pants and stood up. Of course, I'm thinking about protecting humanity. Xiaoqi glanced at her. If these 7 days really are the end of the world, then I'd rather die in a kiss with you. That thought was somewhat unhealthy. Why did she feel that Xiaoqi's thoughts were getting more dangerous? And wasn't that a bit lewd? On the second floor, seeing that the two finally stopped showing off their affection, Fong Yuanlan peeked over and waved at them. Hey, do you two still remember our mission? Suddenly, there were 3 more young men, one of whom looked rather strange. Weren't they going to explain this to the old man? The old man could suffer from excessive dog food too, which was bad for his health. Yi Fan immediately came back to her senses, pulling Xiaoqi towards the villa. Teacher Fong, look at this text message. It's a new warning from the teacher. Yi Fan handed her phone to Fong Yuanlan. Fong Yuanlan examined the content on the phone carefully and frowned, saying, "Just looking at the text message doesn't immediately confirm its authenticity. What should we do then?" Xiaoqi leaned over, asking nervously. Fang Yuanlan thought for a moment, his gaze falling on Xiaoqi, and said thoughtfully, "Your family and the Meng family jointly operate the smart laboratory. Do you still have access?" Xiaoqi nodded yes. "We'll go there. I need your family's computer to analyze this message," Fang Yuanlan stated. Xiaoqi responded with but his face showed a hint of hesitation. Seeing her hesitation, Fang Yuanlan touched his nose and quickly cleared his throat, saying to Yifan, "Xiao Fan, you're not afraid of running into Meng Ziding, are you?" Since the Xiao family and the Meng family jointly operated the smart laboratory, as long as Xiaoqi entered, Meng Ziding would definitely receive the news. If that woman came, it would be somewhat awkward for Yifan. Why would I be afraid of running into her? I haven't done anything to hurt her, Yifan replied. Xiaoqi didn't recognize his engagement to Meng Ziding, and Meng Ziding often said she didn't want Xiaoqi. So, she didn't think she would be a third party in their relationship. After discussing, Yifan, Xiaoqi, and the others hurriedly headed towards the laboratory. As Fang Yuanlan had guessed, as soon as they arrived at the laboratory, Meng Ziding received the news. In the office, Meng Ziding remained focused, seemingly indifferent to Xiaoqi's news. However, in reality, an assistant walked in, carefully placing a document in front of her and cautiously saying, "Mississippi. This is the 7th marriage dissolution document from Mr. Xiao." Hearing this, Meng Ziding finally couldn't hold back any longer. She stood up, sweeping everything off the table, picked up the marriage dissolution document, and tore it to shreds. Her face darkened instantly. What right does he have to bring up the dissolution of our marriage? From childhood to now, it has always been me, Meng Ziding, who didn't want others, and never has anyone not wanted me. Go prepare a new document for me. The assistant, frightened, took a few steps back and asked tremblingly, "Miss, what document do you need?" Meng Ziding snorted coldly. "Of course the document for dissolving my marriage with Xiaoqi. It's me who doesn't want him, not the other way around." The assistant immediately understood and nodded repeatedly. "Miss, please wait a moment." Meanwhile, in the laboratory where Xiaoqi and the others were, Fang Yuanlan quickly opened the computer system. After confirming that the system was not linked to the top group, he connected Yifan's phone data to the computer. He had not done a comprehensive data analysis before, but as he reran the data, he suddenly realized something. "Yifan, do you know there is a problem with your phone?" Fang Yuanlan stared at Yifan and asked. Chapter 60. This woman is really cunning. Yifan shook her head. She had not systematically checked her phone. Fang Yuanlan frowned, and for a moment, she didn't know what to say. She placed the phone down and said to Yifan, "This phone needs to have its Bluetooth turned off." Yifan was taken aback, then looked at the phone screen. "I turned it off, but it turned back on again." Fang Yuanlan pointed at the Bluetooth symbol on the screen, then furrowed her brow as if she thought of something and suddenly said, "Could it be your phone can be controlled by someone else?" After saying that, she suddenly grabbed Yifan's phone, turned around to look at the computer in front of her, and stared at the screen, her brow furrowing. After a while, she spoke again. "Yifan, let me investigate your phone first. Why don't you go outside for a walk?" "Okay." Yifan understood that Fang Yuanlan wanted to dismiss her and nodded knowingly, turning to leave. When Xiaoqi wanted to accompany her, Fang Yuanlan said, "Xiaoqi, you stay." She needed Xiaoqi's help. Seeing this, Yifan patted Fang Yuanlan's hand gently and smiled. "It's okay. I'll just go for a walk." After Xiaoqi instructed Alex and the others to stay with Yifan, he remained in the lab. Yifan stepped out of the lab and into the small garden outside the door, slightly lost in thought as she looked at a cluster of roses. Most of the flowers and plants were tended by robots, growing well, but they seemed to lack the artistry of human pruning. Sometimes, she felt a sense of melancholy. With the advancement of technology, is it really good for humanity to rely too much on intelligent systems and robots? "Yifan, why are you out here?" At that moment, Meng Ziding's voice rang out. Hearing this, Yifan looked up to meet the proud and bright face of the woman and replied lightly, "Just taking a walk." Upon hearing this, a trace of barely noticeable sarcasm flashed in Meng Ziding's eyes as she glanced at the 3 young Taoists and asked in surprise, "Yifan, who are they?" "You certainly have many men. Miss Meng, please watch your words. They are not my men, they are my friends." Yi Fan crossed her arms, slightly raised her chin, and snorted coldly, her sparkling eyes filled with a chilling intent, staring at her. This gaze was similar to Meng Ziding's, filled with dislike. Meng Ziding smiled slightly. Yi Fan, why do you still have hostility towards me? Why make it hard for another woman? A girl behind her walked over and asked, Ziding, who is this person? Why is she outside the Meng and Xiao family's lab? Daodu, don't ask. We'll talk about this later. TSK. The girl named Daodu glared at Yi Fan with arrogance, her contemptuous gaze seeming to pierce through Yi Fan. Her tone was filled with mockery. Oh, I see. This is just another one of Xiao-Chi's time-wasting flings. She was a friend of Meng Ziding and always thought that the woman standing between Meng Ziding and Xiao-Chi was a distraction. So, even though Yi Fan was cleaner and clearer compared to Meng Ziding, she would thoughtlessly choose to stand by Meng Ziding's side. Yi Fan ignored the girl, named Daodu, and instead calmly looked at Meng Ziding, smiling faintly. I didn't expect a young lady like you to have such foul language. Yi Fan, you misunderstood. Meng Ziding frowned, seemingly wanting to explain something. Did I misunderstand? Yi Fan sneered. Of course. I'm not the same as before. I never intended to embarrass you, really. Meng Ziding took a step forward, but Yi Fan took a step back, avoiding her approach. Women understand women. After several interactions with Meng Ziding, Yi Fan realized that all her friendliness was merely a facade. From beginning to end, in this woman's eyes, she was her enemy. However, Meng Ziding was too good at hiding it, using the mask of a so-called young lady to conceal her darkness and jealousy. At this moment, Yi Fan dared to say that Meng Ziding's deliberate closeness and friendliness were also calculated. She was not a naive little rabbit. She would reject and retaliate against any calculated advances. She would never hold back. If you really don't want to make me uncomfortable, then please leave now, Yi Fan said coldly. Meng Ziding frowned and sighed softly. Miss Yi Fan, I can't leave right now. I came here to do something for you and Xiao-Chi. I know you're a good girl, and Xiao-Chi liked you very much, so I want to help you both. Upon hearing this, Yi Fan's eyes smiled, and her cool voice seemed to carry a hint of amusement. How do you want to help us? Meng Ziding bit her lip, appearing conflicted and sad, but she still opened her bag and took out a document, unfolding it to show Yi Fan. This is the annulment document. I know Xiao-Chi has been needing this, and I also know you have brought it up many times. With the engagement in place, you are ultimately in an awkward position. I don't want to make things difficult for you, nor do I want Xiao-Chi to suffer. So let me bear the pain. The girl named Daodu, upon hearing this, immediately cried out in distress. Ting Ting, why are you being so foolish? Why give away the love that belongs to you? Daodu, stop talking. Yi Fan is a person who has it hard, and Xiao-Chi has already given up his citizenship for her. They love each other like this. How could I continue to entangle myself with them? Meng Ziding said, her eyes already brimming with tears. She choked up and then said, I truly hope they're happy. Ah, so hypocritical. Yi Fan couldn't help but mutter. Looking at Meng Ziding's words, on the surface, she seemed to be helping them. But what was the actual meaning? Clearly stating that she was a source of disaster for Xiao-Chi, that she was repeatedly dragging him down. Yi Fan really didn't want to waste time talking to such a person and turned to leave. Meng Ziding didn't want her to go. She raised her hand to grab Yi Fan's wrist. Yi Fan, don't be angry. I can still compensate you. But Yi Fan didn't want Meng Ziding to touch her at all. She pulled her hand away in disgust. When she pulled her hand away, she used some strength, but it was just normal force with no intention to hurt. However, for some reason, a look of extreme fear appeared on Meng Ziding's face, and her body flew backward. She crashed into a sculpture over there like a sandbag. It felt completely against the laws of physics. Ting Ting, the girl named Daodu screamed, immediately glaring at Yi Fan before rushing over in a panic. Seeing the blood oozing from the corner of Meng Ziding's mouth and her posture upon impact, Yi Fan raised her eyebrows slightly, a cold sneer in her heart. She had underestimated Meng Ziding. This woman was truly cunning. With such an inexplicable injury, if it wasn't premeditated, it wouldn't have happened so irregularly. Meng Ziding must have designed this action the moment she saw her, waiting for her to turn around so she could pretend to be injured, right? Chapter 61. Miss Yi, you are truly a clone. Meng Ziding lay on the ground, clutching her chest. As Dodo approached, she had already coughed up a mouthful of blood, and her shoulder was gently trembling. From a distance, Meng Zitting's assistant, along with a group of reporters, saw the commotion and hurried over. "Miss." The assistant was startled as she rushed over to support Meng Zitting, anxiously asking what happened. Meng Zitting covered her mouth, coughed twice, then released her hand. There was a pool of blood in her palm, bright red and glaring, and blood continued to flow from the corner of her mouth. Looking at her unstable breath, she asked why. "Why are you here? Why did you bring reporters?" After saying this, she closed her eyes and fainted in her assistant's arms without caring about anything else. "What on earth happened? What is wrong with our miss?" The assistant asked the girl named Dodo while calling for bodyguards to take Meng Zitting to the hospital. "You must call the police and arrest her." Dodo was quite agitated, pointing at Yi Fan and shouting angrily. It was her. She pushed Ting Ting out. Looking at Yi Fan, Meng Zitting's assistant felt a complex mix of emotions. Before coming, she had heard Meng Zitting mention Yi Fan, claiming she wanted to support Yi Fan and Xiao Qi. But she understood that the marriage between the Meng and Xiao families couldn't be casually disrupted, or it would affect everyone's work. Deep down, she resisted Yi Fan's presence, feeling that it was harmful to everyone. Moreover, Meng Zitting had hinted to her repeatedly to create trouble for Yi Fan when necessary. Now that Meng Zitting was injured, how could she, as an assistant, not create trouble for Yi Fan? Therefore, even if she suspected that Yi Fan hadn't harmed Meng Zitting, she had to take a stand and pointedly ask, "Miss Yi, don't you have anything to say?" Sure enough, others had misunderstood the situation. Yi Fan let out a light breath and slowly walked toward the assistant. The assistant adjusted the AI mode and activated the argumentative support mode, glaring at Yi Fan. "Our miss originally came here to support you, but what did you do to her?" "I didn't push her. She jumped on her own." Yi Fan replied calmly. No matter who it was, they shouldn't think about framing her. Even if she had amnesia, she didn't want to be a soft target for others to exploit. Besides, there were more pressing issues at hand than wasting time arguing with these people. "You are truly inhumane, shameless," the assistant yelled. In truth, she didn't harbor much hatred toward Yi Fan, but the system had given her some prompts that made her anger escalate instantly. Now she was entirely under the system's control. Filled with rage, Yi Fan smirked indifferently, showing no sign of fear. "Miss Yi, I advise you to turn yourself in. If Yi Fan is locked up, Meng Zitting will be fine, and her system won't give her strange hints." The woman named Do stepped forward, pointing at Yi Fan, angrily stating, "You are involved in intentional injury and will be euthanized." Hearing their words, Yi Fan smiled lightly. "First, I did not harm Meng Zitting. Second, I will not turn myself in. If I have done something wrong, please let the police investigate me instead of you randomly accusing me here. We won't call the police. We want the whole world to watch you." Meng Zitting's assistant suddenly signaled the reporters. Yi Fan displayed an expression of not wanting to waste time on foolishness, giving them a cold glance before turning to leave. "Hey, the reporters are still here. You can't leave," Meng Zitting's assistant said, stepping forward and grabbing Yi Fan's collar. She pulled with great force, even tearing Yi Fan's collar. Not only that, but she showed no sign of stopping, seemingly wanting to continue and expose Yi Fan's skin to everyone. At that moment, Alex and the others rushed over, shielding Yi Fan behind them. The seemingly pure knew.She even raised her hand and pushed the assistant, saying, "At the beginning of humanity, people are inherently good, but your hearts seem to be dark. Bullying our sister, Xiao Fan, without distinction is unacceptable." They had seen clearly that sister Xiao Fan hadn't used much force. The woman named Meng Zitting had flown out on her own, and this assistant clearly wanted to embarrass their sister Xiao Fan. Why do people who seem normal and should be kind act in such despicable ways? Is it true that in a civilized society with a high-tech AI assistant system, intellectuals behave like this? Thinking of this, Miss Mu felt she must take good care of Yi Fan. She absolutely couldn't let their kind sister Xiao Fan be wronged to death by these people. Meng Zitting's assistant suddenly noticed 3 young Taoists and was momentarily stunned. When she came to her senses, she immediately shouted, "Are you going to attack our weak women in public? This is too much. You could end up in jail." The security guard from the laboratory heard the commotion and rushed over. Yi Fan looked at the reporters around her and didn't want the 3 young men to get involved. She patted Mu Xiaoqi's shoulder, shook her head, and turned to lead them into the laboratory. even though they didn't say anything to the reporters. Those who had good relations with the Meng family still shot Yi Fan from angles favorable to the Meng family. By the time Yi Fan entered, they had already sent out the video along with their report content. In less than half an hour, many social media accounts were filled with attacks on Yi Fan. Clearly, everyone had regarded Yi Fan as a femme fatale. Some even revealed that Yi Fan was a clone. Oh my god, she's actually a clone? Shouldn't we be careful? This clone will definitely be harmful to humanity in the future. Why hasn't anyone from the relevant agencies come out to capture this clone? I strongly urge the police, peacekeepers, and the highest commander to pay attention to this clone. The recent violent incidents on Earth might have been caused by this clone. If that's the case, we need to be cautious. The heart of a clone replacing normal humans is very malicious, and we absolutely cannot allow them to disrupt social stability. For a time, malicious speculation about Yi Fan ran rampant, as if everyone was waiting for Yi Fan to fall, believing her to be a harmful clone to society. In the laboratory, when Yi Fan walked in, she instructed the Taoist youths not to mention what happened outside until knew.She and the others figured out the problem. Before entering the laboratory, a young researcher approached, looking at Yi Fan with a complex expression. "Monsieur, is there something wrong?" Yi Fan asked, puzzled. The researcher cleared his throat. "Monsieur, something bad happened outside, right?" "Yes, there was a conflict," Yi Fan replied truthfully. As expected, the news circulating online was true. "Monsieur, are you really a clone?" Chapter 62. I am your biological sister. After the experimenter finished speaking, his gaze scrutinized Yi Fan, staring intently at her. "I hope I'm not," Yi Fan replied, uncertain whether she was indeed the clone they mentioned. So she could only respond that way. The experimenter thought for a moment and said, "Well, Miss Yi, why don't you check the news online?" After saying this, he turned and went back to the laboratory. At that moment, knew.She and Feng Yuanlan were still continuing to analyze the data on their phones while discussing the motivations of aliens. As they were talking, they saw the young experimenter walking over. "Mr. Xiao, there is something I need to tell you." "What is it?" knew.She looked at the experimenter. Next, the experimenter relayed everything from the online discussions about Yi Fan without missing a detail. He also mentioned that someone was looking to cause trouble for Yi Fan, and that she had just spoken about the clone issue in front of him. After finishing, the experimenter naturally said, "Mr. Xiao, if Miss Yi is indeed a clone, I hope you can act for the greater good and take her away. After all, clones are quite dangerous for us." knew.She could understand the experimenter's feelings, but he couldn't bring himself to act for the so-called greater good. He glanced at the experimenter, extended his hand, and said, "Send me the video, and you can leave." The experimenter opened his mouth, hesitated for a moment, and finally nodded, saying okay, before turning to leave. At this moment, knew.She opened his phone and first looked at the comments online. The number of people criticizing Yi Fan was overwhelming, almost organized. This made knew.She suspect that someone might be manipulating everything from behind the scenes to turn Yi Fan into a target. "I want to see the video too," Feng Yuanlan said as he leaned over. knew.She opened the video for him to watch. The background of the video was outside the research institute, showing Yi Fan pushing Meng Ziding aside as she turned. Meng Ziding's body slammed against the statue, and she spat blood, looking very unwell. An assistant came up to accuse Yi Fan, and Yi Fan almost fell into their trap. knew.She, Feng Yuanlan's expression was serious, and his brows furrowed into A shape as he looked at knew.She. knew.She's face was also dark, and without Feng Yuanlan reminding him, he knew how serious the consequences would be if this video continued to spread, especially combined with the claims that Yi Fan was a clone. Online violence, coupled with someone deliberately stirring the pot, was truly bad news for Yi Fan. "Teacher, do you have any solutions?" knew.She first asked Feng Yuanlan. "Log into the hacker system and try to take these videos down. Prevent them from spreading further," Feng Yuanlan replied. knew.She nodded in agreement and then called his sister. "Xiao Inha. Inha, use your connections to help me find out who is behind the promotion of the Yi Fan video." Hearing her brother's voice, Xiao Inha frowned slightly. Worried as she said, "Bro, if you keep going like this, you'll ruin your future, you know?" "What future do I need?" knew.She laughed lightly, suddenly thoughtful as he elongated his tone and said, "What I've needed all along is a person. Someone like Yi Fan, who has warmed me and brightened my life. The girl on the other end of the phone clearly sighed and hesitated for a long time before finally asking, "Then do you not want any of us anymore?" "In-huh. Being with Yi Fan won't affect my relationship with you all, unless you look at her with prejudice." As he spoke, Xiao-Qi seemed to remember something and tentatively asked, "Did Meng Ziding say something to you?" No, Meng Ziding can't influence me. Bro, I'm your biological sister. Everything I do is for your own good. You know, Mom and Dad only have you as their son. If something happens to you, their world will really collapse," Xiao Inha said, feeling guilty. Listening to his sister, Xiao-Qi frowned slightly. He was naturally aware of his parents' expectations of him. However, he had more important things to do now, and he didn't want to give up on Yi Fan. Finally, Xiao-Qi said, "I'll go back to see Mom and Dad in a few days." After saying this, the two siblings fell silent. "Bro, I'm just saying if one day you find out I did something really bad, would you still treat me as your sister?" Xiao Inha's voice trembled. Seeing the redness in his sister's eyes from the video, Xiao-Qi furrowed his brows and quickly said, "How could that be? You are my only sister and one of the people I cherish the most. But I've been so focused on my research for these years. Many times I've acted like a puppet for the project. I don't even know if some of the things I've done are truly right. Now when I think back on what I did before, I regret it a bit. If I hadn't joined the research team, hadn't pursued those things I shouldn't have, maybe things wouldn't be like this." Xiao Inha wanted to explain something, but she couldn't tell Xiao-Qi the truth, so she spoke hesitantly, not even understanding what she really wanted to say. After all, she increasingly felt that it was wrong to let Xiao-Qi forget Yi Fan and to have him follow them on that project. One should know that if she hadn't acted that way back then, perhaps after the explosion, her brother wouldn't have faced such difficulties. Even more so, Yi Fan wouldn't have been in trouble during that explosion. All the cause and effect seemed to stem from her foolishness. Seeing his sister like this, Xiao-Qi's heart softened, and he immediately said, "Inha, I only have you as my sister in the past, now, and in the future. I may not give opportunities to others, but you will definitely have one. So don't worry that I'll be angry with you. Okay? Bro, are you serious?" Xiao Inha's tearful tone immediately disappeared as she looked at her phone with an expression of disbelief and joy. "Of course, you are my sister," Xiao-Qi emphasized again. Xiao Inha bit her lip as if the dark cloud above her head was finally blown away at that moment, slowly drifting to another place called Utopia. "Then, bro, I'll help you check on the video now." As she spoke, Xiao Inha suddenly thought of something and quickly reminded him, "If Yi Fan is not a clone, you need to find a way to do a genetic test for her." "Huh? That is, the teacher once said that although the genetic sequences of clones are identical to the originals, most scientists still make slight adjustments to clone cells for differentiation. Teacher Fong should have a way to analyze it." "I got it. Thanks for the reminder." After hanging up the phone, Xiao-Qi immediately looked at Fong Yuanlan. "Teacher Fong, can you do the test Dina mentioned?" Fong Yuanlan nodded, "Of course. I'm already handling it. If all goes well, the data should be ready by tomorrow night." Upon hearing this, Xiao-Qi slowly breathed a sigh of relief. If it could indeed be proven that Yi Fan was not a clone, then this crisis could be resolved. Chapter 63, I Don't Care in the Laboratory's Break Room. Yi Fan was looking at comments online, sitting there naturally with her long, fair legs stretched out casually. Three young Taoist priests stood behind her, their expressions serious, not daring to make a sound, afraid of missing any of Yi Fan's subtle expressions. They had just read the comments online. Even while practicing in the deep mountains, they, who were supposed to maintain a state of kindness like water, found it impossible to look at such comments. They all felt uncomfortable and angry. Brother Xiao-Qi. Mu Xiao-Qi heard the sound of the door opening and quickly turned to look. The seriousness on her face faded significantly upon seeing Xiao-Qi. With Xiao-Qi here, did that mean someone was going to help their sister Fan? Brother Xiao-Qi, sister Fan, was bullied just now. Mu Xiao-Qi leaned over, speaking like a child in a hurry. "I know." Xiao-Qi patted Mu Xiao-Qi's shoulder and walked toward Yi Fan. At this moment, Yi Fan surprisingly did not look at him. The girl was calmly staring at her phone screen, as if she were not reading the insults directed at her, but rather a very professional academic report. This version of Yi Fan was somewhat different from usual, Xiao-Qi admitted, and he found himself liking it. But more than that, he felt heartache. The girl he liked was being subjected to online violence at this moment. In fact, he suspected it was Meng Ziding manipulating things behind the scenes. After all, some IPs showed too much uniformity, and it seemed everyone was speaking for Meng Ziding, with not a single dissenter. That was indeed strange. In a world of free speech, when had everyone started singing the same tune? Just as Xiao-Qi was about to say something, his phone rang. It was unexpectedly Meng Kai-Xian. Xiao-Qi, come to the hospital. The tone was commanding. Now? Xiao-Qi asked. Yes, come over now. Xiao-Qi's expression darkened slightly, glancing at Yi-Fan with concern, worried that no one would protect her after he left. Yi-Fan looked up, her gaze meeting Xiao-Qi's, as if understanding his worries, and firmly said, I'm fine. I have Alex and the others to protect me. You should go and come back early. Then wait for me, Xiao-Qi said, leaning in to gently kiss Yi-Fan on the cheek before turning to leave. At the private hospital invested by the Gao Group, as soon as Xiao-Qi arrived, Meng Kaishuan's secretary, Song Wu, hurried over, precisely grabbing his wrist and leaning in close, lowering his voice. Xiao-Qi, be careful. Don't provoke Meng Ziding, understand? I know what to do. Though Song Wu was Meng Kaishuan's secretary, he had always had a good relationship with the Xiao family and had privately helped Xiao-Qi a lot. He was here to remind Xiao-Qi, fearing that something bad might happen in the ward that would affect him. Song Wu, why aren't you going in yet? Meng Kaishuan's face was stern as he stood at the door of the ward. Seeing Song Wu being close to Xiao-Qi, his expression turned sour. Song Wu frowned slightly, realizing that Meng Kaishuan was displeased with his earlier warning, and bowed his head. Mr. Meng, I'm sorry. I'll take Mr. Xiao in right away. Okay, let us go. Meng Kaishuan opened the door and walked into the ward. Xiao-Qi glanced at Meng Kaishuan and lightly nodded, Uncle Meng. Meng Kaishuan's face still bore a little smile, his eyes deep. Ting-Ting has been waiting for you. Come in. Xiao-Qi walked in, expressionless. Looking at the woman on the hospital bed, Meng Ziding, hello? Xiao-Qi. Meng Ziding's eyes turned red the moment she saw him. Miss, please don't get too emotional. Song Wu came around from behind Xiao-Qi and handed Meng Ziding a tissue. Meng Kaishuan glanced at him and said in a deep voice, Song Wu, you can leave now. Yes, Mr. Meng. Song Wu looked at Meng Kaishuan, took a few steps back, and turned, Mr. Meng, if you need anything, call me immediately. Miss needs to rest. Please don't get too emotional. Meng Kaishuan frowned. I understand. The door to the ward closed. A slap came directly toward Xiao-Qi's face. However, this time, Xiao-Qi stood still, showing no intention of dodging. Meng Kaishuan snorted in anger, the pressure around him becoming extremely intense. He raised his hand, seemingly feeling it was not enough, and was about to bring down another slap. But for the second slap, Xiao-Qi had already dodged. Do you still have the face to dodge? Meng Kaishuan shouted angrily. That slap was for me, canceling the engagement with Meng Ziding. I should take it. But for the second slap, you have no right to hit me. Xiao-Qi said. Scoundrel. Meng Kaishuan was furious, handing Xiao-Qi an electronic screen, roaring, look at this. This is the woman you found. Look at what she did to Ting-Ting. Xiao-Qi raised his eyes, calmly facing the man, and said in a deep voice, Uncle Meng, I think you should be asking what your daughter did to my girlfriend. You mean my daughter framed her? Meng Kaishuan was truly enraged, gritting his teeth. My daughter would never do such a thing. After saying that, he took out a document and slammed it down in front of Xiao-Qi, unable to contain his anger. You look at this first. Read it before you speak. Hesitating for a few seconds, Xiao-Qi walked over, picked up the document, and began to read it carefully. However, as he read, his brow furrowed tighter and tighter. Half an hour later, Xiao-Qi walked out of Meng Ziding's ward. His expression was dark as he strode toward the elevator. Xiao-Qi, what on earth is going on? Song Wu hurriedly came up to stop him. It's nothing. Xiao-Qi paused, turned around, his face as cold as ice. You don't need to worry. If that Miss Yi is really a clone, I suggest you send her straight to the police station. A clone that can harm normal humans is legally subject to euthanasia. You're still young. Don't waste your time on unworthy people. Everything can start over. Fang Yuanlan said that Yi-Fan might not be a clone. Her genetic sequence was perfect. But now, given the comments online and everyone else's belief in Yi-Fan's identity, they were not concerned about the many strange things on Earth. Instead, they were focused on a little woman named Yi-Fan. What is this? A trace of displeasure crossed Xiao-Qi's eyes, his handsome face covered with frost, growing increasingly disgusted with these people. Chapter 64. Brother Xiao-Qi is really useless. Xiao-Qi originally wanted to deal with the alien problem first, then help Yifan clear her name. However, seeing that Song-Wu was also doubting Yifan, he had to speak up. Song-Wu, Yifan did not harm Meng Ziding, and she is not the clone that the internet rumors claim. Not a clone? Did not harm Meng Ziding? Then what about that video? And all the online evidence? Plus he has been stripped of his citizenship. How do you explain that? Before the intelligent AI system existed, people would experience a drastic drop in IQ because of love, acting like fools. Now that the intelligent system is assisting, why is Xiao-Qi still so impulsive? Song-Wu expressed his confusion, and just then he noticed that Xiao-Qi was not wearing the intelligent AI system. His expression changed, and he leaned in to examine Xiao-Qi's ear. Xiao-Qi, you are not wearing the intelligent AI system? It's still under repair, Xiao-Qi replied blandly. In fact, he didn't like using that system. He disliked being interrupted in his thoughts by an electronic voice. Song-Wu took a deep breath and stared at Xiao-Qi for a few seconds, then said, Xiao-Qi, the intelligent AI system has become essential in our lives. You must put it back on. Also, if one person says Yifan has a problem, perhaps that person has a problem. But since so many people are mentioning it, you should think carefully about why everyone cannot accept Yifan. Song-Wu, do you really believe those aggressive comments online are true? It's impossible for everyone to be spreading rumors. Meng Ziding's injury is real, and the research team's assessment is also true. The implication was that, in his view, the claim that Yifan is a clone was also true. Xiao-Qi's gaze gradually cooled, and his thin lips curled into an extremely cold smile. Song-Wu, I thought you the most clear-headed person in Gaoge Company. Someone who could find something useful amidst all the distracting information. But I didn't expect. You would believe things that haven't been thoroughly investigated and verified. If that's the case, one day when they say I'm a clone, you would probably believe that too, right? Song-Wu was caught off guard by Xiao-Qi's words. He fell silent for a while, then calmly said, Xiao-Qi, I understand that you like Yifan and are willing to fight the whole world for her. But love cannot affect our future. You carry not only yourself, but also the Xiao family. No, Song-Wu, the Xiao family has never needed me to bear that burden. Xiao-Qi frowned slightly, seemingly unhappy that they always tied him down with family responsibilities. My feelings for Yifan will not be abandoned due to family pressure. I believe in Yifan. Song-Wu raised his hand to rub his temples, looking somewhat helpless. Fine, let's not discuss this topic anymore. I will give you a suggestion. If you want to reduce the online rumors, have Yifan come and sincerely apologize to Meng Ziding. She never harmed Meng Ziding. Why should she apologize? Xiao-Qi replied. Xiao-Qi, even if you believe her, you can use it as a temporary measure. After all, the insults online are really harsh, Song-Wu said, his expression complex. Xiao-Qi firmly stated, I will not let her be wronged. I will handle those online matters. Don't forget, you are no longer considered a citizen of Earth. How will you handle this? Song-Wu said anxiously. The Earth laws never said that not being a citizen means you cannot expose the truth, Xiao-Qi replied. Song-Wu shook his head helplessly. Forget it. Xiao-Qi is really hopeless now. Since he is filled with thoughts of Yifan and cannot listen to our advice, let him find out the truth. As Song-Wu was about to leave, Xiao-Qi suddenly grabbed his wrist. Song-Wu, the extraterrestrial observation report I mentioned before, I hope you take a close look. The current Earth is completely different from what we previously understood. Song-Wu looked surprised. What is different? Xiao-Qi, do you know something? If you know, you must tell us. I said, would you believe it? Xiao-Qi countered. Song-Wu was taken aback. He could believe Xiao-Qi, but not everyone else would. In the laboratory, 3 young Taoist priests were being directed by Feng Yuanlan, rushing out and then hurriedly running back again. They grabbed some documents, then realized one was missing and ran out again. Yifan watched them and waved her hand. Mu Xiao-Qi, I'll help you. Sister Xiao-Fan, Professor Feng is right. You are a girl and should quietly be a beautiful lady. Leave the heavy work to us. Mu Xiao-Qi said as she dashed out like the wind. Alex brought over a glass of water with a refreshing smile and handed it to Yifan. Sister, drink some water. Yifan took the glass, looked up, and smiled. Thank you. Alex nodded. Sister Xiao Fan, no need to be polite. It is our honor to help you. At that moment, Fang Yuanlan put down what he was holding and suddenly leaned over. Yi Xiao Fan, don't you really care about the insults online? Aren't girls very concerned about their reputation? They would cry over even a little insult. Yi Fan looked unfazed, appearing strong and calm, as if those comments had nothing to do with her. Why should I care? I'm not living for their comments. Fang Yuanlan nodded, but then shook his head, his face showing some disdain. It's not that I'm saying. This matter still needs to be blamed on Shao Qi. That brat didn't handle Meng Ziding's matter earlier. Yeah, brother Shao Qi is also useless. Why would he choose such a woman as a fiancée? Mu Shao Qi couldn't help but complain. AI Qing shook her head. Maybe he was blinded at that time. When Shao Qi entered, he heard them teasing him like this. The tension that had lowered because of Song Wu and Meng Kaixian instantly changed. The coldness around him gradually dissipated. His gaze softened a lot as he walked towards Yifan. Fang Yuanlan immediately asked, "Have you handled it?" As soon as Mu Shao Qi saw him, she excitedly rushed over. "That scheming white lotus, have you dealt with her?" The young boy's eyes sparkled with hope, their faces filled with anticipation. Their excitement was all because of Yifan. "Not yet," Shao Qi said apologetically. You useless brat." Fang Yuanlan patted Shao Qi's shoulder in frustration, shaking his head. "How can you not handle a woman's issues?" Yeah, brother Shao Qi is really useless," Mu Shao Qi blurted out. Alex quickly shook his head at Mu Shao Qi, signaling him not to speak carelessly. But Mu Shao Qi huffed, raised her chin, and said angrily, "I'm not wrong." A truly useful man would never let others influence his judgment, forcing himself to choose a woman he doesn't like. Shao Qi's deep gaze deepened even further as he looked at Mu Shao Qi. Chapter 65. Shao Qi is captured. Fang Yuanlan sensed something was off and quickly gave Yifan a meaningful glance. Yifan understood immediately, cleared his throat, and said, "Mu Shao Qi, there's another document. Go get it quickly." "Huh? Where's there any more? I've already taken everything." Mu Shao Qi tilted her head, looking confused. Sister Xiao Fan must be mistaken. He ran back and forth so many times and clearly got everything. Don't doubt his workability. Yifan directly grabbed Shao Qi's hand and changed the subject. "Shao Qi, Teacher Fang is almost finished checking here. The messages on my phone are real. Okay, let us head back to my villa first." Shao Qi gently ruffled Yifan's hair and pretended to lead them away. Yifan didn't ask further and nodded, following along. As night fell, the three boys sat quietly on the sofa, while Shao Qi stood before them, staring at their faces. "You haven't been controlled." It was a statement, not a question. What control? The three boys looked puzzled. Shao Qi shook his head, offering no further explanation. "You all protect Yifan and Teacher Fang in the villa. I'll be back soon." With that, he turned and left. The three boys exchanged glances, then looked at Shao Qi with confusion. At that moment, their older brother, Shao Qi, seemed very strange. 3 hours later, in another time zone on Earth, the sun had just spread across the land, and Xiao Inghe was having breakfast. The apartment robot approached and asked if Shao Qi had come. She was surprised. "Let my brother in quickly." Xiao Inghe was very excited. The robot went to open the door, smoothly inviting him in. "Handled everything?" Shao Qi asked his sister first. Xiao Inghe smirked. "You didn't even ask if your sister had enough to eat for breakfast. You really have no humanity with that gender. Both sandwiches are gone. How could you not be full?" Yifan glanced at the food on the table and helplessly said, "You're overeating again." Xiao Inghe puffed her cheeks and quickly shook her head. "Brother, I'm not. I just have a bigger appetite now, especially since I'm helping you handle those things. It's hard work, and I need to replenish my nutrition." She wasn't that good at eating. Shao Qi slightly nodded. "You've handled so much online. Your brother should say thank you. He and asked her to do so much, but she took the initiative, so as a brother, he should express gratitude. Why be polite?" Xiao Inghe felt a bit shy. Those online rumors were indeed unpleasant and related to her brother. She quickly dealt with them out of selfishness. She just wanted her brother to have it a bit easier. At the same time, she wanted to make up for the mistakes she made back then. Sometimes, Xiao Inghe thought, if time could turn back, she would never impulsively be the one to break them apart. She would definitely tell Yifan to be willing to believe her and to support her. Moreover, upon careful reflection, Yifan back then was truly outstanding. Aside from looking a bit dull when being PUAD, he met all her brother's aesthetic standards and fit her criteria for a sister-in-law. It was originally a good match that eventually turned into 5 years of never seeing each other again. Thinking about it was indeed quite melancholic. As for the comments online this time, she and T expected that Meng Ziding, who had said she would give up her brother for his own good, played a shocking role. That woman actually covertly hired someone to slander Xiao-Qi. She even pressured the Xiao family and put pressure on her brother. That woman was ultimately someone she misjudged. Even with the top-tier system of the Gauga Group, even with the perfect ethical support, her dark heart could never turn red. After pondering all this, Xiaoying has suddenly asked, "Brother, are you really not planning to regain your citizenship? Until Yi Fan is recognized, I will stand with her." Xiao-Qi firmly stated. Oh, Xiaoying has sighed. She knew her brother's character too well. Since that was the case, she could only support him. Then I'll take you to a place. Perhaps seeing what's over there will help you understand why I asked this. Okay. The next morning at Xiao-Qi's villa, when Yi Fan woke up, the 3 young Taoists had already prepared breakfast. Don't let their training in the mountains fool you. Their cooking skills were excellent. Alex handed her a vegetarian bun. Sister Xiaofan, have a bite first. Taking the bun, Yi Fan gently took a bite and suddenly remembered something. Where's Xiao-Qi? Why isn't he here? After saying that, as if recalling something, she hurried upstairs to check. However, when she pushed open the bedroom door, she found the bed neatly made, showing no signs that anyone had slept there. Last night, Xiao-Qi was here? Could it be that he was abducted by aliens? Alex followed behind Yi Fan. Sister Xiaofan, brother Xiao-Qi went out last night. He clearly said he would be back soon, but we don't know what happened. He still hasn't returned. Hearing this, Yi Fan's expression changed to one of concern. You mean he didn't come back last night? Yeah, Alex nodded. Yi Fan thought for a moment and quickly went to find Fang Yuanlan. Teacher Fang, we need to contact Xiao-Qi. Fang Yuanlan picked up her phone, but called Xiao-Qi without anyone answering. She looked at Yi Fan and dialed again. Still no answer. Yi Fan felt something was wrong, picked up her phone, and was about to dial when she received a call from someone else. She swiped to answer and then saw another face. Yi Fan, it's me. The person on the video call was Meng Ziding. Yi Fan's expression suddenly turned cold, her tone slightly frosty. Miss Meng, what's the matter? Xiao-Qi has been captured. Do you know? Meng Ziding's tone was also unpleasant, her face unable to hide her disdain for Yi Fan. Before Yi Fan could react, there was a knock at the door. Holding her phone, Yi Fan froze for a few seconds before letting Mu Xiao-Qi and the others go check. Then continued her conversation with Meng Ziding. Why was Xiao-Qi captured? Meng Ziding's expression darkened. Why? Are you even asking me? Yi Fan, you really are a troublemaker. You can ruin yourself, but why drag Xiao-Qi down with you? Let us put the accusations aside. Tell me what exactly happened to Xiao-Qi. Yi Fan calmly interrupted the woman. She had no mood to argue with this woman. What she needed to know now was what had happened to Xiao-Qi. Meng Ziding sneered coldly. Xiao-Qi broke into the highest research center to prove something to you and tampered with equipment he shouldn't have. Upon hearing this, Yi Fan stood frozen in place, a chill rising from her heart. Xiao-Qi went to the highest research center? For her? Yi Fan, if I were you, I would definitely go to jail myself and absolutely not drag anyone else down. After leaving this remark, Meng Ziding directly hung up the phone. Then, Yi Fan saw a group of people appear at the door. The 3 leading figures were in police uniforms, and behind them were several robotic police officers, who had already restrained the 3 young Taoists. You're here to arrest someone? Fang Yuanlan realized something and quickly asked. Chapter 66. Yi Fan, you're here too. Yes, please come with us. The police officer in front unfolded the arrest warrant and then took out the handcuffs. Yi Fan and the others could only be taken away by the police first. Freedom City Police Headquarters. A young police officer sat across from Mr. Xiao-Qi, alongside a robotic interrogator. Mr. Xiao-Qi, tell me, what exactly did you do at the Research Institute? Xiao-Qi leaned back in his chair, his beautiful eyes slightly squinting, showing no signs of nervousness. His long fingers gently rubbed the surface of the table, and facing the police and the robot, he had no extra expressions, appearing somewhat indifferent. I just went for a stroll. 5 years ago, Xiao-Qi's incident was known worldwide, especially in the police community, where their misunderstanding of him ran even deeper. Many even regarded Xiao-Qi as a representative of a prodigal and useless person. No matter what he said, they would assume it was wrong. Go for a stroll? You're not even considered a citizen of Earth right now. What right do you have to go for a stroll? Xiao-Qi, you're something else. Look at this video. Soon, the interrogation robot played a surveillance video. The police officer glanced at it, and in the video, Xiao-Qi actually smashed an experimental instrument that looked very expensive. He immediately became dissatisfied and slammed the table, having seen his fair share of prodigals like Xiao-Qi. But this was the first time he had such evidence before him, and yet Xiao-Qi still dared not to admit it, wearing an unconcerned expression. He sneered, his tone barely concealing his disgust. Fine, Xiao-Qi. You're not admitting it, are you? I've already reported it to the headquarters and notified your parents. With your level of offense, you're bound to spend 2 years in prison. I'll be waiting for your lawyer to arrive. At that moment, someone knocked on the door outside. Officer Zhang, Xiao-Qi's family members are here. When Officer Zhang stepped outside, he saw Meng Ziding talking to Xiao Yinhe. Upon seeing the police officer come out, Meng Ziding pretended to wipe tears from the corners of her eyes, feeling very angry that Xiao-Qi was always doing things that embarrassed her. Officer Zhang, I'm Meng Ziding, here to see Xiao-Qi. Officer Zhang couldn't help but sneer upon seeing Meng Ziding. You still acknowledge someone like him? Meng Ziding's expression changed instantly. Xiao Yinhe then said, Officer Zhang, my brother can explain. He doesn't want to explain, Officer Zhang said coldly. Meng Ziding frowned, seemingly anxious, and asked why. Why would he want to explain? Can I see him? Officer Zhang glanced at Xiao Yinhe first and then said to Meng Ziding, He's being interrogated. You can't just meet him. I mean, since you haven't given up on him, why can't you make some adjustments to his system to prevent him from being so ridiculous? Being lectured by a police officer, Meng Ziding felt a bit embarrassed, standing stiffly in place. At this moment, the eyes of others also fell on her, seemingly wondering why the young lady of the Gaoge group couldn't use the intelligent AI system to restrain her fiancé's behavior. Does this young lady have problems too? Feeling the doubts of everyone, Meng Ziding momentarily regretted coming. But now that Xiao-Qi was caught by the police and Yi Fan was on the way, this was a great opportunity for her to suppress them, and she absolutely couldn't miss this chance to watch the fun. Moreover, she also wanted to scare Xiao Yinhe later, making the Xiao family feel more guilty towards her, forcing Xiao-Qi to kneel at her feet and beg her to marry him. Officer Zhang, I know, our company still needs to strengthen research, and we will definitely improve this in the future. Can you please let me in to see Xiao-Qi? Meng Ziding asked with a somewhat pitiful tone, her eyes reddening. Just as Officer Zhang was about to say something, an old professor from the Research Institute approached. Upon seeing Xiao Yinhe, he raised his voice in dissatisfaction. Xiao Yinhe, what is wrong with you, brother? How can he casually destroy research equipment? As soon as Xiao Yinhe saw the old professor, his brows furrowed tightly. Professor Su. That instrument is commonly used by Professor Su and contains a lot of his data. Now that Professor Su has come over, it goes without saying that he knows what he wants to do. Professor Su was indeed very angry as soon as he arrived. He caught sight of Meng Ziding from the corner of his eye, narrowed his eyes, and after a while said, Meng Ziding, you're here too? Professor Su, about Xiao-Qi's matter, I'd like to ask for your help. As long as you speak well of Xiao-Qi, Gaoge Group can compensate you with several updated instruments. Meng Ziding said generously. This was a great opportunity for her to showcase her kindness. How could she possibly miss it? Who wants your Gaoge Group as things? Professor Su was immediately furious, calling his colleagues in the lab. Our data is priceless, and it's just been destroyed. Hurry up and come over with the highest commander as penalty notice. He absolutely cannot let Xiao-Qi off easily. Outside the police station, Officer, you just said in the car, mainly suspecting that I harmed Meng Ziding and incited Xiao-Qi, right? Yi Fan calmly spoke to the police officer who came to take her. The police officer first changed their handcuffs and then said, yes, there have been quite a few complaints, and we must arrest you. Yi Fan bit her lip, lowering her eyes and thought, if it were me. Could you please let Professor Fong and Alex go? She could stay at the police station, but Fong Yuanlan and the others couldn't. The alien matter hadn't been resolved yet. They must be let out. Let them go. The police officer frowned. Yi Fan hummed in agreement and continued. You just said it, right? The main suspicion is directed at me. Since I'm the one being suspected, just arrest me. They should be let go. The police officer fell silent, pondering for a moment while looking at Yifan. Finally, he slowly nodded and said, I need to apply to my superiors, and even if they're not suspects, they still need to provide statements. We will cooperate with the officer. Yifan thought for a moment and said very seriously, in the corridor of the police station. Hearing Professor Su on the phone saying he wanted to get the highest commander's penalty notice, Meng Ziding felt a bit of a headache. Once the highest commander issued a penalty notice, the outcome would be entirely different. She turned around, wanted to go outside to call a lawyer. It was difficult to escape responsibility for such matters. As Professor Su said, the instruments stored so much data, all of which were priceless treasures. Officer Zhang glanced at Meng Ziding. If they sought the highest commander, it wouldn't just be a 2-year prison sentence. Meng Ziding frowned and walked forward. If Xiao-Qi is to be ruined, it should be when she shines brightly. Not now. Yifan, handcuffed, followed behind 2 police officers, her expression calm, showing no signs of panic. As she just walked in, she made eye contact with someone. The moment Meng Ziding saw Yifan, her face showed irritation as she spoke unhappily. Yifan, you're here too. Chapter 67. Letting Yifan take the blame the moment Meng Ziding saw Yifan. She had an idea. A glint of malice flashed in her eyes as she walked over to the police officer accompanying Yifan and said, Officer, can I have a private chat with Yifan? After all, she is the one who harmed me. After speaking, she pointed to the injuries on her body. The officer, seeing that the party involved was present, naturally did not stop her and led Feng Yuanlan and the others inside first. The 4 of them were actually very worried, and as they turned to leave, they couldn't help but shake their heads at Yifan, urging her to be careful. Yifan responded with a light smile, guessing Meng Ziding's intentions. This was the police station, and she wasn't afraid. Yifan, you really are a jinx. Ever since he got together with Xiao-Qi, you've dragged him down without citizenship, and now he's even locked up in the police station. Meng Ziding gritted her teeth. 5 years ago, when Yifan was with Xiao-Qi, she made him lose his pride, and now, 5 years later, she was dragging him down again. She was nothing but a jinx, an absolute jinx. Do you know that they want to ask the highest commander to punish Xiao-Qi? This will not only leave a criminal record for him, but could also put him in prison for at least 10 years. How many 10 years can a person have? Yifan rubbed her wrist, where silver handcuffs slowly tightened with her movements, leaving red marks on her delicate wrist. But she didn't care, just as she didn't care about what Meng Ziding was saying. Meng Ziding gritted her teeth and said, I'm giving you a way out now. You immediately admit that everything was your doing. Xiao-Qi will be accused of sabotage, and that was you tampering with his AI system, making him lose his ability to think independently. If you do this, Xiao-Qi can escape a disaster, but if you don't, Meng Ziding frowned, hoping that Yifan would obediently follow her instructions. Otherwise, she would ensure that Yifan wouldn't have it easy. Xiao-Qi's life has been completely ruined because of you. Don't you feel the slightest bit guilty? Meng Ziding added. At this moment, several police officers did not dare to upset Professor Su and watch him make arrangements. After making a few phone calls, Professor Su happened to see Meng Ziding and Yifan talking. Meng Ziding ignored everything and pulled Yifan to apologize to Professor Su. This time, whether Yifan acknowledged her or not, she would shift the blame onto her. Meng Ziding smiled and approached Professor Su with an apologetic expression. As a young lady of the Gaoga group, she had been pampered all her life and was experiencing for the first time the situation of bowing her head to Professor Su for Xiao-Qi. She didn't hate Xiao-Qi, but she hated Yifan. Okay, I don't care what compensation you offer. I won't accept it. We have done experiments for many years. And what about all that data? Professor Su said, looking at Yifan. Instantly, his gaze turned cold and fierce as he glared at her. You really are a clone. You really are trash. This matter, I won't let her off the hook. Professor Su's hatred for Yifan surprised Meng Ziding, but at the same time, she was very pleased. This meant that she wouldn't have to put much effort into framing Yifan. Humph, the saying is true. Those who gain the way have more help, while those who lose it have little support. Yifan was now completely isolated, and getting trapped by them was her just deserts. Thinking this, Meng Ziding's eyes rolled around a few times, and she immediately leaned in closer to Professor Su, saying, "Yes, this matter cannot be overlooked. Professor Su, you probably don't know. Xiao-Qi did not actively sabotage the equipment." "Really?" Professor Su narrowed his eyes, not fully believing Meng Ziding's words. Meng Ziding nodded, looking at Yifan. At this moment, even when faced with everyone's accusations and Professor Su's threats, Yifan stood tall and showed no signs of being intimidated. This made Meng Ziding very unhappy. Why did Yifan have such composure? It was Yifan who modified Xiao-Qi's AI system, making it impossible for him to think. What he did was not his fault, Meng Ziding said. Their AI system could modify programs and control human thoughts, turning people into puppets of the intelligent system. This was not a secret in the top research institute, so she believed that if she said it, Professor Su would definitely believe it. At that moment, Xiao Inha happened to walk over, looking confused and staring at Meng Ziding in surprise, wondering how she knew that Yifan used to have the ability to modify programs. "Yifan, did you really do this?" Professor Su looked sharply at Yifan. "Let me tell you, don't think that just because you are a clone, you can escape legal punishment. What you're doing now is something that all of humanity despises. I will have them destroy you." Destroying her meant condemning Yifan to death. "This matter, we should wait for an investigation. She is a clone and should not be able to modify my brother's AI system. My brother's actions must have reasons." Xiao Inha, although unsure why her brother suddenly acted impulsively, believed he must have done so for everyone's good and patiently tried to soothe the situation. At this moment, several other professors had also arrived. Hearing Xiao Inha's words, they exchanged glances and instantly exploded. Xiao-Qi in that video didn't seem to have any good reasons. He looked very hostile toward our research institute. Whether it's Xiao-Qi or this Yifan, we cannot let them go. We can't allow such dangerous individuals to repeatedly sabotage our research. Absolutely cannot let them go, the professors insisted. Xiao-Qi has already harmed so many teammates. He will harm people again. They were adamant about not letting Yifan and Xiao-Qi off the hook. While they were arguing, Meng Ziding was particularly pious, bowing to everyone and appearing very kind and generous. "Professors, I believe Xiao-Qi is definitely not someone who harbors hostility towards society and wants to destroy the entire planet. This matter is entirely Yifan's fault. I hope everyone does not hold Xiao-Qi accountable for Yifan's mistake. It's not fair. Xiao-Qi and Yifan must be punished." Professor Su insisted. His AI system constantly reminded him that this incident must be investigated thoroughly, and both Yifan and Xiao-Qi should be punished simultaneously. Meng Ziding instantly felt a headache coming on. Xiao-Qi usually did not have a good relationship with these old professors, and now that something had happened, they would surely take revenge on Xiao-Qi. If punishment was to be given, it could only be to Yifan. She absolutely could not let Xiao-Qi be implicated, or everything she had arranged would be in vain. Moreover, she had never really thought of abandoning Xiao-Qi. Now that the professors were arguing incessantly, Xiao Inha looked at Yifan and saw her standing there with an expressionless face, saying nothing and not even arguing with these people. This Yifan was truly like the older. She knew that they absolutely could not let things develop in a bad direction. Xiao Inha picked up her phone. "Want to call her family. Uncle and aunt are not in good health. You shouldn't call them and affect them right now." Meng Ziding pulled Xiao Inha's hand, then turned to Yifan and shook her head. "Aren't you going to say something?" Chapter 68, Are You Not Afraid? Yifan stood in place, looking at Meng Ziding without saying anything. But Meng Ziding's tears immediately fell. "Do you really want to see Xiao-Qi destroyed? He no longer has citizenship, and if he loses anything else..." "Yifan, can you really bear it?" Yifan frowned, just about to say something when Alex suddenly stepped forward from behind. Yifan looked at him and instantly guessed what he was about to say. "Alex, don't speak." Alex did not step back. Instead, he calmly moved forward. "If you must punish someone, then punish me. Actually, my identity is..." Yifan guessed what he was going to say and directly interrupted. "Indeed, many things are related to me. I can hear some strange voices, and I haven't used the human AI system in a long time." As soon as this was said, the professors, police, and even Xiao Inha and Meng Ziding were stunned. Xiao Fan's sister, Alex, immediately came over, wanting to shake his head. However, Yi Fan used a determined gaze to tell him that he absolutely could not reveal his identity in this situation. These humans did not believe in the existence of aliens. If Alex said he was a hybrid, he would definitely be sent to a mental hospital or even face more terrible punishments. She looked directly at Meng Zeding. But Miss Meng, I am not the person you mentioned who harmed Xiao-Qi, and I believe that Xiao-Qi is definitely not a criminal. You don't need to use tricks to make them misunderstand Xiao-Qi. At this moment, Yi Fan's face was calm, her black eyes clear and firm. The few professors were momentarily stunned, but soon became angry. You no longer have the human AI system? No wonder you look like this. Professor Su nearly rushed up to kill Yi Fan. You are indeed a dangerous clone. You want to harm everyone. You are too evil. I haven't officially been tested to confirm whether I am a clone. Yi Fan was not afraid of Professor Su's anger and said calmly, you can lock me up first. If there are any issues, investigate me first. Whether I am a clone or if Meng Zeding's injury is related to me, I believe it can be found out. Her speech was neither hurried nor slow. Her back straightened, and her face faintly glowed. The professors looked at her like this, somewhat dazed. Wasn't Yi Fan like this 5 years ago? This clone could not possibly inherit her personality. The police looked at Yi Fan and quietly said, so? Miss Yi means to accept the examination and then let us release Xiao-Qi. The other police officers also looked at Yi Fan, their expressions changing instantly, their brows furrowing in unison. Yi Fan nodded. Yes, I hope you mainly investigate me. As for Xiao-Qi, he has not made any mistakes. If he has issues, then you should also ask Meng Zeding, who provided him with the human AI system. After all, Meng Zeding upgraded Xiao-Qi's system differently for better interaction with her fiancé, unlike the rest of us. Hearing this, Meng Zeding's face flushed with anger. Yes, she had specially upgraded Xiao-Qi's system, but she felt there was nothing wrong with that. Shouldn't T1 treat the man they like this way? However, the police and professors were alerted by Yi Fan's words. Xiao-Qi was not just unique because of the human AI system. Many of his attributes were different because they were provided by Meng Zeding. If Xiao-Qi made mistakes because of the system, then Meng Zeding also had suspicions. Moreover, Meng Zeding indeed seemed a bit different today than they usually knew her, feeling somewhat off. Xiao Inha, who had been in a daze, finally came back to her senses. She remembered their family's human AI system. Since Meng Zeding said they would be a family in the future, everyone needed a customized version. She, Xiao-Qi, and their parents, along with other cousins, all used different systems, each with some customized functions. Officer, I think Yi Fan is right. If you suspect my brother made mistakes because of the human AI system, then please investigate the Gaoge group as well, Xiao In has said, taking a few steps forward and glancing at Yi Fan. At this moment, Yi Fan exuded a faintly proud aura, looking somewhat cold. But her eyes were clear as if they could see through people's hearts. Her hands were cuffed in silver handcuffs, yet she showed no sign of embarrassment. Instead, it added to her determination. Yi Fan, are you not afraid? Xiao Inha asked softly, her tone filled with doubt. If the police combined both cases against her, as a clone, she would certainly be destroyed. Not afraid. Hearing Xiao Inha's voice, Yi Fan was momentarily taken aback, then raised her head, her long eyelashes brushing against the light, a faint smile on her face, beautiful like a painting. She was not afraid of death. She only wanted everyone to know the truth about the existence of aliens and wish for the happiness of people in this world. Of course, Xiao-Qi must be happy. Beside her, Meng Zeding also reacted, biting her teeth, her gaze falling on Yi Fan. After Xiao Inha spoke to Yi Fan, she looked towards Meng Zeding, pursed her lips, and said softly, Meng Zeding, I think you should apologize to Yi Fan and cooperate with the police investigation. Meng Zeding looked at Xiao Inha's attitude, her fingers digging into her palm. Damn it. Xiao Inha was such a fool, unable to distinguish right from wrong. Why did she have to do this? Wasn't it for her brother, for the Xiao family? Why couldn't she understand that they needed to band together? Only by sticking together would Yi Fan disappear, and Xiao-Qi's future would shine bright. Foolish, truly foolish. The police thought for a moment, and then asked Meng Zeding, Miss Meng, what do you think? Meng Zeding frowned, glanced at Yi Fan, and finally gritted her teeth, saying the Gaoge group will cooperate with the investigation. But right now, I hope you follow Yi Fan's suggestion. Detain her first, and released Xiao-Qi. At that time, Xiao-Qi's lawyer also arrived, presented proof, and then communicated with Xiao Inha. Finally, cooperating with the police, they made a record and arranged for Xiao-Qi's bail. Due to Meng Ziding's matter and her being accused of being a clone, the police refused to grant bail to Yifan. Therefore, the final outcome was that Xiao-Qi was released, while Yifan had to be detained at the police station for at least 3 days. Alex and the others finished their statements with Feng Yuanlan and immediately went out to find Xiao-Qi. Meanwhile, Gu Wei received a call and hurried over, arriving just as Xiao-Qi was coming out of the police station. Deputy Commander Gu, the police officer who was instructing Xiao-Qi not to leave Freedom City, immediately greeted Gu Wei upon seeing him. When Meng Ziding, who had been hesitant on the side, saw Gu Wei, her spirit lifted. She stepped forward, wiping her eyes. Gu Wei, you came just in time. They are all misunderstanding me, and I need you to help me explain. Meng Ziding, don't be upset. Gu Wei handed a tissue to Meng Ziding, speaking gently. Whatever it is, we can take our time to discuss. Chapter 69. No past grudges. Gu Wei. With you here, I can feel at ease. You understand me the best. Please help me explain to them that I'm also a victim. At this moment, Meng Ziding deliberately brings up her injury, hinting that Gu Wei should help her. The hospital has already submitted your injury report to the highest commander, so don't worry. We will definitely give you an explanation. Gu Wei's attitude is clear. Gu Wei, that matter still needs further investigation. Xiao Inha looks at Gu Wei, frowning slightly, expressionless as she reminds him. Gu Wei first looks at Xiao Inha, then at Xiao-Qi, slightly stunned. Isn't the situation already very clear? Why continue the investigation? After he speaks, he sees a police officer taking out several documents and frowning, asking, what is this? Do you still want to arrest Xiao-Qi? They have no such intention. Meng Ziding explains that they need Yifan to stay at the police station for 3 days, requiring someone to sign. Xiao-Qi is no longer considered a citizen and should not have a right to sign. Gu Wei's tone is very calm, but Xiao Inha hears an ominous undertone. Her brother is a good friend of Gu Wei and was once a standout in the peacekeeping system. They should have mutual respect. Unfortunately, the events from 5 years ago. The police also understand Gu Wei's meaning, but they have communicated with Xiao-Qi's lawyer. Although Xiao-Qi has lost his citizenship, the Xiao family can still act as a guarantor. Some rights can be exercised with the help of the Xiao family's legal team. Just as the police were about to walk over to talk to Xiao-Qi and the others, Gu Wei held the police officer's hand, saying, leave this to me. Regarding Yifan, I will follow up closely, so you don't need to put Xiao-Qi in a difficult position by having him sign. Upon hearing this, the police did not stay, nodded, and then turned to go inside. Gu Wei, what do you want to do? Meng Ziding looks at Gu Wei, somewhat worried. Naturally, I want to help Xiao-Qi resolve his troubles. Meng Ziding, don't you hope for that too? Gu Wei frowns and then looks at Xiao-Qi. After a pause, he says, Xiao-Qi, you too. Why are you still acting impulsively like before? Have you not considered yourself and the Xiao family? Xiao-Qi does not want to respond to him. To be precise, he is currently thinking about how to find the highest commander. He understands Yifan's good intentions, but accepting that Yifan is alone in the police station, treated like a criminal, is also difficult. Thus, he didn't pay much attention to what Meng Ziding said to Gu Wei earlier. He is more focused on how to persuade his parents to help him act as a guarantor and ask the highest commander for a meeting opportunity. Yifan, aliens. These issues all need to be resolved. I'm sorry, I have something to do. I need to leave. Before Gu Wei could ask again, Xiao-Qi had already walked towards the parking lot with Alex and the others. Xiao Inha looked at Meng Ziding, then at Gu Wei, a hint of dissatisfaction flashing in her eyes, and quickly followed her brother, saying, Brother, wait for me. Watching Xiao-Qi's departing figure, Meng Ziding gritted her teeth, feeling very unhappy. He is truly bewitched. Gu Wei glanced at her and shook his head, saying, You are too impulsive. After speaking, he did not wait for Meng Ziding to respond and walked straight inside. Yifan is being held in the interrogation room. The police indicated that there are still some statements that need her verification, so she cannot be sent to the detention center for the time being. Miss Yifan, we do not discriminate against clones, the police said. Knock, knock, knock. Just then, someone knocked on the door frame. The sound was very abrupt. The police immediately focused their attention on the newcomer. Excuse me, can I talk to Miss Yifan alone? Gu Wei glanced over and finally fixed his gaze on Yi Fan. At this moment, Yi Fan's face was as calm as a lake. Her skin was very fair, and under the interrogation room's lighting, her pores seemed to shimmer with a crystalline glow, her features delicate yet resilient. She was, as always, captivating. Gu Wei thought to himself. When the police saw it was Gu Wei, they slightly bowed, saying, "That is yours." After the police left, Gu Wei pulled out a chair and sat opposite Yi Fan, still smiling with a somewhat cynical demeanor. "Miss Yi Fan?" Yi Fan paused for a moment. Her hands were still handcuffed, and her wrists hurt a bit. She rubbed them and slightly raised her head, beginning to wonder what Gu Wei was here for. "Yi Fan, is there anything you want to say to me?" Gu Wei stared at Yi Fan, his peach blossom eyes sparkling. Yi Fan pursed her lips and glanced at him, then calmly said, "I will accept the investigation." A simple sentence, filled with a sense of cold indifference. Gu Wei had already been treated this way by Yi Fan more than once. He was used to it. However, this time, he would not let Yi Fan simply evade him. Gu Wei reached out and pressed down on Yi Fan's shoulder, forcing her to meet his gaze. The light in his eyes flickered as he spoke one word at a time. "Yi Fan, when I said I like you before, I was not joking." Upon hearing this, Yi Fan couldn't help but want to laugh. This deputy commander is truly interesting, able to say such heartfelt words in the police station. But she really couldn't be moved, nor did she want to accept this affection. "Oh, I see." Yi Fan nodded. She just understood, but would not accept it. "Yi Fan, if you trust me, tell me everything you know. As long as you say it, I will help you clear all your troubles." Gu Wei spoke earnestly. Yet Yi Fan stared at the man, her gaze slightly cold. "I don't understand what you mean." Her instincts told her that Gu Wei was not reliable. She absolutely could not tell him about the aliens. So, even though Gu Wei appeared deeply affectionate and trustworthy now, she would not reveal what she knew. "It seems you do not trust me very much at the moment." Gu Wei sighed deeply and then said, "In that case, to show you my sincerity, you can make a request, and I will definitely fulfill it." "A request?" Yi Fan raised her gaze, looking calmly at Gu Wei. Outside the police station's door, after Gu Wei left, Meng Ziding felt a bit anxious. She gritted her teeth, trying to calm herself down, and took out her phone to call Xiao Yinhe. Xiao Yinhe initially did not want to answer, but it was only because Xiao Qi nodded beside her that she swiped to answer. "Yinhe, you're with your brother, right?" Meng Ziding asked. Xiao Yinhe nodded. "Didn't you see that just now?" Her tone was obviously not good, laced with disdain. Meng Ziding sighed, tears welling in her eyes, and slowly said, "What to do? I regret it. I want to make it up to you. Can you ask your brother what I should do for him to give me a chance?" Xiao Yinhe stared at her in the video, pursing her lips. "My brother doesn't need you to make up for it. If possible, you should formally announce the dissolution of your engagement with him sooner." Meng Ziding frowned, many profanities rising in her heart, but she was reminded by the system and refrained from saying them out loud. She could only patiently say, "Well, if you need me to help Yi Fan with something, I can help her without holding past grudges." Chapter 70. Xiao Fan. "Do you remember me?" Meng Ziding had just finished speaking when a black car drove over from a distance. The license plate was black, and the numbers on it could only belong to the highest-ranking group, Commander S residence. Meng Ziding found it a bit strange, but she was more focused on communicating with the Xiao siblings and didn't have the energy to ask more questions. She quickly shifted her gaze away. On the other end of the video call, Xiao Yinhe also noticed the car, but she didn't find anything odd about it. However, Xiao Qi, who happened to catch a glimpse of the license plate, had a somewhat complicated expression. Xiao Yinhe covered the microphone and turned to Xiao Qi. "Brother, is there something wrong?" Xiao Qi watched the car disappear from the video on his sister's phone and shook his head after a few seconds. "It's nothing, just hang up." There was nothing to talk about with someone like Meng Ziding. Right now, finding a breakthrough to rescue Yi Fan was more important to him. When Meng Ziding saw the phone screen go black, her expression twisted instantly, and she gritted her teeth, saying, "Xiao Qi, you will regret this. You will definitely regret treating me this way." After saying that, she turned around and walked toward the police station. Gu Wei hadn't been able to ask what he wanted and felt somewhat annoyed, but when facing Yi Fan, his smile was still perfect. He looked at Yi Fan, weighing his words. "Yi Fan, why are you so defensive? Why can't you try to trust me? This is an opportunity for you and for the future." Yi Fan raised her head indifferently and looked at the man in front of her, saying nothing. She could trust others, but not Gu Wei. The reason for her distrust. Perhaps it was just a woman's intuition telling her that this man was unreliable. Seeing Yi Fan remain indifferent to his words, Gu Wei frowned. He had already shown the utmost sincerity, yet this woman still wouldn't agree. How foolish. Yi Fan, right now, I'm the only one who can help you. Do you know that? Gu Wei looked at Yi Fan, his tone somewhat cold. Yi Fan nodded lightly, then looked thoughtfully toward the door. By the way, I can apply for legal aid regarding my situation. I want to apply for it. Hearing this, the false smile on Gu Wei's face immediately faltered. His gaze darkened as he asked coldly, "You still need other legal aid while I'm here?" "You're just..." But before he could finish, his phone rang. He pulled out the phone, glanced at the number, and paused slightly. Yes. Whatever was said on the other end made Gu Wei's expression change instantly, turning cold as he looked at Yi Fan. "But didn't we just say?" "All right, I understand. But In the end, Gu Wei sighed. His expression changed multiple times within a few sentences. After hanging up the phone, he looked at Yi Fan with a complex expression. "Yi Fan, remember I gave you a chance." After saying that, Gu Wei turned and walked outside. Just a few steps after he left, he ran into someone coming in. The man in front was dressed in black uniform and looked somewhat displeased. The police officers who had been working all stopped in their tracks upon seeing the visitor, standing rigidly as they gazed at the person in disbelief. It was him. Professor Su, who had just completed the paperwork, glanced over and was instantly stunned. How did this individual get involved? The man casually scanned the crowd, whispered a few words to the people behind him, and then waved his hand, smiling. "All right, no need to be so nervous. Everyone relax, I'll go see that person." "Your identity. Going to see the kind of person I sent it a bit." Professor Su blurted out, but upon seeing the man's cold gaze, he immediately shook his head, not daring to continue. He couldn't fathom what the higher-ups were thinking, nor could he provocatively engage with them. At this moment, Gu Wei had already regained his composure, took a few steps forward, and bowed deeply at a 90-degree angle. She sighed, but not cooperating that much. "Let's go in and take a look." The man smiled and stepped towards the interrogation room. The police officers watched the man's back, each feeling puzzled. Yi Fan is just a clone. How could it warrant such a grand display? Even this person has come. I don't quite understand how important Yi Fan really is. Even if she is the most successful clone, it shouldn't Professor Su thought, somewhat confused. Even people from the upper echelons wouldn't pay such attention to a clone. Unless... Professor Su, some things cannot be judged by appearances. Gu Wei patted Professor Su on the shoulder and then followed the man. These words left Professor Su even more puzzled, and for a moment he doubted. Could it be that Yi Fan wasn't a clone? But what about the corpse at that time? The gene comparison clearly matched Yi Fan. As soon as the interrogation room quieted down, Yi Fan heard a knock on the door. She frowned, then turned around to see a man pushing the door open and standing beside it. The man had his eyes downcast, holding a silver bracelet in his hand. The bracelet was adorned with some Baroque-style stones, shining brightly, yet not resembling anything commonly found on Earth. As the man approached, the light on the stones changed gradually, slowly becoming different. Yi Fan was almost immediately captivated by the stones. Her fair skin began to flush slightly, as if she had a fever. However, when the man placed the stones on the table and sat down across from her, her expression changed again. The man noticed Yi Fan's reaction and smirked. "Xiao Fan, do you remember me?" As soon as these words fell, the interrogation room door closed. The people outside blocked the door, and even Gu Wei couldn't enter. At this moment, Yi Fan was stunned, looking up at the man, whose eyes glimmered purple under the light. Purple pupils? Yi Fan squinted slightly, and a piece of text flashed through her mind. The first recorded instance of purple eyes in history dates back to the year 1330 during the Christian era, corresponding to AD. However, this phenomenon can be traced back to the distant medieval regions of Northern Europe. In 1968, scientists discovered this mutation in women of Caucasian descent and named it the Alexandrian origin. The first notable feature of individuals with Alexandrian origin genes is their mysterious purple eyes. When they are born, their eyes are blue or gray. By 6 months, their eye color begins to change from the original blue-gray to purple. This transformation process continues until they are 1 year old. The The second transformation process begins after the first one ends, but it takes much longer, lasting until their puberty. This second process involves a gradual deepening of the purple color based on the initial purple. Eventually, their eyes may become deep purple, dark purple, or purple blue, and this color will remain unchanged for their lifetime. This transformation does not affect their vision in any way. Chapter 71. Fortress Detention Center. Noticing Yi Fan's expression and her deeply contemplative gaze, the man chuckled softly and lightly tapped her forehead with his raised hand. It seems that information buried deep in her memory has surfaced. This sentence carries a deeper meaning. Yi Fan did not respond, only slightly raised her head, the corners of her lips slowly curving upward. Who are you? Her shimmering eyes were clear, unguarded, only curious. Her instincts told her that this person was familiar to her, even related to things she did not know. The man smiled, looking directly into her eyes without any avoidance, but the color of his purple pupils shifted. This color change left Yi Fan stunned. No, humans with purple pupils do not casually change the color of their eyes. Did I scare you? The man's gaze fell heavily on Yi Fan's face, obscure and enigmatic, as he handed her a bracelet, directly putting it on her wrist without giving her a chance to refuse. Then he lightly laughed and said, "Actually, it's good that you forgot. Remember what I told you. Don't fall in love with knew.She. Stay away from him, okay? What did you tell me?" Yi Fan frowned slightly, tilting her head, retracting her hand, and looking into the man's eyes. "When did you ever talk to me?" The man, without changing his expression, pinched her nose. In a soft tone, he said, "Little ungrateful. I've said so much, and you don't even know who I am?" Yi Fan became even more puzzled. What had this man said? The man looked at Yi Fan's face, gently rubbed his temples, and then said, "Shall Fan be good this time? Don't go out in the detention center. Just hold on, understand?" After leaving such words, the man departed. The police did not interrogate Yi Fan further, directly locking her in the detention center. In the evening, a police officer came to deliver food. "I really don't understand why the interrogation suddenly stopped. What did that person want?" The police officer looked at Yi Fan with a puzzled expression. Yi Fan, observing the officer's confusion, thought for a moment and asked, "Who are you talking about?" Upon hearing this, the police officer was shocked. "You don't know who came to see you before?" The expression and tone implied that Yi Fan was not a clone, but a terrifying alien instead. Yi Fan blinked. Should she know who that person was? Besides the Supreme Commander, there's a second-in-command on Earth named Moxis. "You really don't know?" the police officer inquired. Yi Fan slightly lowered her head, carefully recalling the man's appearance and expression. He had his beautiful starry eyes half closed, with an almost imperceptible frown. Moxis. She had seen this name on a promotional poster from the Gaogo group, paying respects to the higher-ups. Moxis rarely appeared at large events, remaining very low-key. So many people were unaware that his power was actually on par with the Supreme Commander. "Yi Fan, your case has been personally taken over by Lord Moxis, which indicates it's not so simple. If you have anything to confess, you must say it early. I do not discriminate against clones, but I cannot accept those who pose a threat to Earth. Do you understand?" The police officer said calmly. This young officer was different from the others. He did not harbor much hostility towards the clone Yi Fan. He simply hoped for world peace and wanted to do a job he liked. Yi Fan was taken aback, nodded, and then said nothing further. "All right, some things aren't really for me to say. In any case, Yi Fan, think carefully. If you need my help, you can also tell me. But my abilities are limited. At most, I can help you apply to the higher-ups." After the police officer finished speaking, he poured a glass of water for Yi Fan. After thanking him, Yi Fan turned and sat in chair, recalling everything that happened today. Meng family. Meng Ziding had just entered the house. Meng Kaixian was sitting on the sofa. The hospital had just called, and seeing his daughter appear before him, Meng Kaixian frowned. "Darling, why didn't you stay at the hospital? Why do you have to go to the police station and stir up trouble? How is Yi Fan?" Meng Ziding changed her shoes, poured a cup of coffee, and slowly walked over. "Dad, I always feel like you guys are hiding something from me. Yi Fan's situation is not that simple." She glanced at the robot in the house, still thinking about the people at the police station today. Her intuition told her that Yi Fan was involved in a lot and could not be easily destroyed. "Silly girl, you're Daddy's treasure. How could I hide anything from you?" Meng Kaixian picked up his teacup, smiling as he drank tea, gently shaking his head. Dad, I want. Meng Ziding bit her lip, directly kneeling in front of Meng Kaixian, looking up at her father. Whether you're hiding something from me or not, I cannot tolerate someone like Yi Fan being around me. So, I want to do something. What do you want to do? Meng Kaixian gently asked, stroking his daughter's head. Dad, help me send Yi Fan to the Fortress Detention Center. Right now, okay? As long as she is in Freedom City, I will feel uneasy, always thinking we will be dragged down by her. Meng Ziding blinked, tears immediately falling. You should know that once she goes to the Fortress Detention Center, she is done for. Meng Kaixian looked at his daughter with pain, and, after a long while, seeing her tears wouldn't stop, he sighed. Lord Moxus is concerned about this matter. I really can't make it happen easily, even if Lord Moxus is concerned. That at most means we won't be allowed to kill Yi Fan. Meng Ziding wiped the tears from her eyes and continued, I want to send her to the Fortress Detention Center. That's not killing her. That's giving her a chance. If she has the ability to survive, then she will. If not, it can only be said that her luck is bad. Most humans do not know that there are many genetically mutated animals in the Fortress Detention Center. All of them have been irradiated by cosmic rays. Primates can grow to over 1.8 meters and understand human language, harboring hostility towards humans. Animals like tigers, lions, and leopards are even more vicious towards humans. Usually, only the most heinous, top-tier criminals who have deviated from the AI system are sent there. Yi Fan. Meng Kaixian felt that she was nowhere near that level. Meng Kaixian frowned, wanting to explain to his daughter further. But he saw Meng Ziding start crying again. Dad, if you don't send her over, I feel like we will be sent there in the future. My intuition has always been accurate. You must believe me. Seeing his daughter crying like a rain-soaked pear blossom, Meng Kaixian couldn't bear it and sighed lightly, saying, All right, I'll call to apply. It will only happen if I succeed, understand? Dad, you're the best. The night shrouded Freedom City Detention Center, and suddenly a group of men in silver combat uniforms arrived. The police officers who had been guarding Yi Fan were stunned upon hearing their words. They first looked back at Yi Fan and then asked in astonishment if she goes to the Fortress Detention Center. Will she die? Chapter 72. Shrouded in mist, the men in silver combat suits paused for a moment, but warned, there are questions you shouldn't ask. Never ask them. If you want to live, just obey. The police officer watched their retreating figures, unable to suppress a shiver. It seemed that this clone named Yi Fan would truly struggle to survive from now on. After considering it, he couldn't help but post a status on his social media, reflecting on the situation. At 3 a.m, in the Fortress Detention Center, the men in silver uniforms had brought Yi Fan here, arranging for her to stay in a rather special cell. This cell was suspended in a silver cage, hovering above mutated tigers, lions, wolves, and brown bears. Each of them was tall and large, their sharp fangs dripping with viscous liquid, their fierce gazes sending shivers down one's spine. At that moment, Yi Fan had no time to be afraid. Instead, she was observing the men in silver uniforms. These were humans. They weren't under the control of aliens at night. So, what did this imply? It meant that aliens selectively controlled certain humans, and those who weren't controlled could access the truth to some extent. Thinking of this, the image of the woman who had rushed down from the maglev train appeared in Yi Fan's mind. At that time, when she was under control, she thought the woman was probably mentally unstable, so no matter what she said, she couldn't listen calmly. But now it was different. At this moment, facing these people, and recalling the woman's previous words, it was clear that the woman wasn't insane. Instead, someone was controlling her to prevent those who knew the truth from spreading the message. Some things truly sent chills down Yi Fan's spine. If events among her kind developed into such a state, it would indeed be terrifying. After the men in silver uniforms left, a huge brass deaf man descended beside Yi Fan's cage. Inside this cage, there was a woman with disheveled hair clutching the brass bars, her eyes darting nervously as she stared at Yi Fan. Seemingly finding a commonality with Yi Fan, the woman suddenly erupted into a manic laugh. Interesting. Really interesting. Another madwoman has arrived. Yi Fan frowned. She wasn't mad. However, she was uncertain about the other person's condition, so it was best not to provoke her carelessly. Just as the woman was about to say something, The giant cages began to shake. The world spun around, making one feel quite uncomfortable. The woman nearly vomited. She patted her chest and then looked towards a direction with light. Upon seeing a shadow of a masked figure approaching, her eyes nearly bulged out, and she clutched her head, screaming in terror, "Ah, no, don't come over." Clack, clack. The man wore Martin boots and a leather outfit with a strong metallic texture, silhouetted against the light, resembling a demon slayer emerging from hell. Especially with the mask on his face, styled like an Asura from Buddhist legends, it added an eerie touch. "Don't come over." "No." The woman in the cage hugged her head, shaking it violently, tears streaming from her eyes. She was really scared, truly terrified. Meanwhile, Yifan remained silent, quietly standing in a cage, her gaze calmly fixed on the approaching figure. "Howl!" The beasts, upon seeing the man stop, surprisingly let out a few obedient calls and automatically retreated. Next, the man pointed a remote control at a certain direction, emitting a red signal. Then, the cage slowly descended, landing on the ground. However, Yifan's cage remained suspended in midair, steady and unmoving. The man first glanced at Yifan, then spoke in a dark tone to the woman in the brass cage. "Now, have you thought it over? Should you tell me everything?" Even with Yifan present, he showed no signs of tension, seeming to rely on the belief that Yifan could do nothing, thus acting so arrogantly. The woman in the cage trembled violently, her fingers digging into her face, leaving bloody scratches on her already sickly pale skin. Then she lunged at the bars, shouting excitedly, "I have nothing to confess. I told you. I know nothing. I really know nothing. I just want to live well, just want to live in peace. Why can't you treat me kindly? Why? Give me a chance to go back. Let me be by my daughter's side, please." "Live?" The man narrowed his eyes, took a step forward, pulled out a vintage cigarette, and leisurely lit it, blowing a smoke ring towards the woman. "With your ghastly appearance, how can you face her? You should have gone to hell a long time ago. Who turned me into this? If it weren't for that incident, how could I have become like this?" The woman said, feeling wronged. "So I'm giving you a chance to tell me what happened back then. Who mixed up those two samples?" The man asked, wandering around. His gaze swept over Yifan, giving her an uncomfortable feeling. It made her feel that whatever the man was discussing was somehow related to her. "I've said it many times, it has nothing to do with me. You all saw back then, that girl was clearly present. I was at a distance from those two samples. If it weren't for that girl meddling, I would have been loyal to you. I would never have done anything foolish." The woman became agitated again. Upon hearing this, the man's expression changed, his gaze thoughtfully fixating on Yifan. In fact, they had already interrogated this woman more than once. But regardless of the method used, the results were the same. If it weren't for this woman, it would be Yifan. At that time, Yifan had been under their control. So how did she manage to break free and act against their orders? When Yifan was 18, she had trusted all of them completely. Right, Xiao-Qi. Back then, Yifan had met Xiao-Qi and had become infatuated with him. And Xiao-Qi had been involved in investigating their project. A seasoned player like him could easily have deceived Yifan with just a word, right? But now, Yifan had amnesia and couldn't remember any of them. So why wouldn't Xiao-Qi recognize them? Was it possible that Xiao-Qi had been acting all along? The man found it hard to comprehend. But his intuition told him that if Xiao-Qi had indeed been acting, then many things would become complicated. "I've told you all I know. I'm really not crazy. Please let me out. My daughter must miss me terribly. She's getting married. As her biological mother, I can't miss her wedding." The woman pleaded anxiously. She had been locked up here for 5 years. Her husband and daughter hadn't come to find her, indicating that the clone had completely replaced her. What she cared about most was her family and daughter. How could she tolerate others being around them, completely forgetting her? The man's peripheral vision glanced at the woman, a hint of ruthlessness flickering in his eyes. "Don't worry. I will apply to let you attend her wedding." Chapter 73, I only have one brother after that man left. The bronze cage slowly rose and moved closer to Yifan. With a heart full of confusion, Yifan finally saw the other person's face clearly. Her features were quite delicate, but due to her age, they carried a unique sediment of time. However, those eyes were unsettling, sinister, and gave off a distorted and perverted feeling. The woman, breaking from her usual demeanor, roughly wiped her cheek with her coarse fingers. After confirming there were no other issues, she began to tidy her hair. Yi Fan observed her closely, unsure of this person's intentions, so she didn't speak up, just quietly watched what she would do next. After the woman finished arranging her hair, she suddenly crossed her arms and looked Yi Fan up and down with a gaze that resembled one of disdain, as if appraising trash. Then she sneered, "Hey, Yi Fan, you're still alive. A lowly woman like you should have died long ago. Do you know that?" Yi Fan raised her eyebrows slightly at these words. TCH. The woman who seemed mad just now suddenly appeared normal, her words dripping with venom. However, Yi Fan had no recollection of ever seeing this woman before. Was she someone Yi Fan met during her amnesia? Yi Fan felt that everything was not as simple as it seemed. There had to be something wrong with this situation. While Yi Fan was pondering how this woman knew her, the woman's insults became increasingly harsh. "You think that by gaining their attention at the research institute, you can really surpass my daughter? You think that because you have Xiaoqi's favor, you can really replace my daughter? You're nothing but a lowly piece of trash whose parents are dead, a filthy experiment for them, a worthless creature born of a mother who never raised you." Yi Fan could tolerate the previous remarks, but upon hearing the last sentence, her eyes narrowed sharply, a cold glint in her brow. The woman noticed that Yi Fan was angry and became even more excited, more fervent than before, continuing to hurl insults, each word more offensive than the last. "I'll tell you this. When you participated in the Haisong Group's metaverse project, they had already chosen you, because your genes are destined to be a bus. Your mother was the same. She was once a bus, a piece of garbage played with by men." The more the woman spoke, the more relieved she felt. Seeing Yi Fan's silence only made her happier. She even grabbed the copper bars of the cage and laughed maniacally. "Yi Fan, are you particularly angry? Oh, right. I forgot. The saddest part for you isn't being dirty. It's that every time you get dirty, they'll erase your memory. Ha ha. They call you a noble researcher, but you're actually the dirtiest profession on Earth." Yi Fan's face lost all warmth. Her curled eyelashes seemed to frost over, and she appeared like a statue. Her slightly lowered eyes filled with coldness. The woman saw Yi Fan reduced to this state without a retort and was filled with joy. The 5 years of dark imprisonment seemed to become meaningful at that moment. Then she escalated her taunting, whistling towards the beast below, pointing at Yi Fan and shouting, "Come eat there. Her meat is delicious, especially fragrant." However, the ferocious beast that had just been released, these genetically mutated monsters, merely looked up at Yi Fan. They remained motionless, and even their sharp teeth, upon meeting Yi Fan's gaze, retracted. "Hey, you are all genetically mutated beasts. You should kill her. Hurry up and do it," the woman shouted. She was somewhat puzzled. When she first came to this fortress prison, those beasts had torn her clothes and nearly eaten her. Why was Yi Fan different now? Those damned beasts couldn't even let out a scary roar. Could it be that the genetic alterations they made to Yi Fan had succeeded? If that were the case, her daughter's situation would only worsen. Morning. Xiao Yinha's face was full of struggle, and she couldn't help but ask, "Gu Wei, is there really no way to get Yi Fan out first? Is the matter of going to the fortress prison really the highest commander's orders?" Gu Wei, already irritated that the highest commander hadn't notified him this time, turned even darker upon hearing Xiao Yinha's words. "Xiao Yinha, what do you mean by that? As a citizen of Earth, you actually doubt the orders of the highest commander? Is there anyone who can override the highest commander to give orders to transfer Yi Fan? Please don't be so foolish, all right?" Xiao Yinha knew that no one could override the highest commander's orders. But even if Yi Fan were suspected of murder, even if she were to take the blame for her brother, she shouldn't be sent to the fortress prison. It was too bizarre and terrifying there. But didn't we say we would give Yi Fan a chance? Why do we suddenly change our minds? And my brother is also trying hard. He clearly said he would give my brother a chance. How could he go back on his word? Xiao Yinha continued. Gu Wei's expression changed slightly, but soon he regained his composure. "I can understand your feelings, but Yinha, I'm quite busy with my work right now. I don't have the authority to intervene in Yi Fan's affairs, nor can I do anything that would make my superior unhappy. Do you know how long I've been in this position? Others are eligible for promotion, but I've been stagnant in this position. I have my difficulties. Please consider my situation and don't ask me about Yi Fan or the fortress prison for now, okay?" Xiao Yinha looked at Gu Wei's seemingly troubled expression, her brows furrowing as if she understood something. Her tone suddenly changed. I'm sorry, Gu Wei. It's my lack of understanding of you. You know, I only have this one brother. He absolutely cannot get into trouble. His feelings for Yi Fan right now. Before Xiao Yinhe could finish, Gu Wei's expression slightly changed as he approached her, placing his hands on her shoulders. Yinhe, I'm sorry. My attitude earlier was indeed a bit inappropriate. My negative emotions shouldn't affect you. I will try to handle your brother's situation with Yi Fan, but I can't guarantee it will work. Looking into Gu Wei's eyes, Xiao Yinhe's downcast gaze was filled with doubt. A woman's intuition told her that Gu Wei was not as simple as he appeared. She seemed unable to have any expectations of him as before. Yinhe, this matter is indeed the highest commander's order, but your brother's feelings for Yi Fan make it hard for him to accept this fact. And he's actually a bit confused. Yinhe, can you find a way to persuade your brother to stay away from Yi Fan for his future? After all, he has already lost so much if he continues to lose something this time. Sigh, think about how young he is. If he ruins himself because of this. Chapter 74. My brother said himself. Gu Wei's tone was somewhat urgent, sounding as if he was worried about Xiao Qi and Xiao Yinhe. He indeed was concerned. Xiao Qi was investing too much in Yi Fan right now, and what if something went wrong in the future? It wouldn't matter if it affected the Xiao family, but what if it affected him? He absolutely couldn't let himself repeat the same mistakes. People should be a little selfish. Seeing Gu Wei's anxious expression, Xiao Yinhe didn't worry about Xiao Qi's future like before, as long as they spoke seriously enough. She felt uneasy. Instead, she just pinched her eyebrows and said, Gu Wei, I understand you're thinking of my brother. This matter, I'm really confused too. You know my brother's personality better than anyone. Once he takes a relationship seriously, he wouldn't refuse even if Yi Fan were an alien. You said alien? Yinhe, do you know something? Gu Wei widened his eyes, gripping Xiao Yinhe's shoulders with some force. Although Xiao Yinhe was a researcher and had access to a lot of information about outer space, the classification of alien life forms wasn't something she could access. How could she know these things? Did someone mention it in front of her? Who brought it up? Was it Yi Fan? Thinking of Yi Fan, Gu Wei's eyes darkened a bit. He had a special mission, which was to eliminate voices that didn't meet the requirements in this world. The so-called voices that didn't meet the requirements referred to theories about the existence of aliens. Previously in the hospital, he appeared to be confessing to Yi Fan, but in reality, it was planned. He couldn't love anyone. A person like him would only ever love himself. Even if Yi Fan was outstanding and kind to him like 5 years ago, Gu Wei's thoughts drifted a bit, and even his expression changed. Seeing his expression, Xiao Yinhe thought he was scared by the alien theory and quickly shook her head, explaining, I was just using it as a metaphor. There are no alien life forms. Our researchers have already proved that, right? Humans are the only intelligent beings in the universe. Gu Wei supported his forehead, but his eyes were filled with coldness. Yes, the researchers' report said so, but that was only for ordinary humans, not the truth. They couldn't know this for now. As for Yi Fan, since the mission stated that something would happen to her, then this matter should be pushed in that direction. After a busy time, Xiao Qi finally received permission to see Yi Fan in the Fortress Detention Center. Just as he organized his documents, he saw 3 young Taoist priests along with Fang Yuanlan standing in front of him. They also wanted to see Yi Fan. They wanted to rescue her too. Xiao Qi looked at them and rubbed his temples, saying, Your situation isn't suitable for going in. The Fortress Detention Center is ultimately dangerous for you. With so many mutated creatures appearing, what would you do if they accidentally attacked you? But at that moment, Fang Yuanlan had a determined expression, pulling the 3 boys to turn around. He's too timid to take us in, but we want to go. Come on, I'll drive you to see Yi Fan. Fang Yuanlan said as he walked out. Seeing Fang Yuanlan's impulsive demeanor, Xiao Qi couldn't help but twitch his lips in helplessness. There was no way. He could only follow them out. After Xiao Qi and the others left, the 2 elders of the Xiao family stared blankly at the door. Hadn't they seen this kind of Xiao Qi in 5 years? The determination in his eyes, that seriousness. It seemed like he had returned to his best state. Did this mean their Xiao Qi could regain the appreciation of the highest commander? Madame Zhao's gaze immediately turned to her daughter Xiao Yinhe, who was drinking milk. She anxiously grabbed her hand and asked, Yinhe, tell Mom the truth. How did the highest commander arrange things? Is he going to give your brother a chance? Mom, my brother doesn't even have his citizenship now. What do you think the highest commander means? Xiao Inha looked at her mother helplessly. If it were 5 years ago, she would have believed that the higher-ups still had expectations for her brother and would give him a chance to stand up again. But things are different now. Her brother wasn't even a citizen anymore. Wasn't it said that your brother voluntarily gave up his citizenship? Madame Xiao asked. Xiao Ina nodded yes. He said it himself. The two elders of the Xiao family exchanged glances, seemingly realizing something. Madame Xiao murmured, "It was he who voluntarily gave it up. Not a punishment from the highest commander. Then this matter has a turning point. They used to say your brother had a bright future. It can't be that they suddenly don't like him anymore. Yes, our Xiao-Qi is recovering. He will definitely be valued again. Mr. Xiao also comforted himself. Xiao Inha looked at her parents like this and couldn't help but sigh. In the end, she didn't tell the truth. Yi Fan's identity would only increasingly affect her brother. In the future, let alone her brother being valued again, just not dying alongside Yi Fan would be good enough. The Fortress Detention Center was an independent small island. Although it was called a fortress, it was actually just a mistake that everyone accepted. The detention center was very large, with silver-high walls at least 20 meters tall from the outside. For an ordinary person to escape from here was harder than reaching the sky. After completing the visitation procedures, Xiao-Qi led Fong Yuanlan and the others forward. Yi Fan was in the number 9 detention area. The Fortress Detention Center used numbers to differentiate the levels of prisoners. Areas 1 and 2 were for temporary detention, not serious matters, and could be released soon. Areas 8 and 9 were for the most vicious criminals, with no chance of reprieve. It was either euthanasia or life imprisonment. Moreover, Areas 8 and 9 had twice as many mutated creatures as the outside. For ordinary people to enter without special protection, it was very easy to be bitten to death by the fierce beasts. As soon as they entered the number 9 detention area, they saw Yi Fan in a large cage, and beside her, the woman in the brass cage was lying there silently. Yi Fan's face was not looking good. She seemed a bit haggard, with heavy dark circles under her eyes. As soon as Xiao-Qi saw Yi Fan's condition, his expression darkened. He knew Yi Fan must not have rested well. In such an environment, even he, as a man, found it hard to rest well. How much more for Yi Fan? He really should have come earlier. Xiao-Qi, Teacher Fong, Alex, Mu Xiao-Qi, AI Qing. Why did you all come too? In the large cage, Yi Fan, who had been pondering something, brightened up as soon as she saw them. She grabbed the metal bars with both hands, her eyes sparkling, her face full of spirit, showing no signs of being in poor condition from insomnia at all. Seeing this, Xiao-Qi couldn't help but feel even more heartbroken. This girl must be afraid of worrying them, so she deliberately pretended to be in good spirits. This silly girl, even if she put on a brave face, he knew that in such a place, no one could rest safely or be in good mental condition. Chapter 75. The manufacturing of non-compliant clones. Mu Xiaoqi was still young. As soon as she saw that Yi Fan's expression was not good and noticed a pair of shining eyes in the corner, she rushed over sadly and blurted out, "Sister Xiao Fan, you've suffered." On the way there, Xiao-Qi had told them that the fortress guardhouse was very dangerous, especially Zone 9. Even with visitation permits, they could still get hurt. They had prepared themselves mentally. However, they didn't expect that when they actually arrived, it felt very terrifying. What Yi Fan had to face was also very frightening. Their little sister Xiao Fan had truly suffered greatly. When Yi Fan heard Mu Xiaoqi say this, she realized they were worried and smiled lightly, waving her hand at them, saying, "It's okay. I'm very safe here. No one is bullying me." Yes, even those genetically mutated creatures were not as fierce as rumored, at least not towards her. So, the fortress guardhouse wasn't hell for her. But, Mu Xiaoqi, how did you get in? Are you hurt? Yi Fan looked at Xiao-Qi and the others with concern, carefully examining them, afraid that any of the 5 had even a small injury. Mu Xiaoqi raised her hand, spun around in front of Yi Fan, shaking her head and saying, "Sister Xiao Fan, you don't have to worry. Look, we're fine. Nothing happened at all." It was Brother Xiao-Qi who found the visitation permit. Really? Yi Fan still seemed a bit skeptical. It's true. Mu Xiaoqi nodded. But didn't Xiao-Qi lose his citizenship? Yi Fan expressed her continued concern. Mu Xiaoqi looked at Xiao-Qi and poked his arm hard, saying, "Brother Xiao-Qi, hurry up and tell Sister Xiao Fan. Don't let her worry." Xiao-Qi took a few steps forward, closing the distance between him and Yifan. His deep eyes were filled with guilt and self-blame as he spoke in a hushed voice. Don't worry about us. I'm not that fragile. It's her, this silly girl, whose situation is more dangerous. I can see that you really have no injuries. Yifan let out a long sigh of relief. She cutely patted her chest and then smiled, saying, I knew it. Xiao-Qi, you're amazing. You won't get hurt. Watching this scene, the woman beside them finally couldn't hold back any longer, snorting coldly. Do you still have no shame? This is the fortress guardhouse. Talking about love here, aren't you afraid of being struck by lightning? As soon as she said this, everyone turned to look at her. Even Fang Yuanlan was searching for the source of the voice, wondering who was speaking so harshly, sounding like an old-time drama shrew. Yifan noticed everyone was looking at the woman lying aside, covering her face, and realized they wanted to find out who she was. So she cleared her throat and explained, this is a lady who was detained with me. She doesn't have the AI system, and probably her mind is broken. So she doesn't remember who she is. She said this deliberately to provoke the woman into admitting her identity. Sure enough, when the woman heard this, she immediately exploded with rage, jumping down from the small bed in the cage. Then, like a ferocious beast, she grabbed the cage bars and shouted angrily. Who has a broken mind? Who doesn't remember their identity? I've always known who I am. Her sudden appearance stunned Xiao-Qi and Fang Yuanlan. Is it her? What are you looking at? The woman glared at Xiao-Qi and Fang Yuanlan with annoyance. Mrs. Meng. Fang Yuanlan rubbed his chin, puzzled. How did you end up here? Weren't the reports saying you were doing charity in other areas? The most outstanding matriarch of the Meng family? What Mrs. Meng? You mistaken someone. The woman covered half of her face with her hand and regretted being too impulsive, jumping out to explain herself. Was this digging her own grave? Mrs. Meng, Natalie, how could we possibly mistake you? Fang Yuanlan's voice turned slightly cold. He was not a harsh person, especially around older women, as he always aimed to be a gentleman. But in front of Natalie, he couldn't maintain that demeanor. Especially, seeing her contemptuous tone towards Yifan, he immediately understood what was going on. He had been curious why the woman he had seen before, who had a bad temper and still acted like a shrew even with AI assistance, would suddenly become a world-renowned matriarch, even doing charity. So it was like this. It was that the lady was taken by the Gaoge group to be a test subject and completely controlled by AI, but rather, the real lady was in the fortress guardhouse, and the one at home was a gentle version cloned right from the start. Natalie's family had sworn that they did not clone her immediately after the child was born. Now, their clone had existed from the beginning. That family was always engaged in dirty dealings. The more Fang Yuanlan looked at Natalie, the more he felt disgusted, and he spoke to her less politely. You can tolerate a clone replacing you, yet taking away your husband's love. Seeing that the other side had recognized her, Natalie didn't hide anymore. She glanced at Xiao-Qi, gritted her teeth, and coldly huffed, Our family matters are none of your business. Fang Yuanlan looked at Xiao-Qi, then suddenly seemed to remember something, slapping his forehead. Xiao-Qi, we've been so foolish. Xiao-Qi frowned, and Natalie thought Fang Yuanlan was impressed by how powerful her Gao family was and regretted opposing them. With a smug smile, she said, Now you know you were foolish? Then, obediently go back and apologize to my husband and daughter. Especially you. Xiao-Qi, you bastard, go apologize to my daughter. Make sure she accepts you. Fang Yuanlan twitched his mouth in silence, looking displeased as he said, What does that have to do with you? Chattering like a duck. Saying this, he looked at Xiao-Qi seriously and said, We all seem to have forgotten something. Teacher, you say? Xiao-Qi waited earnestly for Fang Yuanlan's explanation. Fang Yuanlan said, Clones are also normal humans. Their growth trajectory is the same as that of humans. Do you understand what I mean? Xiao-Qi was taken aback, his mind spinning a few times before he said, So what Teacher Fang means is, if Yifan is a clone, then her actual age should not be of adult age. But the Yifan beside us has a bone age of 19, which does not match the timeline for cloning. Exactly. Natalie is an example. Her replacement clone was created when she was 1 year old, growing up alongside her, so now the clone has completely replaced her. But Yifan is different. She only entered those research places when she participated in the Gaoge Group's metaverse project. Before that, the environment she lived in, according to records, no one had the ability to take her genetic information. Fang Yuanlan continued to elaborate. Even if we think boldly and push the timeline to 10 years, the current clone of Yifan would only be in puberty, completely different from the one in front of us. Chapter 76 Benefits for your family. After Fang Yuanlan finished explaining, he specifically took out his phone, found a few examples of cloned animals, and handed it to Xiao-Qi. Xiao-Qi had already begun to believe Fang Yuanlan's words. He looked at the phone and now just wanted to explain to the highest commander as quickly as possible. Meanwhile, Yifan over there took a while to react. Her eyes lighting up. Xiao-Qi, did you hear what Teacher Fang said? I'm not a clone, so someone is framing you. Xiao-Qi's expression darkened slightly. He was happy that Yifan was not a clone, but he also wanted to know who was spreading the false information. Yifan smiled, and although she also wanted to know who framed her, what truly made her happy now was that she was not a clone. I'm not a clone anymore. I'm really, really happy. Seeing Yifan's demeanor, Xiao-Qi felt joy in his heart, but still said seriously, Teacher Fang and I will explain this matter. You can take care of yourself in the Fortress Detention Center, right? Of course I can. You can rest assured. Yifan nodded earnestly. Natalie, who was nearby, saw their happiness, but couldn't help but snicker coldly. Is this what happiness looks like? So what if you're not a clone? You still don't deserve him. Xiao-Qi, just give up. Xiao-Qi shot Natalie a cold glare, his tone as icy as a cellar. Madam Meng, you have no right to speak disrespectfully to Yifan. Right now, you should be worried about whether we will thoroughly investigate the Meng family's use of clones. What about Meng Kaixian and Meng Ziding, whom you care about? Will they be affected because of you? Upon hearing this, Natalie's eyes widened, her previously bright and flamboyant face instantly shadowed with panic. She held her face with her hands and exclaimed, Xiao-Qi, what? What do you want to do? You can't do that, you know? Xiao-Qi ignored Natalie and continued to look at Yifan. At this moment, Yifan suddenly remembered something and coldly muttered, this framing is probably related to the Meng family. Yes, for now, Meng Ziding is the most suspicious. In fact, Meng Ziding was not without feelings for you. Her repeated attempts to frame me prove her motive. Yet this woman is somewhat ridiculous. Clearly, she cares so much about Xiao-Qi, yet why does she repeatedly insult him and create trouble for him? I will make her pay the corresponding price, Xiao-Qi said, his eyes narrowing slightly. Yifan's gaze also slightly changed. Xiao-Qi, first get back my citizenship. As for the matter of me being framed, I believe we will definitely find evidence. Thinking of this, Yifan looked at Natalie. Fake things cannot be hidden. Xiao-Qi replied, yes, fake things cannot be hidden. After Xiao-Qi and Fang Yuanlan left, Natalie went crazy, grabbing the cage and cursing at Yifan. Bitch, you big bitch. You and Xiao-Qi are not good people. You want to harm my Tingting. You want to harm my Meng family. Someone come. Hurry up and get someone. Is there anyone coming? They even want to harm the chairman of the Gaoga group and the young lady of the Gaoga group. Yifan, I hate you. You ruined my Tingting. You ruined our Meng family. Yifan ignored the woman's accusations. She sat in the cage, looking down at the mutated beasts. When facing her, these beasts no longer had wildness in their eyes. One could even see their gaze flickering gently, like the cutest little pets. She was not a clone. These mutated creatures did not suddenly become docile to her. Everything was like a fog, shrouded over her head, unable to dissipate. What identity did she have before her memory loss? Why did Meng Ziding and Lu Tiantian say that she had been with Xiao-Qi for 5 years? And what about Zhao Muran, who said she was a clone? She hoped that her true identity posed no danger to this world or to Xiao-Qi. At the social gathering of the elite in Freedom City, in the villa, there was a chorus of congratulations and envy, with many ladies surrounding the current Mrs. Meng flattering her. I really envy Mrs. Meng. She is such a good husband. Yes, although we also come from good backgrounds, no one can compare to Mrs. Meng. Marrying the CEO of a top company is truly impressive. Oh, everyone, please don't praise me anymore. Listening to those flattering words, Mrs. Meng smiled, feeling exceptionally good. Mrs. Meng, you don't need to be humble. Look, this intelligent AI system on my ear is from Gaoga Group. Fortunately, I have this system. Otherwise, I wouldn't know how to marry my husband. Sometimes I think without the intelligent AI system, I would probably be dead. One lady pointed to the system on her ear, speaking sincerely. Of course, this is not all flattery, it's the truth. We noble ladies are too lazy to do many things. With the intelligent AI, we don't need to specifically learn various knowledge. We just let the system input data into our minds, and we can express it perfectly. When it comes to T-art, we can also authorize the system to control our bodies to complete it when we need to perform. If our brains can think 1 second less, then we can think 1 second less. Yes, I also rely entirely on the intelligent AI system for today. My husband and son are not as reliable as the system. I can die in the future, but my system cannot die. Haha, you all are exaggerating too much. This system is indeed important for us, but after all, it is just a tool. Everyone should not rely on it too much. The ladies were discussing in a cacophony, and Mrs. Meng waved her hand, saying, yes, the system is ultimately just an aid. My husband still hopes everyone can be the masters of the system. Hearing this, Xiao Yinhe in the corner twitched her mouth and put down her wine glass. Just an aid? She didn't believe it. However, the concerns they had during college had indeed come true. Yifan had pointed out that intelligent AI would lead to excessive human dependency, causing potential brain degeneration. Those ladies had completely surrendered themselves to the system's arrangements. By the way, I heard that Yifan has not been punished, just locked up in the Fortress Detention Center, a lady suddenly whispered. That kind of clone is so dangerous. Why isn't she locked up? Isn't that a threat to our safety? She's just a clone. We should be so nervous. The clone is not the problem. The key is that she attracted Xiao Qi, who is Meng Ziding's fiancé. The Meng family deliberately let some news spread, so almost everyone in the high society knew about Yifan. Now, as everyone discussed, they naturally followed the Meng family sentiments. Xiao Yinhe was already annoyed by these people, and hearing them talk about Yifan made her head start to ache. Meanwhile, her intelligent AI system kept giving prompts. Xiao Yinhe, I advise you to integrate with them. This is a matter of social diplomacy for ladies, which is beneficial for your family. The next second, Xiao Yinhe directly pulled off the system from her ear. Chapter 77. Doubts of the Galaxy. Then, Xiao Yinhe turned around directly and walked straight towards the exit. Behind her, the women who had been discussing incessantly fell silent for a while. Only after Xiao Yinhe had completely left did they resume their gossip. What is wrong with her? Is it because her brother is troubled? Anyway, the Meng family can't be too lenient with the Xiao family. If something needs to happen, it will still happen. Yes, the marriage between the two families is like a game of chess. Neither side can let the other off the hook. Without the human AI system, Xiao Yinhe felt that her head didn't hurt as much anymore. She drove aimlessly on the streets of Freedom City. 5 years ago, Yifan's reports. The teachers back then said that those were the chaotic statements made by Yifan after being influenced by the human AI system. The human AI system is very stable and would never make humans feel uncomfortable. Moreover, the system is ultimately just a system. It 1T develops self-awareness. Yes, the system 1T develops self-awareness, but what about the people manipulating the system? Yifan once told her that there was something that could connect everyone through the system. If what Yifan said was correct, what would Earth be like? Xiao Yinhe suddenly fell to panic. She couldn't bear to think about what would happen if Yifan's words became reality. In her impression, after the technological revolution, Earth had been developing in a better direction. The human AI system had also become a tool people relied on, and the quality of life for humans was improving. This is a good thing. But if good things are accompanied by darkness, Xiao Yinhe kept finding excuses for herself. She had studied high technology for so long. She shouldn't question everything now. She should believe in the society they live in. But many things fell off. Xiao Yinhe felt as if her soul was about to split. One half believed in modern research, while the other half believed in Yifan's words. Unknowingly, her car had come to a bamboo forest that had been artificially planted. Then, she stumbled onto a cobblestone path. At the end of the path was a panda park. Seeing the chubby panda eating bamboo, she waved her hand. A panda wearing a human AI system said, "Hello, Yinhe." The system simulated a human voice to speak to Xiao Yinhe. Xiao Yinhe suddenly looked up at the panda. The panda wore a beautiful titanium alloy necklace that her brother had made. She had once liked it very much and asked her brother for it, but he never gave it to her. She never expected to see it on a panda. "Yinhe, Why haven't your brother and Yi Fan come to see me again? The panda crawled over and handed Xiao Yinhang a bamboo shoot. Over these 5 years, it had grown up and even had its own panda wife. But the two humans who had once helped it had never appeared. Xiao Yinhang looked at the panda, puzzled. The chubby panda took a bite of the bamboo shoot, making a crunching sound, then wiped its mouth and continued to simulate human speech with the human AI system, saying, "When they saved me, they said they would come to see me. But it's been 5 years. Where have they gone? Was Yi Fan taken away by aliens? What aliens?" Xiao Yinhang's eyes widened, and she quickly pressed the panda's shoulder, anxiously inquiring. The panda didn't quite understand Xiao Yinhang's emotions, and the electronic voice from its body slowly began to explain, "There are aliens. When they first met me, aliens lived inside their bodies. However, those two aliens are not bad people. They let Yi Fan and Xiao Qi be together. Yinhang, now that they don't come to see me, do they get taken away by aliens?" At this moment, Xiao Yinhang was already bewildered. The human AI system of the panda was different from that of humans. It only had a language translation function, so what it was saying was not influenced by the system. Instead, it was what it had truly seen. Moreover, the IQ of giant pandas is equivalent to that of a 3- or 4-year-old human. They can remember many things. Aliens. Xiao Yinhang suddenly felt that she needed to avoid the people at the research institute and conduct a thorough investigation into the whole matter. Gauga Group, President's Office. "Mr. Xiao Qi, you can't go in now. Mr. Meng said he won't see anyone right now." The little secretary tried to block Xiao Qi. Ignoring the secretary's obstruction, Xiao Qi walked straight towards the president's office of Gauga Group. Just as he pushed the door open, the man at the large desk looked up, shook his head at the little secretary, and then coldly said, "Xiao Qi, is this your family education? Don't you know how to make an appointment?" Seeing the president getting angry, the little secretary hurriedly stepped back, giving Xiao Qi a look that said good luck. Xiao Qi walked straight over, pulled out a chair, and sat down opposite Meng Kaixian. "What do you want, Xiao Qi?" Meng Kaixian slammed his hand on the table and asked angrily. Coincidentally, there was a light screen on the table. The screen displayed information about Yi Fan, but only from 5 years ago, and most of it was downloaded from the human AI system. This Yi Fan is very problematic. Her human AI system's data has been blank for 5 years. Either she hasn't used the AI system again, or she has another identity and modified the data, Meng Kaixian said in a chilling tone. Xiao Qi hadn't said a word yet, and he had already taken the lead, speaking incessantly. Xiao Qi raised his eyes indifferently to glance at Meng Kaixian. "She is not a clone. You've always known that, haven't you?" "Yes." Meng Kaixian nodded. Since this kind of thing couldn't be hidden, and Xiao Qi came to ask him, he decided to speak the truth. He believed Xiao Qi was a smart person, and Wu Ti foolishly continued to oppose him. His eyes narrowed. He smiled like a fox and said earnestly, "Xiao Qi, I don't know how Yi Fan deceived you, but you should understand that living in this society means we not only have to look out for ourselves, but also consider our families. Love can be an impulsive act driven by hormones, but marriage must be approached with caution. Ting Ting had her faults before, but now that she's been hurt by Yi Fan, she understands she needs to change. You two have made such a mess. Uncle doesn't want that. Now, Uncle feels you can give up on Yi Fan. As long as you give her up, I will find a way to help her leave the Fortress Detention Center, and regarding her identity as a clone, I will find a suitable time to help explain that." After Meng Kaixian finished speaking, a dark glint flashed through Xiao Qi's cold eyes. He was actually just suspicious that Meng Kaixian might have been involved in dealing with Yi Fan. Unexpectedly, this person admitted it. Since they were using despicable means, he would respond gently. "Madame Natalie is fake, right? She is the real clone, and you made her impersonate the real lady. What are you thinking? What real clone? This is nonsense." Meng Kaixian panicked instantly and roared. Chapter 78. Then just I Xiao Qi. When it comes to doing things, one must pay attention to evidence. Without evidence, even if our two families have a good relationship, I can still send you to prison. Meng Kaixian's voice fell, and the air was filled with a sense of gunpowder. Xiao Qi looked at the man in front of him with an expressionless face and said slowly, "How could I have no evidence? I recorded a video. Should I invite everyone to take a look?" Although Gauga Group is the world's #1 corporation, it is not without enemies. He believes that once certain things are released, they will be seized by those with ulterior motives and investigated thoroughly. Meng Kai-Shian was truly infuriated this time. For a woman, you actually dared to make such threats. Have you lost your mind this time? Aren't you afraid of never recovering from this? Xiao Qi raised an eyebrow. Those who are upright need not fear shadows. This is what Uncle Meng taught me. At this point, Meng Kai-Shian was really about to explode. After driving Xiao Qi away, he directly got into the highest group's car. Sitting in the car, he was still fuming. He wanted to find the highest commander. But when he arrived at the group headquarters, he was informed that the highest commander was at Little Golden Star in Free City. Therefore, Meng Kai-Shian had to drive to Little Golden Star. When Meng Kai-Shian arrived, the guards were reporting the situation at the fortress prison to the highest commander. Yi Fan's ability to influence those mutated creatures was not a good sign for everyone. The atmosphere in the conference room was exceptionally serious. Upon hearing the secretary say that Meng Kai-Shian had actually found his way here, the highest commander changed to another reception room to prevent him from knowing about Yi Fan. Mr. Meng, what brings you here in such a hurry? The highest commander asked in a deep voice, sitting in the main seat. Since you weren't at the group headquarters, I had no choice but to come here, Meng Kai-Shian replied. The highest commander squinted his eyes and smiled. Is there something important? You have never been this impulsive. Meng Kai-Shian was in a bad mood and didn't want to beat around the bush, so he got straight to the point. Commander, I won't say much else. I'm here to hope you can give the order to deal with Yi Fan as soon as possible. This woman is seriously affecting our Gaoge group. The highest commander naturally understood that he had been wanting to deal with Yi Fan. After having everyone sit down, he rubbed his temples and said somewhat helplessly, you should know that the plan is still being implemented. Yi Fan is currently considered their test subject. She absolutely cannot have any accidents before they are done experimenting. Hearing this, Meng Kai-Shian immediately showed a look of impatience. They haven't finished playing with her. So we all have to keep a dangerous element like Yi Fan around and watch her repeatedly harm our families? Think about it. Meng Kai-Shian was somewhat agitated. Not to mention how my daughter was bullied by her, but all the recent incidents, which one is not related to her. Commander, you are the highest leader of the group. You should consider the entire Earth. We absolutely cannot let our lives be destroyed because of their experiments. You must be a wise commander, not their puppet. Meng Kai-Shian added. Upon hearing this, the highest commander's expression darkened immediately. He knew what kind of person he was and could evaluate himself, but a three-surname family slave like Meng Kai-Shian had no right to judge. Moreover, Yi Fan's existence held different significance. If the experiment succeeded, Yi Fan would bring a new possibility for them. He was benefiting humanity, not destroying it. People like Meng Kai-Shian always judged based on personal grievances. He was no longer qualified to be a competent president and contribute to humanity. Furthermore, Meng Kai-Shian only knew the surface of their plan. His identity and status were not enough to influence the entire plan or everyone involved. He would not give him the opportunity to be that influential person. So even if Meng Kai-Shian was trying to be clever and pressured him to deal with Yi Fan, he would not take action. Just a few days. In a few days, the outcome would be clear. He could wait. Thinking of this, the highest commander spoke directly. Meng Kai-Shian, regarding Yi Fan, I have already made an exception to send her to the fortress prison. You should not be so aggressive. Moreover, this child initially helped you deal with many difficult issues. Do you really want to be an ungrateful person? Be careful. One day your daughter might follow in her footsteps. Upon hearing this, Meng Kai-Shian suddenly felt a lump in his throat, stuck and unable to rise or fall. Though he felt uncomfortable, he knew that at this moment, it was unrealistic to expect the highest commander to do things according to his demands. So he could only speak in a gloomy tone. I know I was a bit impulsive, but I'm also thinking of everyone's good. Think about what Yi Fan is doing now. Isn't she trying to let Xiao Qi and the others know about the events from 5 years ago? Originally, because of the accident 5 years ago, we were all somewhat passive, and Gaoge Group did not dare to continue in-depth research. Now she keeps jumping around. What are we supposed to do? The highest commander's expression also became serious upon hearing this. After thinking for a long time, he rubbed his temples and said solemnly, after your Gaoge Group's project concludes, we will provide support. No one will ask about what happened 5 years ago. For now, you should focus less on Yi Fan and find out about other matters. Take care of your daughter. Don't let her keep doing foolish things. Those kinds of traps will inevitably leave traces. If the public truly finds out, it will have a very bad impact on her. The highest commander did not want to truly expose Meng Zeding. After all, she was Meng Kaishuan's only daughter. If something happened, Meng Kaishian might act desperately and disclose all core technologies, which would be detrimental to Earth. As soon as Meng Kaishian thought of his daughter, his expression changed instantly. Indeed, he could not refute the matter regarding Meng Zeding. His daughter was an impulsive person, and even with the intelligent AI system restraining her, she often broke character. And this time, it was even more obvious. He should indeed let his daughter be more low-key. Meng Kaishian gritted his teeth and quickly said, "Commander, your reminder has enlightened me. I will definitely go back and educate my daughter properly. This child, Ting Ting, has indeed been spoiled by me. She really deserves to be punished. Then you can go back." After leaving Little Golden Star, Meng Kaishian returned home. However, sitting on the sofa, seeing Meng Zeding sighing repeatedly, he felt a pang of heartache. He thought about it. This matter absolutely could not continue like this. He frowned, his expression slightly darkening, and he slapped the table, saying, "Ting Ting, don't be upset. Dad will think of other ways for you." "What ways?" Meng Zeding's eyes brightened. "Since she shouldn't be alive, then just let her die." A flash of killing intent gleamed in Meng Kaishuan's eyes. Chapter 79. Elimination under nightfall in the shadow of the night, in the fortress guardhouse. Yifan calmly watched the man standing over there, her spine stiff and fingers tightly gripping the iron bars of the cage. The woman in the adjacent cage had gone mad, banging on the bars like a crazed gorilla, continuously shouting, "Darling, let me out. Please, let me out." Meng Kaishian had one hand in his pocket, the other adjusting his AI glasses, his expression cold as he stared at Yifan. Behind him stood 4 men in bodyguard uniforms, each holding a new model handgun, exuding an air of menace with every movement. Behind these 4 men were 3 humans with terrifying smiles. Yifan could clearly hear them speaking a language that did not belong to Earth. A sense of dread filled her heart, and beads of sweat began to form on her forehead. Was Meng Kaishian planning to kill her today? That would be incredibly audacious. She was trapped in the cage, with no escape. The mutated beasts that could have supported her were now all under anesthesia, lying there drowsily. Yifan could only endure Meng Kaishuan's unnerving gaze, fixed on her. Meng Kaishian removed his AI glasses, his expression unreadable, his murky eyes suppressing a complex glimmer. It was a mix of surprise and pride, intertwined intricately. Interesting. So very interesting. Earlier, when they claimed she was a clone, he had been skeptical, believing that Yifan's clone could not grow so quickly unless exposed to nuclear radiation. Now, after scanning her with the glasses, the result was unexpectedly delightful. Yifan was still the same Yifan. Even 5 years had left no trace on her. Her cells were still in the state of a 19-year-old. How fascinating. "Mr. Meng Kaishian, may I ask why you have come here with such fanfare?" Yifan noticed that Meng Kaishian had not acted immediately, indicating there was still time to delay. She tried to remain calm as she looked at him. The moment her words fell, the agitated Natalie beside her suddenly screamed sharply, "Shut up, you little bitch. You have no right to talk to my husband." Then, she forced a nearly fawning smile at Meng Kaishian, saying sweetly, "Darling, I've really learned my lesson. Let me out. Please, don't let that clone replace me. Okay?" Meng Kaishian frowned and coldly replied, "Your original self has long since died in my heart." Darling, you can't be so heartless. Let me live. I won't tell anyone about the things you did before." Natalie cried out in terror, clutching her head. She was extremely afraid that Meng Kaishian would kill her. Taking this opportunity, Yifan stealthily reached for her phone hidden on her person and dialed Xiaoqi's number. "Shut up, you damned woman." Meng Kaishian clearly had little patience for his wife. "I see you're just asking for death. I don't want to die. Woo-woo. If I die, you'll betray Earth, you." Before she could finish her sentence, Meng Kaishian raised his handgun and shot Natalie in the forehead with a loud bang. A bloody hole appeared on her forehead, looking exceedingly horrifying. Yifan was shocked at the sight of the woman's death. Meng Kaishian could actually do such a thing to his own wife. "Yifan, miss ye." Meng Kaishian lowered the gun and slowly spoke, his sharp gaze lingering on Yifan's face, revealing a deep disdain. He stepped closer and asked, "Do you remember what happened 5 years ago?" 5 years ago. I don't remember, Yifan replied, her eyes icy, her exquisite face showing no sign of submission. No matter what had happened 5 years ago, she had to stay calm and not be led astray by such a person. She had to remain composed. Meng Kaixian slowly approached, squinting as if he were a venomous snake, meticulously examining Yi Fan's youthful face, which had been preserved through unknown cosmetic procedures, with a twisted smile. It was disturbing. Yi Fan felt a tightening in her chest. He truly was a pervert. But at the same time, she was curious. Could Meng Kaixian have already become an alien? "You are as clever as before," Meng Kaixian said with a smile, his tone low and icy. "If you hadn't lost your memory, I would have thought you were here to seek death." Yi Fan's heart sank, but she maintained her smile. "Mr. Meng, I don't know what grievances we had in the past, but I am not someone you can harm at will. Even if she had been a murderer 5 years ago, she would not allow such a person to plot against her." "Ha, little girl, don't be so absolute in your words. You have no idea how dangerous this world is," Meng Kaixian said, squinting his eyes meaningfully. From his sinister tone, Yi Fan understood what kind of danger he was referring to. "How much do you know about the current state of Earth?" Meng Kaixian suddenly asked. "What do you want to achieve by coming back this time?" "Mr. Meng Kaixian, first I must declare that I am not a criminal. I have no obligation to answer your questions, and besides, you are merely the CEO of the Gauga Group. You have no right to take the law into your own hands." Yi Fan had never feared such threats. Her character was resilient. She grew stronger when faced with adversity. With a nonchalant smile, she added, "And I think you are more familiar with aliens than I am. Otherwise, why would there be 3 people behind you whose bodies have been invaded by aliens? Why did you not react when you heard those voices? If you are an Earthling, then you are a traitor selling out Earth. If you are not, then I have even less reason to waste time with aliens." Yifan, Menk, Kaoikwan Sinidet. He thought that even the Yi Fan from 5 years ago would not be bold enough to directly mention aliens. He did not expect her to be so unrestrained and bring it up in front of him, even questioning whether he was an alien. This infuriated him. He drew his gun, aiming it at Yi Fan's forehead. "No matter what my identity is, someone like you deserves to die. You didn't die 5 years ago. So this time, I will let you say goodbye to this world for good." Yi Fan's gaze fell on the aliens behind Meng Kaixian, and she coldly replied, "Mr. Meng Kaixian, I still have some attachment to this world. If you think the beauty of this world is no longer enough to burden your arrogance, then I don't mind helping you out." Meng Kaixian initially intended to threaten Yi Fan, but now he found himself being threatened instead. He erupted in anger, roaring, "Yi Fan, you really are arrogant. I will kill you right now." Indeed, Yi Fan, like 5 years ago, was not worth keeping alive, not worth living. Perhaps her existence had some value, perhaps those people truly saw some ability in her, but he absolutely would not allow someone like her to jump around in front of him. Chapter 80. Using Earth language, Yi Fan paused with an indifferent expression. According to Mr. Meng's previous demeanor, such anger was unwarranted. After all, he always prided himself on being cultured and mild-mannered. But at this moment here, with aliens present, it showed that he had no qualms and was no longer afraid of others knowing his true nature. "In that case, I will send out the video I just recorded," Yi Fan said, waving her phone, seemingly unafraid of the impending attack. In fact, she was intentionally provoking Meng Kaixian. As long as Meng Kaixian's people came to open her cage, she believed she wouldn't be passively beaten. She even thought that she might be able to escape. A sinister smile crept onto Meng Kaixian's lips as he tilted his head to give a few bodyguards in black a signal to open Yi Fan's cage. One bodyguard approached, saw that Yi Fan's phone was on a call, and immediately turned back, reporting in a deep voice, "Mr. Meng, she is on the phone." Meng Kaixian nodded. "Very good." He raised his hand and walked step by step towards Yi Fan, his cruel smile suddenly vanishing, replaced by a loving, elder-like grin. "Yifan, do you think Xiao-Qi can come to save you? And do you really believe that what's on your phone can be sent out?" Yi Fan maintained a composed face, coldly mocking. "As long as there are humans, there will be humanity, knowing to protect the land where they live. But you, Mr. Meng Kaixian, have colluded with aliens, plotting against Earthlings and harming them. Even if there are some things I don't know, I can guess. Someone like you is more disgusting than woodworms. You sound not as good as a woodworm." Meng Kaixian exploded with anger. Woodworms are one of the most despised creatures by those sailing on the sea. When these little creatures appear, people on a ship must be cautious. These little bugs cling to various parts of a ship like giant earthworms. Some are deep red, others yellow-brown, seemingly covered in slime, which allows them to stick firmly to the ship and not be washed off by the waves. It is more accurate to say they resemble snails than earthworms. Every time these bugs appear, they occupy large areas of the ship's body, rarely seen alone. From afar, they look like parasites on the ship. Meng Kaishian had been a sailor, and he hated woodworms the most. Now, Yifan dared to describe him with such a creature, which was utterly intolerable. Saying this, Meng Kaishian raised the gun in his hand and aimed it at Yifan. With a bang, the bullet transformed into a large net, directly enveloping Yifan. The crackling electricity jumped across the net, causing Yifan's eyes to nearly close from the pain. However, at this moment, Yifan showed no signs of surrender. She stubbornly bit her lip, refusing to make a sound. Yifan, don't hold back. If it hurts, shout out loud. Xiao-Qi and the others are on their way to save you. If you don't shed a few tears now, you will cry even more later when Xiao-Qi is dead. Hearing this, Yifan suddenly raised her head, her eyes wide open. What do you want to do? What are you going to do to Xiao-Qi? When Xiao-Qi received the call, his heart was in turmoil. He hung up the phone, furrowed his brows, and drove directly towards the Fortress Detention Center. Fang Yuanlan and the others were in the car, and seeing him silent made them somewhat worried. Alex cautiously spoke up, asking, Brother Xiao-Qi, what are we going to do now? She's in danger. Xiao-Qi gripped the steering wheel, driving while searching for the phone number. Alex's previously relaxed brows instantly furrowed together as he asked in shock, is someone trying to harm her at the Fortress Detention Center? They all know how dangerous it is there. If something really happens, it is unlikely to attract attention. Who wants to harm her? Mu Xiao-Qi shouted in panic. Xiao-Qi had no time to explain to them. He simply adjusted the route. I activated the private robot. They will deliver weapons. Fang Yuanlan remained sitting there, a cold expression on his face. When he saw Yifan's genetic sequence data last time, he had some doubts. Now that someone wanted to kill Yifan, it further confirmed certain things. Yifan must be a key figure, so crucial that some people simply could not tolerate her. But who was so arrogant and impatient to harm Yifan now? In a private estate somewhere. Gu Wei, are you hiding something from me? Meng Ziding crossed her arms, still looking arrogant. I feel you, my father, and even the commanders are all up to something, but you 1T tell me. Gu Wei put down his cup, feeling irritable. Gu Wei, are you going to say something or not? After all these years, you owe your success to me. Meng Ziding said coldly when she saw Gu Wei silent. Gu Wei didn't look at her, a shadow flickering in his lowered eyes. You should be asking your father about this. My father 1T say. Meng Ziding bit her teeth, acting like a willful child. Gu Wei looked at her with a mocking gaze. I'm the little princess of the Meng family. My father said he wants me to be clean and never tainted by dust. That's why he doesn't tell me those things. Meng Ziding sighed as she spoke. She was no longer satisfied being a little princess. She wanted to know much more. Gu Wei stood up, frowning. Isn't it good for you to continue being a little princess? You should know. Before he could finish, he saw Meng Ziding shake her head, grabbing his wrist and huffing. I don't want to be any little princess. I want to be a savior. I need to shine brightly so that Xiao-Qi will always admire me. She couldn't stand Xiao-Qi's indifferent gaze. Couldn't bear his uncaring expression. Gu Wei thought he understood Meng Ziding well, realizing that everything she did was to gain Xiao-Qi's recognition, which made him somewhat disdainful. You shouldn't love Xiao-Qi. Meng Ziding looked at Gu Wei's face. She had heard many people say this, but her life wouldn't change its trajectory just because others said so. Gu Wei, I don't need you to teach me what to do. Now, you just obediently tell me what you know. So you want to end up like Yifan, instantly going to hell. You want to kill Yifan? Gu Wei looked shocked, unable to comprehend. What are they doing? Didn't the higher-ups warn that they must not harm Yifan? At the same time, at an intersection under the night sky, a car blocked Xiao-Qi and the others' path. Upon seeing Xiao-Qi's car, the aliens in that vehicle were astonished. Xiao-Qi frowned at these people, his gaze judgmental. These aliens didn't seem like they were opposing them. Hey, Yipeng! One of the controlled humans waved at Xiao-Qi through the windshield. Xiao-Qi couldn't understand, so he calmly shook his head. Use Earth language. Xiao-Qi smiled wickedly. Chapter 81. Paid off, are you, Xiao-Qi? The controlled human suddenly sat on his Xiao-Qi's hood, looking at him with a smirk. The others were excitedly applauding nearby. They were so lucky to have found tonight's prey. Do you know me? Want to make a move on me? Xiao-Qi lowered the car window, raising an eyebrow as he asked. He was completely sure that these aliens hadn't stumbled upon him by chance. They wanted to kill him right away. It seemed someone was directing these guys. For the first time, Xiao-Qi felt how terrible it was to have no official position. One alien in the front row slapped his companion and exclaimed, "Why waste time talking? Let us move. We need to win this game." After spending so much money to experience Earth's game, they had to get a good result. Xiao-Qi was no longer interested in talking to them. He needed to save Yi-Fan. Even if these aliens were ruthless, they wouldn't stop him. He started the car engine, and a tremendous wave of sound danced under the night sky. "Get out of the car and come with us." The aliens looked anxious as they surrounded the vehicle, seemingly unwilling to let Xiao-Qi go. Xiao-Qi coldly smirked. These people probably didn't know he was already aware they were not Earthlings. Since their bodies lacked Earthling thoughts, he had no need to show mercy. With that in mind, Xiao-Qi raised the car window. "Alex, protect Teacher Fawn." After saying that, he pressed the gas pedal and drove forward. His sudden acceleration shocked the aliens, who hadn't expected Xiao-Qi to act this way. "You're not allowed to run." "Stop!" one alien shouted, jumping onto their car. Xiao-Qi ignored their screams. Anyone who dared to rush at them would be directly knocked aside as he adjusted the direction. His driving was so aggressive that many people widened their eyes in disbelief. However, even though they were aliens, their control bodies were still human. Ordinary humans had no special abilities and couldn't block them. Moreover, these aliens didn't want to damage their toys too quickly, so they only sent signals for others to intercept them on the way. Just as Xiao-Qi and the others got onto the overpass, numerous bullets flew from behind, hitting the bulletproof glass. Bang, bang, it kept sounding. Fong Yuanlong couldn't help but scream in shock. "Teacher Fong, I'm sorry, but for Yi-Fan, you must endure." Xiao-Qi didn't look back, his eyes fixed ahead. At this moment, he had only one thought: to save Yi-Fan as quickly as possible. Meng Kai-Xian was despicable and would definitely hurt Yi-Fan. Fong Yuanlong nodded, patting her chest, slowly exhaling, then said, "Don't worry, just go save Yi-Fan." In the dead of night, all the streets and traffic robots had malfunctioned and were dozing by the roadside. Meanwhile, the humans controlled by the aliens were mostly crazily enjoying their lives here. Like demons, they repeatedly jumped around, harming bodies that did not belong to them. Time passed second by second, and the atmosphere began to tense up. Alex saw people by the roadside coming to attack, and nearly held his breath. Xiao-Qi coldly glanced at these humans and said to Fong Yuanlong and the others, "Don't worry, I have a way to deal with them." Fong Yuanlong nodded, and suddenly the car rose higher, and they could feel some objects extending from the car's chassis. These were the robots Xiao-Qi had contacted earlier. These robots had perfectly combined with the car, just like Transformers from animations. They could now assist Xiao-Qi's car in increasing speed and also deal with the people around them. However, the projectiles they fired were not lethal bullets, but anesthetics that temporarily paralyzed the human body. "Good. Attack." Xiao-Qi pressed the launch button. Immediately, countless small red bullets shot out from the robot's barrels, heading in all directions. Bang, bang, bang. In the night, there were screams from the people. But Xiao-Qi and the others remained indifferent. In the fortress guardhouse, the atmosphere was extremely tense. Yi-Fan was still under the electric net as cover, while Meng Kai-Xian did not act immediately. Instead, he crossed his arms and watched Yi-Fan with some excitement, like watching a tortured little rabbit. He enjoyed seeing weak humans being tormented. He was prepared to kill Yi-Fan right away. He believed that even if Yi-Fan died, the top commanders would only be angry but wouldn't dare to truly punish him. After all, his Gaoge group had contributed to all of humanity. Without Gaoge group, how many people would die now? How many years would Earth's development stagnate? Even if he wasn't a hero of Earth, he should be in existence to be admired. Ha ha, Yi-Fan, you can think about your last words. I promise. I will listen to your last words this time and help you fulfill your dreams. Yi-Fan suppressed her anger, her breathing slightly rapid. What do you have to kill her? At that moment, Xiao-Qi's voice suddenly echoed. Like a celestial sound cleansing the world, the atmosphere in the guardhouse instantly changed. As he stepped closer, Meng Kaishuan's expression changed vividly, like a palette of colors. Almost in an instant, he raised the gun in his hand, aiming at Shao-Chi's forehead, ready to eliminate him. Shao-Chi showed no fear. Instead, he said, "If you kill us tonight, your Gaoge group will be completely destroyed tomorrow. Understand?" Meng Kaishian's anger surged at this remark, roaring, "Shao-Chi, what nonsense are you talking about? Don't you remember how I trained you?" "Mr. Meng Kaishian, I want to know, have you always been like this, using favors to demand repayment? Shao-Chi might have been trained by you, but he had not let your Meng Ziding suffer humiliation to the point of being unable to live in Freedom City all these years, which should count as repaying the favor." Yi Fan sneered. Her complexion had turned pale from the electrical attacks, gradually losing its color. She believed Shao-Chi had never loved Meng Ziding. All those years of entanglement and humiliation were merely him dealing with it out of sense of obligation. 5 years. At least humiliated by Meng Ziding no less than 10 times. Shao-Chi should have long since paid off his debts to Meng Kaishian. Yi Fan, shut up. You should be thinking about whether your identity will lead to cremation tomorrow or being sent into outer space, with your body never having a safe resting place. Meng Kaishian coldly said, disdain flashing in his murky eyes. Their Gaoge group had the right to send a person's body into outer space to be swallowed by a black hole. Shao-Chi was icy, his gaze as sharp as ice, heavily staring at Meng Kaishian, filled with disgust and extreme contempt, with rage surging in his chest, ready to erupt at any moment. Chapter 82 Threat under Yi Fan's gaze. Shao-Chi's expression changed slightly, a hint of softness flashing in his eyes. He had never regretted falling in love with Yi Fan. Even now, when facing the mainstream opposition, he still had no regrets. Yi Fan was his light, pulling him out of the abyss. How could he give up on this light he had cherished for so long? Yi Fan shook her head slightly at Shao-Chi, telling him that she would handle this matter. Then, she spoke slowly and clearly. Mr. Meng's threat is indeed quite terrifying. There is no stable resting place even after death. Any human would feel sad about that. Hearing this, Meng Kaishian smiled with satisfaction, knowing that Yi Fan didn't have the courage he thought. However, he soon heard Yi Fan coldly mock, "But that doesn't scare me. Meng Kaishian, you are a complete failure. All you can do is threaten." Meng Kaishuan's face suddenly changed drastically, his sinister eyes filled with a storm, ready to sweep everything away. The atmosphere was tense to the extreme. Meng Kaishuan's face showed rage and shock, because many years ago, someone had said the same thing. That woman, like Yi Fan, had beautiful eyes, but they were filled with mockery and disdain. When she rejected him, she had said, "Meng Kaishian, you are truly a failure. You could do nothing but threaten." That memory of rejection hit him like a storm, wrapping around him in an instant, shaking his whole body and making him feel terrible. He hated such words. He never wanted to admit his failure. In anger, he raised his gun, aiming it at Yi Fan. "Yi Fan, you are seeking death." Initially, he wanted to deal with Yi Fan because of his daughter, but now it was Yi Fan who had uncovered his scars, exposing everything he had bare, making him feel like a beast without skin. He could not allow Yi Fan to live, especially since Yi Fan was the child of that woman, the child of the man he despised. She was a constant reminder of how much he had failed in love. Yi Fan saw him raise the gun, although surprised. She did not feel afraid. Just as the bullet was about to hit her, in a flash, a figure rushed over, embracing her and spinning her to the side. She fell into that familiar embrace. However, the electric net on her body also touched the newcomer. When a strong current hit the man's body, she clearly heard his muffled grunt and saw tiny beads of sweat appear on his forehead from the pain. Yi Fan's face turned pale in an instant. She understood how painful it was to be shocked. Her body could withstand it, but what about Shao-Chi? She even worried that Shao-Chi could be electrocuted to death. Anger surged through Yi Fan, causing a spike in her adrenaline, giving her a different kind of strength. She clenched her fists, quickly separated from Shao-Chi, and tore off the electrified net with her bare hands, furiously marching toward Meng Kaishian. Even without her memories, Yi Fan knew she had never been this angry before. She loathed Meng Kaishian for his repeated evil deeds. She had to teach him a lesson, to make him understand that harming them would come at a price. With the surge of adrenaline, her potential was infinitely amplified. Yi Fan suddenly charged forward, kicking a bodyguard over 2 meters tall, then snatched a gun from another bodyguard hand, aiming it directly at Meng Kaishuan's forehead. She did not pull the trigger. Instead, she stood in front of him with a more powerful aura, her eyes glowing red as she stared at him. Meng Kaishuan wanted to move, to evade Yi Fan's threat, but it felt as if there was an invisible pressure around him. This pressure turned into a large hand, gripping his shoulder and preventing him from moving normally. Other bodyguards reacted and rushed over, wanting to take care of Yi Fan. Meng Kaishuan roared, "Yi Fan, you are seeking death. Let me go. You are the one seeking death." Yi Fan replied coldly. As another bodyguard charged at her, she maintained her grip on the gun, turned slightly, and kicked the charging bodyguard hard. With a loud bang, the bodyguard crashed into the metal cage, making a huge noise, which excited the aliens who had been just watching. They even applauded and chattered excitedly before switching to speaking in Earth languages. "This human is interesting. I want her body. Tomorrow we will use her body to activate killing mode. It will definitely be a blast on Earth. Time is running out. Let's kill as many Earthlings as we can." Hearing their words, Yi Fan frowned slightly, realizing they were reminding her that the aliens were planning something even more terrifying for Earth. She couldn't waste time confronting Meng Kaishuan. Meng Kaishuan had never been this embarrassed. He was being threatened by a woman he intended to deal with. What was this? Meng Kaishuan gritted his teeth. His face, which had undergone countless cosmetic surgeries, now turning the color of pig liver. He could not passively allow Yi Fan to handle him like this. Such a humiliating matter could not be allowed to spread. Otherwise, his reputation would be completely ruined. After all, he was Meng Kaishuan, the king of the Gaoge group, the father of the human AI system, a saint admired by many. "Xiao-Qi, how are you?" Yi Fan turned to ask Xiao-Qi anxiously. At that moment, Xiao-Qi had recovered from the electric shock. His forehead was dotted with fine beads of sweat, and his face looked a bit pale. It was clear that he was not in good condition. Yi Fan looked at him, her heart aching. "Yi Fan, you are too reckless. Are you not afraid of the headquarters issuing a kill order against you?" Meng Kaishuan seethed with anger, glaring at Xiao-Qi at the same time. He raised a trembling hand, pointing toward Xiao-Qi. At this moment, he realized that he could not deal with Yi Fan, so he had to communicate with Xiao-Qi. Yi Fan had no parents, no memories, and could be said to fear nothing. But Xiao-Qi was different. There were many things he cherished on this earth. Even if he was courageous enough to fight against the whole world for Yi Fan, he could not risk the lives of his entire family. Thinking this, Meng Kaishuan's lips curled into a twisted smile. He would make good use of this point to instill fear in Xiao-Qi and make Yi Fan suffer. "Xiao-Qi, think carefully. If I die, you won't have it easy today either. Oof. I will make you and your family suffer. Your sister is just in her 20s, and your parents should be enjoying retirement. But because of your crimes, they will lose everything. Are you worthy of the Xiao family? Are you really going to squander the lives of everyone in the Xiao family for a woman who isn't worth it?" He was certain that Xiao-Qi could not let go of his family. Chapter 83. Some things can't be hidden. Meng Kaishuan. "Do you have any other tricks?" Xiao-Qi raised his eyes and said coldly, feeling contempt for Meng Kaishuan. Meanwhile, Yi Fan smiled. She could threaten people too. And besides, who said she wanted to kill him now? "Mr. Meng, who said we would kill you? You are the CEO of the Gaoge Group, a pioneer in Earth technology, controlling so many core technologies. We can't kill you." Yi Fan blinked, looking at Meng Kaishuan with a half-smile. Although Meng Kaishuan looked particularly reckless right now, she would never truly let him die. After all, Meng Kaishuan's situation was different. If anything happened to him, Xiao-Qi's family would also be affected. Moreover, "You're just a disgusting bug, killing you. Xiao-Qi and I would worry about our hands getting dirty," Yi Fan said with a smile. "You." Meng Kaishuan was enraged by her words, a mouthful of old blood stuck in his throat, unable to go up or down. He wished time could turn back to when he found Yi Fan, so he could completely eliminate this girl. Really sharp-tongued. But, think carefully. If you don't kill me now, I will make you suffer later. Once their plan was implemented, he would watch Yi Fan's corpse being trampled by millions at the space station, ultimately dying with regret. Yi Fan narrowed her eyes dangerously, sneering, "You say later?" Do you think you will still be so arrogant later? And just because I said I wouldn't kill you doesn't mean I won't cripple you. Mr. Meng, would you prefer your mechanical heart to break down, or would you rather lose your limbs? Most people didn't know that Meng Kai-Xian had a mechanical heart, but when Yi Fan got close to him, she clearly heard the sound of the heart beating. It had a subtle difference from a normal human's heartbeat, and she was very sensitive to it. She guessed that Meng Kai-Xian definitely didn't want others to know about his mechanical heart, so she deliberately brought it up, even using it to threaten him, hoping to provoke him into losing control. Meng Kai-Xian didn't expect that the memory-lost Yi Fan would immediately discover he had a mechanical heart. His surgery was very secretive. Apart from a few higher-ups, no one knew about it. Even Yi Fan from 5 years ago only had suspicions and didn't dare to be so certain. Now that she spoke up immediately, could it mean she had recovered her memory? No, had she never lost her memory and was just pretending in front of them all along? If that were the case, Yi Fan would really be in big trouble. Meng Kai-Xian, many things can't be hidden unless you don't do them. Right now, we want to kill you. I advise you to choose to lose an arm and get out. Shao-Chi slowly walked over, standing next to Yi Fan, his deep eyes like an ancient well. Revealing no emotions. His hand naturally rested on Yi Fan's waist, softly saying, Yi Fan, you were so good to me. How should I repay you? As he spoke, he gazed deeply at Yi Fan, his face shining with admiration. He was amazed at the strength she had shown in a crisis. It was all to protect him. He could see it clearly and was very touched. This woman truly always moved him, filling his world with tenderness. I would mind giving myself to you. Yi Fan smiled, then asked him with some concern, how does your body feel? Will the electrical stimulation have any side effects? You want to give yourself to me? Yi Fan was taken aback. What she had just said was a joke, so why did he follow up on it? Shao-Chi's eyes were cold and calm, like the surface of the sea. The two were now almost standing in the most intimate posture, clearly able to see each other's faces. Their breaths could intertwine in the next moment. Yi Fan felt her heart racing, like a startled deer. Her cheeks flushed slightly. But reason told her that this was a fortress guardhouse, and Meng Kai-Xian was right across from them. She couldn't indulge in romantic talks with Shao-Chi yet. They had to deal with Meng Kai-Xian first. Shao-Chi, let us deal with Meng Kai-Xian first. Yi Fan tried to control her heartbeat, the corners of her lips slightly lifting, her smile comparable to the warm sun in March. Shao-Chi's gaze deepened, suppressing the impulse to kiss her. And he chuckled softly. Okay, I'll do as you say. That one sentence was full of tenderness. Watching them, Meng Kai-Xian's forehead bulged with veins, and he coldly mocked. Shao-Chi, you are my daughter's fiancé, yet here you are being so intimate with another woman. You truly are a scumbag. Ye Fan frowned it. Looking deeply at Shao-Chi, seeing in his eyes neither anger nor difficulty, not even a hint of murderous intent. He simply turned his head slightly. A hint of coldness on his exquisite face. What does my relationship with your daughter have to do with you? As those words fell, the air in the entire fortress guardhouse seemed to stagnate. Meng Kai-Xian gritted his teeth, but before he could say anything, Feng Yuanlan, who had been silent, sneered. Meng Kai-Xian, do you really have the face to say that? Why did your daughter Meng Ziding become Shao-Chi's fiancé? Do you think no one knows the truth? 3 days before the big explosion, the Cosmic Explorer spacecraft had a problem. That spacecraft carried 3 people, 2 of whom were Shao-Chi's cousins. They had a good relationship with Shao-Chi and were treasures in their parents' eyes. The Shao family couldn't save the spacecraft, and even the group headquarters couldn't find a better solution. But Meng Ziding stepped up. She had a team, and her team just happened to have a satellite in that orbit. That artificial satellite could change forms in space and provide rescue services to the spacecraft. Because it was recorded in the Group S files, no one knew Meng Ziding had such a useful tool. Meng Ziding said she would save the people on that spacecraft, but she liked Shao-Chi. Just a statement of liking. Everyone understood that it meant she wanted to marry Shao-Chi. Shao-Chi was still working outside, and the Shao family had to save people. Thus, they held a betrothal ceremony without immediately consulting Shao-Chi. Shao-Chi was completely passive in his engagement to Meng Ziding. Later, the big explosion happened, and Shao-Chi's emotions were unstable for a long time. When he slightly recovered, he learned he had a fiancée named Meng Ziding. However, she was just a fiancée, Xiaoqi had never given her any response, even forcing Meng Ziding to give up in a flirtatious manner. We Xiaoqi never loved Meng Ziding. He doesn't need to be responsible for your kind of calculation that seeks to exploit gratitude. Fang Yuanlan snorted coldly. At the same time, he glanced at the bodyguards around and the few controlled humans. Huh, Meng Kaixian, have you ever seen aliens? Fang Yuanlan asked directly. Meng Kaixian narrowed his eyes dangerously. Fang Yuanlan, even if you go out and say it, no one will believe you. Whether anyone believes is my business. But listen to me. I can advise the two kids not to harm you, but please immediately go back to the group headquarters and tell them. Some things can't be hidden. Chapter 84. Familiarity. The moment Fang Yuanlan's voice fell, the air felt frozen. A cold and heavy atmosphere enveloped the entire fortress prison. Fang Yuanlan originally disliked threatening people, especially someone like Meng Kaixian, whom he even subconsciously wanted to avoid. However, Meng Kaixian repeatedly made mistakes and hurt Xiaoqi. And as Xiaoqi's teacher, Fang Yuanlan could no longer stand by. Meng Kaixian raised his hand and gestured to the several controlled humans, his sharp gaze sweeping over Fang Yuanlan as he pointed at him. You clearly should have a better future. Why do you insist on making the wrong choice? Just continue to follow us, and your life will be different. The instruments you want, the Gaoge group will provide them for you. Yi Fan was taken aback, her head suddenly aching. Why did she feel that Meng Kaishuan's words sounded so familiar? It seemed that not long ago, she had heard something similar somewhere. However, she felt a bit disdainful of Meng Kaixian for thinking of using such things to entice Fang Yuanlan. She believed in Fang Yuanlan's character. If Fang Yuanlan truly cared about what Meng Kaixian said, he would have directly handed her and Xiaoqi over to the highest research institute from the beginning, making them subjects of this experiment. As she thought about it, Yi Fan grew to dislike Meng Kaishuan's face even more. This person was simply despicable. He did not deserve to live on Earth, let alone be the CEO of a high-tech company that influenced human life. Yi Fan had no doubt that someone like Meng Kaixian had done many things to betray humanity behind the back of the highest commander. Because someone like Meng Kaixian had no heart, his world only revolved around core interests. Obtaining the highest benefits was all he desired. Huh, you think a few broken instruments can fool me? Fang Yuanlan laughed, his gaze heavy as he looked at Meng Kaixian. This businessman really knew how to calculate. Did he think everyone valued profit? Clearly, he was mistaken and overthinking. Fang Yuanlan subconsciously glanced at Yi Fan, his anger rising. It wasn't that he was angry at Yi Fan. Rather, he hated these fools who repeatedly hurt her. Clearly, Yi Fan was the daughter of a hero. But what had she received? At this moment, Xiaoqi shot a fierce glare at Meng Kaixian and said in a deep voice, Mr. Meng, I advise you to put away those thoughts. My teacher and I will absolutely not be fooled by your worthless things. They had their own persistence and beliefs. They would never place monetary interests above their principles. They were human beings, alive and passionate. And not fooled. Xiaoqi, you are lying. Meng Kaixian angrily pointed at Yi Fan. Don't you know how special she is? That's why you deliberately approached her, hoping to have a chance to become the regional commander again. He did not believe there were still people in this world who were selfless and acted for their beliefs. As long as one was human, there would be emotions and calculations. What you said, I won't believe a word of it. Meng Kaishuan's words were also meant to sow discord. Xiaoqi was not surprised by his statement. His cold eyes were as sharp as frost, showing no signs of fluctuation. However, Yi Fan coldly mocked him, Mr. Meng. Just because you are a beast does not mean everyone else is. This world is vast. Not everyone will fall for your schemes. So, I advise you to stop thinking you can sow discord. You, such a fool, cannot deceive everyone. Meng Kaishuan's expression stiffened, his face darkening, his eyes narrowing dangerously as he looked at the girl before him, who seemed like the sun. She possessed qualities that many lacked, especially his proud daughter, who could never have them. He was indeed a bit jealous. However, the more Yi Fan acted this way, the more he would find ways to destroy her. He wanted to see darkness envelop the earth, to see everyone unable to attain true happiness like him. Xiaoqi held Yi Fan's hand, protecting her in his embrace. He loved how excellent Yi Fan was. Even when confronting others, she remained so cute. I say, Mr. Meng, I'm giving you the chance to leave now. You should lead with your tail between your legs. Otherwise, next, when you cry, no one will hand you a tissue to wipe your tears, Yi Fan said with a smile. She originally did not enjoy being confrontational, but encountering such trash made it impossible for her to hold back. Therefore, it could be said that kindness and politeness depend on the person. Those unworthy of others' kindness would only receive ridicule, no matter how hard they tried. Meng Kaishuan's face changed colors like a palette, shifting through red, orange, yellow, green, blue, and purple. If he weren't at a disadvantage, he would have killed Yi Fan long ago. Fang Yuanlan and the others raised their eyebrows slightly. To be honest, they really liked Yi Fan's sharp tongue. Ding, ding, ding. At this moment, Meng Kaishuan's phone suddenly rang. Upon seeing the number, a sinister look filled his face, and a terrifying gaze coldly swept over Yi Fan and Xiao-Qi. You two are doomed this time. Just wait. Yi Fan clenched her fist, wishing she could punch Meng Kaishuan right away, but Xiao-Qi held her tightly, gently calming her down, advising her not to act impulsively for the time being. His phone also suddenly received a message. After seeing the content, Xiao-Qi's eyebrows raised higher in surprise. He didn't expect those people would actually be willing to support him. This won't do. Meng Kaishuan suddenly raised his voice, looking at Yi Fan and Xiao-Qi in disbelief. No, it can't be like this. They clearly said they would support me before. How could change now? Meng Kaishuan thought, suddenly looking horrified at the man standing opposite him, whose face was written with coldness. A chill surged from his feet. Yes, it was Xiao-Qi. Damn it. It was indeed Xiao-Qi who found those people. He had long heard that some people in the highest group had not given up on Xiao-Qi, but he never expected this to be true. Even now, they were clearly back together with Xiao-Qi and Yi Fan, and they were willing to help Xiao-Qi. So, was Xiao-Qi going to make a comeback? Yi Fan looked at Meng Kaishuan's expression as he answered the call, also somewhat astonished. What had Meng Kaishuan experienced? Why did he look like that? Moreover, his gaze was directed at Xiao-Qi. So, had Xiao-Qi done something behind the scenes? Yes, Xiao-Qi was never the waste they described. He had his connections and his domain. Now, Xiao-Qi's actions had successfully helped them resolve the crisis at the fortress prison. Meng Kaishuan listened to the stern words from the other end of the phone, and his expression changed. That person actually knew he had come here to deal with Yi Fan, even forbidding him from harming her, threatening him with the entire Gaogo company. If it were Xiao-Qi threatening him, he wouldn't be afraid at all, but now it was the highest commander speaking. He knew he couldn't provoke the highest commander at all. Chapter 85, Speaking the Truth. Meng Kaishuan had no time to think. At this moment, spending more time here was of no benefit to him. He had to immediately return to discuss Yi Fan with the highest commander. They absolutely cannot allow Yi Fan to become the bullet that destroys the plan. Yi Fan, Xiao-Qi, you won't be smug for long. Leaving such a remark, Meng Kaishuan's cold and fierce gaze swept over the few people in front of him, and with a heavy cold snort, he angrily left. Such a person has a bad temper and will have no good fortune in the future. Beside him, Mu Xiaoqi spoke, gently shaking her head, and then immediately looked at Yi Fan with concern, asking, Sister Fan, are you okay? Yi Fan shook her head and smiled brightly at the appearing Taoist boy. Don't worry. I'm fine. How are they going to handle this? Alex interrupted the warmth here, pointing at the few controlled humans. Locked up in the fortress jail, Yi Fan frowned, her delicate face showing coldness. These people were controlled by aliens, so they couldn't immediately harm them. All right, then let's take action, Mu Xiaoqi said, rubbing her wrist, grinning as she rushed to the few people. Over here, the three Taoist boys were dealing with the controlled humans, but Xiaoqi suddenly hugged Yi Fan's waist. His eyes were as deep as ever, and Yi Fan could see her own reflection in the depths of his eyes, resembling a sea. At this moment, even though they were in the fortress jail, it felt as if everything around them had nothing to do with them. This space was only for them and belonged only to them. Yi Fan's heart raced, thumping like a fawn in a panic. Xiao-Qi, let go of me first. Yi Fan's cheeks were tinted with a faint blush, looking very cute like flower petals. Xiao-Qi's gaze deepened, his sexy thin lips slightly curling up. He leaned closer to Yi Fan's ear, lowering his voice and gently asking, Yi Fan, can I kiss you? Huh? Yi Fan was stunned. The next second, she saw Xiao-Qi lifting her chin gently and softly sealing her lips with his. Fang Yuanlan beside them covered her eyes, unable to help but shake her head, thinking that today, as young people really don't care about the elderly's physical condition, desperately feeding dog food. He was almost suffocated, all right? It was unclear how long it lasted, but Shao-Chi finally moved his lips away, watching the girl in his arms take deep breaths. He only smiled lightly and did not tease her further. His girl was truly special. Every kiss, every hug gave him a strength that allowed him to face everything. How could he not like her? The sky was about to be embraced by sunlight, and the city suffused with crime slowly withdrew its flames, restlessness, and madness. Earth, a beautiful blue planet in the universe, could not be overshadowed by human overdevelopment. Not just humans, but other extraterrestrial beings were also coveting this playground. In the president's office of the Gauga Group, Meng Ziding stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, looking through the glass at the flames outside, her delicate face carrying a thin layer of frost. She had been waiting for news from Yi Fan and had not rested at all. Her eyes were filled with hatred, with a sinister expression that did not belong to her appearance. She wished for Yi Fan's death, hoping that everything obstructing her happiness would perish. Meng Kaixian pushed open the office door and soon saw his daughter, whose face bore a hint of sadness. He slightly furrowed his brows and walked over. "Ting Ting, what's wrong?" Saying this, he pulled his daughter to sit beside him. Meng Ziding's face was filled with anticipation. The moment she saw her father, her entire demeanor changed. She thought that what her father was about to tell her must be good news. It must be what she wanted to hear. "Dad, tell me, has it succeeded?" Meng Ziding asked excitedly, believing there was nothing that could stop her father. However, Meng Kaixian had just returned from the highest commander and was physically and mentally exhausted, not knowing how to face his daughter's excited emotions. "Ting Ting, Dad is very tired right now. Let me rest first, okay?" But Meng Ziding did not want to let him rest at all. She was his only daughter and had been spoiled by him over the years. If it weren't for the occasional restrictions imposed by the intelligent AI system, she would definitely not be a gentle young lady, but rather a domineering young lady that everyone in Freedom City feared. Of course, sometimes she pretended to be gentle because she enjoyed being praised. She liked being looked up to by everyone and being someone that everyone envied. No one knows a daughter better than her father. How could Meng Kaixian not know what Meng Ziding was thinking or wanting to do? However, Ting Ting, we failed. Meng Kaixian replied weakly. Meng Ziding was stunned. How could they have failed? Her mind was filled with questions, and she asked in confusion. Is it because of the method you used? This is impossible. You can't fail? Clearly before. Yi Fan is quite powerful. Meng Kaixian pressed his daughter's shoulder, gently sighing, and explained, many things are not as simple as we see them. Regarding Yi Fan's existence, he really didn't know how to explain it to his daughter at that moment. Yi Fan's original genes were already very powerful, and since they had previously treated Yi Fan as a test subject, failed, does that mean Yi Fan can still ride on me in the future? Meng Ziding interrupted Meng Kaixian, tears already streaming down her face. She felt extremely aggrieved, thinking about the way Shao-Chi looked at Yi Fan, their sweet interactions, and long ago, Yi Fan had already taken residence in Shao-Chi's heart. Everything reminded her that as long as Yi Fan was alive, she could never get what she wanted in this life. She would always be crushed, always bullied. "Dad, I want to be the existence that everyone looks up to." Meng Ziding excitedly grasped Meng Kaixian's hand, sobbing a couple of times before continuing. "Can you help me? Can you tell me some truths?" "What truths?" Meng Kaixian was taken aback, staring at his daughter's face in surprise. At this moment, Meng Ziding suddenly said, for example, "Interstellar travel. That's a sci-fi movie. When did you start caring about sci-fi films?" Meng Kaixian dared not look into his daughter's eyes. He knew that Meng Ziding had already begun to suspect, but he hadn't figured out how to tell her yet. In the past, our scientific researchers said, humans would not be able to see aliens in the next few hundred years. Even all the astronomical telescopes and exploration ships have returned data supporting this claim. I believed that humans and extraterrestrial beings could not intersect, but Dad, just now I saw. So many humans destroying the city and hurting each other. This is very problematic. Can you just tell me the truth, okay? Meng Ziding asked excitedly. Chapter 86. Yi Fan fainted. In fact, Meng Ziding already had evidence, and her father had repeatedly revealed many things to her. She also knew that many things were probably what she had speculated. However, guessing was one thing, but hearing him admit it in person was another. Meng Zedong hoped more than ever that her speculations could be confirmed, because if everything was as she guessed, she would have the chance to become the light of this world. Xiao-Qi, who looked down on her, would beg for her love and would bow down to her. With this thought in mind, Meng Zedong wouldn't let Meng Kai-Xian off the hook at that moment. "Dad, I found out a lot. And didn't you also tell me those things?" she said. "Now, I have a piece of the puzzle, and all that's left is your final acknowledgement. As long as you help me, I can lead the Meng family and become your pride. You must believe in me." Meng Zedong spoke excitedly. Meng Kai-Xian looked at his daughter, and thinking of the attitude of the highest commander towards him today, his expression changed several times. The highest commander wanted to burn bridges. So why couldn't he push his daughter to become a hero? Moreover, weren't they proud of that experimental subject? Then let his daughter ruin that experimental subject. Ting Ting, are you ready to hear everything I have to say? Meng Kai-Xian looked seriously at his daughter, a calculating glint flickering in his shadowy eyes. "Dad, I was ready a long time ago." Meng Zedong nodded firmly, excitement evident in her tone. "I believe this is an opportunity for me, right?" She rarely showed such a demeanor. Even with the best AI system assisting her, she often displayed anxiety and hesitation about one thing. But now, Meng Kai-Xian squinted his eyes and finally nodded at his daughter. "Okay, I'll tell you everything. The seventh technological revolution on Earth was actually led by aliens." "What?" Meng Zedong's eyes widened in shock, her small hands clenched, and she couldn't help but shake her head. This information was too surprising for her. She had always believed that the technological revolution was the result of hard work by her father and many others. It turned out that aliens were manipulating things behind the scenes. Did that mean they were really puppets of aliens? Meng Zedong didn't expect the truth to be like this, which greatly impacted her previous understanding. The family she had always been proud of was probably designed to be like this. Thinking of this outcome, she felt even more that she needed to gain recognition and become a savior. That way, when humanity awakens one day, her achievements as a savior would help the Meng family avoid disaster. Meng Zedong took a deep breath, a determined look on her gentle face. "Dad, continue. No matter what you say, I can accept it." In the early morning, on the overpass, Yifan sat in the passenger seat, stretching out her hand and letting the sunlight shine on the smooth back of her hand. Whether it was an illusion or a filter effect, Yifan felt that her arm was glowing with a faint golden light, as if gold was sprinkled on her pores. The overpass they were on was filled with many garden flowers, pink oleanders, white herbaceous lilies, bougainvilleas, and pomegranates. Clusters of them were well maintained by gardening robots, giving a distinctive look. At this time, many humans had not yet woken up for work, so remnants of accidents on the road could still be clearly seen. "Xiao Fan, your arm looks really nice." Mu Xiaoqi pointed at Yifan's arm, her eyes filled with pure light. Yifan came back to her senses and shook her arm. "It's just the sunlight." "Ah, so it's the sunlight. I thought you had applied something. It looks like there's a golden coating on it. Very interesting," Mu Xiaoqi said, scratching her head, thinking how embarrassing it was to have misjudged earlier. Hearing this, Yifan's expression froze, slightly surprised, because she also felt that her arm seemed to have a coating. She thought it was just her wearing a filter and misjudging, but now it seemed quite different. "Alex, do you see a golden coating on my arm?" Yifan turned around and waved her arm at Alex. The natural light in the car wasn't as strong as outside, so theoretically, nothing should be visible. However, Alex nodded and said, "Xiao Fan, I can see it. Your arm even has those faint golden particles on the pores. What's going on?" "What's going on?" Yifan was stunned. She didn't know. She had never had such a reaction before. So, why was her arm like this now? She really didn't know. Yifan took a deep breath, raised her hand to pinch her arm, trying to rub off the gold. However, she didn't rub off the gold on her arm. Instead, she gently made some red marks. Then she saw the red marks following her veins, all the way down, finally stopping at her wrist like a spider web. It looked very, very frightening. Xiaoqi caught a glimpse of it and immediately activated the autopilot function, then grabbed Yifan's hand. A flash of shock crossed his deep eyes as he hoarsely asked, "What's going on?" Yifan blinked. I don't know." After saying that, It seemed like something flashed directly past her eyes. And then Yifan couldn't see anything anymore, her head swaying as she fell forward. Yifan, Yifan. No matter how Xiao-Qi called her, Yifan did not respond. I think we should take her to the hospital, Alex reminded, saying that Xiao Fan's condition seemed not to be an ordinary human disease, but rather like the symptoms his master mentioned that could appear in aliens. Their Xiao Fan was actually falling ill like this? Xiao-Qi, I remember your friend Qin Yifeng can help. Hurry and contact her. Yifan's condition can't wait. Fang Yuanlan urged. They didn't dare to joke about Yifan's life. When Xiao-Qi called Qin Yifeng, he was in a meeting room at the highest research institute, listening to discussions about the space station plan. Upon hearing that Yifan was in trouble, he immediately asked for permission from his superiors and rushed to the hospital. At the private hospital where Qin Yifeng had shares, in the VIP ward on the top floor, he arrived just in time to see Yifan lying on the hospital bed, her delicate face somewhat pale, but the red blood vessels on her neck were spreading upward, threatening to invade her entire face. Xiao-Qi stood beside Yifan's bed, gripping her hand tightly, his expression filled with worry. Qin Yifeng frowned, clearly shocked by Yifan's condition. At that moment, a treatment robot approached with medication, and Qin Yifeng quickly tapped its touchscreen to pull up the case file. Okay, case inquiry, starting now. Displaying patient condition. The robot replied blankly. Chapter 87. The Past and Dreams. How could this be? Qin Yifeng furrowed his brows as he looked at the medical records with a complex expression. How could there be no abnormalities? Clearly, the reaction on her face was like this, and she looked very serious, yet the basic test showed absolutely no problems. This is very strange. Could it be the aftereffects of the previous experiment? Yes, there are no abnormalities, the robot replied, taking out a bottle of medication. This is a compound calamine lotion commonly used by humans many years ago. You can try applying it to the affected area, and it should heal quickly. Compound calamine lotion? Qin Yifeng frowned, recalling that he had seen this mentioned in books during his archaeological studies many years ago. Nowadays, hospitals no longer use such lotions. The robot nodded its mechanical head and, under the gaze of Xiao-Qi and the others, stated word by word, calamine lotion is widely used in clinical practice for skin diseases such as papules, subacute dermatitis, eczema, urticaria, and herpes zoster, as well as for the treatment of pustular diseases. However, calamine lotion only has the effects of anti-itching, mild astringency, and skin protection, with weak bactericidal power. Additionally, since calamine lotion is a suspension, it is difficult to control its stability during preparation. This medication is based on practical experience, exploring clinically effective formulas. The preparation method for this compound calamine lotion is simple and effective. Mu Xiaoqi leaned against the door frame, rubbed her temples, and shook her head. That won't work. This is for treating skin diseases, and our little sister Fan clearly doesn't have that. The robot shook its mechanical head, its internal workings unclear, and finally said, then the robot has no way. The robot's system only has these. Xiao-Qi didn't look at the robot. His gaze fell on Qin Yifeng, his tone slightly cold. You are a doctor, more professional than the robot. You should speak. It was clear that the next step was for Qin Yifeng to treat Yifan. I actually can't tell what her problem is. Even if I could see it, I couldn't say it out loud. Yifan's physical condition is, in fact, a secret that can never be revealed to outsiders. A cold glint flashed in Xiao-Qi's eyes. You can't? Then you can. Seeing Xiao-Qi about to lose his temper, Qin Yifeng hurriedly pressed his shoulder, took a deep breath and smiled. All right, don't get angry so easily, okay? I'll give it a try. Xiao-Qi nodded. I'll go with you. Qin Yifeng felt helpless at his words. I can't even give you fake medicine, my little treasure. I just want to do something for her personally, Xiao-Qi replied. Seeing her lying there, he felt utterly powerless, unable to do anything but watch her suffer. All right, I know. Let's go, come with me. After Xiao-Qi and Qin Yifeng left, the room was left with the robot, Fang Yuanlan, and 3 young Taoist priests. Yifan was still lying there, but this time she had a very long dream. In her dream, she was first a little girl, personally sending her parents onto a spacecraft. Her parents were dressed in beautiful flight suits, looking like heroes, and she was extremely proud. Dad, Mom, I want to be like you in the future, little Yi Fan said excitedly to her parents. Fan, Mom hopes you will be an ordinary person. However, Yi Fan's mother shook her head and took out a white candy bean from a small box, offering it to Yi Fan's mouth. Promise, Mom, after eating this candy bean, you will become the most ordinary person. Little Yi Fan nodded. I promise, Mom. The scene shifted, and Yi Fan was now a young girl. She wore a pink suspender dress, her smile bright and pure, a silver baseball cap on her head, yet it couldn't hide her brilliance. At this moment, she suddenly raised her hand and said to a tall figure in the distance, Mr. Meng, don't worry, I will definitely stand out in this plan. I will become a top player in your metaverse game. That figure let out a twisted laugh and made a shooting gesture toward Yi Fan's ear. Then Yi Fan saw herself retreating continuously until her knee hit a stone. A group of robots surrounded her, suddenly transforming into terrifying monsters. Yi Fan hugged her head, her eyes complicated. Why? Why have I lost my memory again? What did I do before? You, don't come near me. As Yi Fan was enveloped by a black shadow, she then saw another scene. Just 18 years old, Yi Fan was wearing a white lab coat, brushing past a man in a long corridor. The man suddenly grabbed her hand, his gentle gaze almost drowning her, and he softly said, Yi Fan, don't be angry. Next time, I will definitely celebrate your birthday with you. Yi Fan pulled her hand back, pouting, and said to the man, Xiao-Qi, I'm now an experimental subject. I no longer need the human way. I don't want to celebrate my birthday. Don't treat me like a child. Silly girl. To me, you are just a child. Xiao-Qi suddenly leaned in, gently holding her hand, and kissed the back of her hand. Then he said, You are my treasure. I promise, after this mission ends, I will make you leave them, and you will never be an experimental subject again. No longer a tool for them to compete with aliens. Yi Fan nodded, raising her little hand. Suddenly, a ray of sunlight fell on them, and the girl's clothes transformed into loose loungewear, her expression like someone who had just woken up, leaning drowsily against Xiao-Qi, looking like a bird seeking comfort. Xiao-Qi, I'm an adult now. I will grow up soon. When I turn 20, we'll get married, okay? Yi Fan said. Xiao-Qi kissed the top of her head and nodded. All right, but you have to give me the opportunity to propose. Once we drive away the aliens, I will give you the grandest wedding. Let us drive away the aliens together. Yi Fan nodded and smiled. After this warm past, what appeared before Yi Fan were many cruel scenes. She, along with many boys and girls of the same age, was trapped in a laboratory, being injected with some liquid. Then, under the night, they were pushed into a dark abyss. Many died in mutual slaughter, and many eventually went insane. And she, because she cracked the code, was not controlled by those things, becoming a fugitive in the night. She didn't want to be caught by those people. She didn't want to. This dream became more and more terrifying, and finally, Yi Fan couldn't bear it anymore, screaming at the darkness. Leave. Get away from me. Sister Fan. Alex suddenly held Yi Fan's hand. Standing in the darkness, Yi Fan slowly turned her head, looking at the boy's hand. Her eyes suddenly widening. The dream was thus broken. However, beads of sweat dotted Yi Fan's forehead, looking very unwell. Sister Fan, you are having a nightmare. Alex said. Chapter 88, don't want to separate from this person, Yi Fan nodded. Looking confused as she said, Alex, could you please give me a glass of water? Okay. Alex turned around to pour the water, but couldn't help feeling a strange sensation. The little sister who had just woken up seemed a bit different from before. After drinking the water, Yi Fan rubbed her temples and said in a slightly hoarse voice, Alex, Teacher Fong, could you please step outside for a moment? I want to be alone for a while. Fong Yuanlan could clearly see a hint of lethargy on Yi Fan's face. Little Fan, no matter what happens, we are by your side, Fong Yuanlan said, looking at the girl. You must believe in yourself and also believe in us. Thank you, Teacher Fong, I understand. It's just that I haven't gotten out of the nightmare yet, and I want to adjust my emotions. Then, all right. Fong Yuanlan left with the three boys, her eyes filled with worry as she went to the office next door to find Xiao-Qi. Little Fan's situation seems a bit off. They say it's a nightmare, but her eyes suddenly changed. Are we being too sensitive? Why do I feel like Little Fan has something on her mind? Fong Yuanlan said anxiously. Upon hearing this, Xiao-Qi didn't respond immediately, his gaze becoming solemn. Knew.She stroked his chin and pondered. I always feel like little Fan seems to have changed into a different person. Her eyes are too complicated, unlike before. It's as if she did something wrong and is afraid to face us. Although Knew.She appeared innocent, he had a strong ability to connect the dots. Fan had just escaped the dream and caught glimpses of fragmented memories, feeling guilty towards everyone, which left her conflicted. After Knew.She finished speaking, Xiaoqi's expression clearly changed again. Seeing that Xiaoqi also seemed to be in a bad mood, Xiaoqi cautiously asked, Xiaoqi, do you want to go in and check on little Fan? Xiaoqi remained silent. He certainly wanted to go in, but he was afraid it would affect Fan. At that moment, AI Qing, who rarely spoke, showed concern on her face and couldn't help but say, what if little Fan doesn't want Xiaoqi anymore for some reason? What should we do? After a few seconds of silence, Xiaoqi spoke up. No, I want to give her that chance. No matter what she faced or how she felt, he wouldn't give her the opportunity to leave. Xiaoqi stroked his chin and said, but feelings aren't something you can decide alone. If little Fan doesn't want you, then you'll just have to obediently break up with her. As soon as those words were spoken, the atmosphere in the office changed. Xiaoqi's face visibly darkened. Meanwhile, Alex shook his head at Xiaoqi, warning him not to speculate further. That could make Xiaoqi explode. Seeing Xiaoqi's bad expression, Fan Yuanlan hurriedly cleared her throat to interrupt the boys' speculation. I think there's no need to scare yourselves. Little Fan is a smart and righteous girl. She probably just hasn't gotten out of the nightmare yet. Give her some time. Once she calms down, it should be fine. While they were talking, a robotic nurse came to knock on the door, informing Xiaoqi that Fan wanted to see him alone now. Upon hearing this, Xiaoqi became even more worried. Oh no, she just kicked us out, and now she wants to see Xiaoqi alone. What if it really is to break up? What will Xiaoqi do? Xiaoqi. Fan Yuanlan held her forehead. This child just couldn't keep quiet. Realizing he had ignited the situation, Xiaoqi quickly waved his hand and smiled, but it could also be, I guessed wrong. And things aren't like that? Yes, it definitely isn't. Xiaoqi didn't want to engage in baseless speculation. He took a deep breath and followed the robotic nurse. The door to the ward opened. What entered Xiaoqi's sight was Fan standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling window. The girl's face was slightly pale, and the light from outside cast a faint halo on her face. Her brows were slightly furrowed, looking heavy-hearted. Xiaoqi, do you feel better? Xiaoqi strode over. Not wanting any distance between them, Fan stood there in a daze. The sadness and confusion that had arisen from the dream vanished the moment she saw Xiaoqi. She didn't want to separate from him. Even if she had once been a devil, she didn't want to leave his embrace. I'm fine now. Fan tried hard to make her tone sound normal and said, you don't have to worry too much about me. We still have more important things to discuss. Nothing is more important than you. Saying this, Xiaoqi lifted Fan carefully and placed her on the hospital bed. Fan took a deep breath, looking at him with a complicated expression. Xiaoqi covered her with a blanket, checked her temperature, and then looked at the data on the instruments. The ward was quiet, and, for a moment, neither of them spoke first. All the instruments showed that Fan's body had no significant issues. She seemed like a healthy, delicate doll. Watching Xiaoqi take care of her so meticulously, Fan's brows moved, and then she suddenly grabbed the collar of Xiaoqi. Xiaoqi was caught off guard by this sudden action and lost his balance, landing on her. With a hint of confusion on his face, he asked, Fan, what are you doing? The next second, Fan looked up and pressed her soft lips against Xiaoqi's. She didn't know what to do. It seemed at that moment, only this kiss could calm her down and make her realize that he was truly here. Everything in the dream was fake. All of it was false. At that moment, all of Xiaoqi's doubts were silenced by the kiss. He held the back of Fan's head and fervently responded to her kiss. Time passed, and suddenly, Fan stopped responding, staring blankly at Xiaoqi. Her eyes were filled with confusion, pain, and many complex emotions, which was heartbreaking. Faced with such a Fan, Xiaoqi's heart completely softened. He gently cupped her face and said in a hoarse voice, Fan, what happened? What did you dream about? What made her so abnormal was indeed the nightmare. He believed that the dream must have shown her something very bad. Most likely, it was her lost memories. Fan tilted her head back and remained silent. just quietly looking at Xiao-Qi. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. No one knew how much time had passed. For Xiao-Qi, it felt like the most torturous punishment. He didn't dare to continue asking, fearing that Yifan might push him away and not want to say anything more. Yifan's pupils were pitch black, lacking brightness. Xiao-Qi, I saw a part of my lost memories. If 5 years ago I did many strange things. If I once seduced you, actively entangled with you, making you the only one by my side, and even some bad things I haven't remembered yet, those are all done by me, right? Chapter 89. The Homo sapiens system has problems in the end. Yifan's voice naturally weakened, and her shoulders even trembled. The things in the dream. Although not comprehensive, she could feel that some of her actions were wrong. She was doing things that were not good for everyone. Chasing after Xiao-Qi and hurting him. Originally, Xiao-Qi thought Yifan would say that she wanted to break up with him, but unexpectedly, she said this. Even mentioning 5 years ago. Thinking of the video Yifan once mentioned, Xiao-Qi suddenly froze, his face showing a complex expression. Afraid of provoking Yifan, he gently cupped her face with his hands, pressed his forehead against hers, and softly asked, "In the memories you saw 5 years ago, were we together?" Yifan's breath was slightly heavy, as if she were drowning. She held onto his wrists and nodded. Yes, Lu Tiantian mentioned it. And I saw it again. Xiao-Qi, perhaps I really was a mistress of bad woman. Otherwise, why would Lu Tiantian react that way? However, the next moment, Xiao-Qi responded with an even gentler kiss. It overwhelmed her, piece by piece, rescuing her from the Ice Age, giving her the power of melting snow and the revival of all things. This side of Xiao-Qi surprised her. She originally thought that knowing she had done bad things, he would despise her. But she did not expect it would be like this. When Yifan was almost lost in thought, Xiao-Qi suddenly bit her lip. "Tell me honestly, did you just think about breaking up with me?" Yifan frowned, the blush on her face turning into thin anger as she looked at him with accusation. Xiao-Qi seemed unable to understand her emotions, gently biting her lip again. "Tell me, no lying, did you think about breaking up?" Yifan originally didn't want to say it, but under his relentless questioning, she could only honestly shake her head. "I actually don't want to break up." Saying that she didn't want to break up, Xiao-Qi felt that it meant there had been an impulse to break up before he came. "Yifan, how good do you think I am? Before I met you, I was a playboy whom no one dared to trust sincerely. A waste." Xiao-Qi held her face, speaking a little excitedly. "You are not. You have never been. Moreover, you were excellent 5 years ago. Maybe it was I who made you." Yifan said a bit emotionally. However, before she could finish her sentence, Xiao-Qi had already tightly embraced her and kissed her cheek. Then he whispered in her ear, "Yifan, listen carefully. If it were 5 years ago, it was also me who was seducing you. It was me who was attracted to you, wanting you to be my woman. From beginning to end, it wasn't you who hurt others or took someone else's love. Understand? If this world is dark, then I must be the devil in the darkness. And you are the light that saves us all. So, it is definitely not you who is committing crimes or hurting people, but me. It is I who made you, this angel, lose your wings. It is I who made you fall into the abyss. You will not make me suffer, never. Ever, understand?" Yifan was originally holding back, but after hearing this, her emotions completely unraveled, and tears fell silently. The things that happened in the dream were too clear, the beautiful and the painful intertwined, almost tearing her apart completely. She really felt some pain, some sadness, some lack of confidence. Xiao-Qi carefully kissed each of her falling tears, his eyes filled with tenderness. In fact, he was also slowly doubting that he and Yifan probably knew each other a long time ago. It's just that he forgot about Yifan. He believed his Yifan was the most beautiful, and if there was anything not beautiful, it must be him. Now, she was tormented by those memories. And what he needed to do was not to let her be tormented by those things, but to help her walk out of the abyss, just like she saved him. Xiao-Qi, Yifan didn't know how long she had been crying. When she regained her senses, her vision was clear, and the memories in her mind were much clearer. She looked at Xiao-Qi seriously, bit her lip, and then said, "It's just. My memories are not just about us. There are some." She needed to organize her words again. Those things were more complicated than she had imagined. Xiao-Qi looked at her reaction, and memories of recent events surged in his mind. If Yifan was not an ordinary person, If she was someone who had survived in the highest laboratory, then it was highly likely that Yi Fan had come into contact with some aliens. You saw something about aliens? Xiao-Qi said in an almost certain tone. Yi Fan nodded. Although many things in the dream were fragmented, she could basically confirm, we are currently in the craziest game of aliens on Earth. Those aliens want to transform the Earth in 11 days and destroy humanity. Xiao-Qi's eyes darkened abruptly. You mean, the aliens' plan to transform the Earth is in 1 day? Yi Fan nodded, suddenly thinking of her phone. She hurriedly said, Xiao-Qi, where's my phone? Give it to me. If she was that kind of researcher in the dream, if she had that kind of ability, then she would definitely be able to unlock the top secret files on her phone. Xiao-Qi saw the serious look on her face and immediately turned to help her find her phone. When he saw the phone, many images flashed through Yi Fan's mind. The majority of the memories she had lost surged back, piece by piece, occupying her heart. After she took a few deep breaths, they slowly spread, ultimately filling some of her empty spaces. Yi Fan calmly unlocked the phone screen, then opened a folder on one of the screens and quickly entered the password. Immediately, she saw a document with unknown text. She slowly clicked on it. Then, surprisingly, she understood the content within. And soon, her face turned as pale as paper. Yi Fan. What is wrong? Xiao-Qi looked at her anxiously. Yi Fan raised her head, her eyes filled with indescribable anger, her shoulders trembling slightly. Her fists clenched and then relaxed. Relaxed, then clenched again. Finally, after a few breaths, she said, from the beginning, this is the trap set by the aliens. The Homo sapiens AI system was not independently developed by humans, but was guided and created by aliens and gradually handed over to humanity. This kind of system cannot help humanity live better. On the contrary, it will treat humans as puppets, making them the toys of aliens. The Homo sapiens AI is a carrier. Xiao-Qi murmured. In an instant, he understood something. No wonder he and Yi Fan would not be controlled by the aliens. Because he, Yi Fan, Fang Yuanlan, and the 3 Taoist boys were no longer wearing the Homo sapiens AI system. My system broke down, so we were not controlled later. Teacher Fang never needed the system. He was free from the beginning. Alex and the others live deep in the mountains, relying on cultivation to advance, not through the system. I should have thought of it, should have realized that the system had problems. Chapter 90, She is about to awaken, it's my fault. I shouldn't have forgotten so much. Thinking of the many humans who lost their lives because of the aliens' plans, Yi Fan couldn't help but feel a bit guilty. Xiao-Qi frowned tightly as he stared at the girl in front of him, his expression serious. Yi Fan, listen carefully. This is not your fault. No matter what your identity is, this is not your fault. If anyone should pay for this, it would be those above us, those who control humanity. And I'm also at fault. Clearly, I forgot you. I have been absent from your life for 5 years. I should be the one punished. You should not have to suffer. In these 5 years, I have no memories, nor have I been harmed. Instead, you have been the one in torment. Yi Fan quietly looked at Xiao-Qi, her eyes filled with heartache. Regarding the matters between Xiao-Qi and her, she always believed that the fault lay with her, not Xiao-Qi. Xiao-Qi held Yi Fan, gently kissing her cheek. Why are you always so kind? You silly girl. The emotions you give me are just too much. Yi Fan felt his tenderness, waves of ripples rising in her eyes. At the same time, she thought of something, seriously holding Xiao-Qi's hand, and said earnestly, this time we must first free humanity from the control of the Homo sapiens AI. Then we will go to resolve the large computer host in the center of the continent that can connect with the aliens. Computer host? Xiao-Qi frowned. Yes, that computer host is linked to the alien system. We can only destroy it to cut off the aliens' desire to control humanity. This way, the highest commander can negotiate with the aliens, right? Yi Fan said thoughtfully. In fact, she still felt that there was a significant part of her memories that she had not recalled. However, time waits for no one. Now, they can only help humanity in the little time they have left. In the lounge next door, after a few cups of water, Fang Yuanlan still couldn't calm herself down. What if Yi Fan remembers something and wants to completely sever ties with Xiao-Qi? Fang Yuanlan always had a bad premonition. On the sofa, Alex rubbed his temples and got up to go to the ward. But Fang Yuanlan grabbed his hand. Oh, my kind Alex, you can't go find them. What if they are communicating at a critical moment? Won't you cause trouble? With a third person present while those two are talking, it would have a negative impact, no matter how you think about it. Fang Yuanlan didn't want to push things in a worse direction. However, Alex felt that Yi Fan and Xiao Qi had probably already come to an agreement and now needed them to come over. Just as he was thinking about how to persuade Fang Yuanlan, there was a knock on the door. Then they saw Yi Fan being supported by Xiao Qi, appearing in front of them. Seeing the affectionate way they were together, Fang Yuanlan, who had been worried just moments ago, immediately felt relieved, gently patting her chest. Then pursing her lips, her face radiant. Little Fan, you two have come to an agreement, right? Fang Yuanlan smiled at Yi Fan. This gaze made Yi Fan feel a little embarrassed. Looking at Xiao Qi, you say, should I say it? Or you? I'll say it. Xiao Qi nodded. You come to rest. Saying this, Xiao Qi picked Yi Fan up gently and placed her on the sofa over there. Do you want some juice? Yi Fan shook her head. I've had enough water today. Then I'll have them bring you some snacks first. Xiao Qi said again. Yi Fan had no choice but to nod and say, okay. Watching their reactions, Fang Yuanlan was even more certain that her worries would not happen. After settling Yi Fan, Xiao Qi signaled for everyone to sit down. Looking at Xiao Qi's serious expression, Fang Yuanlan and the three boys didn't dare to slack off, sitting there honestly. Xiao Qi, what do you want to say? Is there something wrong with little Fan's body? Fang Yuanlan asked anxiously. Since the two were not separating, then there was only one possibility. Yi Fan's physical condition was much worse than before. Earlier, we talked about the aliens. Xiao Qi began. Fang Yuanlan nodded, yes. Now we need to prove the existence of aliens to make those above take it seriously, right? Xiao Qi, Yi Fan has remembered some things. We are currently in the midst of an alien extermination plan. They want to transform Earth in 11 days. Fang Yuanlan's face suddenly changed upon hearing this. It's too arrogant. Do they want to exterminate humanity? What good do they think will come from this? We can't possibly give them that opportunity. However, if their technology is ahead of ours, then there is still that possibility. Xiao Qi, Teacher Fang, all along, they have been using the Homo sapiens AI system to control humanity. Fang Yuanlan was somewhat surprised to hear this. He had previously felt that there was something wrong with the Homo sapiens AI system. But at most he thought it was because humans had not perfected their research, which would lead to a decline in human brain function. But he never imagined that it was actually aliens controlling humanity with this system. Wait, Fang Yuanlan's mind raced, suddenly connecting many things, weaving them into a large net in his heart, and everything changed completely. So, Meng Kai-Xian actually has a big problem. That bastard may have betrayed Earth. Even within Earth's upper echelons, there are many problematic individuals. Otherwise, it would be impossible for a faulty Homo sapiens AI system to be used among humans for so long. Even the commanders, no matter how incompetent, should have some sensitivity to these systems, unless they are blinded or they already know something. However, upon careful thought, Fang Yuanlan felt that the possibility of being blinded was greater. So what should we do now? Fang Yuanlan looked at Yi Fan. The two had discussed for so long in the room. They must have been talking about this. Xiao Qi shared the plan proposed by Yi Fan with Fang Yuanlan and the three boys. After listening, Fang Yuanlan felt even more worried. It would be impossible for us to convince all of humanity to pause using the Homo sapiens AI system. After all, almost all of humanity views the Homo sapiens AI system as part of their lives, trusting it more than they trust themselves. To temporarily stop the system's operation, it can only be done through the highest commander. Meanwhile, outside the hospital in a car, Qin Yefeng lit a cigarette, a frown on his face. In fact, he had seen Yi Fan's lost memories slowly reviving. If she remembers what happened before, would she hate them? He wasn't afraid that Yi Fan wouldn't recognize him. But what he truly feared was that Yi Fan would hate him. 5 years ago, when Yi Fan last saw him in the lab, her eyes, once filled with the vastness of stars and seas, were so cold when looking at him. His heart shattered at that moment. Out of selfishness, he agreed to those people's plans, consenting to join in harming her. Now, she's about to awaken, and she is about to hate all of them. What should he do? Chapter 91. Who exactly is the teacher? As Qin Yefeng was pondering these questions, a video invitation suddenly appeared on his phone. After sliding to accept, he saw that face, and Qin Yefeng was taken aback. "Teacher, what is this? You have regained your memory, right?" The man on the other side of the video spoke, seemingly without any displeasure. However, Qin Yefeng felt extremely nervous. The man on the other side was their teacher, an object of admiration for many. Yet, only he knew, he was both righteous and wicked, and no one could see through him. "Weren't you always monitoring her? Can't you see her performance at any time?" Qin Yefeng said deliberately. Yi Fan suddenly appeared, and the alert light in the lab notified the teacher. After that, the teacher stood in a godlike perspective, watching each of them like an audience in front of a movie screen. It was no exaggeration to say that in front of the teacher, they had no privacy. As long as he wished, he could see every little detail when they changed clothes. Therefore, Qin Yefeng felt that since the teacher already knew that Yi Fan had started to regain her memory, why did he still need to tell him on the video? Suppressing his doubts, Qin Yefeng tried to remain calm. "Do you hold any resentment towards me?" the teacher casually asked as he looked at Qin Yefeng through the camera. "No. I admire you very much, teacher." All of them had their emotions partially restricted by the AI, allowing them to hate others. But they could never harbor hatred towards this teacher. This was the teacher's setting. Thinking about it, it was somewhat ironic. "I can no longer fully check Yi Fan's status," the teacher said, his tone sounding somewhat helpless. Qin Yefeng was taken aback. "Isn't the highest commander able to? Those people have joined, and even if they can, they don't want me to look at Yi Fan with them. I think they probably suspect me." The teacher shook his head and smiled, self-deprecatingly saying, I still thought too simply. I thought these people trusted me 100%. Who knew? They're just like that towards me. Once a person is in the highest position, they become selfish. Those aliens are also bastards." This was the first time Qin Yefeng heard the teacher curse aliens. He dared not express any opinion and could only listen quietly. "Qin Yefeng, you need to find a way to protect Yi Fan. No matter what their plan is, Yi Fan is our most successful experimental subject, and there must be no problems." The teacher deliberately emphasized the words experimental subject, clearly knowing Qin Yefeng's feelings for Yi Fan, reminding him to treat it rationally and not to fall in love with an experimental subject. Qin Yefeng's expression was somewhat forced as he pondered his words before finally saying, "But, teacher, isn't the upper management hoping to prove something with this plan, at any cost?" This at any cost meant that it was okay if Yi Fan's life was sacrificed. It was like this 5 years ago, and it would be the same 5 years later. Those in high positions always see the bigger picture, not the life of an individual. They have no idea how important Yi Fan is to us. Among so many experimental subjects, Yi Fan is the most successful. How could I let them destroy her? How could I give them that opportunity? The teacher couldn't help but shout in agitation. Qin Yefeng immediately frowned, not daring to say anything. The teacher continued, "I don't care how you think. We are researchers, and we must be responsible for our experiments. Those politicians are not worthy of controlling the lives and deaths of our people. But what if in the end, Yi Fan dies herself?" Qin Yefeng blurted out, not knowing what he was thinking. "No, there is someone who won't let her be like that." The teacher seemed to think of something, smiling insidiously. Countdown to the 4th day. Yi Fan's phone still had that reminder message. She still couldn't remember who this person called teacher was, but he had been guiding her, indicating that he was somewhere, watching her in some way. Thinking that she seemed to be living like a character in a movie, monitored by someone, she felt like the protagonist of The Truman Show. In the movie, Truman had lived his whole life in a small town called Sea Haven Island, which was actually a massive film set. He worked as an insurance salesman, appearing to live a life just like anyone else. But he didn't know that every second of his life was captured by thousands of cameras, and the entire world was watching him. He also didn't know that everyone around him, including his wife and friends, were actors in The Truman Show, though the people around her were not actors. She had the feeling that she was being pulled by a thread, living under someone's surveillance. This feeling was very unpleasant. Therefore, after she proved everything to the highest commander and stopped that plan from being implemented, she must find out who was watching her from somewhere. Who exactly was that teacher? "Xiao Fan, what are you daydreaming about?" Mu Xiaoqi suddenly came over, interrupting Yi Fan's thoughts, and then laughed warmly like a cheerful golden retriever. "We will definitely be able to persuade the highest commander today. You have to believe in us." They had discussed that this matter should first go through the highest commander, as his credibility was stronger than anyone else's. Previously, Yi Fan and the others had been refused an audience by the highest commander, so this time, the three young Taoists would apply for a meeting. After all, the boys' identities were now more persuasive than theirs. I believe in you. Yi Fan smiled and nodded. Hey. Xiao Fan, if we solve this matter, it would be a significant contribution to Earth, right? Mu Xiaoqi asked. Yi Fan nodded. Yes, Xiaoqi. You're a great contributor, and we all admire you. Hearing this, Mu Xiaoqi's cheeks turned slightly red. He scratched his head and smiled. Master said that cultivators shouldn't care about these worldly things. Really? Yi Fan teased the boy. I don't feel that way at all. That's how it is. Mu Xiaoqi was afraid of being seen through by Yi Fan, hurriedly turned around and urged, Oh, Xiao Fan, let's hurry up and set off. Since it's the 4th day of the countdown, it means it's urgent. After saying this, the boy had already dashed towards the car. Yi Fan picked a small weapon from Xiaoqi's villa, casually adjusted it, and put it at her waist before following out. Seeing Yi Fan's action of taking a weapon, Fan Yuanlan couldn't help but ask, Xiao Fan, why are you taking a weapon? Yi Fan thoughtfully replied, just in case. What if we run into aliens? At least we can't let the aliens trap us, right? After the car started, Xiaoqi remained silent, holding Yi Fan's hand and looking ahead thoughtfully. Suddenly, at a crossroads, a robotic traffic policeman rushed towards their car like a madman. With a loud bang, thick smoke rose. Chapter 92 Chimeras, all the airbags deployed, and Yi Fan and the others were unharmed. However, the car was truly wrecked. After getting out of the car, Xiaoqi and Yi Fan looked at the robots. Once shiny and polished, the robots now lay on the hood, crackling with electricity as if their last cries before death. Fan Yuanlan, being older, was uninjured but still felt some impact and was rubbing her temples to regain her composure. Yi Fan exchanged a serious glance with Xiaoqi, their expressions cold as ice, their eyes flickering momentarily before slowly locking onto each other. Traffic robots have fixed protocols and would never attack humans recklessly, Xiaoqi said coldly while looking at Yi Fan. Yi Fan nodded and was about to step forward, but Xiaoqi grabbed her wrist, his face stern. Don't go over. If they're in a state of malfunction, you could get hurt. He shook his head. Yi Fan, however, patted the back of his hand and said solemnly, Some of my memories tell me that I was a professional researcher and could control these robots. This was why she could command the robots at the Gaoge group. She had originally participated in the design of some robots and understood how to unlock their systems. So even if these traffic robots were out of control, she was confident she could handle them. Seeing the determination on Yi Fan's face, Xiaoqi ultimately did not stop her, but followed closely behind. Robots have no emotions. This is something all Earthlings know. However, when Yi Fan's hand touched a damaged traffic robot, she read a different emotion in its mechanical eyes. For a moment, her breath became much heavier. She immediately grasped the robot's hand and asked, Can you still live? The small robot raised its mechanical head, blinked its mechanical eyes, and replied, The circuits are broken and need repairs by an engineer. I'll check, Yi Fan said, immediately opening the small robot's heart box. Meanwhile, Mu Xiaoqi's eyes widened in disbelief. Sister Xiao Fan, how does this robot seem so human-like? Yi Fan glanced at Mu Xiaoqi, but continued her work. Have you heard of chimeras? Mu Xiaoqi shook his head. They studied more philosophical topics and hardly focused on biological genetics. A chimera, in genetics, refers to an individual with mixed or chimeric expression of different hereditary traits. In immunology, it refers to an organism that has two or more genetically distinct cell lines coexisting, which can tolerate each other without rejection, existing in a chimeric state. Seeing Yi Fan repairing the robot, Fan Yuanlan began explaining to Mu Xiaoqi, chimeras are also a type of chromosomal abnormality. Individuals composed of cell lines from different zygotes are called heterochimeras. Those formed from different cell lines developed from the same zygote are called homologous chimeras or mosaics. A common example of chimeras in animals is the free-Martin heifer, which is a small female cow resulting from a male and female twin pregnancy, where the karyotype can show sex chromosome chimerism, such as 60 XXXY. Oh, that sounds quite magical, Mu Xiaoqi scratched his head, marveling. At this time, Yifan had already repaired the robot's wiring. When she was rebooting the robot's heart program, she looked up at knew.She and said, "In animal-directed gene transfer technology, by injecting embryonic stem cells transformed with exogenous genes into the blastocyst cavity, the resulting individuals contain cells of different genotypes. These individuals are also called chimeras, meaning that the organism contains two different genetic structures, one being the altered genotype and the other being the original genotype. In animal transgenic technology, mating between chimeras produces homozygotes, which are transgenic animals with certain gene loci on both chromosomes artificially modified." After speaking, she turned to Fong Yuanlan, her expression serious. "Professor Fong, these are the chimeras at the biological level on Earth. However, the robot before us is a chimera of Earth machines and aliens." Upon hearing this, not only did knew.She's eyes widen in disbelief, but even Fong Yuanlan, who often conducted strange scientific research, was completely stunned, staring at Yifan in amazement. After a long pause, she asked, "What do you mean by a chimera of aliens and Earth machines? What kind of technology is this? I can't quite recall the specifics of how it's done, but I remember that beyond the Milky Way, there are biological entities whose entire structure is metallic. They look like the robots we describe, but possess autonomous consciousness. If my memory serves me right, these beings were modified before their plan to clean up Earth." Yifan spoke slowly. The previously near-lifeless robotic traffic officer moved its arm slightly, then stood up again, moving towards Yifan. It first respectfully bowed to her, then said, "You are correct. We are chimeras of alien organisms and humans. Our planet is different from carbon-based life forms. Our bodies are made of metal. Initially, the invaders regarded us as robots, but upon discovering our autonomous consciousness, they began a large-scale massacre against us." As the robot spoke, it broke off one of its mechanical fingers and handed it to Yifan, saying, "Please help me restore it. Only your fingerprint can unlock it." Yifan took the mechanical finger, which had a fingerprint unlocking surface on the. She pressed her finger there, and soon the finger transformed into a silver key. To everyone's amazement, the robot's severed finger regenerated into a new one. It seems to be more than just a biological entity. How can it grow back so quickly? knew.She was dumbfounded. They have metal synthesized organs. Removing those metallic prosthetics allows them to regenerate, Yifan explained, then handed the key back to the robot. The robot opened the box beneath its metallic heart, revealing a keyhole. After inserting the key, the robot underwent a significant transformation. The injured parts quickly healed, growing new metallic limbs, and its metallic eyes became more lifelike. Its eyes glimmered, and then it raised both hands, kneeling on the ground, and performed a deep bow towards Yifan. "If you hadn't asked me that question, I might never have awakened my autonomous consciousness." "Fan, thank you," the robot said as it stood up. "Do you know my sister Xiaofan?" knew.She asked curiously. The robot nodded. "The organisms on our planet have a memory inheritance." Chapter 93, giving a name in response to knew.She's shock. The robot remained incredibly calm. It looked at Yifan, raised its hand, and with a look of pity in its eyes said, "Fan, forget us. You are in pain, aren't you?" Yifan held the robot's hand and asked, "Do you all remember me?" "Yes. Most of the high-level robots on Earth are what you call hybrids. They destroyed our planet and used us for experiments. Earth is the second interesting mood they discovered. Those people said, if the metals on Earth could combine with us to become hybrids, then we could become their new toys. Then, our people were captured in large numbers and transformed into hybrid robots in laboratories. They used systems to control our autonomous consciousness, turning us into puppets, tools for humans. Then they planned for us tools to kill each other." As the robot spoke, its face showed sadness. That's how our planet was destroyed, and now they want to continue cleansing humanity. "Fan, when you discovered this, we couldn't help you. We could only watch you become their experimental subject." "I'm sorry." Listening to the robot's words, Yifan's mind conjured images of her communicating with the robots in the laboratory. "If you hadn't activated the autonomous consciousness of some of our kind, perhaps you wouldn't have been executed and lost your memory," the robot said, shaking its head. It wasn't one of the robots that Yifan had saved, but because of memory inheritance, it seemed to have truly experienced those events. So it felt deep regret and gratitude towards Yifan. Fan, humanity doesn't have much time left. Our attack on your vehicle was a signal, the robot reminded. Yifan nodded. I understand. Can you tell me your name? I need your help. Upon hearing this, the robot's eyes lit up, almost excitedly saying, the creatures on our planet are quite helpless, but if you need us, as long as we awaken our autonomous consciousness, we can all help you. I was born on Earth. I only have the Earth serial number. You can give me a name. Seeing this robot, Yifan suddenly thought of a face belonging to a robot baby, and thoughtfully said, Jamu tree, courtyard, fragrant grass like a pile. This is your name. Great, I have a name now. I really have a name. I am Jimu. I am Jimu. Suddenly having a name, Jamu's face was radiant. Then it began to dance and twirl in front of Yifan, making her a bit dizzy. However, soon, Yifan called out to it, Jimu, can you sense how many of your kind are on Earth? Jimu paused, looked back at the robots that had completely lost their energy, and said, they're not my kind. There's some in other areas, in the Gaogu Company, and in those research institutes you were at before. Most of our people are in another star system. They prepared embryos for us before bringing them to Earth to combine with Earth's metals. But not every embryo successfully combines. As it spoke, Jimu's expression darkened, and its face showed sadness. Yifan looked at it, feeling a bit complex. If one day humans were taken to another planet to become hybrids, how sad it would be for humanity. No, she absolutely would not allow humanity to become like this. Jimu, can you help me? Yifan asked. Jimu nodded. I can. My kind need to awaken first. Fan, let me be by your side, okay? Yifan glanced at Xiao-Qi and the others, and seeing they did not refuse, she nodded. Okay. Next, Jimu excitedly hugged Yifan. Great, Fan. I love you. My kind and I all love you. This sudden confession stunned Yifan. Meanwhile, Xiao-Qi's face instantly darkened, feeling sour. The vehicle broke down, and Yifan and the others had to switch to a business car. This time, Jimu drove, and Alk sat in the passenger seat. In the back seat, Yifan looked out the window, while Xiao-Qi's inscrutable gaze remained on her. Even though he trusted Yifan and knew those beings were different from humans, seeing something else confessing to Yifan made him unable to help but feel jealous. This was probably a possessiveness all men experience. He was no exception. He didn't want Yifan to belong to anyone else. Yifan turned her head inadvertently and met Xiao-Qi's deep gaze, feeling a bit puzzled. Xiao-Qi, what's wrong? Why are you looking at me like that? Xiao-Qi withdrew his thoughts. I was thinking. Do I need a name? Do you want to marry me first? Cough, cough, cough. Yifan was choked by her own saliva, helplessly saying, it seems like it's not the right time to talk about marriage. Upon hearing this, Xiao-Qi looked at her with a cold gaze, and his tone turned a bit colder. If you don't marry me, then I will have to see others confess to you every day, and I won't be able to help but kiss you every time. Huh? Yifan was confused. What do you mean by others confessing to me every day? Xiao-Qi's face instantly darkened. Gu Wei confessed. Didn't you forget? Just now, Jimu confessed. Did you forget? Yifan quickly reacted, realizing that Xiao-Qi was jealous. She immediately wrapped her arm around Xiao-Qi's. But I only like you. My greatest fortune is meeting you, being able to love you, and being with you. Next to them, Fang Yuanlan coughed lightly and whispered to Mu Xiaoqi, are you holding up? Mu Xiaoqi touched her belly, tears welling up as she said, I'm stuffed. Every time they throw dog food like this, I just want to explode. Unfortunately, you're a little Taoist and can't consider love without returning to the mundane world. How pitiful! Fang Yuanlan patted Mu Xiaoqi's shoulder. Mu Xiaoqi also felt sorry for herself. Holding her chest, if I could return to the mundane world, I would definitely like someone like Sister Fan. As soon as she finished speaking, they saw Xiao-Qi holding Yifan's face and kissing her right in front of them. Fang Yuanlan rolled her eyes at him. What are you stimulating him for? Look, you just fed us more dog food. Oh dear, I'm getting old. Oh dear, how pitiful. The sour smell of love was almost killing him. Meanwhile, at the highest command center, seeing the scene where Yifan was interacting with Jimu just now, the man stood up and said to the person on the big screen, she is awakening. She will definitely succeed. However, the person on the big screen laughed heartily, with a look of disbelief. Really? I don't feel that way. It's just a bit of memory recovery. She can't do it. What if she does? Don't forget what you promised us, the highest commander said with a serious expression. The other party laughed, don't forget what you promised us now. Without our permission, you absolutely cannot meet her, understand? Chapter 94 Official Business. While the two were talking, someone knocked on the door. The Supreme Commander immediately turned off the video, pressed his hand on the light screen on the desk, and said in a deep voice, "Come in, Your Excellency." The person who entered saluted with a standard military gesture, then placed the documents in hand on the table and took a few steps back. The visitor was knew.She, the Empire's strongest data collector. "Your Excellency, we have collected some strange data. Several scientists living in the remote mountains claim that through the heavenly eye they have created, they have received signals that are different from those on Earth." The Supreme Commander frowned. The heavenly eye spoken of by the public is a 500-meter diameter spherical radio telescope. The 500-meter diameter spherical radio telescope has pioneered a new model for building giant telescopes, creating a reflecting surface equivalent to 30 football fields and a sensitivity that is more than 5 times greater than the world's second largest telescope, greatly expanding humanity's vision and continuously being used to explore the origins and evolution of the universe. Previously, to support some astronomers' research, he had personally issued a permit allowing legitimate astronomical organizations to conduct astronomical exploration in a no-man's land. He thought that in such areas, it was impossible for anyone to build perfect astronomical detection equipment. It now seemed that he had underestimated some astronomers who did not use the Homo sapiens AI system. Their creativity was astonishingly impressive, even breaking through the limitations on his side and reaching out to the outside world. These were several different narrowband electromagnetic signals, and the team was currently rushing to investigate further. Seeing that the Supreme Commander did not speak, knew.She added, "The team is working hard to investigate." The Supreme Commander slightly narrowed his eyes and told them they could continue the investigation, but they must not use the heavenly eye for the next 4 days. knew.She was puzzled. Why? The Supreme Commander's expression darkened, and he did not explain. 2 hours later, in the security check area outside the Supreme Commander's residence, everyone was on high alert. On the silver conveyor belt, Yi Fan, knew.She, and Fang Yuanlan were undergoing security checks. However, after they got off, they were stopped by a young peacekeeper. "I'm sorry, we have received notice that you cannot enter." knew.She frowned, protecting Yi Fan behind him, and said unhappily, "Why? When we registered just now, we were allowed to apply for entry. That was then, this is now. Now I do not accept your entry. If you don't believe me, I will bring out the Supreme Commander's band and have you all detained." As soon as the peacekeeper's words fell, they saw several robots surrounding them, just as it seemed they were about to take action. Fang Yuanlan reminded Yi Fan and knew.She, "The record of the Fortress Detention Center hasn't been cleared yet. We should leave first. Otherwise, if we're caught again, we won't be so lucky." Yi Fan nodded. She meant the same. Since the Supreme Commander refused to meet them, they would leave first to avoid causing major trouble. When they returned to the car, Fang Yuanlan suddenly suggested, "knew.She, I know you don't like Meng Zeding, but this time, let's talk to Meng Zeding. She is the daughter of the Gaoge group. If she is willing to temporarily shut down the Homo sapiens AI system for a few days, we might have time to find the mainframe." At that moment, the others were unwilling to meet her, and Meng Zeding seemed to be the best choice. After some discussion, Yi Fan and the others went to the Gaoge group. In a private conference room, Meng Zeding sat at a light gold table, resting her face on her hands, with a bright smile hiding a hint of sarcasm. Seeing Yi Fan and knew.She holding hands tightly, she tried to maintain her composure. However, before she could speak, the door of the conference room was kicked open from the outside. It was Lu Tiantian. "Yi Fan, you despicable woman. You're so proud now, and I have nothing left." After Lu Tiantian was diagnosed as mentally ill, the Lu family had been trying to help her, and in the end, it was Meng Zeding who suggested making her a test subject for the Gaoge group. That was why she was now appearing at the Gaoge group. As for why she suddenly barged into the conference room, it was naturally Meng Zeding's doing. She needed someone to take action against Yi Fan. But it couldn't be her at this moment. Yi Fan helplessly rubbed her forehead. Every time Lu Tiantian was in this state, it was getting a bit annoying. "All right, Tiantian, stop making a scene. You should go back to the lab." Meng Zeding intentionally glanced at Lu Tiantian. However, Lu Tiantian was extremely angry now. She gritted her teeth and reluctantly shook her head. "Tiantian, I can't go back to the lab yet. If I go back now, they'll continue to use those strange things to stimulate me. Her brain was about to explode. She really couldn't take it anymore. And if you don't go back, just sit down for now, all right? Meng Ziding patted the seat beside her. Lu Tiantian immediately walked over and sat down next to Meng Ziding. Then Meng Ziding opened her mouth. What exactly do you want to say? Just say it. I have nothing I can't hear. As she spoke, she looked meaningfully at Xiao-Qi. Lu Tiantian was also looking at Xiao-Qi, but with tears in her eyes. Xiao-Qi, you must stay away from this woman. She is very scary and will harm you. I love you so much. I would never do anything to hurt you. Neither would Tian. She will protect you with the Gao Ge group. You have to believe us. Yi Fan watched the two women gazing at Xiao-Qi with deep affection and said quietly, Miss Lu, if I remember correctly, your relationship with Xiao-Qi was just a facade back then. Since both the feelings and the relationship are fake, there is no need for you to entangle with him. As for Miss Meng, we are not here to discuss matters of the heart today. This is official business. I believe Miss Meng is a person who distinguishes between public and private matters, right? Having interacted with Meng Ziding for so long, she knew that she liked to put on a facade of innocence in front of outsiders. Therefore, she specifically mentioned official business to make Meng Ziding think for herself. Sure enough, upon hearing this, Meng Ziding's expression changed slightly. Then she smiled and said, Of course, you are here for official business. I am happy to listen. However, Miss Yi Fan, I must remind you, you are currently a prisoner at the Fortress Detention Center. Being out here like this is not good for you. Thank you for the reminder, but I think if the higher-ups really wanted to capture me, they would have sent someone immediately. They haven't. There must be other considerations. Yi Fan replied. They have been away from the Fortress Detention Center for so long. Logically, the Supreme Commander should have ordered their capture again. But until now, she had remained safe and had not seen a wanted notice. This indicated that the higher-ups had intentions of letting her out. The reason for letting her out still needed to be investigated. On the side, as soon as Lu Tiantian heard Yi Fan speak, she acted like a mad dog. Yi Fan, what important matter could you possibly have? Stop lying here. I hate people like you the most. Seeing Lu Tiantian about to jump up again, Fang Yuanlan interrupted. Meng Ziding, there is a problem with the Homo sapiens AI system at Gao Ge Group, and we hope you can explain it to the public and ask them to suspend its use. Chapter 95. You're no longer qualified. Is there a problem? Meng Ziding narrowed her eyes. The next moment, Fang Yuanlan said to her, Yes, the Jiren AI system has contacted aliens, and if we don't take action now, humanity could very well face extinction. Lu Tiantian laughed out loud upon hearing this. Are you all crazy? Do you even know what you're talking about? How could there be aliens? The Jiren AI system can't possibly be wrong. We humans are already dependent on the Jiren AI system. Fang Yuanlan's expression turned impatient. You're not in a good mental state. I won't explain it to you. Meng Ziding, you should understand what I'm saying, right? I'm just a little mentally unstable. I'm not an idiot. I have judgment. The Jiren AI system definitely cannot have problems. Tiantian, we shouldn't believe them. Lu Tiantian looked at Meng Ziding. Is there a problem? As the daughter of Gao Ge, you should have a sense of it. At this moment, Xiao-Qi also spoke up. Meng Ziding frowned. She hadn't expected that Xiao-Qi and the others would talk about the Jiren AI system, and even more so, she hadn't anticipated it would involve aliens. Did Xiao-Qi and the others already know about the aliens? No. Even if they knew, she had to pretend not to know. She couldn't expose those things. She had more important matters to attend to. Our Jiren AI system indeed isn't perfect, but Xiao-Qi, that doesn't mean my system has anything to do with aliens. You're willing to do anything to protect Yi Fan right now, and that makes me very angry. Meng Ziding said as she stood up. Seeing this, Lu Tiantian also stood up, hands on her hips, angrily looking at Xiao-Qi. I'm also very angry. You weren't like this before. How did you become like this now? It's too much, really too much. Lu Tiantian actually didn't understand what Xiao-Qi needed at all, and she couldn't see through his heart. She was always lost in her own fantasies about him. Seeing Meng Ziding get angry at Xiao-Qi, she followed suit as if that would help her find back the Xiao-Qi she once liked. Xiao-Qi glanced indifferently at Lu Tiantian. Wasting words on someone like her was not wise. He needed to persuade Meng Ziding now. Noticing that Xiao-Qi was ignoring her, Lu Tiantian rushed to Meng Ziding. pitifully saying, "Zitting, look, the current Xiao-Qi has become so scary. We really can't like him anymore." Meng Zitting, feeling restless, didn't want to listen to Lu Tiantian. She had to face Xiao-Qi and Yifan. "You go outside first. I have some important things to discuss with Xiao-Qi. It's inconvenient for you to be here." Meng Zitting patted Lu Tiantian's hand. Lu Tiantian immediately became unhappy, puffing up her cheeks, angrily saying, "You just told me to come up and cause trouble for Yifan. Now that I haven't even started, you want me to leave. Zitting, you're really strange." Seeing her speak the truth, Meng Zitting's expression became even worse. This fool didn't even know how to cover for her. It seemed it wouldn't be easy to make her leave. Thus, Meng Zitting had the security robots come in to pull Lu Tiantian out. This further provoked Lu Tiantian. She angrily pointed at Meng Zitting, shouting, "Zitting, you're burning the bridge after crossing it. Woo, I'm so heartbroken." After shouting, she shot an angry glare at Yifan, roaring, "Yifan, you wait for me. You will definitely have a terrible fate. You will be miserable." For someone like Lu Tiantian, Yifan didn't even feel disgust. Instead, she felt a bit sorry for her. How could she be used by Meng Zitting time and again in such an unawakened state? Meng Zitting looked at Yifan, her expression the same as at the beginning. "Yifan, what Xiao-Qi said is what you taught him, right? You have a problem with our Gaoge group. So you had Xiao-Qi come to stir up trouble, fabricating some alien theory, right? Let her know that this was real, and she wouldn't cooperate with them. She had her own plans. Moreover, she wanted Xiao-Qi to admire her. She had to endure for now. We're not fabricating anything. We need your help right now. You don't have to believe me, but you have to trust Teacher Fong and Xiao-Qi, right?" Yifan looked at Meng Zitting. However, Meng Zitting stood up, crossing her arms, looking at her mockingly. "Yifan, do you feel accomplished destroying all of them like this? Aren't you afraid that one day your lies will be exposed, and you'll be abandoned by everyone, facing an irredeemable situation?" Yifan's eyes narrowed slightly, a glint of coldness leaking out. Then she shook her head, speaking casually. "That should be what I say to you, Miss Meng. Many facts are right in front of you, yet you refuse to believe. Your problem is much bigger." She believed Meng Zitting, being in Gaoge, would find the problems more easily. Moreover, given Meng Zitting's character, she had likely already discovered something. She just didn't want to admit it. "Have you never doubted your identity as that clone mother?" Yifan asked again. Meng Zitting felt as though she had been hit in a sore spot. She immediately grew angry. "What clone mother? Yifan, stop making up lies. The Earth we live on is very harmonious. It's a prosperous era, and there have never been any aliens. As for the Jiren AI system having problems, that's just a lie concocted by you and Xiao-Qi. Who would believe your lies?" Yifan elongated her tone. "Well, do you want to wait until the day the truth is revealed? To see the system that Gaoge Group takes pride in ultimately being destroyed? Without skin, where will the hair attach? When the day of destruction truly arrives, you won't be able to escape." This provoked Meng Zitting. Her expression changed completely, and she no longer wanted to maintain a kind and perfect image in front of them. Almost immediately, she pointed at Yifan's nose, angrily saying, "Yifan, you're really looking for death. Do you believe I can have the security robots here kill you right now? Try to touch her." Xiao-Qi protected Yifan in his arms. Before coming, he had made an agreement with Yifan that he wouldn't interfere in conversations between women. But at this moment, Meng Zitting, like a madwoman, wanted to harm Yifan, and he couldn't stay silent. Seeing Xiao-Qi tightly protect Yifan, Meng Zitting's face twisted with anger. "Xiao-Qi, you really disappoint me. Do you believe what you're doing now will make you regret it in the future?" She stood high above, feeling the brilliance of 1,000 rays, while he knelt on the ground begging, which was of no use. "I think the one who'll regret first is you." As he spoke, Xiao-Qi took Yifan's hand and walked outside. Watching them leave, Meng Zitting gritted her teeth. "Xiao-Qi, didn't you just want me to help you? Are you really leaving now? Actually, you can come back. You can continue talking to me. What if you convince me?" Xiao-Qi paused, turned back to look at the woman, his tone cold. "You no longer have the qualification for me to persuade you." Seeing Xiao-Qi's resolute back as he left, Meng Zitting's entire face twisted. Chapter 96. Are you afraid? Hey, Gu Wei, it's me. I am ordering you now to capture Xiao-Qi and Yifan. This time, we absolutely cannot let them go. Meng Ziding's almost twisted voice transmitted through the waves to the other side. Next, Gu Wei's voice sounded, carrying a hint of indifference. What qualifications do you have to command me? This woman, Meng Ziding, was becoming increasingly self-righteous. He only collaborated with her occasionally. It did not mean he was willing to take orders from her. She wasn't qualified to command him. Meng Ziding was infuriated by Gu Wei's attitude, gritting her teeth and cursing a few times before hanging up the phone with a slap. She angrily slammed her hand on the table like a madwoman, while the intelligent AI system in her ear continued to emit prompt tones. However, at that moment, she did not want to hear any of it and directly took the system off her ear, smashing it hard onto the ground, since they were no longer using it. And since they had discovered this matter, what did she need it for? After Gu Wei was hung up on, he also felt displeased, staring at the phone screen with a deepening expression, a hint of ruthlessness and killing intent flashing across his face. He opened the communication light screen to report to his superior, "I want to use Plan B." The other party chuckled upon hearing his voice, pausing for a few seconds before saying, "Very well, you may proceed. But Gu Wei, your life and death are not our responsibility." Gu Wei stared at the screen, his gaze cold. "How could I possibly die?" After Yifan and Xiao-Qi left the Gaoge group, they could only turn their attention to the peacekeepers. Xiao-Qi meant that although some peacekeepers had prejudices against him, they were not reliant on the intelligent AI system, so they should be able to listen to their explanations. Yifan agreed with Xiao-Qi's idea, since they couldn't persuade everyone all at once. They would start with a small group and gradually gain everyone's acceptance. Just as they arrived beneath the peacekeepers' dormitory building, they heard the sound of police sirens behind them. Gu Wei stepped out of the car, straightened his coat, and carried a light blade in his hand as he walked step by step toward Xiao-Qi. However, instead of speaking to Xiao-Qi first, he turned his gaze to Yifan, curling his lips into a smile and saying, "Yifan, do you remember my confession when we first met? Have you made up your mind?" Upon hearing this, Yifan's expression changed. Her instinct told her that Gu Wei was not safe at that moment. Seeing that Yifan did not respond, Gu Wei then asked Xiao-Qi, "What are you doing here at the peacekeepers' dormitory? What do you want to do?" Xiao-Qi naturally wrapped his arms around Yifan, asserting his protective stance, and then said, "Gu Wei, I hope everyone stops using the intelligent AI system." Gu Wei took out a piece of gum, slowly unwrapped it, and popped it into his mouth. The way he chewed resembled those gangsters in old movies, giving off a bad vibe. "Why?" he asked. Xiao-Qi lifted his gaze to meet Gu Wei's, a trace of coldness in his beautiful eyes as he replied in a deep voice, "The intelligent AI system is a tool for aliens to control humans. Humanity is in the midst of an alien destruction plan." Heh. Gu Wei laughed, raising his hand and deliberately pointing at Yifan and the others, elongating his voice as he said, "You 6 humans and 1 robot have no identity, no contributions to the Earth, and you casually talk about aliens. How many Earthlings do you think would believe you?" In fact, he knew that what Xiao-Qi said was true, but in his position, he could no longer nod in acknowledgement of Xiao-Qi's words. Otherwise, he would be tarnishing his own reputation. "Gu Wei, we've known each other for so many years. Do you think I would joke about something like this?" Xiao-Qi's gaze darkened, his tone icy. Gu Wei smiled, gently shaking his head. "Xiao-Qi, let me tell you, after all these years, I have never believed you. So now, trying to fool me with this alien talk is impossible." At that moment, someone approached Deputy Commander Gu. "Here's the arrest warrant you asked for." Yifan looked up and happened to see the electronic arrest warrant in that person's hand. Her vision was quite good. With just a casual glance, she could clearly see the names on it. So this person is going to arrest them? Realizing this, Yifan's gaze darkened. Tightening her grip on Xiao-Qi's hand, she felt very uncomfortable facing Gu Wei like this. "Deputy Commander Gu, you applied for the documents to arrest us?" Gu Wei looked at Yifan, sneering, "Good eyesight. Did you use to spy on documents like this?" Yifan's expression instantly turned colder. She felt a bit irritated and guardedly said, "Deputy Commander Gu knows the old me, right? Otherwise, how could you have said that?" Also, his attitude when she was arrested before was very strange. Yifan had reason to suspect that this man was not as simple as he appeared. He might have been acting from the very beginning. He had always known what was happening to her. Gu Wei glanced at Yi Fan, holding the arrest warrant, and did not discuss Yi Fan's issue, but instead said to Xiao-Qi, "Now, you who do not have citizenship must come with me to the detention center." A second time into the detention center? Yi Fan certainly did not want that, but out of the corner of her eye, she noticed that those peacekeepers had already walked over. It seemed they had been ready with their light swords since Gu Wei drew his. So, Gu Wei had been monitoring them and knew they would come. Thinking of this possibility, the chill in Yi Fan's eyes intensified. At that moment, the peacekeepers stepped closer to them, forming a wall of people, surrounding them layer by layer. The other side had a larger number of people and new light sword weapons. Even if Yi Fan and Xiao-Qi's combat power was sufficient, they could not deal with them all at once. The most critical thing was that now, engaging in a conflict with them would not benefit Yi Fan and the others in the slightest. Gu Wei looked at them, chuckling softly, and continued, "Yi Fan, Xiao-Qi. Originally, you could have had different lives, but you were too stubborn. People must pay the price for their stubbornness." As Gu Wei's words fell, it was as if a net of heaven and earth had descended, and the color of the sky changed. In the end, Yi Fan, Xiao-Qi, Fang Yuanlan, the Taoist youth, and Jia Mu were all locked up in Gu Wei's detention center. Mu Xiao-Qi looked towards the door several times, touching the small gourd in his hand. "Xiao-Qi Gij, why is this brother locking us up? He is the deputy commander. Shouldn't he be a good person?" Xiao-Qi glanced at him without saying a word. Yi Fan kept fiddling with her phone, her delicate, fair fingers gently stroking the screen, lost in thought, while Xiao-Qi observed her. Unable to get an answer, Mu Xiao-Qi could only go and ask Fang Yuanlan, "Teacher Fang, what should we do now? If we are locked up here for too long, then it will be impossible to convince everyone, and there will be big problems." Fang Yuanlan patted the boy's shoulder and turned to look at Yi Fan. At that moment, Yi Fan's phone received a message from the teacher. "Are you afraid?" Chapter 97. The Savior is all a joke. These three words echoed in Yi Fan's ears like a magical sound. Yi Fan frowned and tapped on her phone screen. Wanted to send the message out, but just as she was about to hit send, she stopped again. She had tried so many times before, and hadn't she always failed? What she wanted to send was simply impossible to send out. "Xiao Fan, I can see what you want to say. Sorry, I can't tell you the truth right now, but you must believe that I won't harm you." Beside her, Fang Yuanlan casually caught sight of this message and coughed lightly. Yi Fan, Missouri. I didn't mean to see your message, but I want to say, from experience, those who repeatedly emphasize that they won't harm you are actually very dangerous." The moment Fang Yuanlan finished speaking, another message flashed on Yi Fan's phone. "You believe them, but don't want to believe me, right?" Yi Fan suddenly stood up. Fang Yuanlan and Xiao-Qi were taken aback. "Sister Xiao Fan, what's wrong?" Alex asked curiously. "I want to see how many surveillance cameras are here," Yi Fan said as she searched for cameras in the room where they were being held. Logically, in such a detention center, there would be surveillance robots responsible for monitoring them and ensuring their safety. The videos captured by the surveillance robots would first be sent to the main surveillance system in the area, then distributed through system identification before reaching the corresponding departments. This process would take at least a minute. However, the teacher in her phone was replying to her almost in real time. Moreover, it seemed like the other party could see her at any time, which made her very uncomfortable. She felt like she was Truman in The Truman Show, being watched like a fool under an invisible surveillance camera. Alex, initially just curious, noticed the anger on Yi Fan's face and immediately realized something was wrong. He helped Yi Fan search the room, but found nothing. "Sister Xiao Fan, there's nothing here." Xiao-Qi also understood what Yi Fan meant, but said, "Yi Fan, have you suspected your phone? If the surveillance wasn't in the room where they were held, then it could only be on Yi Fan's phone." Yi Fan frowned and went to check her phone. However, after Jia Mu scanned it with an electronic system, the result was that this phone, although special, had an anti-surveillance system. This meant that the teacher couldn't possibly monitor them through the phone. It was all very confusing. The more it was like this, the more Xiao-Qi felt they couldn't just sit and wait for outsiders to investigate. He pressed Yi Fan's shoulder and suddenly said seriously, "Yi Fan, let's escape." "Escape?" Yi Fan was taken aback. Xiao-Qi nodded, and Mu Xiao-Qi became a bit excited, pulling out a yellow talisman from her pocket. "Sister Xiao Fan, I can use the yellow talisman to become invisible." As soon as she spoke, she received a slap from AI Ching on her head. "The master said that's just to tease you. Do you really believe it? Xiaoqi scratched her head, feeling a bit wronged. How was I supposed to know the master would lie to us? Then, if the yellow talisman doesn't work, how do we escape? Answering Xiaoqi was Yifan. She looked at Jia Mu and said, "Can you take off one of your fingers and give it to me?" The machine-shaped Jia Mu immediately took off a mechanical finger and respectfully handed it to Yifan. Next, Yifan seemed like a magician, transforming the finger into a key in just a few moves. The key was capable of scanning fingerprints. Xiaoqi's eyes widened in disbelief as she looked at Yifan. "Sister Xiaofan, you're amazing. Just like that. You're even better than the Taoist master said." Yifan smiled and said, "It's just a skill stored in memory. Let's see if it can open the locks here. If it can, we can escape directly." At the square, two peacekeepers were practicing with light swords, bare-chested and sweating profusely, but their expressions were extremely troubled. These two had once been in the same school as Xiaoqi. When Xiaoqi had an incident, they had chosen to support him. Later, due to pressure from above, they pretended to fit in with everyone else. However, today when Gu Wei and the others captured Xiaoqi, they heard the talk about aliens. The two peacekeepers seemed to guess something, and their emotions became complex. But they weren't sure if their companions believed them, so they suppressed their doubts through their sparring. Eventually, a female peacekeeper named Fia approached, handing them energy drinks, and suddenly said, "You believe Xiaoqi, right?" The two peacekeepers looked at Fia simultaneously, but said nothing. However, Fia continued, "I did an analysis of the incident from 5 years ago. I know Xiaoqi isn't that kind of person. I'm not saying this through a filter. It's based on evidence. The Yifan that Xiaoqi is with, I found some video clips of her. It's a bit strange, but I believe her previous identity isn't simple either. Now, they're saying the AI system has issues talking about aliens. I want to believe them. Because I haven't used the AI system for a week, I've noticed my nights are different from yours. I thought I had a mental problem, but I suddenly realized." Fia said a lot, emphasizing to the two men the changes she experienced after not using the AI system. After comparing notes, how could the two men not believe Fia? Our system often malfunctions. So, we believe Xiaoqi and Yifan. Seeing them willing to believe, Fia breathed a sigh of relief, patted her chest, and then cautiously looked around before taking a few steps forward and lowering her voice. "Since we all want to believe, let's free Xiaoqi and the others. What if they can do great things and save all of humanity? Do you think that's possible? Superheroes and saviors are all a joke," one peacekeeper said dejectedly. However, Fia suddenly flashed her eyes and smiled. "Many things exist because we believe in them. If we don't believe, then they can't exist." Yifan and Xiaoqi successfully opened the detention center door and walked step by step out of the room that had held them. However, they could only deal with the surveillance in these buildings. Once they were out, operating would be difficult. Yifan looked at the three boys and suggested, "Why don't we split up and meet at the homeless shelter in the end? The homeless shelter generally won't have peacekeepers checking. It's relatively safe." Alex and the others naturally wouldn't agree to leave. While the few of them were discussing, they saw Fia approaching. Fia had a military-grade light screen in her hand. She casually waved it a few times, exchanged glances with Xiaoqi, and then tossed it to Yifan. Seeing Yifan catch it steadily, she looked up at the sky and slowly shook her head. "What is going on? What did my light screen just disappear in a thin air? Do you see anything over there?" Chapter 98. You're crazy, what is going on? There's nothing here. FIA. Your sudden outburst really startled me. I think you Haven T trained for a long time, and your condition is off. Yeah. Let us go, FIA. I'll treat you hot pot. The two peacekeepers said as they pulled out 2 keys from their pockets and tossed them to Xiaoqi and Yifan respectively. FIA looked at them and then deliberately said, "Gu Wei said that the East Gate needs more personnel, right?" "Yeah. There's no one at the West Gate now, and the surveillance seems to be malfunctioning. My car is parked over there. What if it gets stolen? That would be quite troublesome, right? If it gets stolen, it gets stolen. Your car still has the golden energy, right?" FIA smiled and winked at Xiaoqi. The peacekeeper chuckled and scratched his head, saying, "It's not really golden energy. I upgraded the old system I learned from Xiaoqi, and it still has their driving records. That system can completely listen to Xiaoqi. My goodness, there's such a situation. We need to be careful. I'm going to find Gu Wei now. Let us have a meeting with him," FIA said, pulling the 2 men in another direction. At this point, If Yi Fan and Xiao-Qi still didn't understand what they were talking about, it would be really foolish. Xiao-Qi and Yi Fan simultaneously looked at the backs of FIA and the others, said thank you, and then ran towards the west gate. As expected, as the three said, there was no one over there, and the surveillance was also broken. The car was something Xiao-Qi could drive freely. After getting in the car, Mu Xiao-Qi couldn't help but sigh. Actually, there are good people among the peacekeepers, right? Xiao-Qi slightly curled his lips and nodded. Most of them have aspirations and ideals. It's just that they have been affected, and some have even been ruined by the AI system of the intelligent beings. Once the car started, FIA's voice appeared on the LCD screen. We can't help you directly. How to proceed next is up to you. Xiao-Qi, if you are a hero, then shine for us and don't let us down. Upon hearing this, a soft color flashed in Xiao-Qi's eyes. Thank you, FIA. Don't get sentimental. You're Yi Fan. Take good care of her. A woman's intuition is probably very complex and crucial. FIA added. Xiao-Qi glanced at Yi Fan, then held her hand and nodded. I understand. Gu Wei is coming. Let's not talk about it for now. Then, FIA's voice disappeared. Looking at the darkened electronic screen, Yi Fan felt a slight pain in her head. She didn't know if it was FIA's words that stimulated her nerves. But she indeed felt a bit chaotic now. Seeing the somber expression on her face, Xiao-Qi quickly said, if you're really uncomfortable, we should go to the hospital. Yi Fan shook her head. The hospital is too big a target. Let us go to the homeless shelter first. Grandma Zhu has stored a lot of medicine. Okay. In the office of the 8th team. No one is here. This appeared in a thin air. Gu Wei laughed angrily, slamming his hand down on the table, and said sternly, do you think I'm a fool? I know Xiao-Qi's methods better than you. He must have led people to escape from prison. FIA and the others stood at the back, leaning against the wall, looking down and not meeting Gu Wei's gaze. You, and you, tell me, what should we do next? Gu Wei rubbed his temples, casually pointing to 3 subordinates to ask for suggestions. He originally thought he could humiliate Xiao-Qi today, but unexpectedly, he still let Xiao-Qi escape. What is this? He could never accept such an outcome. He absolutely cannot lose to Xiao-Qi. One peacekeeper raised his hand, cautiously suggesting, let us issue a wanted notice. Maybe a wanted notice will be useful. A wanted notice? Gu Wei sneered. Yes, we should indeed prepare a wanted notice. Then he slammed the table, first reporting to his superiors, then issuing the highest level wanted notice for Xiao-Qi and the others. I want them to have nowhere to hide in Freedom City. At this moment, FIA and the others looked at Gu Wei simultaneously. The once dashing man in front of them now had a truly unpleasant expression. It could even be described as grim. They really did not like this version of Gu Wei, but it seemed there was no way to resist him. After all, he was their superior. FIA, just as everyone was about to leave, Gu Wei suddenly called out to the girl. FIA turned around, looking coldly at Gu Wei. Is there something? Names and titles no longer mattered. It was clear she had an opinion of him. Gu Wei walked over, frowning. Do you think I've changed? FIA took a few steps back, maintaining a safe distance, and smiled lightly. No. In my eyes, you have always been you. Never changed. It's just that they are foolish and do not recognize the real Gu Wei. Seeing FIA's reply, Gu Wei's hand suddenly fell on her shoulder, squeezing it tightly, and he chuckled softly. I've always known. You all look down on me. FIA looked at Gu Wei's somewhat twisted expression. She had never seen him like this before, shook her head and smiled. You're overthinking it. I don't look down on you. I have my own thoughts. So you will betray me to help Xiao-Qi in the future, right? Gu Wei suddenly exerted all his strength. FIA felt as if her shoulder was about to be crushed by him, her face involuntarily showing some anger. She said solemnly, Gu Wei, what exactly do you want to do? Of course, to kill anyone who can influence me and attempts to betray me. Gu Wei, you're crazy. It's you who are foolish. The Earth is about to be destroyed soon. What? Over here, on the big screen, 500 meters away from the homeless shelter. Yi Fan, Xiao-Qi, Fang Yuanlan, Alx, Mu Xiao-Qi, AI Qing, and even Jiang Mu all appeared on it. Now, they have become wanted criminals. However, the higher-ups did not approve Gu Wei's request for the highest level wanted notice. They only defined Yi Fan and the others as general-level wanted criminals. There was no bounty amount. When citizens saw this, they automatically avoided them. This is the rule of Freedom City. It's to prevent defenseless citizens from overconfidently rushing in when they encounter danger, ultimately leading to death. With the assistance of the intelligent beings AI system, these people, after seeing the reminder to avoid them, had no impulse to play the hero. This is troublesome. We have a wanted notice, and the people at the homeless shelter want to take us in, right? Fang Yuanlan said with a worried expression. At the same time, he was glad that he had sent his wife to the island for a vacation early. Otherwise, these matters would definitely affect her. However, Yi Fan shook her head, firmly telling Fang Yuanlan, "The Grandma Zhu I know at the homeless shelter won tea." Although she had some memories of Grandma Zhu after coming out of the hospital, she believed that Grandma Zhu also knew her 5 years ago. Grandma Zhu and the people at the homeless shelter were willing to believe her and give her a place. And as Yi Fan had guessed, when their car stopped at the rescue station where Grandma Zhu was, they saw several men rushing out. "Xiao Fan, hurry and activate the hidden function of this car." Chapter 99, Power Plant, come on. Everyone gather around and spray some potion. You're too big of a target like this. When Granny Zhu saw the wanted notice, she was worried, afraid you would run around. Thank goodness you finally came to our shelter. A few men looked relieved, almost ready to bow in gratitude. Fang Yuanlan was surprised. Aren't you afraid of being implicated by us? You even volunteered to help? Afraid of that? We're different from those cold-hearted people. We have lost everything, and if we lose our emotions and values too, then what is left of being human? A rugged man laughed. Another one with a thick northeastern accent added, "In our hometown, if such a thing happens, we should take action. Xiao Fan is one of us. We can't just let her be bullied." Yes, yes. Xiao Fan is one of us. In the meantime, these people had already taken Yi Fan and the others to the shelter. Since the last time Xiao Qi came, this large shelter has undergone changes. It was Xiao Qi who hired people to help with the new design, and there's even a nursery, providing convenience for some homeless single mothers. The system that was once connected to the Gaoge group was also shut down at Granny Zhu's request. It can be said that the current shelter operates with an independent system, and no one can monitor them. Child, it's great that you can come here. I've always thought that our shelter, without anyone involved, is the quietest and most suitable place for you to hide. If you hadn't come, I would have had to find many people to help and bring you here. Granny Zhu held Yi Fan's hand, her eyes full of kindness. Seeing Granny Zhu, Yi Fan couldn't help but feel tears welling up. Biting her lip, she said with a hint of sadness, "Thank you, Granny Zhu." Child, don't cry in front of Granny. This is your home. We are your family. Whatever you say or do, we believe in you. Granny Zhu's words were firm, stirring excitement among the other people in the shelter. They stepped forward in unison, surrounding Yi Fan. "Xiao Fan, we are family. Whatever you need, just tell me. I may be poor and powerless, but I have strength to help you. Don't underestimate me just because I'm a woman. I could do a lot. Xiao Fan, if you need anything, just tell me. I don't care what the top group says. I only see you. And I only believe in you, Xiao Fan." Everyone's enthusiasm truly moved Yi Fan. They sat together and chatted about many things. When Yi Fan confirmed that everyone was not using the AI system, she finally shared the information about the AI and the aliens with the shelter's people. What puzzled Fang Yuanlan and others was that when Yi Fan finished speaking, Granny Zhu and the others showed no doubt or surprise. They even expressed absolute trust in Yi Fan. "Xiao Fan, just tell us. What should we do? As long as we can help you, we will cooperate." A young man patted his chest, the first to express his willingness. Soon, the others with northeastern accents chimed in. "Yes, Xiao Fan, just say it. We want to hold you back. I say this earth is strange. Now that we can help Xiao Fan do meaningful things, it's our duty. As long as Xiao Fan opens her mouth, I will charge forward without hesitation." Seeing everyone's enthusiasm, Yi Fan felt deeply moved and bowed deeply to them, saying thank you. Fang Yuanlan looked at the people in the shelter, feeling emotional. She once thought that those well-educated people would be the first to accept the existence of aliens and support them. But unexpectedly, it was those who had always been looked down upon, living at the bottom, who were the first to stand up in support. Many things should not be judged by background or family, but by the heart beneath that skin. If the heart is not right, no matter how glamorous the exterior is, it is still fake. Yi Fan chatted with the shelter's people for a long time, and they all expressed that since the problem lies with the AI system, they should find a way to tackle it. The countdown to the aliens' massacre plan was on its third day. Yi-Fan saw the reminder on her phone and fell into deep thought. Now it's clearly impossible to convince Meng Ziding or anyone else to stop using the AI system. Xiao-Qi, has the charging equipment for the AI system all been connected to the Gaoge group? Yi-Fan looked thoughtfully at Xiao-Qi. Yes. If you want to shut down the power supply, you need to cut off all power sources, Xiao-Qi replied. All power sources? To protect the environment, Earth started shutting down power plants 50 years ago to create a unified power network. Currently, there are only 371 superpower plants supplying power to the world. However, there's only one giant central power plant to manage and distribute power among them. To shut down the AI's charging equipment, you have to cut off the power supply of the central power plant, cutting off the power lines supplying the AI system from the source. If they can't charge normally, they won't be able to use the AI system. This way, they will have time and opportunity to stop the aliens' next plan and find the central host to cut off contact with the aliens. The central power plant is located in the western suburbs of Freedom City. We can go there, but one person definitely can't do it. Fang Yuanlan looked at Yi-Fan. Just now, when Yi-Fan was pondering, her expression clearly indicated that she planned to go there alone to take the risk. How is that possible? It's too dangerous. Before Yi-Fan could speak, Granny Zhu and the others had already made their stance. Anyway, we have nothing to do. We'll escort you and go to the power plant together. Yes, Xiao-Fan. Don't underestimate me, just because I look fierce. I'm clever when it comes to doing things. If we really go to the power plant, I can help you a lot. The more people, the more strength. Seeing everyone's eagerness, Yi-Fan felt moved and nodded, saying, okay, then we will go to the power plant together. Meanwhile, Gu Wei was increasingly anxious as he couldn't find Xiao-Qi's whereabouts. And the death of Fia was also discovered by other team members. Gu Wei, what happened to Fia? Someone questioned him. Gu Wei, however, remained calm and said, what else could it be? It was Xiao-Qi. He harmed Fia for that Yi-Fan. But Fia was already dead by the time Xiao-Qi ran away. It's impossible that he returned to harm Fia again. Right. I also think it doesn't make sense logically. I always feel that Fia's death has nothing to do with Xiao-Qi. Seeing that they all expressed their trust in Xiao-Qi, a hint of harshness flashed in Gu Wei's eyes, and he gritted his teeth. It has nothing to do with Xiao-Qi? Isn't it related to me? I see you're all confused. Xiao-Qi killed our brother 5 years ago. Now he can only be worse, not better. Don't be foolish. At this moment, everyone was filled with doubt. Is Xiao-Qi really as Gu Wei said? Could he really kill someone, even someone willing to believe in him? Chapter 100. Hypnotized Gu Wei noticed everyone's confusion, but he couldn't explain it to them now, nor did he want to. He only wanted to succeed, to be seen by everyone, and then to be promoted step by step to the position that matched his abilities, worshipped by thousands. Now that the traitor Fia was dead, what he needed to do next was find Xiao-Qi's weaknesses and force him to give up. That plan must succeed. It absolutely couldn't be affected by Xiao-Qi. Late at night, at the power plant on the outskirts of Freedom City. The power plant was situated independently on a cliff, with only one road leading directly to it, making it difficult for ordinary humans to approach. A huge moon loomed behind the power plant, echoing with a white building, creating an unexpectedly tranquil atmosphere. Yi-Fan stood at one end of the road, quietly looking ahead. Beside her, Jia Mu analyzed this power plant is fully automated, with no humans. The guarding robots have the strongest attack power, and the robots inside have hypnotic functions. The supervisor robot is of my kind, but has been completely controlled by the system. If we want to destroy this place, we first need to get through the main gate and then defeat those hypnotic robots. As for my kind, as he finished speaking, Jiamu looked at Yi-Fan. The implication was that however Yi-Fan helped him awaken, she would have to use the same method to help his kind. Jiamu believed Yi-Fan had this ability. Even if her memory was incomplete, he believed that only Yi-Fan could do it in this world. Yi-Fan nodded and distributed the weapons she had obtained from Xiao-Qi to everyone, pointing to the small robotic fortress glowing with blue light. Using a diversion, I'll take Granny Zhu and the others over there to attract the robot's attention, while you take Arcus and Teacher Fong to another spot. Be careful. Xiao-Qi nodded. He had no worries about Yi-Fan, as she had a special control over the robots. as Xiao-Qi and the others understood. Ordinary robots would automatically cease attacking Yifan upon recognizing her through fingerprint and iris scans. However, that wasn't the case for others. The robots would still treat them as targets. Yifan used her abilities to attract most of the robots to her side, allowing Xiao-Qi and the others to take the opportunity to enter through another door. Once they entered, Yifan and Jiamu used their machine senses to take down several robots, clearing a path for Granny Zhu and the others. Entering the main gate went smoothly. However, it wasn't as safe inside. All the robots inside had hypnotic capabilities. They lacked emotional simulation functions and wouldn't recognize irises. They only recognized fixed personnel. Every 10 minutes, they would change formations. Their formation resembled a bagua, 8 trigrams, array. Essentially, no one could break their bagua array, nor could anyone escape their hypnotic control. Granny Zhu, you all stay outside and guard, Yifan said, shaking her head gently. In her youth, Granny was a top-tier assassin, and her body is still in good shape. Don't underestimate us old bones, Granny Zhu said as she took a few steps forward. Indeed, after breaking free from the control of the human AI system, Granny Zhu had completely liberated her abilities. Along the way, she had surprised Yifan and the others immensely. However, facing the hypnotic robots wasn't just about being skilled. They could hypnotize humans, plunging them into a state of suffering. Even Yifan didn't have confidence facing them. At this moment, the robots changed their formation in the bagua array. Yifan furrowed her brows slightly and asked Jiamu beside her, "Does your system have any prompts? Are they about to activate the hypnotic mode?" A sudden change in formation usually indicated a problem. This was Yifan's experience. Yes, everyone should avoid looking into the robot's eyes. Jiamu reminded. Yifan nodded and quickly told Xiao-Qi and the others, "Close your eyes. No matter what the robots say or do next, don't panic." The hypnotic robots couldn't act recklessly as long as they didn't enter full combat mode. "Sister Xiaofan, what's that?" Mu Xiaoqi asked nervously, noticing a large bowl not far away. Yifan fixated on the bowl, and before she could say anything, several robots struck it heavily. Zing! Sound waves rippled through the air, instantly transforming into claws, rushing towards the crowd. "Sister Xiaofan, should we cover our ears?" Mu Xiaoqi asked anxiously. There wasn't time. Yifan frowned it. A massive instrument had already caught her attention. It turned out that humanity had progressed to the point where they could alternate infrasound and ultrasound to produce hypnotic signals. At this moment, the hall of the power plant was filled with hypnotic sounds. Even if they couldn't hear it, their bodies were already starting to change. Yifan walked towards the sound, but at that moment, Xiao-Qi had already stood there like a column, his eyes vacant, slowly closing. Bang! Someone fell first. Immediately after, others followed, collapsing one by one, motionless. "Sister Xiaofan, have they been hypnotized?" Mu Xiaoqi asked worriedly. Yifan's expression was grave. Besides her and Jiamu, only 3 boys remained unhypnotized. What was going on? Why were we still fine? AI Qing looked at Yifan in confusion. At this moment, Yifan rubbed her temples, struggling to find an answer in her mind. Jiamu said, "The inherited memories tell me that test subjects like us, who are not within their system, will not be hypnotized. Sister Xiaofan is a test subject. You're an alien, so how come my senior brothers and I? How are we not within the system?" Mu Xiaoqi pointed to his face, looking puzzled. Jiamu also didn't understand. Logically, the 3 Taoist boys were humans and shouldn't be hypnotized. Yet Yifan suddenly understood. She looked at Arcus and explained, "It's somewhat related to you, but more so. You have been training in the deep mountains and have never used the human AI system. You have never had your brain waves recorded by the system. If I'm not mistaken, this hypnosis affects those whose brain waves have been recorded by the system. And the 3 boys have never been controlled. So they have never left any body data in the system, which means even if someone wants to control them, it's not that easy. So, what should we do now?" "Everyone is hypnotized," Mu Xiaoqi said, looking at his fallen companions, feeling very upset. Yifan approached Xiao-Qi, squatting beside him, holding his hand, and said softly, "We must awaken them from the hypnosis. Otherwise, they will remain in a hypnotic state until the end of their lives. The power plant doesn't allow anyone to enter without permission, so the hypnotic system here is likely to cause death. Now, to save Xiao-Qi and the others, they had to find a suitable way to awaken them. Sister Xiaofan, that's a Bagua array. If the Bagua array is related to hypnosis, we might be able to help. Arcus suddenly thought of something and immediately spoke up. Chapter 101. It's not your fault. Does your Taoist Bagua have a connection to these? Yifan asked, looking puzzled. The origin of Bagua can be traced back to ancient times, and today's Bagua is merely an evolved formation created by people. This means that if one could see the earliest Bagua diagram, they might uncover more secrets. The Bagua symbolizes 8 types of matter in nature: heaven, earth, thunder, wind, water, fire, mountains, and marshes, which are the material foundation for the generation of all things. Among them, the Qian and Kuan, heaven and earth, trigrams are considered the mother of all things. Everything is born between heaven and earth in the universe, with water and fire as the sources of all things and the basis of yin and yang, while wind and thunder drive the processes, eventually forming mountains and marshes. With mountains and marshes, life begins to flourish, leading to the proliferation of humanity. AI Ching looked at Yifan and explained softly. The Bagua formation is a more intricate formation derived from the Taiji diagram. There's a saying, Taiji produces 2 forms. The 2 forms produce 4 images, and the 4 images produce 8 trigrams. The earliest account of Bagua states that Fu Shi, the king of the world, sought the mysteries of nature externally and introspected internally, ultimately deriving the Taiji Bagua diagram. However, the most renowned is the Bagua of the I Ching, which is recorded in the Zhuizhuan, noting that the Zhou Shi used the I Ching for divination among feudal lords, and modern practitioners still wield the I Ching as a guise for divination. People universally summarize it by saying, the I Ching is a book of divination, and the I Ching is a book of immortals, indicating its miraculous nature in divination. Subsequent Taoists further elevated the application of the I Ching and its Bagua to a peak, even evolving the Bagua diagram into the Bagua formation, where the 8 trigrams contain 8 meanings. Qian represents horse, Kuan represents cow, Zhen represents dragon, Sun represents chicken, Kan represents pig, Li represents pheasant, Jian represents dog, and Dui represents sheep, representing 8 totems. The Bagua formation appearing before them now is exactly the same as the Taoist Bagua formation mentioned by AI Ching and Aux. A team that advocates science occasionally uses Taoist Bagua. No, Yifan speculated that the so-called Bagua, like previous studies on the Shanghai Jing and Sanxingdui, comes from extraterrestrial civilizations. The civilizations in the universe are interconnected, and higher civilizations do influence lower civilizations. Suddenly, a phrase popped into Yifan's mind. By the time she reacted, Aux had already walked towards the Bagua formation. Aux, be careful, Mu Xiaoqi exclaimed. AI Ching was also worried and wanted to rush over, but Yifan stopped them. She saw Aux nodding at her. She understood that Aux intended to stop hiding now. At this moment, Aux stood at the Kuan position and smiled gently. Suddenly, a metallic long column shaped like a lotus appeared directly in front of him, surrounding Aux layer by layer. The sound of powerful electric currents rang out, and slowly, everyone saw what seemed to be an electric wall appear before them. Vaguely, they saw a super tall shadow. Strange. How did Aux become like this? Mu Xiaoqi looked at Yifan in confusion. Sister Xiaofan, do you know? Yifan had not yet had a chance to answer when Jimu spoke up, tilting its head in surprise. So, he is mixed blood. What do you mean mixed blood? AI Ching asked, her expression tightening in confusion. Jimu saw that Yifan did not stop him and nodded. He is a hybrid of an alien and a human from Earth. No wonder he can understand this Bagua formation. My God, my senior brother Aux is actually an alien? How? How is that possible? Mu Xiaoqi exclaimed, her face filled with disbelief. AI Ching remained silent, quietly watching Aux's back. The layer of electricity became thicker, and Yifan and the others could no longer see Aux's figure. They could only hear his voice. He said, Sister Xiaofan, hurry and find Brother Xiaoqi. I've already cut off the sound wave hypnosis. As long as you wake them up, it will be fine. Upon hearing this, Yifan immediately instructed Jimu, AI Ching, and Mu Xiaoqi to wake everyone up. The people at the wandering station quickly woke from their hypnotic state, but Xiaoqi had some trouble. His brows were tightly furrowed, and fine beads of sweat dotted his forehead. making him look quite unwell. What is going on? Why isn't brother, Xiao-Qi waking up? Mu Xiaoqi asked worriedly, just as Fang Yuanlan, who had just awakened from the hypnosis, rubbed his temples and spoke with a heavy breath. Xiao Fan. We were hypnotized and saw the darkest fears deep within our hearts. The reason Xiao-Qi can't wake up is likely because of the inner demons he faces. You must wake him up. If a person in a hypnotic state cannot wake up for a long time, it will be very troublesome. Yi Fan held Xiao-Qi's hand. Looking at his slightly trembling eyelashes, her heart sank. What is Xiao-Qi's inner demon? Mu Xiaoqi, seeing that he couldn't wake up, felt a little confused. Being with Sister Xiao Fan is so happy. Why is he still thinking about unhappy things? What could defeat him? There is. Yi Fan looked at Mu Xiaoqi, knowing there was something that could trap him. The explosion 5 years ago. Even if he said he had let it go, he had never forgiven himself. Yi Fan knew that Xiaoqi had never let himself off the hook. This fool. Yi Fan rubbed her temples, took a deep breath, held Xiaoqi's hand, and whispered in his ear, Xiaoqi, it wasn't your fault 5 years ago. You were just set up. You didn't let anyone down. At this moment, Xiaoqi was in a dark environment, surrounded by his deceased teammates. They looked at him with anger, accusing him. If it weren't for you, I would have gone back long ago. My son is still waiting for me. You made me die the day before my birthday, just for that woman named Yi Fan. Xiaoqi, you really make me furious. Xiaoqi, don't you regret it? Don't you truly regret ruining us like this? Xiaoqi, you should take responsibility for what you did wrong. The accusations echoed like a devil's voice in his ears. Xiaoqi had always thought he had let go of these things, but only here did he realize he had never truly let go. Come with us. You must take responsibility for what you did wrong, understand? With that, Xiaoqi saw countless metal chains flying towards him, wrapping around his neck and limbs, rendering him immobile. A dark swamp appeared beneath his feet, and a pair of bloodless hands reached out from it, desperately trying to grab his legs. They wanted to pull him into the abyss. Xiaoqi, you owe us. You should die with us. Xiaoqi felt he was about to suffocate, the darkness pressing down on him, making it impossible for him to see the light. However, at that moment, Xiaoqi heard a voice. Xiaoqi, I am Yi Fan. I am waiting for you. Yi Fan? Xiaoqi looked toward the source of the voice, his eyes filled with confusion. Is it really Yi Fan? Is it really his Yi Fan? Xiaoqi, forgive yourself, okay? What happened 5 years ago was because we were set up. It wasn't your fault. It has never been your fault. Chapter 102. The earth has never belonged solely to humanity. The moment the man heard the voice, he felt something whizzing through his body, followed by a dazzling light. Before him, there was nothing but light and her. He slightly pursed his thin lips, looking in the direction of the girl with a complex expression. But I was ultimately wrong. Xiaoqi spoke in a hoarse voice. What did you do wrong? Was it wrong to love me? Or was it wrong to trust someone you shouldn't have? Neither. Xiaoqi, your biggest mistake is that you can't let go of yourself. Why punish yourself with past events? If we really did something wrong, then let's stand up again and make amends for our mistakes. The meaning of life lies not in punishment, but in constant progress. Humanity has grown stronger step by step through evolution. We have no reason to let ourselves regress. Moreover, Xiaoqi, I love you. I love you very much. I don't want you to dwell in the past. I want to see the future with you. Yi Fan's voice was somewhat hoarse at this moment, echoing repeatedly in the enormous power plant. She didn't want Xiaoqi to sink into the past. She didn't want to lose this man. She loved him. Yi Fan, the man, who had been immersed in hypnosis, suddenly opened his eyes, locking his gaze directly onto Yi Fan. At this moment, it was as if Yi Fan's body had its own thoughts, and she hugged him recklessly. It felt like a voice inside her was constantly telling her, kiss him, hug him, stay with him forever. Yi Fan. Xiaoqi continued to call out her name. The next moment, he saw Yi Fan embrace him, actively pressing her lips against his. This was the first time Yi Fan had taken the initiative to kiss him while awake. Xiaoqi's back tensed up like a string. His hand, which was about to rise, had nowhere to go. He felt like a puppet soaked in honey, his eyes even sweetly squinted. It was unclear how long it took before Yi Fan finally separated from him. Xiaoqi's deep, pool-like eyes fixed on the girl before him, and he held her hand, saying, just now you saved me. You almost remained in a state of hypnosis forever. Ye fancy me that. Playfully pinching his face and saying with a bit of punishment, "Next time, don't scare me like that. Otherwise, I really won't want you anymore." Not want him? How could that be? How could she not want him? Xiao-Qi excitedly embraced her and wanted to kiss her again when a cough interrupted. Xiao-Qi. We're still in the power plant, Feng Yuanlan reminded. Xiao-Qi instantly woke up, adjusted his breathing, and nervously checked Yi Fan's body, asking, "Are you okay?" Yi Fan waved her arms, playfully saying, "Of course I'm fine. Just look at my body. This arm, this waist, and I will protect you in the future." Xiao-Qi held her hand tightly, very, very tightly. Yi Fan felt a bit of pain from his grip and quickly laughed. "Okay. I got it. I'll hold on to you and charge in a battle together. But right now, it's more important to sabotage the power supply system of the plant." Meanwhile, in the Gossip Formation, Alex had successfully interrupted some connections and even absorbed some electrical energy that surged into his body. "Sister Xiaofan, you don't need to worry about those hypnotic robots anymore." Alex walked over, his sunny face showing a bit of excitement. However, when Yi Fan saw the damage to his clothes, her expression slightly darkened. "Alex, rest," Yi Fan ordered. "No, Sister Xiaofan, I'm not that fragile. Just let me go in with you guys," Alex insisted, not wanting to separate from everyone. But Yi Fan pointed to a device not far away, explaining, "You are our trump card. If we can't reach there, we need you to use your energy to destroy it. However, unless absolutely necessary, Yi Fan wouldn't take that step, because doing so would cause the entire power plant to explode, resulting in a nuclear leak. The dangers of a nuclear leak are immense. In Yi Fan's memory, there have been several significant nuclear leaks on Earth, especially the Chernobyl nuclear power plant leak incident. On April 25, 1986, the No. 4 reactor of the Chernobyl nuclear power plant began scheduled maintenance. However, due to continuous operational errors, the state of the No. 4 reactor became very unstable. April 26, 1986, marked the tragic beginning for the Chernobyl nuclear power plant. At 1:23 a.m., two muffled explosions shattered the surrounding silence. With the explosion, a fireball over 30 meters high burst through the reactor's outer shell, shooting into the sky. The protective structure and various equipment of the reactor were completely lifted, and flames reaching 2,000 degrees engulfed the control room, melting the thick steel frames. Water vapor and dust carrying highly radioactive materials rose with thick smoke, obscuring the sky. Although firefighters arrived at the scene 6 minutes after the accident, the intense thermal radiation made it difficult for people to approach. They could only rely on helicopters to drop bags filled with lead and boron from above to seal off the reactor and prevent the release of radioactive materials. The losses caused by the Chernobyl nuclear power plant accident were devastating. The concentration of nuclear fuel leaked during the explosion reached 60, and radioactive elements continued to be released until the reactor was sealed 10 days after the accident. Residents nearby were hurriedly evacuated 3 days after the accident. But those 3 days had already exposed many people to radioactive contamination. 2 people died on the spot during the incident, and by 1992, more than 7,000 people had died from nuclear contamination resulting from this accident. Radioactive contamination spread across an area of 150,000 square kilometers in the former Soviet Union, where 945 million people lived. As a result of this accident, a 30-kilometer exclusion zone was designated around the nuclear power plant. Nearby residents were evacuated, crops were completely buried, and trees within a 7-kilometer radius gradually died. This is the content recorded in textbooks, but Yi Fan knew that the real situation was far more terrifying. The power plant they were currently in, although treated, would still have its pollutants eventually flow into the ocean. Once it enters the ocean, the impact on marine life is incalculable. Human beings need to live, but other creatures also need to live. The Earth has never belonged solely to humanity. It is the home of all life on Earth. Therefore, Yi Fan thought, even if they have to fight aliens, it must be done in a safe manner. Alex quickly understood Yi Fan's concerns. He thought carefully and then patted his chest, assuring her, "Sister Xiaofan, don't worry, I know what to do. I will hold the fort here and make sure nothing you worry about happens." Yi Fan patted Alex's shoulder, smiling as she said, "Good. Thank you for your hard work. 10 minutes later, Yi Fan and Xiao-Qi each took a team and entered the east and west sides of the power plant, heading for the charging equipment linked to the AI system of the Homo sapiens. Chapter 103. Gu Wei's Conspiracy. Xiao Fan, we need a password. Granny Zhu looked at the password input device in front of her, frowning as she asked, "Do we have a way to crack the password?" Yi Fan stared intently at the touch screen in front of her, then pulled out her phone to continue unlocking the confidential files within. To her surprise, this confidential file actually contained the password systems of major power plants. She quickly found the password corresponding to the device in front of her and decisively entered it. Seeing the LCD screen finally display abort, the crowd was filled with excitement and joy. Xiao Fan is amazing. She found the password so quickly. We really shut down the AI system. Haha, I can already see the light of our victory. Xiao Fan, let us save the world together. Yi Fan wasn't as excited. Her fingers quickly entered commands on the interface. Just aborting wasn't enough. She had to change the password so that others couldn't crack it. This way, they wouldn't have to worry about those people finding the power plant and restarting the charging system. Yi Fan's fingers tapped rapidly on the screen. Her movements smooth and even getting faster, so much so that everyone seemed unable to see her fingers. When Xiao-Qi arrived, Yi Fan had already broken into a light sweat on her forehead. Xiao-Qi gently wiped her forehead and asked about her progress. Yi Fan, with a serious expression, entered the final command, then took Xiao-Qi's hand to perform the fingerprint verification. Without your fingerprint, even if they crack the password, it won't help. Yi Fan raised her eyebrows slightly and explained. After setting the new password, Yi Fan and the others left the power plant, since they had prepared in advance. No police came to arrest them. However, the next day, not just in Freedom City, panic spread worldwide, because everyone's AI system could no longer be charged. The AI system that had lost power was less useful than a hearing aid. What to do? I really don't know what to do next. My life has always relied on the AI system to arrange everything. I hate thinking the AI system helped me think, but now that there's no system, what should I do? My system prevented me from embarrassing myself, but now that there's no system, how can I brag in front of others? It's over. It's over without the AI system. I'm just a useless person. Many people were filled with anxiety, and without the AI system, they couldn't even decide what to eat. It was ironic. When there was no AI system on Earth, humanity could think independently. But now they relied too much on the AI system, making them seem like they had regressed. Meng Ziding also never expected that their family's system would completely stop working due to a power outage. She even felt a bit anxious. Rubbing her temples and gently shaking her head, I haven't figured out how to be a savior yet. How can they move so quickly? No, she needed to ask someone. So, Meng Ziding called Gu Wei. At that moment, Gu Wei was also very angry. He suspected that Xiao-Qi and the others were behind it. But since the higher-ups hadn't issued a complete arrest order, he couldn't do anything. Just as he was gaining the upper hand and could win recognition from above. What now? Gu Wei, can't you think of other methods? Did you catch Xiao-Qi and Yi Fan? Meng Ziding questioned directly. How I do things is my business. You don't need to doubt me. Gu Wei replied, equally dissatisfied. Find Xiao-Qi's weakness. What does he care about? As long as you find what he cares about, I don't believe he won't bow down. Meng Ziding reminded ominously. Gu Wei, however, didn't want to listen to her and directly hung up the phone. When he looked at the screen, he suddenly thought of something. Right, it wasn't hard to find out who Xiao-Qi cared about. Xiao-Qi still had parents. He could capture Xiao-Qi's parents. Gu Wei, what do you mean? What are you going to do to us? The door of Xiao-Qi's house was open, and the elderly Xiao couple had already been controlled by Gu Wei. Xiao Ina saw this scene and angrily pointed at Gu Wei's face, questioning, you have no right to capture them. They haven't done anything wrong. Gu Wei, however, crossed his arms, looking at Xiao Ina coldly, and smiled. Yes, they didn't do anything wrong, but Xiao-Qi has made mistakes. You're Xiao-Qi, the man who caused the death of countless peacekeepers 5 years ago, and 5 years later shut down the AI system's charging port. Now it deserves to die. My brother would never do anything without reason. He must be doing it for the good of the earth. Xiao Ina blurted out. Ha ha, for the good of the earth? Xiao Ina, don't you find what you're saying ridiculous? Gu Wei said, stepping closer to Xiao Ina. with the cold-faced peacekeepers behind him and the sinister Gu Wei in front. Cold sweat dripped down Xiao Ina's forehead. Clenching her fists tightly, her breathing became a bit rapid. She was afraid of being hurt, but was afraid that Gu Wei would use them as leverage to force Xiao Qi to do something. Xiao Ina, your brother needs to be trained. I will teach him well to be a qualified Earth citizen. Saying this, Gu Wei tightened his grip on Xiao Ina's neck. The man, who once was considered handsome, now had a cold and sinister expression. At the homeless station, Xiao Qi and Yi Fan were analyzing data. Suddenly, Xiao Qi's phone rang. He first received a photo. After seeing the content, Yi Fan quickly asked, "Is it Gu Wei?" Xiao Qi's expression darkened as he explained. "He is forcing me to go. Yi Fan, this is my grudge with Gu Wei. You all don't get involved." However, Yi Fan held on to Xiao Qi's hand, shaking her head. His target isn't just you. Yi Fan knew that from the moment he tested whether she knew about the existence of aliens, his target included her. "Sister Xiao Fan, take us with you. Don't look down on us because we are young. We've learned all the skills from our master, and we can handle it without any problem." Mu Xiaoqi rushed over, full of confidence. Besides, Alex is a hybrid of Earthlings and aliens, which is also very powerful. That Gu Wei isn't our opponent at all. Xiaoqi didn't know what kind of trap Gu Wei had dug, and he didn't want everyone to fall into danger. But this time, Yi Fan didn't give Xiaoqi a chance to refuse, dragging him out. Nan's building. This was the place Gu Wei had arranged to meet them. Yi Fan was driving and quickly located the building. This time, Gu Wei was accompanied by more than a dozen loyal peacekeepers, sitting in a lobby on the first floor. Xiao Qi's parents, Xiao Inha, and other members of the Xiao family were all suspended. When Yi Fan and Xiao Qi entered, they saw more than a dozen people hanging from the ceiling, looking very disheveled. You actually came." Gu Wei looked at Xiao Qi with a mocking expression. Chapter 104. Humanity cannot defeat aliens. Seeing Gu Wei like this, Xiao Qi understood everything. This person had been hiding the truth from him all along, living behind a mask and keeping them all in the dark. "You are truly despicable. How could you capture them?" Mu Xiaoqi exclaimed with righteous indignation. "Ha ha ha, fool. Now you come here to waste my time." Gu Wei laughed loudly. Beside him, several specially programmed killer robots quietly held their lightsaber weapons. "Do you know this is illegal? You are the deputy commander, and you will be managed more strictly in the future." AI Qing looked at Gu Wei, not planning to provoke him immediately. However, Xiao Qi glanced at AI Qing and shook his head. Gu Wei was not someone they could reason with anymore. He had completely lost his mind. "Today, I want Xiao Qi and Yi Fan to die here. I will destroy all of you." Gu Wei's gaze turned sinister, suddenly becoming extremely fierce. Upon hearing this, Mu Xiaoqi clenched his fists and rushed in front of Yi Fan, blocking her with his body, shouting at Gu Wei, "As long as I am here, you can't harm Sister Xiao Fan. Killer robots, get rid of these 3 blind boys." Gu Wei coldly commanded the killer robots. As soon as his order was given, the robots charged forward, their lightsabers accurately striking Mu Xiaoqi's shoulder. It seemed that Mu Xiaoqi was about to lose his life to them. However, suddenly, there was a clatter. One lightsaber was kicked away, and the robot closest to Mu Xiaoqi was almost sent flying. "Oh, Yi Fan, my dear. You made a move?" Gu Wei's eyes turned cold as he stared at Yi Fan. "If you want to deal with me, then let me face you. Don't harm these innocent people." Yi Fan's expression was icy as she decisively walked in front of everyone. "Yi Fan, come back. This is between me and Gu Wei. Don't waste time with him." Xiao Qi shouted nervously. Gu Wei had captured these people to threaten him, and he couldn't let Yi Fan get hurt. However, Yi Fan turned back and said to Alex, "You keep an eye on Xiao Qi. Leave the rest to me." Alex nodded and immediately used his abilities to control Xiao Qi, while Mu Xiaoqi and AI Qing were also enveloped by his energy. Yi Fan. Xiao Qi realized he couldn't break free from the energy circle, looked closely at Alex, and shouted anxiously, "Don't let her go over. Do you know her current situation? Gu Wei is not easy to deal with." "Ha ha ha. Xiao Qi, you are truly useless, letting a woman stand in front of you." Gu Wei's face was filled with mockery. However, Yi Fan turned her neck and coldly said, "At least he has someone to protect him, someone who loves him. What about you, Gu Wei? You've never been loved, have you?" "Yi Fan, shut your mouth." Gu Wei shouted angrily. "Let me tell you, If you don't obey now, I will make Xiaoqi's family accompany you to the grave. Gu Wei's face was so dark it seemed like water could drip from it. Today, who dies is still uncertain. Don't make conclusions too early. Yi Fan's expression was cold as she said, "Heh, Gu Wei, you are laughing instead of getting angry." Glaring at Yi Fan viciously. "You filthy creature, you can't kill me. My identity is different." Different? Because you are an alien-esque lapdog, right? Suddenly, Yi Fan's cold gaze fell on Gu Wei. "What did you say?" Gu Wei was somewhat surprised, not expecting Yi Fan to say this. At that moment, Xiao Yinhe, who was hung up, also regained his sanity. Hearing Yi Fan's words, he coldly said, "Gu Wei, you stink. You would sell out Earth for those things. Shut up. You have no right to speak." Although he was surprised that Yi Fan knew his identity, he felt there was nothing left to hide since things had developed to this extent. After all, they would all die today. Yi Fan shook her head. "Gu Wei, you sold yourself to the aliens. Do you think they will give you the life you want? If Earth is destroyed, what do you think will happen to you? Most likely, you will become their experimental subject, used as a tool again and again." She probably knew what Gu Wei wanted. But with the people of Earth gone, power, status, money, and beauty, would he still have a chance to obtain them? Obviously not. He could not become the leader of the beasts. And the aliens would not give him an identity either. Just as Jiamu said, in the end, aliens would turn Earth into a colony, and all living humans would become experimental subjects for research. They might even turn Gu Wei into a chimera. Gu Wei was now just a fool blinded by the promises drawn by the aliens. Listening to Yi Fan's words, Gu Wei was not as angry as before. Instead, he curiously asked, "I'm very curious. How did you find out about my connection with the aliens?" Yi Fan was surprised at this moment. Gu Wei actually cared about this question. She smiled and said slowly, "Do you remember the woman who was killed by you at the maglev station? At that time, I saw a bullet. I had my suspicions about why that woman was killed. Later, you kept asking me about the aliens. As I slowly connected some questions and thought about it, I found something was off with you. Of course, mainly it was what you said at the police station that made me truly suspect you. Initially, I suspected you were acting under the orders of the Supreme Commander against me. But I found the warrant you gave us was not the highest level. Then I thought it was likely that the Supreme Commander did not agree to give us the highest level." Yi Fan said as she looked up at Xiao Yinhe and the others, then continued, "If the Supreme Commander did not intend to give us the highest level warrant, based on your relationship with Xiaoqi, you shouldn't have harmed his family. But in fact, you did." This was what made Yi Fan truly connect the dots regarding the aliens. Earthlings wouldn't use such despicable means to hinder them, unless the aliens want to destroy humanity. We're the only ones who know about the aliens. You're forcing us to think outside the box. Yi Fan succinctly expressed her meaning, and Gu Wei remained silent, his fists clenched tightly. Seeing Gu Wei's reaction, Yi Fan's lips moved, and she lightly smiled. "So, Gu Wei, am I right in what I'm saying now?" "Ha ha, yes, you are right. You are indeed much more capable than I imagined." Gu Wei laughed, not angry after being exposed. However, he continued, "But darling, so what if you guessed? Humanity cannot defeat aliens. We, in fact, are created by them. Their civilization level is far higher than ours. Without them, we would not have evolved on Earth, nor would we have what we have now. They are our kings, our gods." Yi Fan pondered. Gu Wei's words needed verification. Chapter 105. You are not alone, brave. Many years ago, there was a sci-fi movie that suggested that human civilization likely originated from aliens. Even the Shanhai Jing, classic of mountains and seas, and the Sangsingui ruins have repeatedly supported this idea. However, there is currently no complete data to confirm it, and aliens have never come forward to verify it. Yi Fan believed that this was not a reason for them to casually joke with human lives, nor was it a motive for Gu Wei to betray humanity. Yi Fan appeared calm, seemingly unaffected by Gu Wei's words, and said lightly, "I don't care how you allied with the aliens, but I want to take Xiaoqi's family away now." Gu Wei did not respond. A strange smile on his face, his narrow eyes fixed on Yi Fan. "Gu Wei, you treacherous servant, let me down." Xiao Yinhe shouted angrily from above. Gu Wei suddenly looked up, his gaze locked onto Xiao Yinhe. "I am indeed a treacherous servant, but I just don't want to let you go." After saying this, he burst into laughter. "Not just you. Today, Xiao-Qi and Yi-Fan won't have it easy either. I can't let them go. At that moment, he was determined to kill Yi-Fan and Xiao-Qi. Otherwise, if the aliens lost, he would lose everything. Yi-Fan, if you want to save them today, you must defeat my machine killers, and also them, my human partners. Can you kill humans? Gu Wei said with a smug smile, snapping his fingers. They're living beings. Didn't your parents teach you to use your life to protect other lives? Can you bring yourself to kill these humans? However, Yi-Fan remained calm. Gu Wei, don't be too arrogant. What? Do you want to kill them and me too? Gu Wei laughed triumphantly. I never thought of killing humans, and someone like you doesn't deserve to die at my hands. You're too filthy. Yi-Fan looked at the arrogant Gu Wei with an expressionless face. At that moment, Gu Wei sneered. You are no longer the Yi-Fan you used to be. Xiao-Qi and the others did not know that 5 years ago, Yi-Fan was the strongest specimen in the laboratory. But she had a fatal flaw. She needed regular energy replenishment. Without the energy replenishment and gene activation, all her explosive power would vanish, and she would become as weak as an ordinary person. Gu Wei calculated that in the 5 years since the big explosion, the laboratory had not lost any energy pumps, nor had anyone activated Yi-Fan's genes. Therefore, he was certain that Yi-Fan was just an ordinary person, an unequivocally ordinary person. How could an ordinary Yi-Fan possibly defeat her genetic killers, let alone deal with so many living humans? That's right, Yi-Fan drulit hadlips. Although I haven't fully regained my memories, I know I'm not the same existence I used to be. Her life, her beliefs had already changed. Haha, then surrender. At least I won't kill you. I'll send you to the laboratory to let the aliens pamper you. Gu Wei smiled, his gaze somewhat ambiguous. Yi-Fan picked up the lightsaber that had fallen to the ground and faced the already activated energy barrier of Alex, shielding their sight. The next moment would be somewhat brutal. She didn't want Xiao-Qi to see that side of her. Although Alex was worried about Yi-Fan, seeing the determination in her eyes, he nodded. Yi-Fan, Xiao-Qi shouted, feeling somewhat useless at that moment. He couldn't go out and fight alongside Yi-Fan. He felt like a weakling. He felt like he deserved to die. Xiao-Qi, I need you to be my spiritual support. I need you to sing for me inside. Yi-Fan's voice rang out. She guessed Xiao-Qi's feelings, fearing he might doubt himself because of her actions. That old song from many years ago, Lone Brave Xiao-Qi. Can you sing that for me? Yi-Fan continued. Xiao-Qi frowned, thinking of Yi-Fan's face and her determined eyes. Taking a deep breath, he nodded and said, Okay, make your voice louder. I might not hear you, and it could affect my combat power, Yi-Fan said with a smile. Xiao-Qi nodded. Then, the man's voice began to resonate. All are brave. The wound on your forehead, the differences, the mistakes you made, do not need to be hidden. Your old doll, your mask, yourself, they say to carry light, to tame every monster. They say to mend your wounds. No one loves a clown. Why is loneliness not glorious? Only imperfection is worth singing about. Who says that those covered in mud are not heroes? I love you walking alone in the dark alleys. I love your stance of not kneeling. I love you confronting despair without shedding a tear. I love your tattered clothes, yet you dare to block fate's gun. Damn it. Gu Wei's eyes filled with rage as he spat towards Xiao-Qi's direction. Shut up. I forbid you to sing. I forbid it. Today, I will kill Yi-Fan and make you watch as I do it. At this moment, Gu Wei had already ordered the machine killers to charge at Yi-Fan. Gu Wei, the machine killers also have their programming, obeying the administrator's procedures. Yi-Fan's lips curled into a mysterious smile. She raised her lightsaber and charged towards the killer robots. Clang, clang, clang. In a flash, Yi-Fan had knocked all the lightsabers from the robot's hands to the ground. Then she circled behind one of the robots. Gu Wei, do you remember? As a test subject, I ranked among the top 3 in mechanical intelligence research. I can rewrite the systems of all the robots. Even the killing machines can recognize my fingerprints. That's right, you are very capable. But this was designed with alien involvement? Ha ha ha. No matter how capable you are, they won't recognize your fingerprints. The aliens didn't grant you permission. Gu Wei's expression was nearing madness. Yi-Fan shook her head. How do you know that when I was a test subject, I didn't meet aliens or do research with them? Her memories were gradually returning, and she knew that when this test subject was controlled by aliens, she had done research on robots. So, she could try to control these robots. Yi Fan, what are you joking about? Gu Wei shouted madly. I'm not joking. At this moment, Yi Fan murmured, her fingers already activating the robot's fingerprint recognition system. Ding! A loud prompt echoed in the hall, responding to Xiaoqi's singing. Then, Yi Fan activated the recognition systems of the other robots as well. The prompt sound were all the same. This was through recognition, confirming Yi Fan's intentions. Now, Gu Wei stood there, just like Xiao Inhe, dumbfounded. They had never expected that Yi Fan could actually unlock the recognition systems of these robots. What other unknown skills did she have? Yi Fan, what kind of deal did you make with the aliens? Chapter 106. Yi Fan is also a liar. Gu Wei couldn't help but exclaim. He didn't believe that Yi Fan's abilities now were the same as what she had 5 years ago. She must be collaborating with aliens now, just like he was. Yi Fan was also betraying Earth, betraying everyone. Yi Fan is also a liar. You're just like me. You're a traitor to Earth, otherwise. You and T have these abilities to fight against me. Gu Wei gritted his teeth. From the beginning to the end, Yi Fan did not answer Gu Wei. Instead, she quietly glanced at the controlled peacekeepers. Their human AI system was still running. Gu Wei, you're despicable. After knowing about the human AI system, you began to plot against your own companions. Yi Fan coldly shook her head and said in a deep voice, if it were 5 years ago, I would have probably destroyed everything. Everything related to the human AI system, everyone who threatened Earth. Yi Fan believed that her memories of those records were true, and she would have been that ruthless and decisive. You're impressive. Gu Wei gritted his teeth, but did not soften. Do you think I can't deal with you? Even if they are all out of commission, there's still me in this world who can deal with you. Yi Fan, don't be afraid of Gu Wei. He is just a paper tiger. He is not that powerful. Xiao Inhe shouted anxiously as she saw Gu Wei about to attack Yi Fan. Yi Fan looked at Xiao Inhe. I have memories of you, but I want to hate you, because you are Xiao Qi's sister. So even though in her memories, Xiao Inhe had done very bad things to her, she wouldn't lay a hand on this girl. Upon hearing this, Xiao Inhe's heart suddenly skipped a beat, and she felt a bit guilty. Yi Fan, I know it was her fault. Clearly, she could have helped her 5 years ago, but she didn't. At this moment, Gu Wei had already charged towards Yi Fan. He shouted while rushing, Yi Fan, so what if you're powerful? In my eyes, you are a despicable existence. I hate you. After saying that, Gu Wei drew out his lightsaber. Bang! However, Yi Fan's ion gun fired first. Gu Wei gasped, wondering when Yi Fan had drawn her ion gun. Why hadn't he seen it? Damn it. She must have been turned into a chimera by aliens. It must be that way. Clang! The lightsaber in Gu Wei's hand was knocked away and firmly embedded in the white wall. Yi Fan, you are too powerful. Kill this traitor Gu Wei. Xiao Inhe exclaimed excitedly. He doesn't deserve it. Yi Fan walked step by step towards Gu Wei, her fists clenched, and she smashed her fist into the man's face. I think you can go back and talk to them. Tell them that humans are not that weak. Yi Fan, you are really asking for death. Gu Wei glared angrily, his eyes wide like a fierce beast, and he punched Yi Fan fiercely. You were once a fighting champion. Yi Fan shook her head, but that was only once. There are many experts above you. He had improved a lot over the years. Yi Fan, be careful. Xiao Inhe couldn't help but shout. As soon as her voice fell, Yi Fan kicked Gu Wei's abdomen as if she were casually kicking a sandbag. Then she locked Gu Wei's arm and forcefully twisted it. Crack! Gu Wei's arm was already broken. Next, Yi Fan's fist came crashing down on his back like a swift iron hammer. Almost instantly his spine broke. Gu Wei felt as if his body had lost all sensation. He leaned there like a pile of mud, motionless. Cough, cough, cough. Gu Wei clutched his chest, coughing up blood, his face filled with disbelief. He couldn't believe that he had been killed by Yi Fan in such a manner. Clearly, in terms of skill, Yi Fan was beneath him. I forgot to tell you, during the competition, I let them win. Yi Fan glanced at the shocked Gu Wei and said. Hearing this, Gu Wei's eyes widened. Completely stunned, they let them win? Yi Fan had let everyone win before? No wonder. Get lost. Yi Fan pointed towards the door, her gaze cold and heavy. Before I change my mind, I suggest you get out of here immediately. Gu Wei, who originally had little sense of shame and no backbone, immediately scrambled to his feet and trembled out. However, after only a few steps, he turned back, glaring coldly at Yi Fan. and said in a deep voice, "Yi Fan, you wait for me. Not killing me will be your greatest regret. I will make the aliens help me, and I will make all of you have no place to bury yourselves. You should see them first." Yi Fan rubbed her temples. Gu Wei didn't say anything more and trudged out. As for those peacekeepers controlled by him, they had already been controlled when Yi Fan was dealing with Gu Wei. It was Alex's ability. This was something Yi Fan discovered by accident. He could control some humans affected by the human AI system with his powerful brainwaves. But there was a time limit, at most 5 minutes. That's why Yi Fan quickly dealt with Gu Wei. Without Gu Wei, the peacekeepers lay scattered on the ground. And only then did Alex release his energy barrier. Yi Fan at that moment, Xiao-Chi's voice suddenly rang out. "Xiao-Chi." Yi Fan came back to her senses and hopped towards Xiao-Chi like a little rabbit, carefully checking him over, and after confirming he was unharmed, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. "I've dealt with it. I solved Gu Wei's problem. Xiao-Chi doesn't have to worry about his parents." Before she could finish her next sentence, Xiao-Chi's large hand had already grasped the back of her head and kissed her deeply. Yi Fan gently patted the man's shoulder, signaling him to stop. This was the first time Xiao-Chi had kissed her in front of his parents, which was a bit too embarrassing. "In the future, you aren't allowed to let me not see you. Even if you don't let me act, I still want to see you." Xiao-Chi held Yi Fan tightly, almost wanting to meld her into his very bones. Yi Fan blinked her eyes, looking pitiful, and weakly said, "I'm not afraid you'll see me getting hurt and worry. Oh, don't be so fierce, don't shout at me, okay? I need your hug. I need your gentle touches." Xiao Ina, who was hanging there, she realized for the first time that Yi Fan was this cute in front of her brother. In the laboratory, Yi Fan seemed more like an emotionless human experiment subject. But now she was so wonderful, like a flower, making people unable to help but like her. Her brother's judgment was indeed not wrong. "Xiao-Chi, hurry up and let them down," Yi Fan said, pointing at the ropes on the ceiling. Only then did Xiao-Chi come back to his senses, but he couldn't bear to let Yi Fan work hard even a bit, and directly instructed the 3 boys. "Mu Xiao-Chi, Alex, AI Qing, please help. Yi Fan needs me to guard her." Chapter 107. How can they deceive? Mu Xiao-Chi. I King. Xiao-Chi Gu, are you really not going to take a closer look? The people up there are all your family. Shouldn't you save them first? No wonder Teacher Fong said he has no humanity when it comes to the opposite sex. Indeed, love is toxic. At this moment, the only one who wouldn't find Xiao-Chi's actions problematic was probably Xiao Yinha. She blinked, her eyes glistening with tears. As long as they were together, that was the best outcome. She owed Yi Fan, so she would use her brother to repay that debt. On the way back to the Xiao family, thinking of Gu Wei, Yi Fan's brows furrowed slightly, her expression serious as she looked out the car window at the scenery. She was saying if they couldn't stop the aliens' actions, would this beautiful blue planet be completely destroyed? Thinking of the scenes in sci-fi movies where Earth was left in ruins, Yi Fan's heart couldn't help but ache. While Yi Fan silently gazed out the window, Xiao-Chi's gaze fell on her, deep and inscrutable. He couldn't understand why he had forgotten Yi Fan. From Gu Wei and Xiao Ina's reactions, he had confirmed that he and Yi Fan had once loved each other very deeply. He had even done many things just to be with Yi Fan. But 5 years had acted like a catalyst. The explosion 5 years ago must have hurt Yi Fan too. And because he lost his memory 5 years ago and didn't go to find her, they had missed each other. Thinking of the calmness and determination Yi Fan displayed when facing many challenges, Xiao-Chi's heart raced. He knew that no matter what kind of Yi Fan, whether in the past or present, he was still in love with her. What he wanted was this kind of Yi Fan. However, thinking of what they would face in the future, Xiao-Chi felt worried. This time, he wouldn't miss Yi Fan like he did 5 years ago, and he wouldn't let anything happen to her. Yi Fan inadvertently raised her head and met Xiao-Chi's gaze. She was momentarily stunned and blinked innocently. Xiao-Chi, why are you looking at me with such strange eyes? Is something wrong? Xiao-Chi withdrew his thoughts and said, "Promise me, no matter what happens next, don't leave me. Even if the Earth is doomed, I hope to die with you." Yi Fan thought for a moment and immediately replied, "Okay, I promise you." But in her heart, she silently said sorry. She couldn't do it. She really couldn't. If there was truly an apocalypse, she would still hope that Xiao-Chi would be alive. Meanwhile, on Gu Wei's side, After leaving the building, his body began to have problems, and he was in pain all over. He knew that Yifan had broken many of his bones. Damn, that woman Yifan was truly damned. He dialed the phone to contact the higher-ups, and an invisible plane came to take him up. Seeing the aliens on the plane, Gu Wei felt like he was meeting family. He hurriedly approached, kneeling in front of the male alien and grabbing his leg. Look, this is Yifan. These are the injuries she gave me. Please help me take revenge. I will work even harder for you in the future. The male Bordeaux alien rolled his eyes at him and coldly said, Gu Wei, humans are no longer of any use to us. This game is coming to an end, and we will definitely win. I know you will respond. I support you winning. But can you? Gu Wei coughed as he spoke. Can you help me? You said you would let me be an official on Earth in the future. Give me power and glory. Satisfy all my desires. Ha ha ha. The scorpion alien, who was originally handling documents, finally couldn't listen anymore. He looked up and glanced at Gu Wei. You foolish human, you actually believe our words. What? What do you mean? Gu Wei's eyes widened. If humanity is extinct, who will you manage? What official position will you hold? Well, if you become a chimera and our test subject, perhaps we can give you a position. But as a chimera, you will have to constantly create test subjects for us. Your body and genes don't seem strong enough. The scorpion alien raised his hand and slapped Gu Wei's face hard. At that moment, Gu Wei's face turned red from the slap, but his eyes were filled with shock. He shook his head, incredulously staring at everything before him. When you asked me to help you didn't say it like this. You clearly made such good promises to me. How could you deceive me? Humans have never been our companions, always just our test subjects. Haven't you seen the failed cases of the 3 surnames family slaves? Why do you still believe in the promises we made? The Bordeaux alien's eyes were full of mockery. Gu Wei, you really are an idiot. Ha ha ha. With an idiot like you, it's no wonder you got hurt. One alien, losing patience, said, just throw him into the garbage incineration plant in Area 3 of Earth. Something so useless is disgusting to keep. When Gu Wei was truly thrown into the garbage incineration plant, he regretted it. He lay weakly on the high pile of garbage, pulling out a phone with a bit of battery left, as memories of once being good brothers with Xiao-Qi and the others flashed before his eyes. In the end, was his greed what harmed him? Thinking of this, Gu Wei rubbed his temples, looking up at the sky, unable to hold back his tears. He was wrong. Xiao-Qi, can you come save me? I don't want to be a power-hungry person anymore. I was wrong. Can I apologize to you? However, Xiao-Qi, upon seeing this message, simply deleted it without any response, because next, they needed to consider going to the mainframe at the center of the continent. Let's all go together. We've come this far. We can't leave anyone behind. Fang Yuanlan looked at Yifan, who wanted them to rest, and firmly shook her head. Even Granny Zhu said, Xiao Fan, didn't I prove myself at the power plant? I can handle this. I have the ability to cope with everything. Besides, my life is already short. I should do something meaningful before I die. For example, following you young people now, contributing for this planet, that is meaningful. Sister, we've all been living in confusion, but after being with you, we understand. Many things have changed. Another man from the homeless station spoke up. Isn't it said that everyone dies eventually, some lightly as a feather, some heavily as a mountain? If we could bring some blessings for future humanity, then it is our duty. Besides, we haven't had any accidents these past few times. I really think if we go to the mainframe, we won't die. What do you all think? Sister Xiao Fan, let everyone go together. Chapter 108. No entry, police station. Several peacekeepers have come over. We are witnesses. Gu Wei is a traitor. There must be aliens in this world. A peacekeeper who has escaped Gu Wei's control stands in front of the police and says. Others also come forward, emotionally expressing to the police. Yifan and Xiao-Qi are fighting for this world, and as guardians of Earth, we cannot let them fight alone. The police in Freedom City have the duty to protect the entire Freedom City and everyone. If we don't go find Yifan and Xiao-Qi now, what we face next will be beyond our control. The police look at the group of peacekeepers, hesitating. Finally, Police Chief Huang Hao steps forward and looks at the peacekeepers, saying, you must understand, what everyone will face if the information you provide is incorrect. We understand, but we also know that the situation before us is severe. Right now, humanity has no intelligent AI system, and the Earth is in chaos. Huang Hao listens to their words, falling into deep thought. Finally, he says, "Where are Yi Fan and the others? Investigate clearly for me. Everyone go find Yi Fan and the others now." They have also realized that some strange things are happening on Earth, but previously, the intelligent AI system prevented them from seeing the truth. Now that there are no system restrictions, they can calmly think about many issues. Those so-called abnormal events did not happen randomly, nor are they the result of human insanity. Ordinary humans cannot cause that. The only explanation is the existence of aliens. When Yi Fan and the others arrived at the building where the mainframe is located, there were 24 hours left on the countdown she received in her text message. Time was indeed tight. Yi Fan squinted, raised her head, and quietly looked at the sky, observing everything sinking into the night. What will the uncontrolled humans be like tonight? Don't worry. Xiao-Qi walked over, held Yi Fan's hand, and whispered in her ear, "I will do my best to protect you." TSK, this show of affection. Fang Yuanlan said with a look of disdain, but still added, "Show a bit more. Seeing you two being affectionate makes us feel less tense. Saying you're not worried is all a lie. They're all afraid of failure. If there is no way to shut down the mainframe and change everything, what will be the fate of humanity? Come on, Xiao Fan, let me take a picture of you two." Granny Zhu suddenly acted like a relative who ships their children, pulling out her phone to take a picture of Yi Fan and Xiao-Qi. The little bit of melancholy in Yi Fan's heart completely disappeared, and she nodded with a smile, cooperating with them. There are many people in this world worth cherishing. Making them smile is what gives her life meaning. After taking the photo, Huang Hao arrived with the police. The moment he saw the police, Xiao-Qi blocked Yi Fan behind him, frowning, asking, "Are you here to arrest us?" Huang Hao coughed twice, scratching his head awkwardly before saying, "We came with them. We want to see if we can help." As his words fell, several peacekeepers who had previously been controlled by Gu Wei stepped forward. They all looked at Yi Fan and then firmly said, "Yi Fan, we are here to help you save the Earth. You're not as professional as us. Let's handle it." TSK. Weren't you the ones who didn't believe us before? Fang Yuanlan crossed her arms, snorting twice. Weren't you all just believing what you saw, thinking we were crazy? If our intelligent AI system was still in a charging state, we would probably be influenced continuously. Huang Hao looked at Yi Fan, sighed, and slowly said. Yi Fan understood what they meant, and of course understood that Fang Yuanlan's question was for their sake. She thought for a moment and smiled at Fang Yuanlan. "Teacher Fang, time is tight. Let us go in first." Meanwhile, in a nearby parking lot, Meng Ziding's car was parked there, and behind her were thousands of citizens. She had brought them over in advance. "Ziding, are we really saving the world?" Lu Tian, who was brought out, asked Meng Ziding with some uncertainty. Meng Ziding smiled lightly and replied, "Of course, we are definitely saving the world. Don't you want to be admired by others?" "Of course I do. But why are we bringing so many people?" Lu Tian pointed at the crowd behind her, asking with some confusion. Meng Ziding had a confident expression, raising her chin. "Of course we need someone to sing our praises when we succeed. All right, everyone seeing it will make them like us." Lu Tian squinted her eyes and nodded with a smile. She had been disbelieved by too many people, and now she really wanted to be someone admired by many alongside Meng Ziding. "Also, are you afraid of death?" Meng Ziding suddenly asked. Lu Tian was taken aback, nervously placing her hands on her chest. "Of course I'm afraid. Living is so good. Why would I want to die? There will be casualties in saving the Earth." Meng Ziding stared at Lu Tian, smiling meaningfully. Lu Tian stubbornly shook her head. "No, that can't be me dying. If we can't die, then Yi Fan has to die. What do you think?" Meng Ziding asked. Lu Tian nodded. "Yes. Let Yi Fan di, let Hia di." Yi Fan and the others had already arrived at the entrance of the building, where there was an iris scanning system. Everyone had to pass the first iris scan to enter the first gate and reach the verification hall, where they would undergo a safety assessment by robots before boarding the yacht to the mainframe and entering the central island. The iris scan went smoothly, with Huang Hao completing the verification alone and leading everyone inside. When they arrived at the verification hall, hundreds of robots descended from above, surrounding Yi Fan and the others like little sprites. The little sprites' assessment first checked if the visitors had any thermal weapons that could damage the mainframe. followed by facial recognition to determine if they were in Earth's facial database and if they were safe. Xiao-Qi and Huang Hao were the fastest, followed by the others from the homeless shelter and then the Taoist youths. However, when it came to Yi Fan, the robot stopped and surrounded her directly. Warning, warning, unsafe, unsafe, prohibited from passing. The repeated rejections echoed in the hall, shocking everyone instantly. Sister Xiao Fan should be able to pass. Why can't they? Was there's system verification done before confirming Sister Xiao Fan's face was fine? It's a bit strange. I don't understand what these robots want to do. Aren't those the police over there? Let the police help see if there's a way to prove it for Xiao Fan. Let her pass first. She is our pillar of support. If she doesn't go in, what will we do next? Chapter 109. Yi Fan is a bad person. Everyone at the shelter turned to look at Huang Hao. However, Huang Hao also wore a helpless expression. Yes, they were police officers and, in theory, could help. But these robots were connected to a completely different system than the police. Just when everyone was at a loss about what to do, a group of people suddenly approached from that direction. A dark mass, under the lights in the hall, gave off a sense of oppression. At this moment, the woman in front was wearing a silver sequined suit, giving the impression that every inch of her, even her hair, was sparkling. Is that Meng Ziding? Why did she bring people here? Old Madame Zhu looked dissatisfied at Meng Ziding's direction. Their last experience at the Gaogu Company had already left them with thoughts about this woman. The police officers had evidently also noticed Meng Ziding, but their thoughts were different from those of old Madame Zhu and the others. They had not yet seen Meng Ziding's true face. Miss Meng, are you here to help us? A female police officer stepped forward and asked. Before Meng Ziding could respond, Lu Tiantian, who was beside her, smiled and said, of course. We are here to do justice. Everyone can rest assured. We will never let Earth fall. We will never be puppets of aliens. Yes, we will not be controlled by aliens. We won't let them bully us. We want to be ourselves. Follow Miss Meng and save the world. The citizens shouted excitedly, nearly treating Meng Ziding as a goddess. Yet, Meng Ziding pretended to be humble and said, everyone, don't say that. I'm just an ordinary human. As soon as Meng Ziding finished speaking, Lu Tiantian excitedly pointed at Yi Fan and shouted, yes, many things are not what we imagine, especially this woman. She is terrifying. Miss Yi Fan knows the truth. She is here to save Earth with us. Huang Hao looked at Lu Tiantian in confusion. However, Lu Tiantian directly stood next to Meng Ziding. Tiantian, tell everyone what it's really like, just how terrifying that woman is. At this moment, Meng Ziding pulled out a gun from her waist and aimed it at Yi Fan, her eyes sharp. Yi Fan, are you going to keep pretending? As soon as she finished speaking, the citizens who followed her began to speak up simultaneously, pointing at Yi Fan. Yes, Yi Fan, hurry up and speak. Are you going to keep pretending? Miss Meng is pointing at you, which means you have a problem. Hurry up and speak. What bad things have you done? Yi Fan, we won't let someone like you be arrogant any longer. The people, led by Meng Ziding, were all emotional, voicing their doubts about Yi Fan. Seeing this, Fan Yuanlan impulsively walked over to question Meng Ziding. What do you want? Why are you pointing a gun at Yi Fan? If there was a real problem, it must be this girl named Meng Ziding who had issues. The Yi Fan they knew was very kind. Meng Ziding seemed to anticipate that Fan Yuanlan would stand up for Yi Fan, sighed deeply, and then said, Teacher Fan, I know you have always been kind, but we can't let kindness deceive us. Some things need to be said. At this moment, Xiao-Qi's expression was already unpleasant. Seeing Xiao-Qi looking angry, Meng Ziding even started to cry. Xiao-Qi, I admit I love you very much, but I don't know how to love someone, so I used the wrong method, making you drift further away from me. But my heart has always been kind, and my love for Earth is unmatched by anyone. So, please believe what I'm about to say. Our Earth is indeed being controlled by aliens, and the problem lies with our Jiren AI system. But it's not our company that is in contact with aliens. Everything is led by Yi Fan. She is the bad person harming Earth, the most terrifying killing machine placed on Earth by aliens. You're talking nonsense. Mushaoki shouted angrily. How can this person invert black and white and frame our sister Xiao Fan? I'm not talking nonsense. Little Taoist, I know you are all kind people. When you see Yi Fan and hear her say she wants to do good for Earth, you get all fired up and want to dedicate yourselves. That is not wrong, because I also want to save Earth. But you are following the wrong person. Yifan has seen aliens long ago. She has communicated with aliens and is an experimental subject of theirs. I have evidence of all this. As Meng Ziding spoke, she had Lu Tiantian bring out a holographic screen. On the screen, there was indeed data showing Yifan as an experimental subject. She had even been to a space station and further places. Huang Hao and the other police officers were stunned by the content on the screen, and they turned back with incredulous looks at her. The citizens became even more excited, clearly believing in the evidence Meng Ziding provided. And I want to tell everyone something. Actually, this world is a virtual world created by Yifan and aliens. They trapped all of us here to destroy our spiritual strength. Meng Ziding continued. These few sentences truly shocked everyone. They touched their bodies and even pinched their arms. Feeling pain. It was real pain. What is going on? Yifan was also shocked. She looked at Meng Ziding, whose expression told her that the claim about the virtual world was not false. Do you all remember the big explosion 5 years ago? It actually affected many people. Nearly the entire global network was impacted. When we were about to give up the Jiren AI system, it was Yifan who told the aliens to let us all fall into a coma. She said that as long as humanity's spiritual strength was destroyed, the body could be controlled by aliens at will, and that would be more interesting than using the Jiren AI system. As Meng Ziding spoke, she became agitated. Her gun wavered as it pointed at Yifan, and she gritted her teeth, saying, Yifan, how could you harm us like this? You are a human. Even if your parents died because of humans, you cannot destroy Earth so excessively. Yifan's eyes narrowed dangerously as she quietly watched Meng Ziding. The claim of a virtual world was true, but the part about humanity's spiritual strength must be false. If everyone is just a spiritual entity in this world, then how do other aliens control humans? Yifan retorted. Meng Ziding was momentarily speechless. Much of what she just said was nonsense, and if you really analyze the logic, it indeed didn't make sense. Seeing Yifan shake her head, taking a deep breath, she finally said, Meng Ziding, I don't know who told you that I am harming humanity and Earth, but I can swear, although I am an experimental subject, I have never intended to harm humanity. As for what you said about spiritual strength, I do not agree. I still insist that handling the mainframe and cutting off Earth's connection with aliens is the best strategy. Chapter 110. Hope for human coexistence with aliens. Meng Ziding sneered upon hearing this. Handle the host? Do you want me to present more evidence? Saying this, Meng Ziding clapped her hands and gave Lu Tiantian a knowing glance. Then, Lu Tiantian raised a light screen in her hand and said to the crowd, This is the evidence we obtained, an agreement signed between aliens and humans. The initiator of the agreement is Yifan, which means Yifan is the key person. If we want to ultimately win everything, we must deal with Yifan. As soon as Lu Tiantian finished speaking, the citizens brought by Meng Ziding became agitated and started cursing Yifan. You damn thing, you want to kill us all? What right do you have to sign agreements on behalf of humanity? Were you even? You deserve to die. Kill Yifan. We must kill Yifan. She harms humanity. We must kill her. We have to kill her. In an instant, chaos erupted around them. Even though Shao-Chi was here protecting Yifan, those people, including the police, began to develop doubts about Yifan. Meng Ziding mocked Yifan with a smile, her lips curling slightly upward, as if to say, Yifan, so what if you acknowledge what I say? I can still control public opinion. The uninformed crowd cursed Yifan line by line, their angry gazes like venomous snakes, ready to swallow her alive at any moment. Yifan couldn't help but recall some images in her mind, as if she had faced this many years ago. As an experimental subject, no one was willing to believe her. Ordinary citizens were furious and had even begun to look for weapons to attack Yifan. One police officer had already fired a shot, but the bullet missed and did not hit Yifan. And then someone threw a lightsaber. Seeing the lightsaber about to hit Grandma Zhu, Yifan's eyes narrowed, and she quickly dashed forward, grabbing the lightsaber just half a meter away from Grandma Zhu. The next moment, blood dripped from her hand, falling drop by drop to the ground. The previously agitated police officers were now stunned as they saw Yifan's actions. Grandma Zhu also failed to react for a moment. Yifan endured the pain and coldly swept her gaze over Meng Ziding. You can make a fuss, you can question me, but you must not harm others. We're trying to wake them up. reminding them not to be deceived by people like you. One person shouted passionately, "They are fools. If they can be deceived by you, they deserve it." Yi Fan's gaze turned even colder. "Whether I am a bad person or not will be determined by the final approach to the host. Moreover, Meng Ziding says this is a virtual world, and you are manifestations of mental energy. So why can you feel pain so vividly? Although I can understand your feelings, could you think before acting? Humanity on Earth has less than 24 hours left. Every second you delay affects humanity for another second. I'm not destroying the world, but the ignorance of some people will immediately ruin everything." Yifan knew that it was impossible to calmly discuss things with them now. Since they were not willing to listen, then it was time to confront them directly. "How can we destroy the Earth? It's you, a bad woman, who has been doing things to destroy the Earth. Let us not waste time with her. Just kill her." "Yes," Meng Ziding said it. "Only by killing this woman can our Earth return to normal. I don't want the Earth to be destroyed. I want to kill this woman." The citizens in revolt became increasingly agitated and soon began rushing toward Yifan. At this moment, Yifan had already started to retreat with Alex and the others, step by step bringing the people from the shelter and Fong Yuanlan along. Eventually, with Alex's abilities, they reached a cliff and took a moment to rest quietly. Fong Yuanlan looked at the wound on Yifan's palm and quickly took out a hemostatic agent to help her treat the injury. "Yifan, does it hurt?" "I'm sorry. It was my past as an experimental subject that affected everyone." Yifan looked guilty and bowed to the crowd. Seeing Yifan's haggard appearance, everyone shook their heads and comforted her. "Xiaofan, we believe in you. And the past is not something you could decide. You were also deceived by them. I think that Meng Ziding is not a good person. She is just jealous of you and wants to frame you. Yes, we all know what happened. We believe in you. Thank you, everyone." In such a moment, everyone still stood by her side, and she was truly grateful. But what exactly is going on? How could they find evidence to say you are a bad person? Grandma Zhu felt a bit confused. The evidence in Meng Ziding's hands clearly did not seem fake. Yifan sighed and said, "They can forge light screen data. However, my experience as an experimental subject and contact with aliens is most likely true." She had remnants of memories of having seen aliens. Grandma Zhu looked at her with a serious expression, revealing a look of sympathy, alas. "Xiaofan, your fate is just more difficult than ordinary people." While several people were talking, Meng Ziding and her group had already rushed up, surrounding them directly. Seeing that Yifan still had supporters, Meng Ziding felt jealous but said, "Yifan, who is that little Taoist you brought with you? What is his identity? Why? Does he have some strange abilities?" Implying that she had already begun to suspect Alex's identity and wanted to exploit it. "I am a hybrid of aliens and humans. My existence is a good proof that aliens exist on this earth. But this does not prove that Sister Xiaofan is the villain you speak of." Alex replied. Meng Ziding looked disdainful. "I didn't want to say these things, but since you all are unwilling to acknowledge it, then I can only clarify it so that everyone can understand." "How can we understand?" someone asked. Then Meng Ziding pulled out a small capsule from her pocket, opened it, and a projector appeared. She connected it to the external link through a connector on her wrist. Soon, an image appeared in the air, an image of an alien. Many humans were frightened and retreated upon seeing this, unable to say a word for a long time. Meng Ziding smiled and reassured them, "Don't worry. This is a dwarf alien willing to help us. Everyone, don't be afraid." As soon as Meng Ziding finished speaking, the dwarf alien spoke. "Hello, everyone. I am the dwarf alien Shurdia from the Bureau of Alien and Earth Affairs. I believe everyone now knows Yifan's identity. Yes, she is indeed our experimental subject. However, we have split into two factions internally, and my faction has now stabilized its hold on the political situation. I hope for coexistence between humans and aliens, so I want to offer you a better choice now." Chapter 111. The experimental subject absolutely cannot die. How to choose? Some people excitedly looked at the aliens on the big screen, saying that as long as it's good for humanity, they would accept it. Shurdia smiled, her gaze falling on Xiao-Qi, and elongated her voice to ask Xiao-Qi, "Are you considering it this way too?" There was no need to ask him. He was already blinded by desire and could no longer distinguish right from wrong. "Just ask us." Yes. Those who cooperate with scum are no longer worthy of participating in our human decisions." Several citizens shouted excitedly. completely disregarding Xiaoqi's right to choose. Xiaoqi squinted slightly, his body always blocking Yifan. He could not allow these people to harm Yifan. Shurdia looked at their expressions and suddenly communicated with Yifan through brainwaves. Do you want to see how the human you like will ultimately choose? Human nature is the most difficult to test. Yifan clenched her fists, looking coldly at Shurdia on the big screen, and replied through brainwaves. Aren't you also mixed in quality? I believe humans can become better as long as they have the opportunity. Hee. Humans are a race with inherent flaws. If I were you, I definitely wouldn't use my life for an experiment. Shurdia blinked at Yifan. However, Yifan ignored her words and instead looked at Xiaoqi, knowing he would protect her and always protect her. Humans and Xiaoqi, I'm now giving you a choice. Only if you actively destroy Yifan can everyone leave the virtual world and return to your Earth, living without worry. But if you let Yifan live, then you will be destroyed here by the escape game, becoming vegetative in the real world forever. As Shurdia's voice fell, everyone widened their eyes in disbelief, looking at the person before them. How? How could they be given such a choice? However, Meng Ziding was not surprised by this choice at all. She crossed her arms, deliberately looked at Yifan, and smiled, asking, Yifan, this is Earth, the place that gave birth to you. You should contribute to humanity, don't you think? Yifan glanced at Meng Ziding indifferently, her lips curling with coldness, and raised her eyes. Yes, I will contribute to humanity. But she would not make a reckless sacrifice. Shurdia glanced at the time on her phone, squinted her eyes, and said with a smile, Dear Yifan, and kind humans, I now give you 4 hours to choose. I hope you can kill Yifan by dawn tomorrow, welcoming a new life that belongs to humanity. With that, Shurdia's image vanished before everyone. Many citizens looked at each other, unable to help but start discussing. It seems Yifan is indeed a key figure. So, can't we just let her die? Yes, Yifan's death would benefit all of us. But some police officers reacted, especially Huang Hao. He looked at Xiaoqi, then at Yifan, carefully recalling Shurdia's attitude just now. Suddenly, he stood on Yifan's side and said to most people, I think the aliens' intentions are questionable. They don't really want what's best for us. You're a police officer. How can you stand with Yifan? Hey, come back quickly. Someone shouted at Huang Hao. Huang Hao shook his head, his expression firm. If they wanted to deal with Yifan, they could do it themselves. Why do they need us to make a choice? I believe this is their trap. They are harming us, and we cannot be influenced by them. Indeed, I think Officer Huang is right. They could do it themselves. Why should we do it? Some police officers also reacted. Alex looked at Yifan and then approached those police officers, saying, In fact, I suspect they are afraid that Sister Xiaofan can destroy the mainframe and free everyone. So they deliberately make everyone deal with Sister Xiaofan. Seeing that Alex and the others were speaking up for Yifan, Meng Ziding narrowed her eyes and gritted her teeth. You are also deceived by Yifan. Don't you know how dangerous she is? Now Shurdia has provided us with a good choice. I think we should accept it. Yes, I think Miss Meng is right. Since the aliens have given us a good choice, why shouldn't we accept it? I don't care what Yifan was before. As long as killing Yifan can let us leave this damn space, then we agree. Some citizens excitedly walked towards Yifan and Xiaoqi. But Huang Hao and the others blocked these people, looking sternly at them. To the mainframe. As long as we see the condition of the mainframe, we can determine whether what Yifan said is true. Huang Hao said. However, many people shook their heads excitedly, unable to help but curse. You are all fools. You who want to keep Yifan are fools. You Haven T truly considered Earth. Damn it, you should die. I don't care what you say. We're going to deal with Yifan. Kill Yifan, kill Yifan. Under the fervent sentiment, it seemed that Yifan had to die. Yifan looked at them calmly, her face showing little expression. This was what the aliens hoped she would see. It was what the aliens hoped would make her lose faith in humanity. Why would these aliens want her to lose faith in humanity? Could it be that her existence has some unknown reason? Yifan thought she should not be mistaken. Meanwhile, at the space station, why is Shurdia doing this? Why is she giving humans a choice? The alien commander with golden hair and red eyes slammed the table angrily. This is a test for humanity. Don't you also not believe in humans? If so, let them test themselves first. What if Yifan is disappointed in them and leaves them here forever? Isn't that interesting? The blue-skinned alien said with a smile. The golden-haired, red-eyed alien was extremely angry. Even if Yi Fan was chosen as the experimental subject, they should not treat her like this. If those humans kill her, our plan will not proceed smoothly. Ha! How could it not proceed smoothly? Brother, the deeper Yi Fan's resentment towards Earth, the more we can use her body. The blue-skinned alien laughed, squinting his eyes as if he already had a more sinister plan. No, I will report this matter to the superiors. Yi Fan's situation must not deviate from expectations. The golden-haired, red-eyed alien said angrily. However, just as the blue-skinned alien prepared to stop the golden-haired, red-eyed alien, the door of the space station opened, and a man walked in. The man, who had already undergone physical restoration, tilted his head slightly and coldly snorted. You want Yi Fan to die? Your Excellency, we are just conducting an experiment. Please don't misunderstand. The blue-skinned alien smiled obsequiously. However, the visitor's gaze suddenly turned cold, and he said in a deep voice, My experimental subject absolutely cannot die, even if it's her own choice. Chapter 112, I don't belong to this time, Your Highness Delwith. How did you come here? Seeing the visitor's unique purple eyes, the two blue-skinned individuals immediately knelt on the ground, trembling. In the Galactic Alliance, Delwith with purple pupils stands at the very top of the food chain. Not only does he possess a super high IQ like his kin, but he also has the strongest power. He is the future master of the Galactic Alliance, and the most unpredictable being in the universe. This time, the game between Earth and the aliens was decided by him. No one knows why he, who could easily annihilate humanity, chooses to play such a game, nor do they know why he has come out now to suggest that Yi Fan might not die. However, everyone understands one thing. No one can defy Delwith's orders. She should live. The color of Delwith's purple eyes changed as his gaze fell on the large screen. Soon, the screen gave a close-up of Yi Fan. The girl's small face under the starlight carried a unique determination, just like the year they met. Yi Fan live, he spoke, and on Earth, Yi Fan immediately heard this voice in her ears. She instinctively looked up, gazing at the sky, trying to find the source of the voice. If they were in a virtual world, then someone must be observing her from afar. Every move she made could be seen clearly by the other party. Promise me, little cutie, live, Delwith said again. Yi Fan rubbed her ears and said to the sky, Who exactly are you? Delwith looked at Yi Fan, a hint of indulgent smile on his lips. You have seen me. She has seen him? Yi Fan's pupils trembled slightly as she took a deep breath. Repeatedly pondering his words in her mind, she has seen him. Where? Suddenly, a pair of eyes surged in her mind. She immediately fixed her gaze on a spot in the sky, watching a star twinkling at her, and after a long pause, she said, Is it you? Of course. It is him. Delwith smiled, but just as he was about to say something, he saw Xiao-Chi standing behind Yi Fan, wrapping his arms around her waist, his dark eyes deeply gazing in the direction of the sky. No matter who you are, no matter what you want to do to Yi Fan, I will not give up. This time, no one can let her die. Hee. Delwith's expression darkened. A little human has no right to protect Yi Fan. Since he wants to try, then let him choose this time and see if he will be selfish like other humans. With that thought, Delwith suddenly turned and walked out. Inside the space station, the blue-skinned individuals knelt on the ground, staring blankly at Delwith's retreating figure, unable to come back to their senses for a long time. What on earth is this prince going to do? Why does it feel so strange? After the man's voice faded away, Yi Fan slowly came back to her senses and explained to Xiao-Chi. I heard that voice. Xiao-Chi nodded. In fact, he had heard that kind of voice for a long time. He had always thought it was the Homo sapiens AI system that connected him to certain people. But now it seems, to a large extent, they're all pawns of some guy. Xiao-Chi, we don't have much time left. I mean, if someone has to sacrifice, I hope that person is me. Yi Fan suddenly said. Looking at the girl's serious expression, Xiao-Chi's face was complex. He rubbed her hair with his big hand, his tone slightly hoarse. If you die, what will I do? Live, Yi Fan said directly. Even her delicate little face carried a faint glow. Live for me. Live for your beliefs. Xiao-Chi had many things to do. He couldn't give up his life because of her. You are my belief. If you die, what do I have to hold on to? Xiao-Qi said seriously. But just as Yifan was about to say something to Xiao-Qi, her phone suddenly rang again. It was still a message from that teacher. This time it was different from before. The message was very long. The content was, Yifan. This space was created by the human representatives in a game with the aliens. Once humanity can break through this virtual space, the aliens will sign a peace agreement and never invade Earth again. The mainland host is not the key to leave this world. The real key is you, who was once an experimental subject and did not die in the big explosion. If you want to close the program and let humanity exit this virtual space, you need to use the phone system to combine with the host and start the virtual shutdown program. However, once this program is activated, Yifan, doing so will exhaust all your mental power, and you will immediately suffer brain death. Do you understand? Brain death? In medical terms, brain death equals declaring that a person is completely dead. There is no room for reversal. Yifan looked at the content on her phone, her temples suddenly thumping lightly, a faint pain emerging. Immediately after, she hugged her head and slowly retreated. This was the first time Xiao-Qi saw Yifan in such pain. He quickly went over to support her. However, her phone fell to the ground at that moment. Fong Yuanlan and the others walked over and picked up the phone, catching sight of the content on it. Fong, Teacher Fong, what does this mean? If Sister Xiaofan starts the shutdown program, she will suffer brain death. Mu Xiaoqi was completely unprepared for such a result, stunned in place. And Fong Yuanlan also did not expect the message from the other party would be like this. He shook his head gently, telling everyone that perhaps this was a message to confuse everyone. We don't need to believe it for now. But at this moment, Yifan's face turned pale, trembling in Xiao-Qi's arms, looking very unwell. Xiao-Qi looked at the little woman in his arms with heartache, quickly asking, Yifan, what is wrong? Tell me, what is wrong with you? Yifan furrowed her brow, her forehead covered in fine beads of sweat, murmuring, Xiao-Qi, Xiao-Qi. The lost memories, those most crucial memories, surged toward her chest like a flood at this moment. She felt as if her head was about to explode, and she couldn't control herself at all. Yifan, Yifan. Xiao-Qi nervously held her, gently kissing the top of her head, hoping to calm her down. A few minutes later, Yifan's body finally stopped trembling, but as she looked at Xiao-Qi, her eyes were slightly red, her curled eyelashes fluttering gently, just like her heart. Xiao-Qi. Yifan's voice was faintly hoarse. Yifan, what is wrong? You say. Xiao-Qi frowned. What do you feel uncomfortable? Tell me. Yifan took a deep breath, articulating each word. Xiao-Qi, I remember everything. About us, about myself, and those 5 years of blankness. 5 years of blankness? Xiao-Qi looked at the girl in his arms with suspicion. Yifan nodded, bit her lip, and said, Yes, I don't belong to this time. Chapter 113. Why are you so foolish? You don't belong to this time? Xiao-Qi was confused and completely unable to understand what Yifan meant at that moment. Yifan nodded, resting her head on Xiao-Qi's chest, listening to his strong heartbeat. She felt as if she had returned to the human world from the blood and rain, warm enough to not want to face anything. Xiao-Qi held her tightly, as if worried she would fly away like a feather, using all his strength to embrace her tightly. Like a robot that had recharged, Yifan's entire state changed. She looked seriously at Xiao-Qi and said slowly, I am a test subject. Besides interacting with human researchers, I have also met alien commanders and the leader of the Alliance. I have a hybrid genes they researched on me. Before I met you, they experimented on me to see how I could break free from the control of the Homo sapiens AI system and not be possessed by aliens. This experiment initially failed. As my hybrid genes mutated, I was no longer under their control. Every time aliens tried to possess my body, they were expelled by my brainwaves. So the state you saw later was one where they kept injecting me with fluids, trying to control me. At this moment, not only was Xiao-Qi shocked, but even Fong Yuanlan, who had dedicated himself to scientific research, was also completely bewildered. He never expected Yifan to have such experiences. Those people, those despicable people, how could they treat Yifan like that? I am not the only test subject, but I am the one Delhuas has high hopes for, so I have had many interstellar travels and taken photos with them. This is why Meng Ziding has photos of me with aliens. Yifan added, with her memory restored. She was also curious about who had given Meng Zedong those photos and why Meng Zedong said she was the culprit and wanted to kill her. Xiao-Qi quietly listened to Yi Fan's words, deep in thought. You said, you don't belong to this time. What does that mean? 5 years ago, I should have died. That explosion was designed by them, with the center at our experimental building. Everyone left that day. When I discovered the danger of the explosion, I tried to enter the air raid shelter through the restroom to temporarily avoid the blast. But ultimately, I was too slow. When I entered the restroom, the shockwave of the explosion was already coming. I held onto the restroom door handle with all my strength, and all I heard was a click. Then all my memories disappeared, and I found myself 5 years later, Yi Fan said slowly. Although she briefly described the details, Xiao-Qi could still imagine how perilous it was for her at that moment. If she hadn't time traveled in that instant, wouldn't she have been dead afterward? Just thinking about it made him feel fear. But Sister Xiaofan, how do you know you time traveled? Why couldn't you just be in a coma? Mu Xiaoqi still didn't quite understand. Yi Fan raised her wrist, where there was a bracelet given to her by Delhuas, which could record her actual age. The number on it was 19. 5 years ago, I was 19. If I were in a coma, my body would continue to develop, cells would divide, and bone age would increase, all of which would change the data. However, I am currently unchanged. This indicates I'm a time traveler. Fearing they wouldn't understand, Yi Fan continued to explain, my genes have been altered and then mutated, so I can not only endure the pain of interstellar travel, but also survive time-space travel. In the star systems beyond our Earth, many organisms can travel through time and space using specific devices. However, time-space travel on extraterrestrial planets is regulated by interstellar law. It's not something that can be done under any circumstances. Delhuas should have discovered her time travel. Otherwise, why would he keep reminding her? As for her teacher, Yi Fan's eyes darkened as she walked over, took her phone from Feng Yuanlan's hand, edited a new number, and wrote a message. Teacher, from the moment you triggered my mutation again and again, I have not been your student anymore. Thank you for your reminders, but I know your so-called reminders are just because you don't want to give up on me as a test subject and want to conduct more experiments. This time, I know how to choose. Meanwhile, the man who saw Yi Fan's message changed his expression drastically. He never expected that sending a message following Delhuas' advice would trigger her memory recovery. The Yi Fan, who held deep resentment against him, had returned. She could no longer be controlled or influenced by him. Could she? The man's fingers trembled, and in an agitated state, he edited a message, wanting Yi Fan to see it. Xiao Fan, the teacher is doing this for your own good. I'm the only one in this world who truly cares for you. I am your family, your blood relative. The last 4 words made Yi Fan laugh. Blood relative? If he truly was a blood relative, how could he treat her that way? She casually tapped the screen and edited a message. Mr. Yi, if you're a blood relative, how could you do this to me after my parents passed away? You wouldn't dare use your body for experiments. Yet you pretend to love me and make me your test subject to please aliens. Sorry, I've grown up. I won't be used by you anymore. After her parents had an accident during interstellar travel, this uncle, Yi Tianhua, had been trying to control her. He altered her Homo sapiens AI system settings, causing her to have periodic amnesia. He also manipulated her into willingly participating in the metaverse plan of the Gaoge group and even used her as a test subject, repeatedly altering her genes and making her do things that seemed shameful to outsiders but that he defined as noble. If it weren't for Delhuas' unexpected appreciation, if it weren't for her awakening during her encounter with Xiao-Qi, she would probably have continued to thank this uncle. This teacher she had respected for a long time, until her death. Now, she was awake, and in the last few hours of the escape plan, how could she allow herself to be plotted against by them? In the game between humans and aliens, humans must win. Only in this way could Xiao-Qi and others move towards a higher civilization and allow Earth to be renewed. As for her, Yi Fan's lips curled into an enigmatic smile as her fingers gently tapped on her phone screen, sending a message. Originally, Delhuas and the others hoped I would become someone like my parents, who could sacrifice for cosmic beings. I can also die for everything I love. As for you, just live in your hypocritical world, pretending to be the great professor who is good for everyone forever. When Yi Tianhua saw this message, He could no longer hold onto the cup in his hand, and it fell to the ground, spilling hot water onto his feet, but he felt no pain. He frowned and gritted his teeth, saying, Yi Fan, we could clearly destroy humanity and recreate a world belonging to our high-intelligence group. Why are you so foolish? Chapter 114, Striving for This World, Is It Stupid? Yi Fan never thought that what she was doing was stupid. From beginning to end, she held on to a belief, to protect everything she loved. The undulating mountains, the winding and rushing rivers, the vast blue ocean, the gentle and warm spring breeze, the bright and splendid sunshine, and the humans who would slowly grow in adversity. All of these were what she cherished and wanted to protect. Especially, there was Xiao-Qi. In order for them to live brightly in this world, she was willing to be looked down upon by Yi Tianhe. When Yi Fan replied that it wasn't stupid, that everything was worth it, Yi Tianhe truly collapsed. He almost shouted a message to Yi Fan. I won't allow you to destroy yourself like this. You are our proudest experiment. You could traverse time. You have many excellent genes from the Yi family. You are the pride of the Yi family. However, Yi Fan just looked at the sky, smiled lightly from his perspective, and directly said, You don't deserve to have the surname Yi. Even less do you deserve to live in this world. Yi Tianhe looked at Yi Fan's expression and was almost ready to rush out, but Delhua stopped him. Your Highness, what exactly are your intentions? Do you really want this perfect experiment to die? Should we abandon the plan to create superior humans? Yi Tianhe questioned Delhua excitedly. However, the man with purple eyes chuckled softly. I never thought about the plan to create superior humans. I'm just playing a game. The implication was that Yi Tianhe shouldn't use those ridiculous reasons to persuade him. It was useless. He couldn't be deceived by him. Yi Tianhe was angry and wanted to argue with Delhua's, but he knew that in the face of such a powerful being, he was nothing but an ant. He could do nothing against Delhua's and could only be crushed by him. That feeling was terrible. Meanwhile, on the cliff, Yi Fan looked at Xiao-Qi, suddenly hugged him tightly. Her small face gently pressed against his chest and softly said, Xiao-Qi, after we succeed, Alex will go to be an interstellar diplomat. What about you? Do you have any plans for your career? Xiao-Qi held the girl tightly in his arms, gently kissed the top of her head. You are my career. As long as I take care of you, that's enough. Yi Fan laughed. No, I'm not your career. I hope you can become an excellent commander, just like we talked about 5 years ago. Xiao-Qi, can you promise me? Looking at the girl's bright smile and her eyes like glass, Xiao-Qi felt something was off, frowned slightly, and whispered, Yi Fan, what do you want to do? I want to be with you. Yi Fan blinked her eyes, looking at the man in front of her innocently, as if afraid he wouldn't believe her. Furrowing her brow in thought, I want to be the commander's wife, to be a little lazy wife, not to do experiments anymore. Can you promise me? Of course, Xiao-Qi said, holding her even tighter, and with a hint of obsession said, Yi Fan, promise me, do not sacrifice yourself, do not leave me. The mainframe must have a way to handle it. I will accompany you, and we will face all the problems together, okay? Yi Fan nodded, okay. But then, her hand gently pressed on a pressure point on Xiao-Qi's body. Xiao-Qi felt a wave of numbness, as if an electric current had passed through him, and then his whole body could not move. His pupils suddenly constricted. Then he frowned, nervously saying, Yi Fan, what are you trying to do? I won't allow you to sacrifice yourself. He didn't have time to finish his words before Yi Fan covered his lips and gave him the softest and longest kiss. Xiao-Qi, I'm sorry. This time, I want to try. I want to try for you, to see if I have the ability to change everything. Yi Fan smiled gently and then looked at Alex beside her. Just now, Alex understood her thoughts and was willing to help her control Xiao-Qi's body with alien abilities. Little Fan, sister. Alex's eyes turned red. He knew what Yi Fan wanted to do, and he didn't want to lose her. But just as Yi Fan had communicated with him through brainwaves earlier, if nothing was done, humanity would surely perish in this escape plan. Just sacrificing her alone could exchange for the future of Earth. How could she not go? Xiao-Qi, do you believe in miracles in the universe? Yi Fan half squatted down, holding Xiao-Qi's face in her hands, her eyes misty, calmly saying, 5 years ago, when I learned that I was already in the explosion zone, I didn't believe it. But I traversed time and space. I came from 5 years ago to now. I think I didn't traverse for the sake of being a coward, but to meet you, to let our world escape from darkness. So, Xiao-Qi, don't be sad. Wait for a miracle. Wait for my return, okay? Can you? Xiao-Qi's eyes also became moist. Rationally, he told himself that Yi Fan would never come back, but he still wanted to ask like a child, what if she could come back? As long as you believe, I can come back. Saying this, Yi Fan wiped the corner of her eye and then smiled at Alex. Please, let him sleep. I don't want him to watch me disappear. No. Yi Fan, I don't want to sleep. Yi Fan. Xiao-Qi shouted excitedly, wishing he could break free from Alex's control. However, Alex's hand had already covered his eyes, and that power from deep within his brain was slowly pulling him into chaos. Yi Fan, no. Don't, he hoarsely shouted, but slowly his voice faded away. Meanwhile, Meng Ziding appeared again, seeing Xiao-Qi unconscious. A glint of coldness flashed in her eyes. She clapped her hands and then said to the citizens behind her, everyone saw it, right? She is the worst woman. She treats Xiao-Qi like this. It's hard to guarantee she won't do the same to us. Slap. Before she could finish her words, Yi Fan had already rushed in front of Meng Ziding like lightning, raised her hand, and slapped her. Meng Ziding's face was turned to the side by the slap, covering her swollen cheek with her hand, her eyes wide open in anger, scolding. Yi Fan, you dare to hit me. I don't kill you not because I can't, but because I disdain to let someone like you go to hell. Meng Ziding, from now on, see clearly. There are many who are more excellent than you, many who can become saviors. But it will never be you. Yi Fan said coldly. You. What are you saying? Meng Ziding was somewhat humiliated and furious, screaming. Yi Fan, you are really terrifying, very terrifying. Slap. Another slap, Yi Fan said. All right. Next, it's my turn to strive for this world. Chapter 115, Let Him Die on His Own. As Yi Fan's voice fell, Meng Ziding felt her body completely immobilized. Not only her, but also the citizens behind her seemed to be under some kind of control. Alex had a trickle of blood at the corner of his mouth, but still smiled at Yi Fan, saying, Sister Xiao Fan, I might not last long. You hang in there. Thank you, Yi Fan said, giving Alex a hug. Then, with tears in her eyes, she looked at Grandma Zhu, Fang Yuanlan, the people at the homeless shelter, and Huang Hao, slowly walking in another direction. Without hesitation, even knowing that death awaited her, Yi Fan felt no sadness. Yi Fan! Meng Ziding shouted excitedly. She could tell that the direction Yi Fan was heading was the true location of the mainland's mainframe, and her plan to be the savior was about to be interrupted by Yi Fan. I won't allow you to go. You're a bad person who wants to destroy the earth. You can't go. Yi Fan, don't go, do you hear me? Huang Hao coldly looked at Meng Ziding, his tone laced with mockery and disdain. Miss Meng, what right do you have to stop others? You claim to be doing it for humanity, but what have you truly done? You've been scheming. You've been hurting. You say you love Xiao-Qi, but what have you done for him? Fang Yuanlan also coldly spoke up. You never understood the meaning of love. The master said, love is giving without asking for anything in return. Mu Xiaoqi's tears flowed down. He was sad for Yi Fan's choice and angry at his own powerlessness. He clenched his fists and said to Meng Ziding, Sister Xiao Fan has always understood this principle, so she can sacrifice for brother Xiao-Qi and for all of us. But what about you? You've always been scheming. Meng Ziding was questioned by them, angrily cursing, but she could do nothing now, only watch as Yi Fan boarded the ship to the mainland's mainframe. Half an hour later, they saw a beam of light shooting up into the sky from the direction of the mainland's mainframe. It was like a nuclear explosion, leaving the most beautiful halo in the sky, and a buzzing sound filled everyone's ears. The next second, before they could see the dawn, they had already collapsed on the ground. The world seemed to quiet down in that instant. Space station. Ding, ding, ding. The instruments kept emitting warning sounds. The expressions of all the aliens turned serious, and the little worker aliens were in a flurry, not knowing how to handle this sudden situation. Delvis's thin lips were tightly pressed, watching the shaking images on the big screen, his heart sinking completely. Your Highness, the plan has failed. They have severed the connection between the mainframe and us. From now on, we can no longer control the humans' brains. They have won. Qin Yefeng walked over, speaking nervously. He didn't know what had happened, but he had an ominous feeling. Delvis suddenly turned around, pressing his hand on Qin Yefeng's shoulder self-mockingly saying, "I lost beautifully. Don't you think?" Ah, Qin Yefeng frowned. He was really not good at dealing with these alien officials. Before Delvis could say anything, an alien resembling an octopus appeared, looking hurried and even angry, saying, "Delvis, that experiment subject, named Yi Fan, not only cut off our connection with Earth, but also transmitted a virus to us through the link. We won't be able to do anything on Earth for at least 3 years." Listening to the other party's words, a cold wave surged in Delvis's purple eyes. After an unknown amount of time, a voice that seemed to chill one's soul emerged, asking, "What was our agreement with humanity? Once they sever the link, it means they have won. Do you still want to act against humanity?" At that moment, the octopus alien froze, realizing belatedly that they still had an agreement with humanity. In fact, they didn't want to do that at all. But Delvis's race valued promises above all else. Once they agreed, they had to follow through, even if it meant making the entire universe comply. Anyone daring to violate the agreement would be dealt with by them. The octopus and his planet did not dare provoke Delvis. Others did not dare either. So this time, Earth won, and they would have at least 500 years of stability. Qin Yefeng belatedly realized this, his whole body trembling, disregarding the gazes of those around him. He raised his hand and pressed it on Delvis's shoulder, almost shouting in anger, How could you let her die?" They all knew that Yi Fan was the most crucial existence. They all knew that as long as Yi Fan cut off the link, she would die. When we created the link, it was you who chose to let Yi Fan's mental power be the key to shut down the system. It was you who nodded. It was you who cooperated with us. If anyone is to blame for Yi Fan's death, it is you who killed her. It has nothing to do with us. At that moment, the octopus pushed Qin Yefeng away. Even though the aliens lost this time, he still looked at Qin Yefeng as if he were a lowly ant. Qin Yefeng ignored the octopus, only staring at Delvis, emotionally saying, clearly, "You could protect her. Yes, I could protect her. But what is she to me? What obligation do I have to do that?" Delvis coldly turned away. No one could see the sorrow hidden in his purple eyes. He didn't want to explain to Qin Yefeng, nor was he interested in watching how humans celebrated their victory this time. At this moment, he just wanted to find Yi Fan's body. That body where her mental power had completely disappeared and brain death had occurred. In the aircraft cabin, Yi Tianhua was almost laughing maniacally, forcefully slapping the instrument that preserved Yi Fan's body, roaring, "Yi Fan, you mad woman! You fool! Why don't you cherish your life more? Why did you ruin our plan so much? We won. Humanity won, but I lost. Get lost." Delvis appeared, seemingly devoid of any emotion, like a cold machine, showing no expression from start to finish, quietly appearing behind Yi Tianhua. Then they saw Yi Tianhua trembling all over, but like a dog wagging its tail in submission, kneeling on the ground, shaking his tail at them. "Your Highness Delvis, can you take me away from Earth? Shao Qi and the others already know it's me. I can't live on Earth anymore. At first, I followed your instructions. I schemed against Yi Fan as you asked. Now that we failed, it was Yi Fan who betrayed us, not me betraying you." "Oh." Delvis nodded expressionlessly. Yi Tianhua was a bit stunned, not knowing why, but he felt that this Delvis was very frightening. "Yi Fan doesn't want someone like you to live." After speaking, Delvis turned around and said to an interstellar warrior behind him, "Throw him out. Let him die on his own." Chapter 116. Are you teaching me to do things? Delhuas held Yefan and approached a new spaceship. Many aliens were stunned to see Yefan wearing an oxygen mask. This human girl was even more radiant than they had seen before, even with her eyes closed. She seemed to possess some kind of magic that could ignite the dark universe. What is this useless human doing here? The towering Francos walked over, looking at Delhuas with confusion. They had lost the game against humans, and he didn't actually want to see any humans, especially Yefan, who had directly caused their failure. "Are you teaching me to do things?" Delhuas glared at him with a grim expression. Francos glanced around and noticed the bloodstains on Delhuas's hands, surprised. You actually use your own blood to help her maintain her vital signs. A human's brain can't survive for long in a space station once it's dead." Delhuas remained silent. Francos looked at the others and asked, "Isn't anyone going to advise His Highness? Do I need someone to advise me?" Delhuas questioned again. Francos looked at Delhuas, then at the unconscious Yefan, feeling that Delhuas was somewhat terrifying at the moment. He couldn't even understand why he was angry for the sake of a human. Shouldn't high-level beings like them be devoid of desires and reject all low-level beings? Moreover, Yefan was merely an experiment they had created and shouldn't be liked at all. Restore the human to normal. Tell them that the man named Shao-Chi can do whatever he wants, but I won't allow him to search for Yefan's body. After leaving this statement, Delhoas carried Yefan back to his designated rest pod. Francos watched the man's back, rubbing his temples, troubled. What should he do? This one's going crazy. A solemn interstellar warrior said, "You have no right to question His Highness Delhoas. Besides, I don't think there's anything wrong with what His Highness is doing. Is it not normal to like a being? Shouldn't we treat low-level beings with some compassion?" Meanwhile on Earth, dawn broke. The sky was bathed in light, and everything on Earth seemed to have returned to normal. Shao-Chi and the others woke up in a nursing home, finding that not much had changed around them. Some thought they had just had a dream, but Alex had already come over. "Brother Shao-Chi, we have already escaped that plan. It was Sister Xiaofan who sacrificed herself. Where is she? Let's go find her." Shao-Chi stood up with a dark expression, immediately wanting to search for her. "Sister Xiaofan is missing," Alex said reluctantly. He was a hybrid, so his tolerance when escaping the virtual space was better than that of ordinary humans, allowing him to wake up half a day earlier. In that half day, he had looked for Yefan, but there was no sign of her in any of the human nursing homes. Even the alien warriors responsible for managing humans said that Yefan had disappeared. Alex looked in one direction, pondering perhaps. Sister Xiaofan has returned to the past. Returned to the past? Yefan should have died in the great explosion of the past. Was Alex implying that Yefan was already dead? At this moment, not only was Shao-Chi tense, but everyone else around him became anxious as well. Especially Mu Shao-Chi, who rubbed her eyes and cried, "If Sister Xiaofan is dead, then what should we do?" AI Ching looked guilty. "When we were in the mountains, we were isolated from this virtual world. It was the safest place. We should find Sister Xiaofan's body first and take it to Master, perhaps. Master will have a way now." Originally, these three teenagers were outside the virtual world, but when they went down the mountain to seek Tao, they stumbled into a virtual area created by aliens. It's not your fault. You couldn't have predicted the future, and you can't distinguish between virtual space and reality. Shao-Chi looked at the sky, his heart racing. A voice kept reminding him that Yefan hadn't left this time. She had crossed over and couldn't leave. Someone must have taken her away. It had to be like that. Who is it? Who exactly took his Yefan away? Shao-Chi staggered toward the door. However, before he could get outside, several peacekeepers blocked his way. "Shao-Chi now. We need your help. We hope you can return to us and help us rebuild Earth." Although Earth's hardware devices were intact, many Earthlings have been trapped in virtual space and died there. Especially at the management level, they needed elites. Helping Yefan sever the connection, Shao-Chi was clearly seen as the most suitable assistant. Before Shao-Chi could nod, Meng Ziding's voice rang out. "Shao-Chi, what are you still dazed for? Don't refuse. This is an opportunity, truly an opportunity." Meng Ziding rushed over and grabbed Shao-Chi's arm. She had already heard about Yefan's disappearance. She thought this was her chance. If Shao-Chi stood at the top again, she could become his wife and regain everyone's favor. "As long as you agree, as long as you return to the peak, I can reconcile with you. I can be by your side, always supporting you." Shao-Chi's face was cold as he said in a deep voice, "I have nothing to do with you." He didn't need this woman. At that moment, Lu Tiantian, who had already returned to normal, walked over with a cold smile and mocked. "Meng Ziding, what face do you have to be with Shao-Chi? Do you not know what your father has done and what you've done yourself? After all this, the Gaoge group will certainly face international trial. Your father won't escape prison, and as for you, a femme fatale, a hypocritical young lady. Shao-Chi wasn't a fool. Why would he marry her? You're a lunatic. What qualifications do you have to speak here? Get lost, hurry up and get lost." Meng Ziding glared at Lu Tiantian in anger. However, at this moment, Lu Tiantian was not angry at all. She was very calm. "The reason I became a lunatic in the virtual space was due to the operations of your Gaoge group. Now that your intelligent AI system is gone, I am myself. I know what to do next." As she finished speaking, Lu Tiantian deeply bowed to Shao-Chi and then said, "I'm sorry. I was being controlled before. I didn't have that deep love for you, but the system told me to love you. Even I thought I should love. which made life a bit chaotic. I caused you trouble. I'm really sorry. After saying that, she walked toward the peacekeepers, took a deep breath, and then said, please bear witness. I want to report the Galga group. Report Meng Zitting. I have evidence, and you can collect it at any time. Chapter 117, How much do you know about aliens? Lu Tian, you madwoman. How could you? How can you do this? I am not someone you can bully. Meng Zitting was furious, clenching her fists, wanting to make a move. But in front of her were those indifferent peacekeepers, their gazes filled with disdain. After an unknown amount of time, Meng Zitting was seen being taken away by the peacekeepers. This time, Xiaoqi did not refuse their invitation and follow them back, because Yifan had said that he hoped he would return to being himself. Moreover, he was very clear that only by becoming a commander, only by becoming a better version of himself, would he have the opportunity to find Yifan. This time, Xiaoqi entered the management level together with Alex. After Alex's mixed-race identity was exposed, the upper echelons paid great attention to this matter, and many believed that Alex should serve as the connection between Earth and humanity, becoming their diplomat. This was exactly what Alex wanted to do. Therefore, after Xiaoqi became the commander of the 8th team, Alex also became an interstellar diplomat, responsible for interfacing with aliens like Francos. Everything proceeded in an orderly manner. But no matter how Alex and Xiaoqi searched, they could not find any news about Yifan. For a moment, their mood became exceptionally heavy. During this cleanup, someone also saw Gu Wei. Like a stray dog, Gu Wei saw Xiaoqi sitting in the position he had always wanted, filled with jealousy. Why are you here? When Xiao Inha saw Gu Wei, her expression darkened. The moment Gu Wei saw Xiao Inha, he knew he had to escape. He shook his head. I am human. You cannot kill your own kind. Looking at Gu Wei's appearance, Xiao Inha found it ridiculous. She certainly would not kill Gu Wei, but she also would not let him off easily. Xiao Inha walked over, grabbed Gu Wei's shoulder, and dragged him in another direction. I want to kill you. But if you betray Earth, don't think you can escape judgment. No, really not. As Gu Wei struggled, he suddenly saw a figure. Xiaoqi. Just when Xiao Inha was eager to kill Gu Wei, a figure appeared in front of her. Upon realizing who it was, Xiao Inha immediately released Gu Wei and excitedly approached him. Brother, Gu Wei has been found. We can send him for judgment, Xiao Inha said. Xiaoqi narrowed his eyes, and as he looked at Gu Wei, a chilling coldness emanated from his gaze. Gu Wei gritted his teeth, stepping back step by step, his body leaning against a silver mailbox, and suddenly began to curse excitedly. Xiaoqi, what do you want to do? How do you want to hurt me? His tone made it sound like he was the more wronged one. How much do you know about aliens? Xiaoqi asked coldly. I don't know much. I'm just a pawn. I have no decision-making power. Gu Wei's eyes flickered as he gritted his teeth and shouted. Xiaoqi, I helped you back then. I have helped you more than once. If you had any conscience, you wouldn't be against me. Xiaoqi let out a low laugh. Ha, help me? Do you think I can forgive you for calculating against me back then, causing misunderstandings between me and Yifan? What? Gu Wei's face changed drastically, and he became furious. Meanwhile, Xiao Inha and the hurriedly arriving Alex showed expressions of extreme surprise upon hearing their conversation. What? Gu Wei plotted against them back then? Gu Wei's face grew increasingly ugly as he darkly said, It was your selfishness. It was you who wanted to become a commander for Yifan. You clearly knew how much I wanted to climb up. You clearly knew how much I cared about that. You betrayed our friendship first, and still want me not to plot against you? How is that possible? Xiao Inha shook her head, silently cursing. Can this man not reflect on himself? It's always someone else's fault. He is kind. He is good. If he cannot get promoted, it's because others are framing him. Listening to Gu Wei's words, Xiaoqi coldly said, Did I not tell you something? Have you forgotten? Gu Wei was taken aback. Immediately afterward, he saw the seemingly gentle gaze of Xiaoqi filled with darkness. I told you. If you want any position, I can give it to you, but you absolutely cannot plot against Yifan. How did you agree to that? Gu Wei looked at Xiaoqi's expression and his heart sank. He regretted it. In fact, when he let Xiaoqi enter the virtual space and erased part of his memories, he had anticipated this day. Xiaoqi loved Yifan, was infatuated with Yifan back then, and could easily give up his life for her. He was truly wrong to align with the aliens to climb up and agreed to stir up trouble between Yifan and Xiaoqi. Now, no aliens would come to save him, and Shao-Chi had become the team commander. He and Shao-Chi were like an egg against a rock. He simply could not fight against him anymore. Shao-Chi, no matter what. Yi Fan is just a woman. You shouldn't completely sever ties with me for her. Give me a chance. I will tell you about the aliens, so you can continue to climb up. Okay. Slap. The moment Gu Wei finished speaking, Xiao Yinhe slapped him. Xiao Yinhe could no longer contain herself. Rubbing her wrist, she angrily said, "My brother is not you. Don't use your dirty thoughts to bribe my brother." Gu Wei rubbed his swollen face and laughed in anger. "Your brother is noble. Your brother is upright. Then why couldn't your brother ultimately be used against Yi Fan? He doesn't even know who Yi Fan is facing. Nor does he know who took Yi Fan away, right? Ha ha. Aliens also like little things like Yi Fan. Shao-Chi, you are just a tiny human. You will never find Yi Fan." Shao-Chi adjusted his cuffs, a trace of impatience flashing in his eyes, and said to the people behind him, "Take him to the detention center. He will face judgment with Meng Kai-Xian and the others next month." Gu Wei was taken away, but Xiao Yinhe saw that her brother's face was still dark. "Brother, what is wrong with you?" If Yi Fan was taken away by aliens, Shao-Chi pondered, then their inability to find Yi Fan could be explained. Because if she really did experience brain death and crossed over, there would definitely still be some trace of her 5 years later. But they had searched for so long, and the traces of Yi Fan's existence in this world still dated back to 5 years ago. This indicates Yi Fan did not return to the past. "Brother, if it was aliens who took her, none of us could find Yi Fan," Xiao Yinhe reminded. "The other party is a high-level alien, treating all of them as toys. They want to go out and find Yi Fan, but the Starry Sea is vast, making it extremely difficult. Just like Gu Wei's last words about hitting a stone with an egg. It is completely impossible for them to deal with aliens and find Yi Fan from those people. Brother, why aren't you saying anything? Where are you going now? Don't act impulsively." Seeing her brother leave, Xiao Yinhe nervously followed him. Chapter 118. One must have faith in the laboratory. Feng Yuanlan adjusted his glasses, rubbed his temples, and sighed deeply. "Shao-Chi, your idea is too crazy. Even if I can send you to the space station, without a spaceship to other star systems, what can you do?" Shao-Chi remained silent. He just wanted to enter the space station, as if being there would allow him to see Yi Fan. Feng Yuanlan understood Shao-Chi's thoughts well. He raised his hand and patted his shoulder, then sighed again. "All right, you wait for me for half a month. I'll go apply for the communication code to talk to the aliens." In fact, Shao-Chi had the right to apply for the code to communicate with people like Delhuas. However, Delhuas did not want Shao-Chi to find Yi Fan, so his path was blocked. Now, Feng Yuanlan was the only one who could help Shao-Chi. "I'm sorry, Teacher Feng. I can't wait even a moment," Shao-Chi said anxiously. Feng Yuanlan was also troubled and asked directly, "If you can't wait, then go fight them. You've just become a commander. Do you want to throw it all away? Don't forget, Yi Fan has always hoped for you to do something." Xiao Yinhe, standing nearby, suddenly asked, "Teacher Feng, do you think they will continue to use Yi Fan as a test subject? I've seen Yi Fan's genetic sequence. It's currently in a very perfect state of change. If I were them, I would definitely keep using Yi Fan as a test subject. To create a better human, I would keep using Yi Fan for cloning, using her as a host to nurture the next generation." Feng Yuanlan explained slowly. As his words fell, the entire laboratory fell into a deathly silence. Xiao Yinhe's face turned pale, and her legs went weak as she sat down in a chair. What does Yi Fan count as? How can they be so cruel?" Shao-Chi stood there like a statue, motionless. Feng Yuanlan paused and looked at Shao-Chi. "Of course, this is a calculation from a scientific perspective, but if it's not the research team that takes Yi Fan away, perhaps the outcome would be different. Are there others who would cherish her?" Xiao Yinhe steadied herself and asked tremulously. "If she has met many aliens, there should be people who cherish her. For example." At that moment, Qin Yefeng suddenly walked in. He looked at Shao-Chi with a complex expression and did not hide anything. "For example, Delhuas. What did you say?" Xiao Yinhe was shocked. Immediately after, Shao-Chi rushed over, grabbing Qin Yefeng by the collar, and his tightly clenched fist struck directly at his face. He remained expressionless, like a murderous robot. Qin Yefeng did not resist. He allowed Shao-Chi to keep hitting him. Finally, he hoarsely asked, "Shao-Chi, I'm sorry. Watching Yi Fan leave, he truly regretted it. If he hadn't been part of that plan and hadn't hidden things from Xiao-Qi, perhaps the outcome would have been different. Xiao-Qi sneered, continuing to strike. What good is I'm sorry? Tell me, what good is I'm sorry? Yi Fan is no longer by our side. Even as a human, I have no ability to bring Yi Fan back. How painful is this for me? Does this guy before me understand? Qin Yifeng, I believed in you. But that doesn't mean I'm a fool, nor does it mean I should be deceived by you. Xiao-Qi almost roared. Qin Yifeng looked guilty. Xiao-Qi, I'm sorry. I never thought it would be like this. Huh, you thought about it. Xiao-Qi coldly laughed. Qin Yifeng was a rational person. He would think things through before doing many things. Yes, I thought about it. Ultimately, I couldn't withstand selfishness. I couldn't withstand jealousy. I couldn't bear to see you and Yi Fan in love. Is this answer satisfactory to you? Slap. Xiao-Qi slapped Qin Yifeng. Yi Fan said, one must have faith. Where's your faith? Slap. Xiao-Qi slapped Qin Yifeng again. Yi Fan said, you should find the meaning of your existence. These were words Yi Fan had said to them before. She had never been disappointed in Qin Yifeng, always encouraging him. But what about Qin Yifeng? He was slowly walking down a path completely opposite to theirs. Thinking of this, Xiao-Qi couldn't help but want to hit him. However, in the end, his hand didn't come down because what good would it do? He could never wake up a person pretending to be asleep, unless Qin Yifeng figured it out himself. Otherwise, no amount of words would help. Qin Yifeng wiped the corner of his mouth, looking at the person who had once chased dreams with him, reflecting on the changes they had undergone over the years. He certainly regretted it. Xiao-Qi, I only know that as long as Delhus, that alien has different feelings for Yi Fan. As for the others, I'm not sure. If you want to find Yi Fan, contact Delhuas first. You don't need to look for the others. It's meaningless. After saying this, he looked at Xiao Yinhe, bitterly smiling at the disgust in the girlish eyes. I am sorry, Yinfe. I've disappointed you, right? I said I would be a role model for this sister, but in the end, he too had lost his way. In the quiet star system hotel, the girl lay on the comfortable velvet bed, her face calm as if she had never been disturbed by anything. She was so beautiful, so quiet. If they could talk to her, that would be best. Delhuas sat beside her, and a call came in on the communication screen. He slid to answer. What is up? Your Highness, Earth is recovering nicely. Many human abilities have fully manifested after breaking free from the control of the intelligent AI system, the person on the other end said with some excitement. Yi Fan said that humans would progress, and it seems to be true. Delhuas remained silent for a long time, causing the person on the other end to grow tense, following suit in silence. After a while, the person finally said, Your Highness, Xiao-Qi hopes to find Yi Fan. They probably already realized that Yi Fan has been taken away. At the moment the words fell, a low laugh came from the other end. Not unexpected, but rather anticipated. Your Highness, if he wants to find Yi Fan, do you agree? Now the technological level of humans has not reached the standard for interstellar travel. Tell him that if he wants to talk to me face to face, he must first become the highest commander of Freedom City. A human who lacks ambition is not worthy of competing with him for Yi Fan. Then, doesn't that mean exposing Yi Fan to you? They all understand. In Delhua's eyes, Yi Fan is different. Letting Yi Fan return to Xiao-Qi's side, our Highness would likely be heartbroken. It doesn't matter. He probably already knows. After all, Qin Yifeng and these humans have seen him take Yi Fan away. It's not easy to hide. After hanging up the phone, Delhuas turned to quietly look at the still calm Yi Fan beside him, whispering, if you don't wake up, I will likely let the Earth technology you like regress. This way. Are you not afraid? Chapter 119. This is absolutely impossible. Some humans on Earth and members of the Galactic Federation are worried that Yi Fan might become a threat to them. However, only Delhuas knows that, even after numerous genetic modifications, Yi Fan could never become the monster they fear. On one hand, she wouldn't be foolish enough to seek out environments that would cause her genes to mutate into a state she doesn't like. On the other hand, these high-level beings had already made preparations on both sides when they created certain individuals and events. How could there possibly be a problem? The theory that Yi Fan poses a threat is merely an excuse for them to engage in destruction. How could he not see through their intentions? To pin a crime on him is absolutely impossible. The darkness feels like a massive cocoon, layer upon layer wrapping around, as if it could never be broken. She doesn't know how she raises her hands, nor how to exert any force. Just a belief that she must tear through all of this. Someone is waiting for her, right? There has to be someone who has been waiting for her. When her consciousness sinks into the abyss, she can still see those people, see their expressions, and hear their pleas of don't go. She feels the cocoon tightening as if it is already choking her neck. She is about to be shattered, to be completely broken apart by this darkness. What to do? What on earth should she do? Yi Fan. Yi Fan. A man's voice suddenly calls out, urgent and filled with deep emotion. Suddenly, she feels a force pulling her, compelling her to break free from the restraints before her. Someone is waiting for her to return. So no matter what, she cannot disappear, absolutely cannot disappear. This belief spins in her heart, pulling her outward little by little. Then she sees that the dark cocoon is suddenly torn open by someone, a beam of light pouring in. She flies out of that dark space like a butterfly, embracing the sun, embracing all warm things. Cough, cough. She coughs and suddenly opens her eyes, seeing a bright light. It hurts a little. Her eyes have not fully adjusted to the intensity of the light. She rubs her eyelids, and after slowly adapting, she carefully looks around. The luxurious decor is not what she saw on Earth. The lights are floating, and many pieces of furniture have a unique technological feel. On the table next to the large bed, there's a bouquet of interstellar roses alternating between white and pink, looking very beautiful. Yi Fan slowly sits up, tilting her head, quietly observing everything around her, taking a while to realize. This place is beautiful. The oxygen in the room is also quite abundant. She knows this is not Earth, nor a space station. This is another planet, a planet she has never been to, but once longed for. Yi Fan's gaze shifts as she looks around, then slowly lifts the blanket, attempting to get out of bed. However, her body feels very stiff, as if her limbs do not belong to her. Seeing this, the surrounding robots all gathered around. Mistress, you are awake. Recovery period, body condition suboptimal. Reminder, it is not advisable to act immediately, as it is not good for your health. Yi Fan looks at them, takes a deep breath, leans closer, and gently pats their heads. Then she says, sorry, I must see your master. There are some things I need to confirm. Why is she on this planet? What has happened to the humans on Earth? How is Shao-Chi doing? All of this must be confirmed. The robots see that Yi Fan has not taken their advice and can only change their form to that of humans. Mistress, we will assist you. Their programmed reminders indicate that in such situations, they only need to support Yi Fan without pushing her too hard. With the help of the robots, Yi Fan walks out. This villa is very large. If it weren't for the robots, Yi Fan dares to say that given her current physical condition, she would definitely run into major problems. They keep walking until she sees some elegantly dressed female aliens in the garden. Their skin colors are different, and even their shapes vary. Some resemble humans like her. Some have octopus-like heads, some have fly-like compound eyes, and others are in the rumored merfolk state. In short, there are many beings from various star systems, and judging by the symbols on them, it is not hard to guess that they are not ordinary aliens. Are those Earthlings? Or from the ape planet? Someone spots Yi Fan, curiously pointing at her, looking a bit weak, but her appearance seems good, indicating she has evolved well. Haven't you heard of Delhua's human darling? Someone laughs, casting a meaningful glance at those around, then says, this is said to be her. It seems Delhua's treatment was successful. Her brain has resumed thinking. That makes it interesting. We will soon see Delhua's having a low-level partner. That is the sorrow of their race. These aliens chatter back and forth. Yi Fan originally couldn't understand them, but she has a real-time translator on her wrist, which almost instantly allows her to comprehend what they mean. She dazedly looks down at her clothes, then glances in the direction of the aliens. What did she just hear? Is Delhua's helping her? She hasn't suffered brain death. They rescued her. But why do they call her Delhua's darling? Even suggesting she become some sort of partner? By all accounts, didn't Delhua's dislike low-level humans like her? Every time they spoke, that guy would say he wouldn't be interested in low-level humans like her, and told her to know her place. What's going on? Mistress, do you need a rest? One robot seems to have noticed Yi Fan's poor physical condition and quickly asks. Yi Fan comes back to her senses, gently shakes her head, and smiles. No need, thank you. She wants to see Delhua's to clarify what exactly is going on. And Earth, her beloved Earth, what has it turned into? Yifan insists on staying, and the robots have no choice. Worried about Yifan's energy levels, one robot goes over to get a snack. At this moment, a more humanoid alien woman approaches with a smile, tilting her head to look at Yifan. My darling, hello? Yifan frowns, looking at the person in front of her with confusion. How did she become his darling? The development status of Earth is quite good. Many humans have started trying to apply for interstellar positions. Although their abilities are still insufficient, I believe, with some training, they won't disappoint us, right? Yifan nods politely with a smile, but doesn't say much. However, the other party does not intend to let her off easily and continues, if I were you, I would really want to return to Earth. Yifan still maintains a cold expression. Not understanding the other party, she does not want to explain too much. Chapter 123 years later, but it's also fine if you don't want to go back. After all, having Delhua's favor, how many interstellar women would envy you? The woman said, shaking her head lightly, her face full of mockery. Yifan did not want to hear her continue. So she turned directly and said to one of the robots, give me the light screen. The robot would not refuse Yifan's request and handed over the portable light screen. The woman behind her was still chattering, but Yifan had already opened the light screen. She discovered that Earth had changed as she had anticipated after her departure. She even saw that knew.She had become the commander of the 8th team. Fan Yuanlan had taken over Yi Tianhua as the chief of the Imperial Research Institute and had begun to take students. Even Aux had become an interstellar diplomat. Everything on Earth seemed wonderful. However, why was there a photo of knew.She and Meng Zedong? And it was being hotly discussed by the people of Earth. In the photo, Meng Zedong was hugging knew.She, and their postures were very intimate. Although the lighting was poor and the image quality was not very clear, it could be confirmed that the two people in the photo were indeed knew.She and Meng Zedong. What is going on? Did knew.She reconcile with Meng Zedong? Why does it feel like the world has changed? Upon seeing such news, Yifan felt less jealousy. On the contrary, she was confused. She continued to look through the light screen. The alien woman behind her saw her seemingly searching for news and said with a smile, you left. And Earth has also passed 3 years, right? A lot can happen in 3 years on Earth. 3 years? Yifan quickly clicked on one of the messages and soon saw the content above. The time was already 2055. So, 3 years have really passed. Thinking about it, she had come from Earth to this planet and had been in a coma for so long. It naturally took time. So in these 3 years, changes happened between knew.She and Meng Zedong. At this moment, Yifan felt more worried than jealous. She was concerned that knew.She might have influenced Meng Zedong in some way. Yifan? The alien woman noticed that Yifan was silent and felt a bit nervous. After all, Yifan was different from them. Delhua's cared about her. If her previous words had upset Yifan, Delhua's would definitely not let her off. All interstellar women envied Yifan, but they did not dare to truly do anything to her, because they feared Delhua's. Thank you for your explanation, I think. I should go back and rest. Yifan held her forehead, not wanting to talk much with the woman in front of her, and turned to walk in a direction. Yifan, do you want me to help you? I've brought healing capsules. I can help you with many things. The woman chased after her, wanted to hold Yifan's hand, but she was rejected by Yifan's cold gaze. Thank you, but I don't need it. They didn't know each other, and she had clearly seen the woman's disdain and even jealousy on her face just now. A person who had different feelings toward her was someone she could not easily trust. Having seen so many white lotus flowers on Earth, she would not let herself be deceived by another one now. After Yifan left with the robots, the alien women at the banquet all came over. One of them stared in the direction Yifan had left, frowning and saying, her temper is really bad. She doesn't understand what His Highness Delhua's likes. Low-level humans will eventually affect His Highness Delhua's. I worry for him. Everyone, keep your voices down. There are surveillance spheres here. If it gets recorded that we have bad thoughts about His Highness's treasure, we won't be able to come to this planet again. The woman who was looking for Yifan reminded. The other sneered and looked at Yifan with disdain. Anyway, I am not convinced. I also don't want such a being around us. Could you please help me inform Delhua's? Yifan lay on the bed, looking at one of the robots, and weakly spoke. The robot stood upright, like the most devout knight, and nodded. Please rest assured, We will definitely inform him about your matter. Meanwhile, on the spaceship, Delhuas sat quietly, propping his chin with one hand, looking like the most elegant god. Has she awakened? Why hasn't he driven away the guests in the villa? Those guests were not invited by him, but by his mother, who hoped he would choose the one with the best conditions among them to be his wife. However, he had no interest. He had only gone out casually to relax, but missed her awakening. He wished he could appear in front of her at the first moment and hear her talk about many things. But unfortunately, he missed it. At this moment, the people on the spaceship were a bit dazed, standing there, unsure how to respond. However, the more they remained silent, the darker his expression became, as if dark clouds were pressing down on the city. Finally, an alien maid approached, trembling as she said, "This is your mother's arrangement. We dare not do anything against her will without her permission. It's difficult to deal with His Highness, and that one is also difficult to handle. Moreover, who doesn't know that many of those who came today are the princesses and nobles of the planet, even though their planet is of a higher level than others. As servants, they do not dare to be disrespectful to those women." An interstellar warrior approached, his face cold. "Your Highness, we are already moving at full speed. We will arrive at the villa in about 5 minutes. Do you need to use force to disperse them?" Delhoas tilted his head, looking at the blue sky outside and the few floating clouds, with a warm yet cold smile on his face. "Just threaten them. There is no need to act. They must know that he has no interest in them. Even if high-level beings have reproductive isolation from low-level humans, he must have a high-level female to bear offspring. He would not choose them. He had already found a suitable incubation chamber and reached an agreement with the wisest woman in the universe. They would cultivate a child outside the body, passing on their excellent genes. Therefore, what he could give Yifan now was only love. Soon, the spaceship landed, and those young ladies were driven away by the interstellar warriors, creating a bit of chaos. The proud young ladies looked somewhat disheveled. When they saw the man who resembled a deity appear, they couldn't help but cast infatuated glances. But none dared to approach, because this man's cold gaze was like a blade, piercing through the hearts of all of them in an instant. Such a good prince ended up with an ordinary human. Some felt unwilling. I also feel unwilling. But what can they do? His Highness Delhoas likes that person whom they look down upon. They cannot replace that human. After those women left, Delhoas was already standing outside Yifan's room. However, when he was about to push the door open, he hesitated a bit. Chapter 121. A grapefruit that is forced to ripen is not sweet. While Delvash was hesitating, suddenly the door opened from the inside, followed by a lazy and hoarse voice. "Your Highness Delvash, hello." In an instant, the air froze. Silence fell all around. Delvash stood there in a daze, as if he had turned into a stone, unsure how long it had been before he slowly came to his senses. Then he raised his hand, gently cradling Yifan's face. Although the girl in front of him still looked a bit pale, her eyes sparkled with the light she loved most. At this moment, a faint smile played on her lips, resembling the most beautiful flower bud. A faint floral fragrance wafted around, and her hair swayed gently with the wind. Looking at the human girl in front of him, the interstellar warriors who followed seemed to understand something, and they all looked at Yifan. Yifan looked at Delvash, who appeared somewhat dazed, and gently smiled. "Your Highness Delvash, are you okay?" Delvash's lips twitched slightly, and then he immediately hugged her tightly, feeling her vibrant presence before him and that she could respond to him. For the first time, the man lost control of his emotions and said this. "It can't be a dream, right?" "No, it's not a dream," Yifan nodded. Then he saw Delvash tracing her cheek with his hand, his face filled with uncontrollable excitement. "That's great. You've woken up. You finally woke up." He had thought that her brain would truly die, that all his waiting was just an obsession. He never expected that in the end, he would wait for her. She really woke up on his planet. After a long while, Delvash finally came back to his senses. He directly picked up Yifan and carefully walked to the sofa, placing her down gently. Then, feeling uneasy, he called the robot doctor to examine Yifan. Yifan looked helpless. "Your Highness Delvash, don't let them examine me anymore. I'm fine. I can confirm that I've awakened." However, Delvash didn't believe it and insisted on having the robot check Yifan. Once everything was examined, Delvash said, "Well, indeed, the little human is fine. Yifan looked at him with a black line on her forehead. Why did you bring me to your planet? Delvash had already regained his composure and smiled. What do you think? A male alien brings a female earthling back to his planet, to his family. Yifan, don't tell me you don't understand my meaning? Yifan blinked. Well, we are not the same species, and as a high-ranking individual, aren't you afraid of attracting controversy by doing this? I still want to go back to Earth. Can you go back? Delvash asked with a light laugh, his eyes seeming to see right through Yifan. However, Yifan didn't feel that she couldn't go back, and she smiled. That's where I was born and raised. Why can't I go back? The most important thing is, my ties are there. What's going on with Xiao-Qi and Meng Ziding? Yifan didn't want to discuss emotions with him and directly changed the topic. Delvash was somewhat surprised. How do you know about Xiao-Qi and Meng Ziding? I've seen the light screen. I know how to use the light screen from a galaxy, Yifan answered. Delvash glanced at her, seemingly hesitant to speak, and, after considering his words, he said, after the link with Earth was severed, we did not continue to monitor Earth. Therefore, the information we can obtain now is only what Earth humans are discussing on social platforms. Yifan fell silent. She understood Delvash's meaning. They placed great importance on agreements, and since they promised Earth, they would not interfere again. So if even Delvash didn't know the situation on Earth, she would have to return to Earth to inquire carefully. I want to go back, Yifan attempted to request from Delvash. The man's expression turned cold. What if I refuse? Staying with me is of no benefit to you. Yifan thought for a moment and then smiled. We have a saying on Earth, a grapefruit that is forced to ripen is not sweet. Is it sweet or not? Isn't it only the person eating that knows? Delvash laughed. Yifan frowned. It seemed that communicating these things with Delvash was not going smoothly. Meanwhile on Earth, the internet was flooded with news about Xiao-Qi and Meng Ziding. Xiao-Qi was stuck at a critical juncture in the election for the commander of Freedom City, and such news was greatly affecting his public image. Xiao Galaxy looked at the comments on her phone, gritting her teeth in anger. Can't they analyze the timing? This is clearly from 8 years ago, when you misidentified someone due to being emotionally unstable after an injury. Moreover, they were only hugging. Why doesn't anyone believe him? Mu Xiaoqi shook her head, sighed lightly, and comforted Xiao Galaxy. Sister Galaxy, don't be angry. The crowd's opinion is like gold. Most people like to believe what they see and won't first believe our explanation. The key right now is Meng Ziding. If she could step forward to explain, it would likely be different. Meng Ziding won't explain, Xiao Galaxy said firmly. In these 3 years, Meng Ziding has lost everything. Her father, her proud life. Even her previous qualifications are gone. She lives like a stray dog in a shelter, looking for opportunities to scam them. Now that my brother is in trouble, it would be enough for her not to stir the pot. How could she possibly stand up to help them again? In short, Meng Ziding was not trustworthy. If only Sister Fan were here, she and Brother Xiao-Qi would have been married long ago, and that bad woman wouldn't have the chance to bully Brother Xiao-Qi. Mu Xiaoqi lamented. At this, Xiao Galaxy couldn't help but feel sad. Yes, if Yifan were here, my brother Wun-Ti have to work like a machine, never resting. Let's find evidence first. Let everyone believe in the timing of the photo, and then invite Meng Ziding's former friends to explain. Xiao Galaxy took a deep breath. For now, this is the only way. She can't let this scandal continue to affect her brother. She must help him find a breakthrough. While they were looking for evidence, Meng Ziding was sitting outside the shelter, smoking in a booth. Looking at the sky, she smiled with a twisted expression, muttering to herself, Yifan, did you see? Even if you save the Earth, what does it matter? Everything you love didn't turn out the way you hoped. I can't destroy humanity, nor can I find a new backing, but I can use those photos to destroy your Xiao-Qi. You can do nothing. You're already dead. You can only watch me bully Xiao-Qi for the rest of your life. All right, smoke less. Suddenly, a cold male voice chimed in, admonishing her. Meng Ziding pouted, looking somewhat aggrieved. We agreed. You don't need to take care of me. Still want to return to your peak? Just take care of yourself. Meng Kai-Xian, wearing a mask, nervously advised his daughter. Chapter 122, must make this decision. Meng Ziding sneered and replied, Dad, we can't go back. They all support Xiao-Qi. But they referred to the aliens. The previous failure had made her father a sinner on Earth, and she had completely lost her halo. She had worked hard to return to a normal life after performing excellently, only to find that her father was still alive. He even hoped she would help him make a comeback. But she didn't want to. She only wanted to destroy Xiao-Qi. Every time she saw Xiao-Qi on the headlines, seeing so many people liking him, her hatred made her grit her teeth. When she loved Xiao-Qi, no matter how she helped him, he was like mud that couldn't be molded. But after she gave up, Xiao-Qi became like this. Why could Yi-Fan change Xiao-Qi, but she couldn't? Why was Yi-Fan Xiao-Qi's faith? Now that there was no Yi-Fan, she wanted Xiao-Qi to see how she would destroy him. It was a big mistake that he didn't agree to be with her back then. Meng Kaixin paused, then pressed on his daughter's shoulder and said frantically, "Ting Ting, trust Dad. As long as we destroy them step by step, making humanity not believe in Xiao-Qi, not believe in their supreme commander, Earth will descend into chaos. In chaotic times, heroes emerge, and Dad's people will reappear. We will definitely become the kings of Earth." Meng Kaixin was filled with aspirations. At this point, her biological father was still thinking about these unrealistic things, and Meng Ziding couldn't help but shake her head. But she didn't immediately refuse. Instead, she smiled and said, "All right then, I'll deal with Xiao-Qi first. As long as I destroy him, the rest will be easier, right? Yes, you must destroy Xiao-Qi, even if it costs you your life," Meng Kaixin said. Meanwhile, at the Supreme Research Institute, Fang Yuanlan was furious after seeing a social media account claiming to be Meng Ziding's friend expose Xiao-Qi and Meng Ziding, slamming the table several times. Nonsense. These women are slandering Xiao-Qi, who is Meng Ziding. How could Xiao-Qi possibly have anything to do with her? The researchers, especially those who had interacted with Xiao-Qi, naturally believed in him. But the ordinary public couldn't. Many of them didn't understand Xiao-Qi's situation. They only saw the intimate photos of him with Meng Ziding and concluded that he was betraying them. Over the years, although humanity was recovering, they were also sensitive. Their anger towards the Meng family had never disappeared. So when they saw Meng Ziding entangled with Xiao-Qi again, they immediately concluded that Xiao-Qi was unworthy of being their Free City commander. Now, public opinion surveys showed that Xiao-Qi had lost 10% of his support, which was dire. A researcher said worriedly. Fang Yuanlan didn't want Xiao-Qi to have an incident. So she thought for a moment and looked at the recently graduated junior researcher Han Xinyan beside her. She spoke, "Nian Nian, do you like senior Xiao-Qi?" Suddenly being asked such a question, Han Xinyan's cheeks instantly flushed, and she gently nodded. "Well, I don't think anyone would dislike senior Xiao-Qi, right? Of course. Those on the internet don't count. They've been misled. Well, Teacher Fang won't beat around the bush with you. It's like this. I hope you could get engaged to senior Xiao-Qi to help him get through this tough time," Fang Yuanlan said. Han Xinyan was a well-educated researcher and was a beloved academic sister before graduation. Her public image and political standing were excellent. If she stood up to support Xiao-Qi and agreed to a fake marriage with him, it could help Xiao-Qi turn the tide and get through this crisis. Han Xinyan understood Fang Yuanlan's meaning. She lowered her eyes, carefully considering the feasibility of this matter, and finally said, "Teacher Fang, it's a fake marriage. We don't have to actually live together, right? Yes, after a year of marriage, you can find a suitable reason to part ways. I brought this up because you like him and your parents have mentioned things to me, so..." Fang Yuanlan looked at Han Xinyan anxiously. She wasn't sure if Han Xinyan would accept this arrangement. Upon hearing Fang Yuanlan's words, Han Xinyan's eyes turned slightly red. She wiped her tears and slowly said, "So Teacher Fang knows. Yes, I have a genetic issue and can't marry and have children. If my body can help senior Xiao-Qi, I'm willing. You don't have to worry about me." I cried because I was a bit emotional. I didn't expect that I could actually marry senior Xiao-Qi. It feels like a dream. Seeing Han Xinyan agree, Fang Yuanlan breathed a sigh of relief and then said, "Then I will go tell Xiao-Qi." However, this proposal was immediately rejected by Xiao-Qi. Xiao-Qi did not allow himself to use another girl's marriage to climb up. That would be too despicable and would make him seem incompetent. But do you want someone else to be the commander of Free City? Didn't you want to become a commander and then find Yi-Fan? Now, Meng Ziding's situation has already affected your reputation and your chance to become the supreme commander. Fang Yuanlan glanced not far away and said solemnly, "You must make this decision for Yi-Fan. Xiao-Qi fell silent upon hearing this. All his efforts over the years were for Yi Fan. If he gave up this time, it would be much harder to run for office again in the future. Brother, I think you can get engaged first. There's no need to marry immediately. Once the election is over, you can slowly handle the follow-up with Han Xinyan. I believe Yi Fan will understand once she knows about this. As for Meng Ziding, I don't believe she can continue to entangle with you in this situation. Xiao Yinhe also persuaded him. In the end, under everyone's persuasion and Han Xinyan's assurance, Xiao-Qi decided to heed their advice and handle it this way for now. Soon, the news of Xiao-Qi and Han Xinyan was officially released. This time, Xiao-Qi and Han Xinyan even made an official application, which meant it was recognized by the higher-ups. The citizens who had originally opposed Xiao-Qi suddenly changed their mind upon seeing this news. The entire social media was filled with congratulatory messages. Xiao-Qi has good taste. The one he likes is also the one we like. Han Xinyan is so great. Am I the only one who likes Han Xinyan? I really like her and hope she and Xiao-Qi can be happy. You must stay happy. I will vote for you. In just 2 days, Xiao-Qi's public opinion poll changed. Those who initially didn't want to vote for him now expressed their intention to vote because of Han Xinyan. This made Meng Ziding completely explode. She smashed everything in the homeless shelter. My God, Meng Ziding, why are you so angry? Can you stop smashing things for a moment? Please, calm down. A homeless girl rushed over to stop her. But Meng Ziding's eyes were bloodshot as she kicked the sofa in front of her. How can I calm down? Don't you see what's on the internet? Xiao-Qi is really something. To distance himself from me, he actually found another woman. Wasn't he supposed to be loyal to Yi Fan until death? What does this count as now? Does he not want to be associated with me at all? Chapter 123 engaged when I saw it. We all saw it. They are such a perfect match. You really don't need to be angry anymore. The young girl said as she handed Meng Ziding a sedative. Meng Ziding, look at you now. Just don't do anything that will embarrass yourself, okay? Am I the one embarrassing myself? I'm not. You have to understand. I was bullied by them, and Xiao-Qi let me down. I love Xiao-Qi so much. He never loved me. Meng Ziding was furious at this moment, like a lion unable to contain her anger. All right. You love Xiao-Qi, but he doesn't love you. He is not good enough, so just stay away from such a man. Isn't that enough? The young girl expressed her confusion. Since he doesn't like her anymore, why cling on and be entangled? Doing this now is just lowering her own worth, and besides, it seems Meng Ziding has no worth left to lower. Meng Ziding's face darkened. I want to find Xiao-Qi. I want him to give me an explanation. No. You mustn't cause a scene. Really, don't act recklessly, okay? He truly can't handle this. If Meng Ziding goes to find Xiao-Qi, it will definitely cause big trouble. By then, their shelter will also be affected. What should they do then? She earnestly advised. Meng Ziding, think carefully. Even if Xiao-Qi loves you, so what? What is your status now, and what is his? Normal men value their careers. He can't possibly trade you for his future. To be fair, it's understandable that Xiao-Qi is with Han Xinyan. So, do you think I deserve to be abandoned? Meng Ziding's smile was somewhat chilling. When Xiao-Qi faced a choice in his career, he chose Yi Fan. Now that he faces a career choice again, why doesn't he choose her, but instead chooses his career? Ultimately, it's because Xiao-Qi doesn't love her. She has become like this for Xiao-Qi, and now she can't possibly make him happy. Xiao-Qi being happy with another woman is an insult to her. The young girl was getting a headache. Ever since Meng Ziding came to their shelter, she had been causing them trouble. Every day, she had to act like a caring big sister, advising her. It's not that you should be abandoned, but I've heard. Truly loving someone isn't about keeping them by your side, but learning to let go. Xiao-Qi is at a turning point in his career. I believe he has a clear plan and hope you won't make the wrong choice. Otherwise, you will never get Xiao-Qi's love again in this lifetime. In fact, they didn't know the real situation between Xiao-Qi and Meng Ziding. They just felt that no matter what, Meng Ziding should let Xiao-Qi go. That is the best way to fulfill love. The voting is about to start. If you cause a scene, you might not only lose Xiao-Qi's feelings, but also become the target of everyone. Isn't that just not worth it? The young girl earnestly persuaded. Hearing about causing a scene, a glimmer of light flashed in Meng Ziding's eyes. Right. How could she forget that she could cause trouble over there? And it wouldn't be so easy for Xiao-Qi to get the votes. Plus, She wanted to see Han Xinyan kneeling and crying in front of her. Oomph. A little girl who hasn't even grown up yet actually wants to compete with her. It's simply looking for death. The young girl saw that Meng Ziding was silent, thinking she understood her words, and continued to reassure her. Let us stay calm. Maybe one day, life will open a window for us, and then we'll really have gained something. The young girl spoke until her lips were almost chapped, finally managing to keep Meng Ziding from exploding in anger for the time being. In a short time, the news that Xiao-Qi and Han Xinyan decided to be together spread to other star systems. Some gossiping aliens even deliberately transmitted such news to Delvar's planet, wanted to see how this prince would deal with the issue of a love rival. Delvar had not yet heard this news, but the aliens working in the villa began to discuss various things. Who is that human? Why is news about him able to reach our planet? I heard it's related to our young lady. Seems like an ex. The one spreading the news wanted to see the young lady's reaction. I don't think she will have much of a reaction, but others will be different. I feel sorry for Prince Delvar, actually liking such a complicated, low-ranking human. If I were him, I would definitely choose someone else, not her. Xiao-Qi and Han Xinyan's engagement, in fact, is a good thing, right? After Yifan woke up, she heard people discussing these matters. Are you talking about Xiao-Qi, the human from Earth? Yifan couldn't help but ask. Hearing the girl's voice, all the aliens working suddenly stopped what they were doing and quietly looked at Yifan. Yifan calmly looked at them, her expression unchanged. Just continue to ask, Xiao-Qi and Han Xinyan, are they both humans from Earth? She could hear the sounds from this side, clearly, so she could confirm that the Xiao-Qi they were talking about was the one she knew. One staff member hesitated for a few seconds, but still spoke up. Yes, they are humans from Earth, candidates for the commander of Free City. I heard he chose a girl of equal status as his fiancée. He was previously involved in a scandal, but didn't expect to get out of it so quickly. This is good for him. Yifan's eyes turned, and she reached out to a nearby robot for a light screen. When she saw the news about Earth and the image of Xiao-Qi standing with Han Xinyan, her heart ached slightly, but she quickly reassured herself that she could understand. They must all think she is dead. Xiao-Qi could choose someone else and be with that person. For her, it should be a good thing. She should bless them, knew.She. Yifan kept reminding herself, but the bitterness in her heart could not be completely washed away. At least it's not Meng Ziding, isn't that good? At this moment, Delvar's voice rang out. He walked over, draped a coat over Yifan, and then led her towards the pink lake at the back of the villa. Along the way, Yifan remained silent, not saying a word, and Delvar also seemed to enjoy the quiet time with her, always wearing a gentle smile. The two walked through the flowers and stood in front of a vast expanse of pink. Yifan took a deep breath and then spoke. Delvar, I want to go back to Earth. Even if that planet may not accept someone like me, who has undergone multiple mutations, I still want to go back. That is my dream, my home, and it holds my love. I know your feelings for me, but love cannot be forced. Upon hearing this, Delvar leaned in closer, hands resting on her shoulders, his gaze heavy and somewhat frightening. Yifan did not flinch, looking firmly at the person before her, continuing to speak. Our lifespans are different. You have a long time to find someone you truly like, but I only have Earth, only Xiao-Qi. I've been away from them for too long. I want to return to their side, even if he has already fallen in love with someone else. Chapter 124, A Qualified Wife, Del was asked in confusion. Yifan chuckled lightly, gazing intently at the person before her, and continued, yes. Even if he ends up liking someone else, I don't care. Why must you? Delhwas did not understand. To him, such human emotions seemed irrational, and he didn't want Yifan to indulge in such feelings. Yifan looked at Delhwas sincerely. Do you really understand love? I do, Delhwas replied. He likes her. That is love. However, Yifan stood on her tiptoes, placing her hands on his shoulders, meeting his gaze. In their eyes, there was only each other. Yet, Yifan's gaze stirred no waves. She said, there's a saying among humans that love arises from something called pheromones. But I believe all love stems from a heartbeat. And then in the exchange of glances, it becomes eternal. When I look at you, I don't feel that eternity. I don't love you. And you look at me very calmly. A rational person like you cannot develop love with me. Delhwas remained silent, his gaze fixed on Yifan, watching her face glow softly in the sunlight, feeling for the first time the sensation described in books, as if he had been shaken from within. He was somewhat at a loss, standing there stiffly. After an unknown amount of time, he regained his composure, reflecting on Yi Fan's words. In Yi Fan's understanding, he was a calm and wise high-level being, thus he could not comprehend human emotions. But in reality, he was moved. It was as if he had been infected by a virus. He could not control his heart or his feelings. This emotion was magical, and he even felt a bit nervous. Delwas still did not answer himself, and Yi Fan suddenly felt unsure of how to continue. She gently bit her lip, her hands also feeling a bit tense. Delwas, you can refute me. Hearing this, the man broke free from the emotions that were almost turning him into another person. He cupped Yi Fan's face with both hands. I'm sorry. I don't know how to answer you. I don't understand human emotions, but I am sure. I am sick. I am poisoned by you. Poisoned by her. Yi Fan was stunned by this statement, staring blankly at Delwas. This was the first time she had heard him say such uncertain words. So, his feelings were real, not another kind? Delwas gently tapped Yi Fan's cheek, trying hard to express himself more clearly. Yi Fan, I think, I want to bring you back. It is not the possessiveness of a high-level being, but affection. I hope you can be by my side. But she liked Xiao-Qi. She wanted to return to Earth. She did not want to live with Delwas on this planet that did not belong to her. Humans have a special dependence on their homeland. She was no exception. Even if this homeland had no family, no proof of her genetic continuity, she still wanted to be there, because that was her harbor, her cradle of childhood. It was the place that witnessed her growth. She wanted to be in such a place, even if it meant being a failure in love. She still thought it would be happiness. If you... Delwas pinched Yi Fan's chin and suddenly spoke again. If what? Yi Fan blurted out, waiting for the man's response. Her intuition told her that this man would give her a choice. Sure enough, Delwas continued, I can take you back to Earth, but you cannot use Yi Fan's identity. You must pretend to be another person with me. If Xiao-Qi can recognize you and defeat me before he marries Han Xinyan, then I will let go. He liked to lose to the strong, even in love. Therefore, to make him let go of his feelings for Yi Fan, Xiao-Qi had to be strong enough. Yi Fan's eyes suddenly shone with a brilliant light. Okay, I agree. Delwas, thank you very much. He was willing to give her this opportunity, which showed he was still a gentleman. However, Yi Fan's physical condition was not as good as they had seen. After the doctor examined her, he gave a suggestion. Yi Fan could only return to Earth by occupying another's body. Her current body was too weak. Once she returned to Earth, it would experience functional disorders, and there was a high chance she wouldn't last a month. Yi Fan did not expect this, but under Delwas's persuasion, she could only choose to occupy someone else's body. 1 week later in Earth time, next to Delwas, who was disguised as a human, stood a glamorous Catwoman. She wanted to find Xiao-Qi, but Delwas did not allow it. So, she could only temporarily follow Delwas. 3 weeks before the Freedom City election, they attended a high-level banquet. Delwas brought Yi Fan along. Humans had now emerged from the chaotic emotions of the past. Everyone's recovery was strong, as if they had never experienced being occupied, and they began to live freely. As the banquet commenced, Delwas spotted Xiao-Qi and Han Xinyan not far away. Now, Han Xinyan appeared as Xiao-Qi's fiancée Yi, so they wore matching outfits. Xiao-Qi wore a black suit, while Han Xinyan wore a black gown. Xiao-Qi sported a tie adorned with diamonds, and Han Xinyan wore a diamond necklace. They stood there like a perfect couple, making others envious. Delwas noticed the envy in Yi Fan's eyes and smiled gently, wrapping his arm around her shoulder. If you're unhappy, you can tell me. I am unhappy. Can I go find Xiao-Qi? Yi Fan asked. No, I don't want you to cheat, Delwas replied, pinching Yi Fan's face. Yi Fan frowned, reluctantly looking at Xiao-Qi not far away, watching him stand harmoniously with Han Xinyan, feeling a pang of bitterness in her heart. For a moment, she wished to be standing beside Xiao-Qi. However, you can learn about your rival, but you must not reveal your identity to her, Delwas said with a smile. This was his grace to Yi Fan. He thought he must have truly fallen for Yi Fan. Otherwise, why would he repeatedly change his principles for her? But it was only Yi Fan. In this world, only Yi Fan was special to him, worthy of him changing his principles. In the restroom, several women surrounded Han Xinyan, coming to inquire about Xiao-Qi. Do you really not mind that Xiao-Qi liked someone else before, even having many ex-girlfriends? A socialite asked curiously. Han Xinyan glanced at Yi Fan, who had just entered. smiled faintly, and elegantly replied, "Why should I mind? What I like is Shao-Chi himself, not his past. Besides, I am confident that I can surpass Shao-Chi's past and become a qualified wife." "You have confidence," I am reassured. "But I have heard that the woman Shao-Chi liked most before was someone named Yi Fan. She seems very outstanding." Chapter 125. The Glory She Needs. Yes. My boyfriend is from the Research Institute. He said that although Yi Fan is an experimental subject, she is the best experimental subject. We owe our ability to break free from the control of aliens to her sacrifice. Another girl said. Han Xinyan nodded, indicating that she understood. However, an older woman grabbed Han Xinyan's hand and said earnestly, "Don't think that your sister is just talking nonsense. You must listen to what she says. For many men, the deceased will always be their white moonlight. Indeed, some people have died, but she died at her most brilliant moment, leaving men with an everlasting image of her in all her dazzling glory. No matter how excellent the living may be, they cannot surpass the deceased who left a vivid mark in a man's life." Han Xinyan understood everyone's sentiments, but she had her own thoughts. The girl blinked and chuckled, saying, "Why should I compete with a dead person? I have the present. Isn't that enough? She remains in his past, while I embrace his future. I feel happier." The women widened their eyes, expressing their shock. But they had to admit that Han Xinyan saw things very clearly. Having a lover's future is obviously very meaningful. "Miss, I see that you and your partner have a good relationship. You two will get married, right?" A socialite noticed Yi Fan and smiled as she changed the topic. Yi Fan immediately nodded elegantly and replied with a smile, "We should. It depends on him. Then you're all set. When he looks at you, his eyes are filled with stars. That's unmistakable. I can say for sure that he will treat you like a treasure and love you dearly." "You are really happy," the older socialite remarked. Although they had the most beautiful lives, in terms of love, it felt as if a window had been closed, and they could not have what they wished for. Yi Fan smiled helplessly. Del Huasi's feelings for her were probably like that, but she didn't like him. "All right, we can't keep discussing this in the restroom. Let's go out first," a socialite reminded, realizing their conversation was out of place, and clapped her hands to urge everyone. Han Xinyan came to her senses, adjusted her demeanor, took a deep breath, and regained her elegant and poised posture. "Xinyan, will your engagement banquet with Shao-Chi be before the election voting?" someone asked. Yi Fan's steps suddenly paused, and her gaze unconsciously fell on Han Xinyan. This answer was important. Han Xinyan was also a bit surprised. She didn't expect these people to care so much about her engagement with Shao-Chi. They had clearly planned to wait until after the election to hold the engagement. At this moment, a woman whose husband was a politician reminded her, "Xinyan, if you want Shao-Chi to be elected 100, your engagement banquet must be the day before the election. Otherwise, people will say you are deceiving voters." Han Xinyan hadn't thought of this point at all. She nodded seriously. "I understand. I will talk to Shao-Chi about it. If we hold an engagement banquet, everyone must come. Of course, how could we miss such a lively event? This lady, don't you think so?" Someone patted Yi Fan's shoulder. Yi Fan's expression became visibly unnatural. She smiled bitterly and nodded. "Of course, I will definitely attend Shao-Chi's engagement banquet." After saying that, she felt a little blocked in her heart, so she excused herself, saying she needed to take medicine, and left these women. Looking at Yi Fan's back, a woman curiously said to Han Xinyan, "Her reaction is a bit strange, as if she were Shao-Chi's ex. It's quite interesting." Han Xinyan smiled and watched Yi Fan run away, unable to help but laugh. "So cute. She runs just like a little kitten. I suggest that when you get engaged, gather all the ex-girlfriends. Who knows, that lady might be among them." Someone teased. Han Xinyan was amused. They really liked to create excitement. What's wrong? As they were leaving the banquet hall, Han Xinyan suddenly grabbed Shao-Chi's hand, looking worried. Shao-Chi looked at the girl in confusion and asked, "What is bothering you?" Han Xinyan nodded and then said, "Shao-Chi, they said it's best to hold the engagement banquet the day before your election. Otherwise, people will attack us for deceiving voters. What do you think?" Shao-Chi frowned. He had actually considered this issue. However, he had not made a firm decision. Seeing him hesitate, Han Xinyan took a deep breath and said very seriously, "Shao-Chi, you don't have to feel trouble because of me. Actually, I'm fine. As long as it's beneficial for you, I can cooperate with anything, even if it's just an engagement banquet or a wedding. Sorry, Xinyan, I didn't mean to rely on you. Xiaoqi felt useless for needing to use another woman to find Yifan. But Han Xinyan simply shook her head, smiling as she said, Xiaoqi, you don't have to apologize to me. You should think about it. Thanks to you, I get to experience what it's like to be engaged and married. She thought she would never have such an experience in her life. Xiaoqi squinted his eyes and gently ruffled the girl's hair. Thank you. While the two were talking, not far away, Yifan was also talking with Delhuasi. Seeing Xiaoqi gently patting Han Xinyan's head, Yifan's heart sank once more. She seemed to feel that Xiaoqi had special feelings for Han Xinyan. So, will they be together? Delhuasi understood Yifan's feelings, but said nothing. He thought everyone needed a process. He was like that, and so was Yifan. So, it was tea until Xiaoqi and Han Xinyan left that he spoke up and took Yifan away. Soon, the news of Xiaoqi and Han Xinyan's engagement came out. Sure enough, many people were even more excited about this engagement news, and some praised Xiaoqi online, actively helping him gather votes. But with joy comes sorrow. Meng Ziding was very upset about this news. She saw some invitations sent out by Xiaoqi and tried hard not to get angry, but in the end, she stormed in front of Meng Kaixian, questioning him in dissatisfaction. Didn't you say you had a way? Look, now Xiaoqi is getting married to that Han Xinyan. I'm afraid they won't get engaged. Meng Kaishuan's lips curled into a sinister smile as he held his daughter's hand, his expression twisted. Let us plant some explosives at his engagement banquet and create a sensational explosion. Dad, are you crazy? Wouldn't that mean Xiaoqi would die? Meng Ziding frowned, showing some confusion. Aren't you hoping for me to be with Xiaoqi? You could just knock Xiaoqi out in advance. It wouldn't affect anything. We are the ones in control. We have plenty of ways to make the final result turn out the way we want it, right? Meng Kaixian's eyes even carried a hint of temptation. But Meng Ziding shook her head. I don't want that. I want Xiaoqi to live. I want to be with Xiaoqi in a legitimate way, as the commander's wife. That is the glory she needs. Chapter 126. The end your glory is something no other man can give you, but your father can. Meng Kaixian tightly gripped Meng Ziding's shoulders, his expression looking somewhat obsessive and twisted. However, Meng Ziding was unwilling to believe what he said. She gently shook her head, took a deep breath, and said, Dad, I still want to be the commander's wife. That way, it's more legitimate. With a loud slap, Meng Kaixian hit Meng Ziding hard, shaking his head and saying, You really are a fool. You stupid woman. He then proceeded to punch and kick Meng Ziding until she was knocked unconscious. When she woke up, she found herself locked in a small dark room by Meng Kaixian. She was unwilling to stay there and was more worried that there would be a problem with Xiaoqi's engagement banquet. Struggling, she tried to find an exit. Xiaoqi and Han Xinyan's engagement banquet invited some important high-ranking officials and influential people in society, and everyone was looking forward to the event. Even Han Xinyan herself was excited. However, on the day of the engagement banquet, a shocking revelation surfaced in the social circle. Han Xinyan's aunt appeared on camera, claiming that Han Xinyan and Xiaoqi were merely in a sham marriage to deceive the public. Instantly, the entire internet was buzzing with discussions about the matter. What now? Why did Han Xinyan's aunt speak out? Fang Yuanlan expressed her confusion, as she had previously spoken to Han's family, who had assured her that the engagement was genuine and had not mentioned any truth about it. Where did Han Xinyan's aunt get this information? Han Xinyan watched the video online, pondering, My aunt has a bad temper and is very greedy. This time, someone probably paid her to say this. Faced with such a huge temptation, she just blurted it out. After saying this, Han Xinyan gritted her teeth and thought, So what if it's a sham marriage? Xiaoqi has nothing to do with Meng Ziding. We will still get engaged. Fang Yuanlan frowned, looking at Han Xinyan's determined expression. But you have to face everyone now. What? Han Xinyan was taken aback, not understanding what she meant. Are others coming too? Many excited citizens were already heading towards your engagement banquet venue, Fang Yuanlan explained. Meanwhile, in the parking lot of the engagement banquet, Yifan sat in the car, watching the video on his phone. This is fake. Delhuaz was somewhat surprised as well. He held Yifan's hand and spoke slowly. Yes, after seeing the video. I had someone confirm it. The engagement is a temporary measure, and there is no rekindle relationship between Meng Zeding and him. That video was taken many years ago when they were misaligned due to certain issues. Hearing Delhua's words, Yifan felt a bit special. So, Xiaoqi never betrayed our feelings. Not only that, Delhua's gazed thoughtfully out the car window. Even his efforts to become the commander of Free City are for you. Delhua's had always questioned this matter regarding Han Xinyan. So without Yifan's knowledge, he had found Han Xinyan and Fang Yuanlan and hypnotized them. Their responses were how hard Xiaoqi worked for Yifan. After hearing them, Delhua's realized that even if he could keep Yifan hidden and take her away from Earth, the final outcome would still be the same. As long as Yifan knew about Xiaoqi's efforts, she would inevitably leave him. He could imprison her, but he could never lock away her heart. Thinking of this, Delhua's couldn't help but feel regretful. If he had met Yifan a day earlier, or if he had denied the plan with humans before Yifan became a test subject, perhaps they could have been together. Now, he didn't want Yifan to hate him. The only thing he could do was let her go to find Xiaoqi. Delhua's, you telling me this means you agree to let go, right? Yifan suddenly spoke, looking at the man seriously. I am a high-level being. I won't let despicable emotions control me. Delhua's replied, his words carrying the pride unique to a high-level being. So, you choose whether to return to him or stay with me. It's all your choice. And if I don't leave him, you will. Yifan was actually worried he might harm Earth. Understanding Yifan's meaning, Delhua's found it a bit amusing. He reached out and hugged her, then lightly bit her neck, causing Yifan to frown in pain. Delhua's, you. Why can you understand Xiaoqi, but not me? Delhua's tone carried a hint of grievance. But he quickly added, don't worry. I'm not that despicable. I have a peace treaty with your kind. I will ensure my people follow through with it. But for the future, after we are gone, who can guarantee what will happen to Earth? Yifan looked at Delhua's with gratitude. That's enough. Thank you. Unfortunately, this body isn't yours. Otherwise, I really want to leave a mark on you that can never be erased. So you will always remember me, Delhua's said. Just as they were talking, someone suddenly knocked on the car window from outside. Delhua's instantly returned to his cold demeanor and said in a deep voice, what is going on? Your Highness, our people have detected signals of a bomb at the engagement banquet site. What? Yifan was taken aback and immediately looked at Delhua's. Do your people know how to defuse bombs? They know a bit, Delhua's replied. Yifan glanced at the growing crowd of humans outside, then looked back at Delhua's and said seriously then, I will go with them to defuse the bomb. Yifan, this is a conspiracy. The other side has planted bombs in advance and then exposed the truth before the engagement banquet, luring the public over. Clearly, they want to create a sensational explosion. I must say, the logical thinking ability of highly intelligent beings is indeed strong. Delhua's had already guessed the opponent's scheme just from a little information. Yifan's expression darkened. They absolutely couldn't let them succeed. Delhua's, please help me find the instigator. I'll go defuse the bomb. Okay, Delhua's said, handing Yifan a wristband. At a critical moment, press the blue button. You can return to my planet. Yifan understood his meaning, thanked him, and immediately got out of the car, hastily running towards the engagement banquet site with the others. At this moment, the crowd was growing larger. When they saw Xiaoqi, they surged towards him. Ah, Xiaoqi, give us an explanation. Hurry, catch Xiaoqi. Chase. These people were extremely agitated, and in an instant, they surrounded Xiaoqi and the others tightly, leaving them with no way to escape. Some even threw eggs at Xiaoqi, splattering egg liquid all over the bodyguards around him. Damn! Fang Yuanlan cursed under her breath. Xiao Ina's expression was also grim, as she had received a bomb warning but was now blocked by these people, unable to conduct a proper investigation. Xiaoqi, do you have anything to say about your sham marriage? Xiaoqi, it was exposed online that you are merely in a contractual relationship. Is that true? Do you still have a relationship with Meng Zeding? Who do you really like? There were previous reports saying you like Yifan, and now that Yifan has left us forever as a hero, you are here squandering your feelings. Don't you feel guilty towards her? One question after another made Fang Yuanlan's face grow increasingly worse. It seems I need to say something. These people are not clear-headed. What nonsense are they talking? Everyone's emotions were too agitated, causing many not to pay attention when Xiaoqi tried to speak. Finally, seeing some people about to continue attacking the bodyguards with the things in their hands, Xiao-Qi found the loudspeaker and said to everyone with a serious expression, "Yes, my engagement with Han Xinyan is not due to feelings. I have always liked Yifan." "Ha ha! Xiao-Qi, you hypocritical thing, you finally admitted it." Suddenly, Meng Kaixian, dressed in a silver-gray suit, appeared in the crowd. He had specially done his makeup, looking as impressive as ever, exuding a remarkable aura and confidence. Xiao-Qi's gaze turned slightly cold. "Did you instigate everyone to come here?" Before he had time to think it through, seeing Meng Kaixian made all the puzzles fall into place. "Yes, it was me." Meng Kaixian met Xiao-Qi's sharp gaze and became even happier, laughing. "Xiao-Qi, let me tell you something." Xiao-Qi narrowed his eyes and said in a deep voice, "No need for theatrics." Others also looked at Meng Kaixian, waiting for this man to continue. "I have planted over 200 bombs here. Haha, they will explode in 2 minutes. And your exit, I have already closed it with a jamming system. Now you can't escape." Meng Kaixian laughed triumphantly. After his words fell, the scene fell silent for 3 seconds before erupting into chaos. "Oh my God," he said, "there are bombs on site. Does he want to kill us all? He is here too. Doesn't he want to die? He is truly a madman. What should we do? Is it still too late to escape?" The crowd began to panic, knowing that seeking help from others was useless, and they all looked at Xiao-Qi. "Xiao-Qi, what should we do? You must think of a way to help us." Some people were filled with hatred towards Xiao-Qi, blaming him. "It's all your fault, Xiao-Qi. If you hadn't staged this fake engagement, why would we be here? He is not a good person. He is a demon that is also putting us in danger." Hearing these words, Fang Yuanlan was both angry and anxious. Shouldn't these people think of a way to find the bombs first? 2 minutes is enough time to disable some bomb systems. At that moment, suddenly there was a round of applause from behind the crowd. More than 20 men in black gradually emerged, and a woman with a graceful figure and a cold expression walked in front of them, holding a bomb that had been removed. People immediately focused on that direction. Who is that? Why is she holding a bomb? My God, she can't be Meng Kaixian's person. Is she going to harm us now? At this moment, Yifan's expression was icy to the extreme, her gaze sharp as if it were a weapon that could cut through flesh and bone, striding towards Meng Kaixian. Under her gaze, Meng Kaixian suddenly felt uneasy and stammered. Who are you?" Although Yifan's face was terrifying, her tone was gentle when she spoke to the crowd. "Don't worry, all the bombs have been disarmed." "Ah, really?" Someone looked at Yifan excitedly. Yifan nodded and then looked at Xiao-Qi. As their eyes met, Xiao-Qi's pupils instinctively trembled, and he almost immediately thought of that person, incredulously saying, "Yifan. It's her, isn't it?" But before Xiao-Qi had time to embrace Yifan, he saw Meng Kaixian rush towards her and tear open his suit, revealing a bomb strapped to his body. The man laughed maniacally. "Yes, you are amazing. You are truly great. You disarmed all the bombs. Can you disarm this one?" Yifan frowned it. Meng Kaixian was indeed a pervert, having prepared something like this. "Ha ha ha, even if you could disarm it, when your fingers touch this wire, you will be electrocuted to death. Want to be a hero? Then use your life for it." Meng Kaixian laughed heartily, seemingly certain that Yifan wouldn't dare to come forward. Yifan swept her gaze across and coldly looked at the person in front of her. The body Delhoas found for her was actually that of a brain-dead patient. The family had already determined she was dead. Therefore, she could use this body to disarm that bomb without any problem. However, when this body was electrocuted, she needed to control it well, pressing the button in time to return her consciousness. After careful consideration, Yifan made her decision almost immediately. "Who says I won't dare?" As her voice fell, she saw Yifan rush to Meng Kaixian's side. Meng Kaixian's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at the person in front of him. "You are insane." "I am Yifan." Yifan grabbed the critical wire of the bomb and quickly pulled it. As her body was struck by electricity, she swiftly pressed the blue button. Then, she saw Xiao-Qi and everyone rushing towards her, but she could not grasp anyone. "Yifan! Yifan!" Xiao-Qi's voice echoed through the heavens, while Meng Kaixian suddenly went insane, laughing maniacally at the sky. "Yifan, how are you?" A month later, at the inauguration ceremony of the commander of Free City, Xiao-Qi, wearing a badge, said to everyone, "Thank you all for your support. I will definitely be a good commander of Free City and will work hard to find my beloved Yifan." Did you hear that? Yifan. At the moment his words fell, the scene erupted into excitement, and everyone was calling out Yi Fan's name, as if this would allow Yi Fan, who was far away, to see it. Meng Ziding sat beside a trash can, her eyes red as she looked in the direction of Xiaoqi. She had worked hard to come that day, but by the time she arrived, Meng Kaixian had already been subdued, and she heard them saying Yi Fan's name. In an instant, she felt relieved. What she had insisted on was merely a joke. Xiaoqi did not love her, and she could not be like Yi Fan, daring to give up her life. Love, as Yi Fan said, is about fulfillment, not taking. Yi Fan, if you can hear me, please come back. There is someone waiting for you on Earth. Meanwhile, at the Qingfeng Sanatorium in the eastern suburbs of Free City, Mu Xiaoxi had just put down the supplies for visiting the elderly when she saw Yi Fan sitting up on a hospital bed in a white patient gown. Sister Xiao Fan, you're back. Yi Fan nodded at the boy. Yes, I have returned. She had crossed several star systems, seen countless star seas, and finally returned to her own planet. This blue planet may still have many unsatisfactory aspects, and perhaps technology will never reach high standards. But this is her home, the place where the person she loves lives. As humanity pursues technological progress and continues to explore, they should occasionally stop and look at everything around them, not indulge in false pleasures. Otherwise, that kind of indulgence will completely destroy this planet and everyone